Hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Good morning, Chicago. Yes, we've made it through a weekend. It's back to work, back to the grind. Today is Monday. It is July 25th. It is the year 2022. The Mully and Haugh pregame show. I'm Dustin Rhodes. We'll lead you up until 5:30 when Mully and Haugh will be here with you. Here's the plan for the guys today. 6 o'clock, we've got the Pick Six as we pick apart the top 6 sports stories of the day and from over the weekend. 7:22, John Heyman weighing in on all things MLB and, of course, a look at the Cubs and the White Sox. 8 o'clock, Brad Biggs. Bears are back. Full team reports on Tuesday. We'll hear from the GM and the head coach on Tuesday as well. And then 8:42, MLB insider Bruce Levine talking about a weekend of Cubs and White Sox baseball. You heard Cubs baseball right here on 670 The Score. We are your radio home. And, of course, we are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Check out your local Hyundai dealer for their great things happening there. All right, let's get started. The Cubs were at the Phillies this weekend. That has not necessarily been a great place for the Cubs to play out in Philadelphia, but they got a nice win on Friday. They got a nice win on Saturday, and then they went for the sweep on Sunday, and they were able to complete it. 4-3 was the final, and Yan Gomes was the offensive hero.
Deep left field, if it's fair, it's going to leave the yard. That is a home run right down the line. Yan Gomes gives the Cubs a 1-0 lead. He belted that ball right down the line and left. There was no question, Ron, whether it was long enough. The only question was fair or foul. It just did curl around that tall yellow foul pole.
Yes, it was fair. Our thanks to the great Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer on that call right here on 670 The Score. So, top of the third, the Cubs were up 1-0. They would add to that lead thanks to none other than Christopher Morel.
It's a smash fair past a diving Bohm down into the left field corner. Racing toward third is Velasquez. He can run. He's going to round third and head home. The relay to the plate will not be in time. The throw gets away. Morel holds it second with an RBI double. Cubs lead 2-0.
Cubs with that 2-0 lead. That would lead us into the top of the fourth inning. As I mentioned as we started this recap on the sweep for the Cubs over the Phillies, Yan Gomes was the hero, and he kept adding to it.
Deep drive to left off the bat of Gomes. He's done it again. Another home run for Yan Gomes, his second of the day. And the Cubs now lead 3-0.
Well, let's make it 4-0 on this home run.
Here's a deep drive to left off the bat of Velasquez. Get out the tape measure, long gone. Nelson Velasquez with a home run to left. And the Cubs now lead 4-0.
Great weekend for Nelson Velasquez, somebody I'm sure Mully and Haugh will be talking about when they start live with you guys at 5:30. And so the Cubs would then allow a couple of runs. It got a little bit tight. The lead was down to 4-3, and this is how it sounded as the Cubs got those brooms out and swept their way out of Philadelphia.
2 outs, 2 on the pitch. Swing and a miss, and the Cubs win the ball game. David Robertson strikes out Garrett Stubbs on a high fastball. A pitch about shoulder high. And the Cubs begin to congratulate one another. They have swept the Philadelphia Phillies here in Pennsylvania.
Yes, they did. 4-3 was the final. Drew Smyly was on the mound. He tossed 6 sharp innings for them. With this win, the Cubs have won 4 in a row. They pull within, I know this is going to make you laugh, 19 games of 500. It was Chicago Cubs' first sweep of the season. Their first 3-game sweep in Philadelphia dating back to July 25th through the 27th in the year 2000. Smyly is now 3-5 on the season. He had a perfect game going into the 5th when Bryson Scott hit a 2-out double to left center that just missed the glove of Christopher Morel. Scott would later score on a Alec bomb single to left. Smiley allowed 1 earned run, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, no walks. David Robertson, as you heard at the end there, got a scoreless 9th inning, his 14th save and 19 chances. The Cubs are back at Wrigley tonight. 2-game series starts against the Pirates. Adrian Sampson will be on the mound for the Northsiders. Now let's go into the post-game sound. Let's hear from David Ross about the Cubs flexing their muscles in Philly.
But the home run kind of was our calling card this series. I felt like we hit a lot of them, and I don't think that's been the norm. It's amazing what the rest will do for some guys, some time to clear your head, get back, and really just quality of bats off field. I mean, some guy, even our outs, I feel like we're all over the field, not to one side. You know, some fly balls to right, center, balls well hit all over the ballpark. So. Yeah, it was nice series sweep. We hadn't had one of those, so that feels good.
Yes, it does feel good on this Monday morning that the Cubs were able to go ahead and sweep those Phillies. Now, the starting pitcher in that one was Drew Smiley. Hasn't pitched as much as the Cubs would like. He might be somebody that's on his way out at the August 2nd trade deadline. What did David Ross think of Smiley's performance?
Really good. I think he was no hit for a while, right? Really good. I thought he was mixing the breaking ball in really well, keeping those guys off balance. Even fell behind, was able to come back. I thought some of those hitters did a really nice job. He was in control the whole way. When he's in a rhythm like that and throwing strikes and got multiple pitches working, he's fun to sit and watch. He's just in cruise control, and he works really quick. So it's just one of those, like you want outings like that on a noon game.
Yep, it was an early game yesterday. You caught it right here, hopefully on 670 The Score. If not, you watched it on Peacock if you have that app, and we're able to find that on your streaming service. Now let's hear from Drew Smiley on what he thought of his performance.
It's nice to kind of put a couple good ones together after the Dodger game. But, I mean, hurt or not hurt, just anytime you take the mound, you just want to go out and give your team a chance to win. That's all I really try to do, is just keep us in the game and give us a chance.
And the Cubs did have a chance. They won that game 4-3 against the Phillies. They did sweep them in Philadelphia for the first time since the year 2000. Cubs are back again tonight at Wrigley Field, 2-game series with the Pirates. Adrian Sampson is throwing, 6:30 pregame right here on The Score with Zach Zaidman. If you're just tuning in, good morning. It's Monday. It's the 25th of July, the year 2022. You can call me or text me. And, of course, you can call Mully and Haugh starting at 5:30. The number to reach the guys and me is 312-644-6767. The plan for this morning is this: 6 o'clock, we got the pick six. 7:22, John Heyman takes us around MLB. 8 o'clock is going to be Biggs time this morning. Brad Biggs talking football. Bears full team is due to report on Tuesday. The rookies got together up at Hallis Hall this weekend. At least some of them. We'll get into that in just a moment. 8:42. Bruce Levine will talk Cubs and Sox, maybe a little Hall of Fame. Bruce was also in front of Rick Hahn on Friday afternoon over at 35th and Shields, and we'll hear a little of that audio as well. Let's move over to the South Side, where the White Sox split a 4-game set with the Guardians. Yesterday, it was 6-3. Dylan Cease threw 6 innings, his third straight scoreless start. Cease is now 6-1 with a very, very tiny 0.57 ERA in his past 8 starts. But let's listen to how he got his run support. It happened in the bottom of the second inning, and it came off the bat of a guy who was not scheduled to start when the lineups first went out.
Hitters count for Leury, 3-1. High fly into right field. Back goes Reyes at the wall, and it's gone! Another home run for Leury Garcia against Shane Bieber. This one puts the White Sox up early, 2-0.
Here are the fireworks out at 35th and Shields at the rate. So the White Sox were enjoying a 2-0 lead on a pretty muggy, hot Sunday afternoon. And then they added another bunch of runs. It was still the bottom of the second. This one off the bat of A.J. Pollock.
Pollock, the hitter. First pitch swinging, cranked into left. Back goes Quan. It's over the bullpen. A 3-run shot for A.J. Pollock. The White Sox lead grows by 3. 5-0 Sox.
And the fireworks were off, and they would continue to fly, this time in the bottom of the 6th.
Eloy cranks one left center. This is deep and gone. A third home run for the White Sox today against Shane Bieber. This one a solo blast off the bat of Eloy Jimenez. What a shot. 6-0 White Sox.
That would be plenty of offense for the White Sox, who did indeed get that split. They needed that split against the Guardians.
Ground ball right side. Easy play. The White Sox win it. 6-2. They come back and win the final pair in this 4-game series against Cleveland.
So the final score there was 6-3. The White Sox are back to 500 with that win on Sunday. Again, Dylan Cease threw 6 scoreless innings, third straight scoreless start, 6-1 with a 0.57 ERA in his past 8 starts. Garcia, Pollock, Eloy with the home runs. The White Sox are going to be off today. They're then going to be out in Colorado taking on the Rockies starting on Tuesday. Michael Kopech will be throwing. The Sox are 1 game back of the Guardians for second place and 4 games behind the Twins for first place in the American League Central. How about this little nugget? White Sox are 34-24 when they homer in a game and are 14-24 when they don't. They are 8-0 when hitting 3 home runs or more this season, and that's something that they did yesterday, was hit 3 home runs in that game. All right, let's hear from Tony La Russa on the post game. First, he talks about the White Sox power and his guy Eloy Jimenez.
You saw him, was it 19? Yeah. I've seen him enough. I've seen him on TV. I've seen him enough in person. You know, he's a special producer. And he's been driving runs with base hits. He's always liable to hit the seats. So keep him healthy. Different lineup when he's in there.
Absolutely a different lineup when he is in there. He was DHing over the weekend. Hamstring's not still exactly right. We'll see if he gets the glove out in Colorado or if he'll be DHing. And then we heard from Tony on the performance of Dylan Cease, and then we referenced again the fact that he was snubbed as far as an all-star.
My answer on that is, if you watched him last year and this year, and I haven't seen him one time where he hadn't been competing as hard and as well as he can, trying to learn. I mean, that's the 100% thing. That's why the only time that bulletin board stuff works if, you know, your butt's dragging and, you know, maybe you're distracted. But he's, I mean, he wanted to go. And I think a lot of people, I mean, you can't doubt his credentials, but that process is there, man. I mean, every year somebody misses some, but he handled it. He just kept pitching, you know.
Yeah, Dylan Cease just keeps on pitching. Had a nice start right before the All-Star break, came off the All-Star break, had another good performance, helped the White Sox to a split of the 4-game series against the Guardians. Yesterday it was 6-3. The White Sox are back to 500. They have today off. They head west to Colorado. They'll take on the Rockies starting on Tuesday. We'll see Michael Kopech for the first time since the All-Star break. Sox right now are 1 game behind the Guardians and 4 games behind the first-place Twins in the American League Central. Good morning. If you're just joining us, tuning in, it is Monday, 25th of July, 2022 is the year. Mully and Haugh are going to be here starting at 5:30. The plan for the guys today is this. 6 o'clock, we've got the Pick 6, where we pick apart the top 6 sports stories of the day. 7:22, we'll hear from John Heyman. He'll take us around MLB. Of course, we'll talk Cubs and White Sox with the guys. 8 o'clock is Biggs time. Brad Biggs is going to talk Bears with Mully and Haugh as the rookies reported, and the full team is scheduled to be there on Tuesday, 8:42. Bruce Levine will talk MLB, we'll talk Cubs, we'll talk White Sox, talk a little Hall of Fame with him. Number to get in touch with us is 312-644-6767. Use that number to call and text the guys. We're going to have a little Bears news for you when we get back. We're also going to share some Rick Hahn audio as the trade deadline is right around the corner. It is August 2nd. We'll see if the White Sox are buying, and we'll find out who the Cubs are selling. So stay tuned to 670 The Scores. We'll hear from Rick Hahn coming up next.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment is brought to you by News.
You were interviewing Gale Sayers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and if I can, just tell you a quick story about Gale Sayers. So my rookie year, of course, I'm from here, and I lived and died as a Blackhawk as a kid, and obviously I got the unbelievable opportunity to play for the franchise and then obviously broadcasting. But so we're playing the Edmonton Oilers in the 85 semifinals, okay? We're 4 wins away from going to the Stanley Cup final, and I'm a rookie with my hometown team. And we're at the old building, the old Chicago Stadium, and we lost the first 2 games in Edmonton. Now, remember, in 85, the Oilers were just on the cusp of becoming the Edmonton Oilers. So we went to Edmonton for the first 2 games. They had home ice. We lost the first 2 games, I believe. The total score, I think, was like 21-7 the first 2 games, okay? Gretzky had like, 5 and 8 and whatever. So we come back home. People are, it's May. People got their shorts on. It's warm out. They're at the Chicago Stadium. I'm skating around in warm-ups, and the place is up for grabs. And if anybody had never had the opportunity to be at the Chicago Stadium for a hockey game or even a Bulls game, I'm sorry you missed that, because there was no better building, in my opinion, in the history of professional sports than the old Chicago Stadium. And me being able to be around, and we come out for the game. I'm skating around in warm-ups, and I'm just like, man, oh, man. We're 4 wins away from going to the Stanley Cup final. We're down 2-0 to Edmonton, but this place is up for grabs. I'm skating around right before we're going to have the national anthem, and as I skate to the corner to the left of Murray Bannerman, I look into the crowd, and people are just going crazy and just clapping and everything else. All of a sudden, I look, and I just make eye contact, and there's this large human smiling, clapping like this. I look, I go, that's Gale Sayers. Sitting 3 rows from the ice, I'm like, this is an important game.
That's great. Yeah.
The Kansas Comet. Your Kansas Comet is at the game. So look at you guys have done an amazing job. This station has done an amazing job for all the franchises, and you guys certainly lead the crew here at the Score. So.
2022. You can reach us, 312-644-6767. The plan for the guys today is this. 6 o'clock, pick six, as we pick apart the top 6 sports stories of the day and from the weekend we just had, and what a weekend it was as the Cubs were able to sweep the Phillies and the White Sox got that much-needed split against the Guardians after losing the first 2 games in that series. 7:22, we'll have John Heyman. We'll go around Major League Baseball with him. 8 o'clock is Biggs time. Brad Biggs, as the Bears' full team is due to report on Tuesday up at Hallis Hall. 8:42, take you around MLB, talk Cubs, talk White Sox, talk Hall of Fame with Bruce Levine. Of course, we are broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios. And as I mentioned, Brad Biggs will be here at 8 o'clock talking Bears. The Bears rookies reported to camp over the weekend. The whole team is expected to be there Tuesday. But safety, Jaquan Brisker, is still not there. The Bears and the safety have not agreed on a contract yet, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. Stay tuned to the Score. We'll have all the information, and we'll get it to you just as soon as possible. The other information we can share with you is the Bears rolled out an orange helmet to pair with an orange jersey. That combo, they'll wear it against Washington and Dallas this year. Some strong thoughts and opinions, some outrage, if you will, over that out on social media from both the media and the fans. So we'll be getting into that this morning for sure. Now, as we went to the break, we told you that we wanted to take a listen to some Rick Hahn sound from Friday. You may have missed it on late Friday afternoon. So the first thing, and most importantly happening with the White Sox right now, is they are missing their star center fielder. And Rick had these thoughts on why they ended up having to put him on the IL.
Luis Robert left the game in Minnesota. At the time, he was experiencing some lightheadedness as well as some blurred vision. Interestingly enough, it was affecting him more in the field than it was at the plate. We have gone through a handful of tests in Minnesota as well as Chicago, and at this point, his symptoms have not fully resolved, and as a result, we're going to place him on the IL today, retroactive to last Tuesday. That will make him eligible to return next Friday, a week from today, when we're back home against Oakland, and at this time we are cautiously optimistic that he'll be able to return at that time. Obviously, I don't have all the information exactly on the timeline, but that's very tentatively what we're looking at right now.
Well, let's hope that Luis Robert can get back in the lineup for the White Sox when they return home next Friday. They'll be hosting the A's over at 35th and Shields. They have the day off today. They're going out to Colorado to take on the Rockies. The trade deadline is coming up. It's August the 2nd, and Rick Hahn said, well, it's pretty obvious what the biggest need is for his ball club.
It's an interesting question. I think every team in baseball, whether they're in it or not, never feels like they have enough pitching, and we're certainly not immune to that. Primarily in the bullpen. Obviously, Aaron Bummer has been absent for a while and is starting to make some progress, and we do project him to return at some point, but that's not guaranteed. So I would say bullpen's probably the most obvious need. I think if you look at our offensive and defensive performance over the course of the year, the performance out of second base and right field haven't quite been what we would hope. That said, if you look at what Josh Harrison has done since June 1st, and you look what Gavin Sheets has done since he returned from the minors, those both potentially could be solutions there. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, wait and see. That's what we're all going to be doing, waiting and seeing until August 2nd when MLB's trade deadline comes. So any minute, any day this week, it could be unbelievable, the flurry of information, as the Sox and Cubs could look very different in a week or so. So the White Sox are all even again. They are back at 500. That's not where the White Sox wanted to be. They are still 4 games back behind the Twins, 1 game back behind the Guardians, and Rick Hahn admitted that the first half's been, well, disappointing.
And look, we didn't meet our own expectations, much less those that were publicly out there for the first half. I think the more important part is where we sit now, as you asked. And look, we're fortunate that we're 3 games back. We're fortunate that we are relatively healthy right now, and we're fortunate that this team, over the past 6 or 7 games, is clicking in a much better way that resembles more what we thought we were capable of being. Obviously, we got an important series this weekend, and you want to try to build off the momentum that we created over the last several games in Cleveland and Minnesota. But I view it as our fate's in our own hands. We got plenty of games left against the teams that we're chasing, and we've got the talent here to play at the level we've seen over the past several days. Do that more consistently than not, I think we'll be in a good spot. But we've got work to do. Don't get me wrong. We played in a way in the first half that made it so that these last 2 months are going to be a lot more exciting than the last 2 months of last season were. So I think we're up for the challenge.
So the White Sox are hoping to be up for the challenge. They did get that split with the Guardians after dropping the first 2 games, Friday and then game 1 of the doubleheader. They were able to win game 2, and they were able to win yesterday 6-3 thanks to 3 home runs. And they are off today. They'll be out in Colorado for a couple of games before returning back to 35th and Shields when they host the A's. The White Sox are back to 500. Good morning, Chicago. If you're just tuning in, this is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. The guys will be with you starting at 5:30. I'm going to take you up until then. The plan for this morning is this. 6 o'clock, we've got the pick 6, 7:22. We go around MLB. Of course, the Cubs and White Sox will be part of the conversation as we visit with John Heyman from the MLB Network and the New York Post. 8 o'clock is Biggs time. Brad Biggs is going to talk Bears with you and with the guys. We'll find out what he knows about the draft pick that is still sitting on the sidelines as the Bears haven't come to an agreement with Jaquan Brisker, who is likely to be a day 1 starter for the team. Then at 8:42, we'll talk Cubs and Sox and Hall of Fame and trade deadline and Rick Hahn with Bruce Levine. The number to reach us is 312-644-6767. Also, if you missed it in the beginning of this segment, we've got some texters upset. I told you there was a little bit of outrage out there as the Bears are going to have a combo of orange helmets and orange jerseys. This from the 847, the Bears in all caps, orange helmets, question mark, question mark, question mark, no way, all caps, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, more McCaskey junk. So I'm sure that's a topic that Mully and Haugh will be addressing this morning. Who knows? It could be part of the Pick 6 that will hit you straight up at 6 o'clock, and it's about that time, Mr. Fryer. It's about time to turn it over to Mully and Haugh, who will have a full recap of the Cubs' sweep of the Phillies and the White Sox split against the Guardians. That's coming up right here on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan.
Bears, 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 football, football, football.
Mully, you have the greatest voice in radio.
You know what? I'd like to say you're wrong, Mully, but you're not wrong very often.
Mully, you are 1,000% correct.
Can we get a mulligan, please?
David Haugh.
That was one of the best questions you've ever asked.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to get an answer just as good.
Oh, check me out, man.
Chicago Sports Talk for your morning.
Morning, fellas. I got your back, Mully. I got your back, David.
Hawk, good morning. How are you?
Hello, guys. So far, so good.
Do you believe in this team?
I believe in the talent of the team. There's no question about that. And certainly, up until this point, they have underachieved.
We're trying to win. How would you evaluate the job Tony has done in the first half of the season?
He can only play with what he's got.
Is that what he said?
Who do you think would be the player that could fuel this thing, would have to be the player to fuel this thing?
Well, we've got several players that could fill that bill, so to speak, if they would play. But Eloy's always on the DL.
Hi, Mom.
Moncada's always on the DL.
Prima donna Moncada.
He's in the name of, there's no question about that. You know, here's a guy who's a 5-tool talent. But I just get the impression that come see, come saw. Whatever happens, happens.
Mully and Haugh taking you up to 10 a.m. on 670 The Score. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And David, we just heard from Hawk there, and we did get a texter who pointed out that come see, come sa means kind of so-so, and c'est la vie, such is life, would be more the attitude that Hawk was describing.
C'est la vie.
So let's just clarify that
Well,
one.
I'm glad you cleared that up for me. I spent
Before
all
we get
weekend
going.
I couldn't sleep over the weekend.
I know how you get.
Wondering about that.
I know
was
how
really
obsessed you
stressed
get
out.
about things.
My anxiety was high. Good morning, Mully. Happy Monday.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's happy Monday. Going to be a good week. Going to be a big
you know what's really
launching
happy?
point for the White Sox?
That's what I was going to say. The happy point is that they're off today.
That is good because it can't ruin your day. You're not going to digest a victory that might feel unsatisfying or that sense of dread or relief. So the White Sox don't play today, but they did play yesterday and sent you into the work week in a good mood, hopefully.
Well, the problem is, and I'll just say this, the Friday night game, I'm going to use the word joyless. That was one of the more joyless games I've ever watched. Just there was nothing about that game from a White Sox perspective.
Joyless is good for you. That's a good word to describe it. The Sox were lifeless at first.
Maybe that's my joylessness. Is that
I get it because of all the things we talked about. You've got the week off. They hit the reset. They recharge. They're refreshed. We all use all the re's, correct?
Sure.
The re-everything. And you get to the first inning, and you look out there, and they fell behind 4-0. But then it was like they were going through the motions.
Oh, my God.
And I thought about what Dustin said last Monday morning. You were still in France. We were evaluating what the Sox had done, and Dustin made the point that, boy, this comes at the worst time for the White Sox. They don't need this week off. They should keep playing because they're going to lose that momentum that they had. They're playing very well, 5 of 6 before the break. And in that first inning, I thought, Dustin was right. The Sox should not have kept playing because they look like the team that disappointed everybody for the first inning and then the first game. That was bad.
And then Saturday morning, well, I guess it was afternoon. That was at least a little back and forth, and Johnny Cueto 8 innings, and they did come back and tie the game, but ultimately they got Liam Hendricks, which bothered me for one reason, that Tony did not start Tim Anderson, wouldn't play him in the doubleheader because
that bugged me.
Because of what happened, he went to the All-Star game and he had to travel.
That bugged me.
I've had superstars before. The All-Star game can mess them up. And it bugged me to the point where I was like, Tony, and then he was right, apparently, about Liam Hendricks. I don't know. Liam Hendricks is a little bit older.
Well, he was right about Liam Hendricks, but
apparently he was right about him.
That just reinforced this idea. And then what he did with Andrew Vaughn, resting him on Sunday, he takes such an overcautious approach to these guys' energy levels is just ridiculous. But I think on Saturday, all the things that you felt negatively about the White Sox were reinforced in that first game. And then all the reasons for hope that you clung to during the All-Star break were reinforced in the nightcap. So Saturday was one of those days of mixed emotions, I think, for Sox fans because you saw the entire season sort of in a microcosm of one day, the good, the bad, and the even, because that is what the Sox are, dead even, 500.
Well, and they had to salvage that. They had to make a comeback in the series in order to get back to 500. They're back there.
They are.
They're back at 500.
That's what they are.
Now, they went from, 3.5 back to 4 back, something like that. Whatever it is.
The numbers are too –
it doesn't matter.
There's too much time to pay attention to the specifics of a half game here or there.
But you know what you did is you had 70 games left, and now you don't have 70.
I like when we break things into 19s. Okay. I like the good round number, right? The 19s. So they went 10-9 during that stretch of games against the division rivals.
No good.
10-9. Well, 10-9 is better than, it
wasn't the move we thought it was going to be.
Okay, but 10-9. Now they have 19 more games against teams with losing records.
Okay,
This is where you make the big move.
If they go 10-9 again, they'll be over 500.
Well, I think if they go 10-9 in this stretch, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I think
they could.
I was disappointed by 10-9 in the last stretch.
But I think the way the Sox had been playing, given their injury status, 10-9 is not bad. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
You just hit on something there. Maybe my Friday joylessness began with news that Luis Robert was not going to be or was going to go on the 10-day IL. Maybe that's what it was.
Well, I think that's appropriate and understandable because of all the things that we saw happen over the weekend regarding the White Sox, of all of the conversation that we had in terms of speculation and trades and should they go after him and should they do this or that. And Rick Hahn spoke for a while on Friday before the game. The information and the prognosis, the vague prognosis for Luis Robert, to me, was the most significant bit of news or non-news because they don't know. And it's scary when you don't know something about an injury like this. An injury, is that the right way to describe it? Because it's lightheadedness. He's on the injured list, and they don't know when he's going to be recovered to the point where they can trust him in the field because of the effect of light on him and distance and his depth perception. These are things that you just can't dismiss because we have seen the effects. It's made a Gold Glove outfielder into somebody that has had some real obvious defensive struggles out there. So he leads the team in home runs and RBIs, and you can't overlook that either. So this is an important development. On Friday, they announced what they knew, and they shared what they could, but it was obvious. The White Sox aren't sure about how much they can count on Luis Robert. Is that over-dramatic, overstating it? I don't feel confident knowing one way or another.
Well, let's take a listen to what Rick Hahn had to say about it, and you'll know that he doesn't know one way or another either, but let's listen.
Luis Robert left a game in Minnesota. At the time, he was experiencing some lightheadedness as well as some blurred vision. Interestingly enough, it was affecting him more in the field than it was at the plate. We have gone through a handful of tests in Minnesota as well as Chicago, and at this point, his symptoms have not fully resolved, and as a result, we're going to place him on the IL today, retroactive to last Tuesday. That will make him eligible to return next Friday, a week from today, when we're back home against Oakland, and at this time, we are cautiously optimistic that he'll be able to return at that time. Obviously, I don't have all the information exactly on the timeline, but that's very tentatively what we're looking at right now.
Okay, so that's Rick Hahn. A couple of things there. Interestingly, is it interesting that it doesn't bother him when he's at the plate? It's just when he's in the outfield. So basically, you got another DH. Is that what he's saying?
Well, there's two questions. There's the baseball question, and then there's the medical question.
Okay.
The baseball question and the implication is that he can't play the field because he's altered with his vision or whatever when he's in center field. So yeah, he would be a designated hitter if he's going to help you in the lineup at all. Second to that is the medical question that
what the hell's going on?
I don't know.
I know.
Because what kind of condition have you heard of? We've been around sports for a very long time that would affect your state of mind, your presence of whatever you feel, your equilibrium in the field, but not at the plate.
Well, I mean, concussion. I don't know.
If he's got a concussion, he can't be at the plate.
No, you're right.
You cannot put him in that.
I've never heard of that.
No.
I mean, does the guy need contacts? My vision is blurry. I'm in the field. Oh, yeah, no, I can see everything now. Is it nearsightedness versus farsighted? I mean, I have no idea. I've never heard that.
Have there been baseball players who have played with vertigo? Is that a condition or a symptom that where
call Coop
they could go to the plate? I don't know. I think that we just don't know. So it's kind of foolhardy to speculate until they have a more definitive diagnosis or prognosis. Then we're left to guess because it doesn't make any sense that somebody could conceivably face a 95, 98 mile per hour fastball and hit it and then feel unstable standing in center field chasing down a fly ball. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's vexing, and it's you want him to be okay. And I'm not suggesting that. Well, we just don't know. We don't know anything about it. It's just vexing and upsetting. And you just want a team to be at full strength, and you want this team to be at full strength, and it doesn't seem like they are. And Yasmani Grandal is indeed back, but where are they at with their catching position? That's going to be interesting to see what happens on Friday. And then in the interim, I saw at the end of the broadcast yesterday, or maybe it was the postgame, that they showed, who's hot and who's not. Mm-hmm. And Abreu hits like 500 against Colorado, and Adam Engel hits like 123 or something. So I was like, oh,
I'd focus on the Abreu.
I know. I'm just saying.
So
he's going to be starting all week.
Yeah, I think there were some good things that came out of the weekend. We'll talk about him in length throughout the course of the show. But I think you had Grandal came back. He had 4 hits in the doubleheader. And, yeah, he's in the lineup. Eloy homered twice.
That's nice.
A.J. Pollock's playing pretty good baseball now.
He had a big home run.
He had a big home run yesterday against Bieber, which I think allowed Dylan Cease, as we would find out later, and he talked about this. When you have a lead that big, it allows you to exhale, be more aggressive, and more confident on the mound. And what we saw from Dylan Cease was Cy Young-worthy stuff. He didn't have his best slider, and yet he was able to extend his scoreless streak to 20 2/3. This is a pitcher coming into his prime. This is a guy in the midst of what could be a Cy Young-type season.
And I guess when I look at the White Sox, the problem I have is they weren't the Cubs. The Cubs go to Philly and sweep them coming out of the break. Oh, if the Sox could have done that, right? Now we'd have a real fun conversation and a happy story to talk about. The Cubs, I don't know how to read. It seems like a lot of what happened was pitching over that series. They got good pitching over that series. You know, Drew Smiley, hey, how you doing? Welcome to the season. And Marcus Stroman was real good yesterday. I just think, you know, it's great to see the Cubs put together some wins, but then you look at their record and it's like, it's not going to matter.
Well,
it's not going to alter the trade.
They're 19 games under 500. They're nipping at the heels.
But they didn't play that way coming out of the break.
No, the Cubs broke the Phillies over the weekend. The Phillies come into that series, and they still are in the midst of a wild card chase in that division. And you look at their second half, they had high expectations. They run into a Cub offense that scored 15 runs on Friday night.
15-2.
So I think that you could choose. You're spoiled for choice by what pleased you the most as a Cub fan over the weekend. Starting pitching very strong. Stroman was outstanding against Zach Wheeler on Saturday night.
He was great.
We saw Smiley be yesterday just good enough to want to trade him for a prospect on Sunday. And certainly Friday night, we saw Justin Steele do what he needed to do. But I was more encouraged by a guy like Nelson Velasquez. He had a productive 3-home-run weekend.
Yeah, he was great.
Christopher Morel, probably, they were debating on the broadcast yesterday, Ron and Pat and Zach, about whether or not this was the best overall series that Christopher Morel has ever had.
Now, both those guys are 23, right?
I know.
Yeah.
So,
that's pretty good.
Nico Horner, the Nico Horner game Saturday night, he homers and then he does what he does in extra innings. These are signs that it feels a little different than last year, only from the standpoint of this team could actually lose more games than the 2021 version, and you could feel more encouraged by what we see.
I'm wondering, and I think that Morel and Velasquez are proving they belong. Morel's already proved it. Velasquez certainly along that path, and I guess he wanted to hit more to center field. He wanted to keep the ball. I mean, whatever he's doing, keep it up. But I wonder, are they the guys that you look at and think, well, that's the outfield of the future? Or are there other guys that are the outfield of the future that are on the way too?
Well, Pete Crow Armstrong homered again in South Bend. I know you're happy for me paying attention to the South Bend Cubs. But you're right. You got guys in the minors who are doing things that identify them as special, and you wonder about their path and their trajectory. You can never have enough good prospects. You can never have enough guys like that. I think Velasquez is a very interesting guy because of his power. That's why I think the second half is going to be interesting. He's one of those guys that stands out to me as one to watch. He had a emergence in the Arizona Fall League last year, the MVP out there. He's getting more of an opportunity here. He homered twice, and he didn't even start Friday night. He did something only one other Cub in history had done.
Right.
So guys like Morel and Velasquez, when you're plotting this out in May or even earlier than that, and you're thinking guys who could develop, I don't think they were on the list.
That was what
they
was
weren't on the
driving.
list.
Yeah, I don't think they're the guys that you're looking forward to, and yet they're the guys that are producing in the right now, and they're producing pretty well, and it's good to see. And Morel is an excellent baseball player all the way around, and an energy guy and all that. But power is a big deal. Did you see there was a statistic that the White Sox now this is the 8th time this year where they've hit 3 home runs plus.
And
8-0.
Yes.
So
34 and 24 when they hit a home run.
You want to know what the magical formula is? Hit dingers.
Well, I think
you want to know what to do at the trade deadline?
Find someone who can.
Get someone who can hit.
You know, that's a really good point, and it reinforces the idea that, you know, this notion that the Sox can't play 10 games over 500 in the second half. If they can hit for power, they can.
Oh, yeah.
And if they can hit for power the way that Eloy maybe offers them more opportunities, Grandal can have some home runs. If you hit a home run, it increases your likelihood of winning games, and those numbers support it. So, yeah, and back to the Cubs for a second. That's what makes Nelson Velasquez, I think, really intriguing because when the ball leaves his bat, he's going to go deep more times than not, and he could be one of those guys. Now, let's see how he handles the adjustments and adjust to the adjustments. It's always that. Morel did that very well in the first half. Let's see if Velasquez can do that once they start to catch up to him.
The Bears begin camp tomorrow. Okay, today is Monday. Tomorrow is Tuesday, Score has learned, and tomorrow is report day for all veterans. Today's the 25th, tomorrow the 26th, and that's when everyone turns up. The rookies are already there, well, most of them.
And that's when I'll start to worry a little bit more about Jaquan Brisker, who is a holdout. We talked Friday, and I knew it as soon as I said it that I should never have uttered it. But these contracts should be taken care of.
Okay.
They're not as complicated as they used to be.
No.
And rookies shouldn't have reasons to hold out.
I agree.
And I said that.
Rookies.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden.
Second pick of the second round rookies. Come on.
It should be, boom, rubber stamp. Here's your money. Here's the pen. Let's get to camp and let's start winning. And I think that's what you hoped and expected with Jaquan Brisker. Now, he apparently, reportedly, has not reported yet with the rest of the rookies because there's a snag over guaranteed money.
In the third year of the
third
deal.
season.
I know. Come on, man. This is not good.
I don't think he can afford to miss a meeting, let alone a week or a day of practice, but I will start to be concerned.
Are we going to play blame game about
Wednesday?
that?
Well, if this goes on very long, we will.
Okay.
I think that's natural, isn't it?
Well, I want to know who's to blame. And I want to know if we're going to yell about the player who wants guaranteed money in the third year, which seems reasonable to me, frankly, versus whatever.
Look at the draft picks that were taken around Jaquan Brisker, and look what the teams are willing to concede or give them. And if those contracts are similar, the pick before, the pick after, and Jaquan Brisker is not getting what those guys received, then I think you start to wonder what the Bears are doing.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. It's just a little bit. It's on the downside of weird. We'll also get into the new helmet. Oh my God!
Can't wait for that question.
I can't wait to hear my dear friend who likes a nice pumpkin spice latte how he feels about seeing it on someone's head.
The pumpkin heads. There's a big difference between enjoying a pumpkin spice latte and, oh boy, we are just maybe a month away from pumpkin spice latte season, and appreciating or dreading the putrid orange helmets that the Bears will wear twice this year, which is twice too many.
And I listen, we're going to talk about this. We're going to give our opinions on it and all the rest, but maybe add to that question, is this the worst move George has ever made?
Could be.
See, now we're revealing too much about our opinions.
Yeah, that could be.
That's a tease for you.
Have to do some research because I think the throwback uniforms have to be in the top 5.
Well, I think there's a lot of bad decisions, frankly. Yeah. I think there's been some weird hires.
But the orange helmets might be on the list.
Yeah. I mean, but that was my reaction. It was not as happy a one as you might expect.
I get it.
But there you go.
I get it.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. It's a betting opportunity. Nobody's going to win wearing an orange helmet. That's all I can say.
Bengals did. The Chicago Bengals, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, even against the this is more like this is the Bengals before Burrow. Okay, pre-Burrow Bengals is what we're looking at. All right, we've got so much to get into. We're going to get into all of it. We're going to talk about the wide world of sports. Obviously, great stuff going on in Chicago baseball, at least on the north side. I don't know what's happening with the White Sox. I suppose I feel like Ozzie said to feel, which was they came back, they fought back, but they're But David, they're back where they started before this series began.
And
they haven't made a step forward,
No.
and that's what I'm waiting on. And it won't happen until hopefully the Colorado series. But Chris Bryant is playing for them now. Did you see he's now hit 5 dingers? He's starting to pick up the pace a little bit.
About time.
He went forever without a home run, and then he hit one, and
He's
now
healthy.
he's got 5.
He's feeling good.
Yeah.
And
Then
the
he's
White
there
Sox
forever.
go to Colorado. They get the day off today.
That's right.
But they split with the Guardians.
And they're better away than at
frankly, treading water is better than sinking. And we could have come
Fair
in here
enough.
on Monday morning talking about the White Sox having sunk, and they haven't. So this gives them an opportunity to maintain. They are also one of those teams, whether it's because of their casual laissez-faire approach or
very nice.
I think that whatever the case, the season, they started slow, and then right before the All-Star break, started to pick up some steam. The coming back from the All-Star break started slow, loses 2 games, and now they look like they could be picking up some steam. So let's reserve judgment there. They buy themselves a little bit more time. As for the Cubs, they come home today, and the Pirates give them an opportunity to win a couple more, extend that winning streak, and
That's a
perform
nice
as well.
2 games set.
Yeah.
One of them's at 1:00 tomorrow, I believe, is at 1:00.
Perform as well at Wrigley Field as Chris Stapleton did Saturday night.
You went to that
Yes,
concert.
I did. Yeah, I did.
The Tennessee Whiskey song.
You would have enjoyed that.
I would have gone just for that. Honestly, I think that
It was a
song is
lot
that
of
good.
fun. It was a really good performance. He moved it up to start early because of the weather that was threatening. I really appreciated that from a consumer standpoint. You didn't want to get stuck in the rain. Went with my son 4 rows away from us. We get in our seats, get all settled, get ready for the show, and somebody wants to propose.
Oh,
there was a proposal.
I hope you didn't turn it down. I'm already married, sir.
So, everybody, they got the camera going.
Oh, that's great.
He's on one knee.
Yeah.
She's looking at him. She's like looking around. She's like, is this really happening?
Yeah.
And he's like, yes. And he pulls the ring out of his pocket. He asks the question. She says yes. He slips on the ring. Everybody gets on social media. Some guy's buying him beers the rest of the show.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it was a special moment.
That's great. That's great.
Special moment.
I love stuff like that. I always wonder, how do you say no at that point?
You
right?
can't.
There's too many. It's almost like you've embarrassed her into saying yes. But I mean, every once in a while, if someone says no, that would be preferable. Or we'll talk about this later.
Well, you got to be pretty sure in those
Yes.
circumstances.
Yeah.
If you're going to set it up to the point where the people in the first row have the camera already, you've got the ring in your pocket, and you have cleared off the aisles because this is like right in the corridor there, and he had to have known. And he was right.
Did you make a public proposal?
No.
Yeah. I just think it's more Dustin, public proposal. Yes.
It was in public.
Public.
You did.
Walter Payton's Roundhouse.
Wow. Brandon? Public?
Mine was public as well.
Jeez.
Well, I was in
Guys,
public.
man.
I thought you
Let
meant
me
like,
ask
did
you.
I announce it on the radio
No.
or something?
I'm saying, did you
stage it?
do it because you thought she'd say no? Is that why you pushed it into a public place? Or did you just always want to go to Walter Payton's Steakhouse and you figured that was a great way to do it? Hey, hon, it's Tuesday. Let's go back and celebrate our anniversary of our what?
I told you.
Our good steak.
I think I've told you the story before. Mine was in Falkirk in Scotland, and it was in public. It was on a park bench outside the restaurant where we just had dinner, and I proposed to my wife, and she said yes, and it was obvious what I was doing, and some guy walks by, probably 9 o'clock on a Friday night, and he says, hey, chap, it's all downhill from here.
Oh, boy. That's really uplifting, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got engaged, and I got a call from an old boss of mine, and he said, friends don't let friends get married. Rethink it. I was like, are you kidding me?
And look at us now.
I said to him, don't call her with that. Jeez. Yeah, look, we're all happily
Look at us
married.
now.
We're 4 for 4. Come on.
All right.
What are the odds?
What are the odds?
Yeah. Thank God that we don't have like Richard Burton in our crew.
Those are better than the odds, I might say, mathematically, though. 4 for 4, yeah.
Yeah, 4 for 4 is pretty good.
In the marriage game?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're good. We're all Hall of Famers. All right, we got the Pick Six next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the score.
Bears training camp starts tomorrow, and with a new coaching staff in place, there will be lots to cover. Will Justin Fields take the next step? Will the new look defense be able to adjust? How will the draft picks pan out? Lots of storylines will unfold. We'll be covering it all on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. An Odyssey station.
So my favorite thing that's happened in the 3 hours that we've been here is watching Terry and Layla talk. And I mean, I don't want to make too big of a deal out of it, but it felt good. Like just seeing the two of you interact, because you're the two people that have done the most with the least.
Well, you know them already, don't you?
I was waiting for the reveal. We're just waiting to peel it back.
And it's just beautiful because I say this about Terry all the time. That like when Terry would come into the hallways, everyone would light up. And seeing this place when they saw that you were coming onto the stage, like light up, is exactly how like all of us feel when he would walk down the hallways. It didn't matter like what type of day you were having. It didn't matter. Terry would come up and be like, how are you? What's going on? He'd tell you a joke. He'd crack a one-liner. He'd call Bernstein a penis. Something.
Well, that was every day, though.
That's true.
Day ending in Y.
So seeing the people here at Real Time Sports react the same way that Score people react when we see Terry Boers is pretty bleeping awesome.
I appreciate that, Lawrence. Thank you. It's been a while since we've had a chance to talk, so a few things have changed. So much better looking than I am anyway, so you've done way better than I ever did.
5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What was more significant, that the White Sox hit 3 home runs or more for just the 8th time this season, or that they managed it against Shane Bieber on Sunday to salvage, horrible word for this team, a 4-game split?
Well, Stoney made a point on the broadcast, and they talked about it on the postgame, that Shane Bieber got rained out in his last start for the All-Star break. So he had gone 14 days, I believe, without pitching, and the last team he pitched against was the White Sox. So they had a pretty good feel for him. They had just seen him, and here he comes again. And that's a long layoff, and he did not seem particularly sharp, and they got 5 runs off him and hit a couple home runs in the second inning, so that was fantastic. I say that the bigger significance is that they just hit 3 home runs or more, because they're 8-0 when they do that, and that is a formula for victory for the White Sox. So the bigger significance, I mean, it's great they did it against Bieber, but frankly, they had to get it done in that game. They had to get back to 500 and back to a chance to start moving forward. I hate the idea that they would have lost that series somehow, and the fact they got a split does indeed salvage it, and I've learned to hate the word salvage. Thanks, White Sox.
I don't think you should hate the word salvage. I think you should embrace it this morning, because that's exactly what happened. When Bieber was scheduled to pitch on Sunday, the Guardians felt about him and that start the way the White Sox felt about Cease going to the mound for them. And you beat that guy. You beat Bieber. And to me, that's more significant than how you did it. It's that you did it. Because, yeah, they hit the home runs, and we have all the numbers to support this is what happens when you hit the ball out of the park. And that's great. And may that continue. But you're not going to face many more starters as tough on you, as tough in general, as Shane Bieber. So that is why salvage is not a dirty word. Salvage is something to be proud of this morning if you're the White Sox, because you beat an ace. And you had your ace on the mound, and he certainly pitched like it, but you beat an ace with your lineup that has been too inconsistent over time. So I think that, to me, was the more significant one, because I did not feel good about the White Sox yesterday. Even with Dylan Cease on the mound, Shane Bieber is a very solid, strong pitcher, and you beat him.
Yeah, they beat a type of guy, like the Shane Biebers are the type of guys that you'll see in the postseason, like that quality or even better. But the problem is, it's that they live and die with these home runs. We talked about the record when they hit these home runs. I mean, it's like home run or nothing. Strikeout, home run, or nothing for the Sox. I mean, they have to have the long ball or they just can't win. Now, luckily, they have a lineup that's got a bunch of guys in it that can hit the long ball. Salvage is a bad word. The other bad word is mediocre. So they continue to be mediocre. And you're right, Mully. I mean, that game Friday night, wow. I mean, I thought they were doing the right thing, and I think they did too for the reasons. I mean, Lucas Giolito just didn't have it, and he has been really good against the Guardians, but he really let that team down on Friday night. So they were lucky to salvage, if you will, a split against the Guardians.
Pick six! Wow!
So on Friday, Rick Hahn said he wouldn't engage in public speculation about possible blockbuster trades the way he did in the past to the team's detriment.
I am, for the most part, going to stay away from any speculation about any specific player. I will say, historically, as long as I've been here and working for Jerry and Kenny, there hasn't been a premium player that has changed teams that we haven't at least had conversation about.
So, was that detrimental? Did Hahn sound like a guy that was likely to call the Nationals about Juan Soto?
I don't think so. I don't think that the White Sox have enough in the way of prospects to get Juan Soto or to get the Nationals' interest. They are not negotiating. They're looking at offers according to the reports nationally, and they'll weigh them individually. And I just don't think the White Sox have enough to pique the curiosity or interest of Mike Rizzo and the Nationals. That said, I think Rick Hahn did want to point out, because of what's happened in the backlash previously, that they possibly could. And he's not going to tell you if they don't. And he doesn't want to, he wants to strike that balance there, because if he doesn't, if he dismisses it, people will say, what are you thinking? You got a 23-year-old generational player that you can build around. Your Chicago White Sox in this market. You should be pursuing him. Then you get the other side saying him realistically knowing that he probably can't attain or get him. So he has to strike a balance there. I think he's scarred by his previous experiences chasing Bryce Harper, Manny Machado, and he knows that what he says will be used against him in future pursuits. So what you heard there was a politician being political and saying exactly what he needed to say very carefully.
Well, one of the things he also said is that there's never been a player available that he and Kenny haven't had a conversation about. So I'm sure that they have talked about Juan Soto and what it would take and what they'd be willing to do. I'm positive about that. Now, I think what's really interesting is, as you said, Mike Rizzo, the general manager in Washington, is the kind of guy that has an idea in his head of who he wants and where he wants it from. And so he will be the one that will be cherry picking through other teams' minor league systems for the guys that he wants. Colson Montgomery alone wouldn't get that kind of deal done. You'd have to give up a lot. I don't know that they have a lot in their minor league system outside of a Colson Montgomery. So it is reportedly important for Washington to not get major league ready players, but guys on the come. They want to rebuild their minor league system too.
Oscar Colas homered twice yesterday.
Okay, so maybe they got two guys. That's still not enough. Look, I think that if they are not talking about it, that's a dereliction of duty. I think you have to, if a player, a generational talent like Juan Soto is available, especially for a so-called, Midland team, whatever way you want to term them, they're not a big market team, even though they're in a big market. But because of his contract, because you could get 2.5 years of control and then trade him again and maybe get a lot, I think you have to have these conversations. I'm sure they have.
I like that dereliction of duty. That was good. I'm going to write that one down. Of course, they're talking about it.
I got it from the January 6th hearings the other day.
Oh, interesting. I tuned out.
Wow.
I saw what happened.
Of course you did.
I watched it on the 6th and couldn't get those 5-7 hours back in my life as I was glued to the TV to watch. We're not talking about that. Stick to sports. Dereliction of duty. It fits better in the first case that you mentioned, by the way.
No, it doesn't.
Of course, the White Sox talk about all this stuff. But those two guys that you guys just talked about, throw Eloy Jimenez in. The Nationals wouldn't take that. They don't want an Eloy Jimenez. They don't want an Andrew Vaughn. They only want minor leaguers. They don't want guys they have to pay. Are they all of a sudden not spending money? Sure, good. They talked about it. Let's see. But they have other pressing needs as we approach the trade deadline. Talked a little bit about that earlier this morning about their bigger needs. But yeah, of course you're happy to hear your team is interested. I'm curious. The two leading teams in this race supposedly are the Padres and the St. Louis Cardinals. And I just wonder now. Okay, I've said no to Soto to the Cubs as an example, but I just wonder, like, if he goes to the Cardinals, like how upsetting that would be to Cub fans, and then to keep an eye on how that franchise goes after they do.
How upsetting will it be to Cub fans? They should be ticked off if Soto goes to the St. Louis Cardinals and plans on living in Missouri and showing.
Well, it'll give you more time for the rebuild.
Soto to the Cardinals would be a disaster for Cub fans.
Come on, man. That's a stupid question.
Oh, that's beautiful. What did you make of Chris Kampka pointing out Sunday marked the 8th Thanks Cubs game of the White Sox, a.k.a. Dylan Cease start with an Eloy Jimenez homer. The Sox are 7-1 in the 8 times that has happened. Thanks, Cubs.
Yeah, I think that's really fun, and it's a fun thing to kind of think about, and it's funny, and the question's kind of designed to upset Dustin. But I honestly believe that 8's not enough, okay? The idea, when did they make that trade? And did you hear the Sox were apparently thinking about adding Quintana back
Yeah,
he's rumored. That over the weekend.
You wouldn't take him?
I just laughed at it because I mean he'd do great on the south side, and Dustin would. I'd take him. He's a left-handed starter, and you could use him. But I don't know what I'd give up for him. Anyway, I wouldn't give up Eloy and Dylan Cease. It's amusing because it upsets Dustin, but it is not amusing because 8 is not enough. There should have been a lot more games where the two of them were both producing, and I think it speaks to how long Eloy has been out of the lineup and how often that has happened, because he's capable of hitting home runs, even as a DH, as we learned yesterday, as maybe he learned yesterday. Important life lesson there for Eloy. I just think Dylan Cease has had enough starts that there should have been probably double as many games where Eloy hit a home run while Dylan Cease was pitching.
Yeah, but
that's what they
healthy.
need.
You're right.
I know he's
That's
got to be healthy.
frustrating.
I'm just saying that's my takeaway. Wasn't that's so great? How you can't wait to ask us that question. My takeaway was, good God, this should have happened more often.
My takeaway was Kampka's good. Sultan of
Kampka's
stat.
excellent.
He's excellent. Yeah, definitely good stuff there. I thought the number would be higher as well. It does show you that Dylan Cease is, I think, further along than Eloy Jimenez in terms of developing into the kind of player the Sox thought they were getting when they made that trade.
Well, you talk about him. You mentioned Cy Young.
He's Cy Young worthy right now.
Eloy will never win a Cy Young.
No, he won't. But I think Eloy, to some of us, represented MVP-like potential at the beginning of the year, but he can't stay healthy.
No.
So I am going to stop talking about him in those terms until he can stay on the field. And I kidded yesterday, where was that? Oh, yeah, on the reporters that the fact that he hit a home run and he was able to jog around the field without getting injured was progress. That's where he is with his health status. So I love this stat. I was just waiting for when you think of the thanks Cubs, that Benetti was going to break that out on the Peacock Network after the Cubs gave him a victory in Philadelphia to cover. But no, that wasn't part of the broadcast.
He wants to play it right down the middle. He doesn't want to appear to be.
No, he does. He is definitely
homer.
right down the middle.
Yeah.
But he could have definitely thrown in a thanks Cubs and had a little bit more of that and a little bit less John Kruk. So
Thanks, Cubs. Thanks, Kampka, for this stat and for a talking point for us this morning. That is it's a really good stat. Chris Kampka is excellent at his job. Mully's excellent at his job, is winding me up as he's done yet again. Sox 7-1 and 8 times that has happened. Good. Congratulations. Dylan Cease does right now look like the better of the two because he's more available than Eloy is. And
the better of the three, if you count Quintana.
Yeah.
Over the course of Eloy's White Sox career, has he played every fifth day?
That's pretty
now,
good.
Chris, get Kampka.
That's a gratuitous
if
shot
Kampka's
right there.
listening, David just gave you an assignment, Mr. Kampka.
Yeah.
Why is it super question?
It was gratuitous.
Should sweeping the Phillies and showing some promise to begin the second half and getting contribution from key young players affect the Cubs' thinking about whether to trade Wilson Contreras or Ian Happ? And how does the recent surge of success from minor leaguers factor into this decision?
I just think this feels different than it did a year ago. I think definitely the prospects have developed to the point where the ones that you got in the trade purge of last season are starting to show their potential. Whether it's there's a long list, we don't need to go through it again, but I wonder, when are you going to start to hold on to the good players? Does everybody who shows that he is good as a veteran and over the age of 27 have to be dealt? If you're a Cub, I get David Robertson, 14 saves and great ERA, and he looked like a guy that you could flip at the deadline. I understand that. Ian Happ and Wilson Contreras. Okay, if you deal one of them, I'll grudgingly accept that. But I don't know about both. I think it's got to be either or. Identify one of them, work out a contract extension. You don't have to trade all the good players. You don't have to trade all the pieces that you could potentially build around or let them be part of the next good Cub team. Because both of them are more than qualified. Both of them are all-stars. Just because a guy makes an all-star team doesn't mean you have to deal him at the deadline. Why? Because you can get a prospect in an Ian Happ trade that one day grows up to be as good as Ian Happ is? I always wonder about the wisdom of that when you have already done this before. So I don't think you have to have the extent of the purge that you did last year. And maybe this recent success, I don't think it will have any effect on Jed Hoyer. But maybe it should. Maybe you should make them think that these prospects can develop to a point where you don't have to get rid of everybody again.
Yeah, I think that when you think about the Cubs and you think about the top prospects and everything else, look, Yan Gomes homered twice yesterday. It's the first time he had a multi-homer game for the Cubs. Does that make it easier to trade Wilson Contreras? Of course not. Wilson Contreras, though, is going to be traded because he's out of contract. Ian Happ's not out of contract. There's no need to trade him, too. But it is pretty exciting when you have a bunch of guys in the minor leagues that all had a good weekend. I don't know if you saw any of those stories, but everybody, Caleb Killian included, had a good weekend. So that's nice to see. And Peter Crow Armstrong is probably the next guy coming. Where are we at with Brendan Davis? Has he restarted his career? He was talking about it. He had back surgery, but it was more arterial. It was some artery in his back. It wasn't like
there's some hope that he could come back in August.
There wasn't a damage to his back or anything like that. So it'd be great if he got back up and running, because I think you thought he was going to be part of it. They've got a lot of really interesting young players. Kevin Alcantara, I believe he did okay for the weekend, too. He's another 20-year-old outfielder down in the minor leagues. They got a lot of guys of that ilk that are going to come up, and it looks like, just looking 2 years down the line, they got 5 pretty good outfielders that a lot of teams would want to have. So I like what the Cubs have done. I don't think there's a need for another purge. I really don't. I think Wilson Contreras is traded. Other than that, I'm not sure.
Well, you just mentioned, and I agree, that they are in a situation where they're going to have a plethora, a vineyard, if you will, of outfielders.
Plethora. Nice.
Ian Happ's trade value, I don't think, would ever be higher than it is right now.
So you want to trade him because
I'm not saying I want to trade him. I'm saying
you got outfielders on the way.
Right, and Nelson Velazquez. I want to see, I know what Ian Happ is, and that doesn't mean Ian Happ should sit down, but I want Christopher Morel to play as many days as possible, either in center or second.
And he will.
But I also now want to see Velazquez playing basically every day in left and or DHing.
Let him DH.
With Happ. I'm saying, so my point is, if you lost Ian Happ, it wouldn't be the end of the world to me, because I want to see Velazquez. Now, with Contreras, it's very different, okay? Because he could be a really good DH, and he could be a nice maybe 2-day-a-week catcher, 3-day-a-week hitter kind of a thing.
So you're going to pay him? You're going to make him an offer before you trade him?
Maybe, the pie in the sky is you trade him and wink, wink, nod, nod.
Never happens. Never happens.
No.
Well,
never happens.
Yeah.
Then don't trade him.
Trade him.
Don't
I
trade
agree.
him, because the division's winnable. This division's not that great. And you aren't going to just find another Wilson Contreras out there unless you're going to pay him.
Tomorrow's question: if the Cardinals get Soto, don't the Cubs have to sign Contreras?
I like it.
Then you should be able to handle a stupid question.
How concerned should Bears fans be about a reported contract dispute between safety Jaquan Brisker and the Bears that threatens to delay his start of the season? If Brisker and Eddie Jackson potentially give the Bears a top 10 safety tandem, boy, that's ambitious. By Hub Arkish, he wrote that. Should the Bears do whatever's necessary to get Brisker into camp?
Well, yeah, if you give me a guaranteed they're going to have top 10 safety tandem, great. I mean, to me, it seems like Eddie is an overpaid vet that isn't getting it done. And the idea that you had to draft a guy to try to make Eddie better, what does that tell you? It goes back to the $11 million he's in base salary he makes. I don't understand why they're having a problem with Brisker. I don't understand why they can't resolve this and why they've let it go to this point. Stupid. And I'm not talking about Brisker and his camp. I don't think that's stupid. I think they're trying to make sure that the guy, careers aren't very long in the NFL, and you got to make sure that you get whatever you can and don't make it easy for a team to get rid of you. And I have no problem. As David said, you got to look at the contracts on either side of the guy. If he's asking for something that nobody gives, then you go with the boilerplate and tell him, hey, this is what it is, and you wait him out. But if other teams are doing the same thing, then what is the holdup? And frankly, they need to get this done. And, you can go back and say, well, the coach said that he was going to be great and he's done great in camp. Is that encouraging him to hold out? Number one, advice to the player, don't hold out. Number two, advice to management, get this guy done. Get this signed.
Right. According to Pro Football Focus, the player chosen 2 spots ahead of Jaquan Brisker, Tyquan Thornton, had no guarantee in his 3rd year. But the player picked before Brisker had $111,000 guaranteed. So you need to split the difference here. Unfortunately, fair or not, this reflects on the front office because this should have been done by now. And you can't identify somebody as a potential starter. Essentially, you gave him all of the leverage in a situation like this because you know what is expected because you have told everybody that this guy could make your secondary better. Starter from day one. Draft pick in the 2nd round. Everybody wanted you to go to receiver. You went to this guy because of his traits that you said are special, and he still could be. Get in camp. I'm not going to worry until he misses a practice. That's the chemistry that you need to start developing with Eddie Jackson. I don't think that they're going to be a top 10 safety tandem. That may be overly ambitious and hyperbole, but I do think he has a chance to have a solid rookie season and solidify that secondary as long as they get it done, Ryan Poles.
Well, that's just it. They did overplay their hand. They let him know that you're the day one starter, that his camp know, and now you're not going to guarantee him. I mean, again, we're talking NFL money here, $100,000. If $100,000 is what's keeping this guy, that's
You'll
bad.
pick it up.
Yeah. Please. Maybe $50. Pass the hat.
We'll do a
Maybe we'll
whip
get a
around.
GoFundMe. Let's get a GoFundMe page for Jaquan Brisker. Top 10 safety tandem, that'd be great. I don't see it, but Hub's seen a lot more football than I have. I am concerned because I don't know what the backup plan would be without him. And then Eddie Jackson does need this guy with him. You know who could pay it, Mully? Eddie Jackson. Okay, Eddie Jackson's been given enough money and enough resources. Get this guy in to maybe buy myself a couple more years in the NFL.
Pick 6. He'll take it.
All right. Does anybody like the idea of an orange helmet on the Bears for 2 games in 2022 against Washington and Dallas? Will you be wagering on success of the team in orange helmets, or is it perfectly an opportunity to go the other way?
They do seem to play very badly in these alternate helmets, uniforms, and otherwise, which makes it an even worse idea. If you do the track record, I want to see the stats to back that up because this is a terrible idea. Yeah, I am that guy. I do not like this orange helmet. This, to me, seems like a gaudy cash grab. This is something that may make them a ton of money, but look the other way because a bunch of pumpkin heads running around in bad-looking helmets. Whose idea? The best thing about the Bears, or as an organization almost, is the classic look of the Navy helmet. Their uniforms at home there's nothing wrong with them. That is the best way to represent what you want to represent as a football franchise. Simple, classic, strong. Don't change it. 2 times a season is 2 times too many.
How do you make money off an orange helmet? Do you sell them? I mean, it's not like a bunch of guys wearing a jersey. So a bunch of people are going to have an orange helmet on in the stands.
Autographs, memorabilia.
I think it's
already available, buddy. It is. Do you want me to get you one?
No,
for your
please,
birthday?
God, no. I
Christmas?
have no interest.
Halloween?
No. By the way, we have a texter saying that there's Halloween candy now for sale. I'm still shopping for the Easter stuff. That's how I'm going to avoid paying big money on Halloween candy when I'm throwing bunnies at kids. What? No, I hate the idea of the orange helmet. I hate the idea of the orange jersey. They've never played well in that stuff. Wear the damn uniform. I get it. It's all a money grab, and but like every team in the league basically put out a black helmet with their logo on it. Do that. Do that. Make people buy a white Sharpie if they want an autograph. Who wants to see the orange helmet? Literally no one but George. I can't imagine another human. Peoria Matchek then said the reason they haven't gotten the contract on is that they're still spray painting the helmets up in the offices. They've gone on the cheap here. Oh my God, what a dumb idea. What an awful look How do you show it off like anyone wants to see that? You better win. If you're going to dress like Bozo, you better win.
Winning, nobody will care if they're winning, but nobody expects a lot of wins. I think the Commanders is one of the games that I think they will win. I hope that the
Not with those things on.
Here's the thing, though. This isn't like this is a Bears only. Surprisingly or not, I don't want to let everybody down here, but I am not outraged by this. Okay, I don't think this is a money grab. This is an NFL money grab. Like every team in the NFL has been put to the task of coming up with a alternative helmet,
and they're all black with their
some are,
logo
but that's
on.
not true. Like the Bengals are a white helmet because they were already orange, so they're white with the black stripes. The Patriots are going back to, and I should know the name, but I don't off the top of my head. Maybe you guys do. They're going to go back to the center snapping the ball. That there's a name for that guy. I'm just saying, so teams are using like old helmets that they used to use in the past, right? That kind of thing. The old Mike Ditka helmet, right? Maybe they should put a picture of Ditka. Now, if you wanted to sell something, okay, you would have put in like a picture of Ditka or a picture of Walter Payton diving over the top. That would have been a great homage, if you will, to two former great Bears. That would have worked. But nobody's buying orange helmets, and if you are, that's on you. That you're not being forced to do that. So I don't see the money grab. The money grab isn't the Bears.
They don't do it for any other reason
it's
except
not the
for make
Bears
money.
money grab. It's the NFL money grab.
It's all the same thing.
It's a little different. It's not George. It's not George trying to get more money from the fans. It's the NFL trying to get more money from the fans. I'm sorry. I can't go hook, line, and sinker on this one. I can't do it.
Okay. Pat Patriot, is that the?
I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That is a cool. As a wannabe lineman, that's a cool. That's a cool look.
You should David, get one for him. Get him a.
I want that for my birthday.
$199.99.
Is that how much the orange helmet is? That tells you like.
But it's not a money grab.
Yeah.
No.
312-644-6767. Is it going off the shelves? I can picture myself like walking into, what do you call it, TJ Maxx, and there's like a row Maxx of Myra jerseys, and on top of it a bunch of orange helmets.
Yeah.
Okay. Because those are still available for next to nothing.
Didn't U of I do that though? Didn't U of I like classically use a blue helmet with an orange eye, and then they went away from that and they went with an orange helmet, didn't they?
They can change their helmets all they want. They don't have a classic look the way the Bears do.
That's
It's not broke. Stop trying to fix it.
Let's talk more about the guys inside those helmets.
All right.
As the texter suggested, it's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And Lawrence Holmes here. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
Today, Layla Rahimi is in for the vacationing Lawrence Holmes. We will talk to Ian Happ, Steve Stone, and James Fegan, and we will do High Noon at 11:45.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670.
When your father announced that he was sick on these airwaves, and when you watch the video of that, it ends and he walks off the stage and he gives you a big hug. What do you remember about that moment in your dad's relationship with the Score?
And I heard through the montage just that sound bite, and it just brought me back to that day. I mean, there was so much stuff going on in my life and, in my dad's life, and a lot of whispers here or there. And, as much as my dad, was out there playing football, he also enjoyed his private life as well. So when all this stuff came about him getting cancer, it was a shock, and he didn't know how to deal with it. And so I remember being at school, nobody knew what was going on except really our family and our close circle. And the fact that, he wanted to do it on the Score and do it that day to let everybody know so he could, feel, the weight lifted off of his shoulders. And that moment sitting next to him when he said, well, God would be with you also, and fell into my arms. I mean, I got chills right now down my arms. I mean, he was the one that I was always falling into. He was the one that I was always confiding into because he was my rock. And at that moment, I had to be his. And, for a kid that was in high school, still trying to figure out what I was doing. I was playing football at the time and, going to Miami. There's just a lot of stuff going on. To be able to be the rock for him that day was very special. But it's a vivid memory of sitting there and seeing all those cameras staring at him that day, and him being as tough as he was on the football field, he was even tougher that day to be able to sit up there and tell his truth of what was going on. And you could tell right after that, the weight that was lifted off of his shoulders, and he was able to breathe again and kind of live his life again, and with the whole world knowing what was going on with him. And so it just, hearing his voice, it just brings me back vivid memories of that day.
Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt are not going to be available for the series in Toronto coming up because they are unvaccinated. At what point does the commissioner, Rob Manfred, have to get involved? The Blue Jays' home games giving them a built-in competitive advantage if a majority of opponents arrive with partial rosters due to Canada's vaccination policy.
Well, I think this is not a surprise. This didn't sneak up on anyone. This isn't something that they didn't know about. The game has been on the schedule. I hate to say it, but, if your two best players are pulling a Kyrie Irving, they're hurting the team. I mean, what are they behind? They're behind 2.5 games or something? You go up there and get swept, whether it's a competitive advantage, whether it's fair or not. It is a different country. They have their rules, and you either acquiesce and go along with their rules, or you're going to damage your team because you're not going to be in the lineup. And that's a real pity. I don't know that it's on Rob Manfred. What do you want? You want to take the team away from Toronto and move them into Florida again? Would that be a good idea? I just think that this is a complicated situation. There are international rules. Major League Baseball has no problem taking advantage of the market in Toronto and trying to get people engaged in their team. But now they're going to suddenly sit up and take notice that there are different rules here. The rules are different. This didn't surprise anyone. You knew about it. You could have gotten the vaccine. You didn't want to, and this is what the cost is.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that if you are the commissioner, then you want to have as level of a playing field as possible, whatever the sport. And I do wonder how far away we are from having commissioners or having sports mandate vaccinations for COVID, because you do respect the Canadian government. These are their rules, but there's no doubt when you look at, if I'm in the race for a wild card spot with the Toronto Blue Jays, I am looking at this and thinking they do have advantages. They have 2 games against the Cardinals. You know how much those chances increased of beating the Cardinals without their 2 best players? I know the Royals went into Toronto and the Royals stink, but they had to go without 10 players. That to me is not any semblance of the kind of team or type of competition that you're seeking if you're the commissioner. So you have an uneven situation here, and I don't think you can just ignore it. You've got to have that conversation. The Orioles announced yesterday all 40 players on their 40-man roster are vaccinated. That's something they should be proud of. This isn't whether or not we don't need to go down that road about debating the validity of a vaccination or not, but I do think that when you have it affecting outcomes, when affecting standings, affecting wild card races. Look at the Cardinals now. If you're a Cardinals fan, you're in a race for that 3rd wild card spot. These 2 games matter. Every game matters. If you're the commissioner, you have to have a conversation because you don't want this to be happening. What if it happens in September? Is that going to heighten awareness and increase it to the point where you think, okay, well, we should have done something about this sooner? I think they should talk about it now.
Well, nothing has been fair about COVID, nothing at all. And okay, David, and I think this carries on beyond this portion, but something should be done. What exactly are you going to do? Are you going to make the Blue Jays move back down to Florida or move to Buffalo, New York? Or so
who's going to be the first commissioner to mandate vaccinations in their league, in his league?
Well, I'm not opposed to that. Somebody could and should do that, but it's not that easy for this year. 6 teams, including the Blue Jays, have won 30 or more games at home this season. And there was a big to-do. David, you mentioned the Royals going up there. So the Royals dropped 3 of the 4 games against the Blue Jays.
How does Merrifield feel about that?
Well, right, but it was him or somebody else, and you guys will probably remember the name. I was looking up other things. I didn't look at somebody who didn't go to Canada because of their feelings on vaccination said, if it was a playoff game, I'd probably get vaccinated.
It was with Merrifield.
Now again, that's just, to me, that's just asinine. So if I was going to be a playoff game, then I would take the shot. But otherwise, I'm not taking.
Didn't Anthony Rizzo take the shot?
That's just dumb.
Didn't the Yankees have a bunch of guys that took the shot?
And he had a real reason not to get it at one point, in my opinion, as a cancer survivor.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you could argue a cancer survivor needs it more than.
But to my point, the Yankees did that because why? They are the best team in baseball. They did not want to lose any ground to a team they were competing with in the division. They made a baseball decision that I think you understand as a baseball fan.
All right, 312-644-6767. That is the telephone number. We'll be back with your calls. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Liam Hendricks, you guys are actually in a pretty good spot, aren't you? It's somehow you're sort of lucky to be there at 46 and 46, but you're right there.
Yeah, we weathered the storm with the first half. We battled back and we got to a 500 team, and now we hopefully can cash in those checks that we didn't quite cash in earlier in the year. Finish strong and hopefully get a chance to go back to the playoffs.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
West Side Mike is on The Score. Good morning. Happy Friday, Mike.
Good morning. Let me say something about the White Sox. Hear me out. You got the best radio show. You are a great hostess, and you smart and you're educated. And I just want to let you know this.
Thank you.
Last year, it was a pandemic. Everybody was in and out the lineup last year. They won a lot of games. You got a guy who's coaching that team that's the same age, or my grandfather about the same age. You give them a remote controller. They don't know what they want to watch. They're just flipping the channels. You know why? Because they old. My grandfather thinks the Cartwrights and Gusmo still come on every day. It's past its prime. That's Tony Russa. It's past its time. The man is old. My grandfather sitting in front of the TV. Why Gusmo ain't on? The granddad, it's 10:30. They don't show these TV shows no more. You got cable. Watch any or something else. Tony Russa think he's back coaching the White Sox when he was young. He's past his time. Give him the man some Jello or some Lipton pudding or whatever, and let him go home, retire, and get a young guy in there to run this team the right way. Because you keep that old guy in there, all you're gonna do is get a rocking chair.
Hold on a second,
you're not gonna win.
Mike. Your grandfather is alive and well, and is also in his late 70s.
My grandfather, hey, they in the 90s.
Oh, he's in his okay.
And you know what that means?
Yes.
They don't know. They don't remember where he at.
Okay.
It's a new time. It's 2022. I love my grandfather, but he old. When you get old, you gonna forget things. Tony Russa in his 70s, he's already forgetting things. Ask what years it is right now.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
Okay, I'm just trying to work the math here because that's wow, good. That's good genes in your family. Then that is. I mean,
of course, you know why?
Why?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just buy clothes and do the right thing.
clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
Say hello to Zoom.
As long as I've been here and working for Jerry and Kenny, there hasn't been a premium player that has changed teams that we haven't at least had conversation about.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That tells you that they've talked about Juan Soto, because there is not a player who's changed teams, and if he's on the trading block, you're telling me they haven't had a conversation? Of course they have.
I hope so. Every team in Major League Baseball,
absolutely,
outside of Washington, has to have had at least the conversation. Like, okay, do we have enough? No, maybe okay. The Oakland A's, no. Kansas City Royals, nah. Rays, maybe the Rays. You can see a team like that, because when you take on a trade for Juan Soto, I don't think you automatically have to think, can we afford a $500 million player? What you're looking at is, would we be willing to give up the prospects now, pay him for the next 2 years, and risk losing him to free agency, right?
Right, exactly.
That's the equation. And if you are a team in contention or serious about getting there in the next couple of seasons, absolutely you have to have that talk.
And, I mean, what could you bring in with him? Let's say you bring in a guy like that. Let's say you are Tampa. You bring in a guy like that, you give up a lot of minor leaguers, whatever it takes. They get to cherry pick your system, and you lose a bunch of guys. He comes in, all of a sudden you rush past the Yankees and you win the World Series.
It's worth it.
I'm just joking.
Theoretically.
Then you get to next year and you got him for that whole year.
Right.
And then you trade him after that. And you get all your prospects back.
So if we are having the White Sox conversation, if you're Kenny and I'm Rick,
yeah,
then we're talking about how this World Series window is open for the next 2 or 3 seasons. And that's all we care about. That's got to be what drives us to have this talk. The question isn't if we are interested, is if we can afford it, and what would we be willing to give up that would be attractive enough to the Nationals. I just don't think they have the prospects.
I agree with you. 312-644-6767. You're listening to Mully and Haugh, and the Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download that BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
And the BetQL network is available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website. Over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and BetQLnetwork.com.
All right, we got a lot of people want to check in. We're going to get to everyone. Joe is in Wisconsin. Hey, Joe.
Good morning, gentlemen. If the White Sox want Juan Soto, they do have something that I don't know that any other major league team has. And that is they have several talented young major leaguers that are already under contract, reasonable contracts that Washington can easily handle. What do you think?
Well yeah. Who?
He's talking about Luis Robert, Eloy Jimenez.
Yeah. Eloy is not.
Yoan Moncada.
That's not a reasonable contract. Eloy, his salary jumps. I don't think it's next year. Maybe it's the year after. But he's got a couple years of fairly decent money on the back end that I'm not sure you want to pay now.
But baseball-wise, it's not a terrible contract to inherit for Eloy Jimenez or for Juan Soto. I think if you're the Nationals, yes, you may be looking at that. Yes, you have an established young stars, but if you get rid of all the guys who have guaranteed deals on the White Sox, you have no reason left to think that you can win this year.
Well, there you go. I mean, how many guys are you willing to give up?
If you're talking about getting rid of Eloy, and in this context, the controllable contracts, Yoan Moncada, those two, if you get rid of those right now, I think you would have a hard time, even with Juan Soto, feeling very good about this team this season. Plus, you're not going
I'm
to get
thinking
rid of
about that. I mean, I don't know. I think Juan Soto, he'd get you your 3 home runs a game, wouldn't he? I mean, he's the guy that could hit a homer.
All right, that may be a different
him and
debate
Luis
to have.
Robert and
the White Sox aren't going to
anyone.
trade Moncada and Eloy. They might trade one or the other in a Soto deal, because I think when you look around the league and the caliber of player being speculated about going in return, Gleyber Torres was mentioned by the Yankees or by Yankees media as a member of a package, part of a package to get Soto. So you need somebody like that maybe as part of the deal, but I don't know if you're going to be able to include 2 guys like that and still feel good about your chances as a contender.
I'd be very curious to know what they're looking for. And again, the rumor is that Mike Rizzo is talking to people, but he basically is fielding offers, and he's got a certain number of guys in minor league systems that he's looking at that he wants included in trades, and he's waiting for a team to give him what he wants. And no one apparently has yet, but fascinating stuff. Let's try Rich. He is listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, Rich.
Hey, guys. You guys got to embrace the orange helmets, first of all.
Oh, no. No. You can't
all right. Yeah, definitely. Get off my lawn. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank
secondly,
you.
hey, I want to know what you guys think about rolling the dice on Rodon. The Dodgers, I believe, got swept, or the Giants, rather, with the Mercedes train, got swept by the Dodgers, and they're in a really difficult division, and they're looking at an uphill battle for the wild card there. Obviously, Rodon has not had the best track record in terms of staying healthy, and his agent may want him to limit his innings, but he reached the 110 mark this past week, so he can vest. He's vested to opt out.
Right, the 2-year, $44 million contract he signed. He can opt out at the end of the year now by hitting the 110. So you're saying, would they be interested in picking up his
at the deadline?
No, I don't think he means trading for him
or
signing him next year.
Well, let's get to next year.
Okay.
I don't think you can answer that question adequately right now. You don't know what the context of it is. You don't know how badly you're going to want him. You don't know what next year the expectations will bring. Are you one game from the World Series? Are you out of the playoffs? You may be going young. Who knows? Who knows?
Really?
I don't know about going young, but you're going to be younger. Are you going to go after Carlos Rodon under those circumstances? I don't know that you can answer that question right now.
312-644-6767. You know, and I wonder if they had picked up the $18 million option, would Rodon be on this roster right now? Or would the Giants have signed him to the 2-year, $44 million deal either way because they wanted to – they were willing to give up whatever it was going to cost you?
I think they were willing to give up.
A pick?
Sounds like
so the White Sox failed to get a draft pick they could have had, is what
I think the White Sox were probably afraid of Carlos Rodon not being durable the second half of the season.
And we'll find out about that, but he has gone 110 innings, that's right, and he is capable of opting out if he so chooses, and we'll see how he does the rest of the way. That will probably make the decision for him as to whether or not he wants to earn $22 million or not, wants to go out in a free agent market and try to get 30. 312, he's not getting that from the Sox. 312-644-6767 is the number. Back with your calls. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment is brought to you by
Jerry Krause tried his best to get me to be in a Bulls uniform on several different occasions. It just never worked out.
What's the one that you think of first? I mean, we know the one that we think of first because it was legendary, but then there's the others that have come out. So tell us about Jerry trying to get you.
Yeah, well, the legendary one was trying to trade for a 18-year-old high school kid for Scottie Pippen, which was, to me in itself bizarre. I remember the night of the draft, I get a call at 12 o'clock at night, and it's my agent. He tells me it's for the Bulls. I may be traded for Scottie Pippen on draft night. I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, it was just such a surreal feeling that I possibly could have been a freaking Bull and teaming up with Michael Jordan. But at the time, I thought MJ, when they did nix the trade, I thought it was MJ that did that. But I got close to a reliable source and said it was Jerry Reinsdorf that did it.
It's funny. Jerry Reinsdorf came on our radio station after that story made the rounds, and he was like, "No, it wasn't MJ. It was him." Like he felt the need to go first person. Like, and Jerry Reinsdorf does not do interviews anymore.
Right.
And then the free agent recruitment.
See, that's the thing. When you said the legendary time, I thought you were going to say, for us, because we knew about it, was when Benny the Bull and everybody, there was a small band playing Sweet Home Chicago. There's the Lovables cheerleaders. Yeah. When everybody meets you at the airport. Was there any part of you at that point? So that's a few years after the draft then, Tracy. Is there any part of you at that point that thought, this is ridiculous? This is over the top?
No, I didn't think it was ridiculous. I actually was very appreciative that he went, Chicago Bulls went above and beyond of trying to recruit me. I mean, I loved every bit of it. It was just they were recruiting against Orlando, which is where I grew up. To have that opportunity to play there, and then it presented itself at that time in 2000, I couldn't pass that up. So that was the only reason, why I chose to go home.
right side. Easy play, the White Sox win it. 6-2, they come back and win the final pair in this 4-game series against Cleveland.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Good to hear Connor do the game. That's Connor McKnight, was doing the Sox game yesterday on NBC Sports Chicago.
Yeah, he did a really good job.
He did.
It was his first time on television, and he was filling in. The Sox have Jason Benetti was doing the Cubs game, which was kind of odd to hear
that was
on the Peacock
really
Network.
Weird. The whole weekend was bizarre.
It was a very bizarre weekend in terms of trying to find your favorite team and announcers moving around. But yeah, Connor McKnight did a terrific job in the booth next to Steve Stone, and good for him to get that opportunity and to make the most of it.
Do you like Apple TV? Do you like Peacock? Do you like kind of seeing your team?
Look, Mully, we already have spent in the first 90 minutes of the show, we have complained about the color of the Bears helmets and sounded like guys telling people to get off our lawns. And I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. I don't know that we want to start complaining about how hard it is to find the Cubs or Sox games, even though it is difficult. It doesn't bother me because I feel like on Friday night, getting the Apple game on your television set isn't as difficult as some people make it out to be, and it's not really that hard. It's a very simple process. So no, it doesn't bother me. So I don't know if that's related to my our stance on the helmets and sounding, like guys who are grumpy old men. But I do think that one is different from the other. Peacock, fine. It's easy to get. Apple TV, fine. Wasn't that hard to find. My problem, though, if I wanted to say I had a problem, was they aren't the smoothest of broadcasts.
Yeah.
Okay. And with due respect to everyone involved, the Apple one seems a little bit amateurish to me.
Wow.
What's wow?
I mean,
is that strong?
David, I don't know whether it's strong or not, but it's certainly an insult.
Okay.
Amateurish?
I don't want to. Okay. Maybe
that's fine. No, I listen, I totally understand what you're saying.
Let me say,
but
let me rephrase.
That's a strong comment.
Amateurish might be, it seems as if they have some work to do in terms of developing some chemistry, some insight, and the fact that they don't watch the teams on a regular basis, I think, is obvious pretty early. The Peacock broadcast, I think we're just so used to hearing Jason Benetti with Steve Stone and that familiarity when yesterday he was working John Crook and Ryan Sweeney into the equation. It sounded a little bit like a podcast in the midst of a baseball game going on. It's like, I'm looking forward to seeing Jason back in the booth with Steve where it does feel more comfortable and familiar.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. They're not as amateurish.
Stop. I guess it was a little harsh.
That's all I said. I wasn't being mean. I was just like, whoa.
Here's exactly what I end up doing, though.
Yeah.
I find the Apple.
You turn on the game. On the radio.
Turn on the radio.
That's a good thing to do. You know why? Total pros.
They are.
Oh, I meant PROSE.
Well, both.
See
because we are spoiled here at the Score.
We are.
And I know it is our station and we work here, but Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer, Zach Zaidman, their chemistry and their comfortability and all those things make that a pleasure to listen to.
Yeah. And we have our first text of the morning agreeing with you. David, you're spot on. The Apple TV broadcast is amateurish.
The first text agreeing with me.
I was just kidding. 312-644-6767. Let's start with Rich. He's in Old Town. Hi, Rich.
Morning, guys. I want to make a quick case for how the Cubs could actually pick up Soto economically it to make sense. I'll give it to you fast, and I'll get your take on this. But first of all, I pointed this out before. The Cubs are the fourth oldest team in the league. Got to go young. If they're going to move Contreras anyway, which I don't agree with, but let's just say that's a done deal. You got Hendricks, Robertson, maybe even Happ as guys you could throw in for veteran talent. And obviously the Nats like ex-Cubs. They took Lester and Schwarber, so they probably have somewhat of a relationship. You could dump Hayward after next year anyway, or just get rid of them. And I understand that's eating a lot, but they're not going to re-sign him anyway. That big money drops off the books, which opens up the door for a guy like Soto. And then you build around, and I'll tell you what, 5 years, 40 per. It's better than 29. And I think the reason he didn't sign the 15-year deal, who wants to play for the Nats for 15 years? I think if you give him a 5-year deal, he's still 28, 29 after the deal and can still cash in big dough. Then you got enough money left if you do 200 to pick up. This is going to drive you guys nuts, but how about Correa? Then you can do both. You can pick up Correa and you can pick up Soto, and then you build around Horner, Morel, Suzuki, and I think you go young, you get good probably in 12, 18 months, and Ricketts has the cash to do it if he makes those moves.
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Rich. Number one, I think that 5 years at $40 million per season for Juan Soto is not going to get it done.
No.
That's not going to be a contract that Scott Boras wants to.
But you would get him for 2.5 years.
But
you'd have to give up all the guys that you went and acquired in your rebuild, right? Wouldn't you have to give up like a Pete Crow Armstrong? I mean,
yes.
I'm not picking. I'm not saying
Cubs.
you're wrong, Rich, but no one wants Robertson and Hayward and
nobody's going to get him.
You're not going to be able to trade. I mean, you're going to trade Robertson, fair enough, and he'll help somebody.
Those are two different guys.
Totally
Robertson
different.
definitely could be a lot of interest. Hayward, none.
Yeah, and I don't think the professor's getting traded. I think there's questions about whether he's hurt or not. Wilson Contreras is definitely getting traded because his contract's coming up. I don't know that they're going to move everyone. And as far as Hayward's concerned, that has been an albatross contract that you still have for another year, right? Next year, before you can get out of it.
That's going to be a very awkward conversation whenever he becomes healthy enough to be activated and back in the mix. There's some mystery surrounding what they're going to do and where he's been and what he's been doing. As for the Juan Soto sweepstakes, the Cubs make a lot more sense than the White Sox in the context of their affordability and maybe what they would have to offer. There's so far been no indication that they are interested. You haven't even heard that, unless I missed that it being addressed. And I don't think you hear whispers, and I don't think you see reports. They're not one of the teams consistently mentioned, even though they might have the ammunition and certainly the financial wherewithal to afford a deal like that.
Let's try Ron. Ron's on the south side. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Man, you guys sound so good to me today, even better than ever. I'm sitting here enjoying a cup of coffee and think I may take a walk like I told you all Friday. I get a chance to listen to you all any way I want in the show in its entirety. So I just had to say that, guy. You followed up on a couple of things. First of all, the White Sox do not have enough guys to trade. You're not, and you all mentioned, you're not going to trade anyone off major league team. You don't get better by subtracting like that. They don't have enough in the minor league. But more importantly, it doesn't matter who they bring in. If these guys do not play up to their potential, this team is going nowhere. David, you and Bruce both picked them to go to the World Series. Am I right?
You're right.
And that was with that. And listen to this. That was without Carlos Rodon. That was with Tony La Russa being the manager. All those factors. And not only you guys. I'm gonna wrap up real quick. Nationally, the problem is that these guys just have not performed. Yesterday showed the blueprint. The last two games they won. This team was built to hit home runs, particularly at their ballpark, and have starting pitching. Now, you hope that the defense would be average and maybe the base running. They were built like the old Baltimore Orioles, 3-run homer, starting pitching. And that's the way that they can still win. But until the existing players perform the way they, based on their potential, it doesn't matter who they bring in. So that's it, guys. Have a good day. Enjoy
Thanks,
you
Ron.
all.
Appreciate it.
Happy retirement.
Ron's a good man.
Ron's the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. The White Sox have a lot of reasons to wake up this morning, enjoy the day off, and plan on making a run at it and saving the season. There's no doubt about that. He's exactly right. You go back to spring training, and this team that has been so easy to criticize over the first 90-some games of this season is talented enough to win the pennant. That remains true. things have not gone the way that a lot of us expected them to go. There have been injuries along the way. There's been enough inconsistency to make them mediocre when you look at the record. But the talent's still there. That hasn't changed. Now, if you're Rick Hahn, you feel like we should urge Rick Hahn to continue to, over the next week, explore every possibility to upgrade your starting pitching and to get another bat that helps you hit home runs, because what happens when you hit home runs is you win games.
Well, they need a left-handed power bat, and they've needed a left-handed power bat. And it's, again, if you've got Tony La Russa as your manager, then you have to make sure that your roster is such that he's not just going to be relying on handedness, whether the player is productive or not. So in other words, your left-handed batters have got to be pretty damn good to justify the fact that Tony's going to play them. So if Tony is indeed finishing out the year, as we well know he will, and finishing out his contract, which includes next year, it's never too soon to Tony-proof the roster.
You need to try to do that as much as possible. I thought that they had gotten off to a pretty good start on Friday. And then I have to address this or ask a question, because it was just, alluded to it earlier. Tim Anderson didn't play in the first game of the doubleheader.
That was infuriating.
I agree.
It was infuriating. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Here's the problem.
Is it infuriating or is it smart? Because they want to think that it's smart because,
I know.
we underestimate the toll that it takes on the body.
Yeah.
And then just when you're done recovering from your fury that you felt over Tim Anderson sitting out a game that you needed to win, and you didn't, by the way.
Yeah.
The next day, Andrew Vaughn has tired legs. He just had 5 days off. He's 23 years old. Are you telling me that he can't help?
Yeah, I don't know what you're telling me. I don't understand half the things that are said by the White Sox. I told you, I think that the problem I've had all along is I thought Tony coming in was a return to some old school baseball, and that meant discipline, less defensive errors, better base running, all of the things that we haven't seen. I really thought they would play a sharper form of baseball than what we've seen this year. And, one of the more infuriating elements is, and I'm not picking on anyone, but Leury Garcia is always available, always ready, can play whenever. Josh Harrison, always ready, seems to play all the time, no issue whatsoever. But everybody else, every guy that you would think would probably be young enough and capable of playing every minute, they're in and out of the lineup. So the guys that you rely upon are not necessarily your best players. And that is a giant throw up your hands, maybe grab your head, just try to figure out what the hell.
Or the guys you're willing to push.
Well, that's
are
what
the guys
mean.
You need the least.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And Leury Garcia,
that's it.
In fairness, at the last moment, Josh Harrison was scratched for a sore hammy. Leury goes in, bats eighth, hits a home run. Turns out to be a nice move, Tony. But again, I don't understand why they overcompensate in the way of having guys rest because they're afraid. I guess I do understand. You're scarred so much by having so many guys have soft tissue injuries. Maybe you are taking every precaution.
Right. The other element is you heard Tony say that Tim Anderson, he's seen superstars run into problems after the All-Star break, and he wanted to make sure that wasn't going to happen to the White Sox. And then almost on cue, you had Liam Hendricks come out and give up whatever it was, 3 runs, blow a tie, and you lose the game. And then you couldn't help but think well, maybe he's actually right. Now, Liam Hendricks is a lot older than Tim Anderson. It's a different deal. But if that's the conclusion, then it made me wonder, why the hell did he go to the All-Star game?
He also wasn't good yesterday. We can't pretend that didn't happen.
And he brought him in yesterday because he wanted to let him be good. So the next time out, he wasn't thinking about the horrible meltdown he had the last time. They didn't really need him yesterday. And again, it's a non-save situation when you're tied at 4 and he comes in and gives up a bunch of runs, 3 runs. And then yesterday, you've won the game basically, but you want to get him out there so he's feeling good, and then he gives up a run. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it because I think hopefully they now can start loading up a little bit and winning some games, and hopefully that ends up being a non-issue moving forward. But again, when Tony was brought in, I was expecting one thing, and we've gotten the other.
I'm not that worried about Liam Hendriks. He started the season slow and recovered quickly. I think if he starts the second half slow, I'm pretty confident he's going to recover quickly. That I do think is different with relief pitchers and position players.
Yeah.
Especially because you're in the second game of the second half.
Yeah.
And yes, I know you're playing a doubleheader, but you haven't, and you lost the first game. I just don't think the Sox were in a position, based on the urgency of the situation, to rest their best hitter. And so
totally agree with you.
To me, it's like symptomatic of this entire approach that is very casual and complacent, and there is no urgency. And when you're resting your best hitter the second game into the All-Star break, I think it underscored that.
But you're staying on brand, right? You're staying on point. You're doing exactly what you've been doing all damn year. The problem is, and it's a major issue, you haven't built a lead. You squandered too much early, and now there's no time for holding back. The urgency has to be felt in the lineup, and it isn't. All right, we got John Heyman. We'll run this by him along with all the major issues in baseball. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Bears are unpacking a new coaching staff at training camp, so trust the Score's 30 years of experience to go to work for you. Keep it here as the Score team will be ready to bring you all the hottest stories from training camp on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. An Odyssey station.
This segment is brought to you by Metra. Gas prices are insane.
You've got the shot down too, and it's not the way someone would teach it now. It's not a way a coach is going to say, hey, have that elbow up that way. And Larry, already nobody was going to say a word to him because there was no need to at that point. But did you have to unlearn and relearn something to make sure that you get the angle of that signature elbow position?
Yeah, I trained with our basketball trainer Edon Ravine. And he's trained a bunch of NBA All-Stars, so it was incredible to be working with him. And his goal was to make me a silhouette of Bird on the court, whether it was his shot, how he dribbled, how he moved. And that was like the main focus for him and I was like, we don't want anyone to look at that shot and be like, there's something just off with it. It's not quite Bird-like. And we really pounded in second naturally, like getting that shot, getting the elbow out. We called it the chicken wing. It's like the chicken wing needs to be super high up. And even the positioning of his feet, like he doesn't really ever square up to the basket. He's turned a little bit to his left. Just small details like that we just constantly were doing in practices. And the way that he got that down second nature for me was we would practice it in the beginning when I was warming up, and then we would do conditioning. And then at the end of conditioning, when I'm just completely out of breath and not thinking about anything, if I was able to do the Bird shot, we were like, all right, we're ready for set. If you're able to do that without even thinking at this point.
That's good coaching. That's why all the coaches I've been around always practice free throws when you are tired. That is exactly. That is very good coaching.
How are you, bud?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, we're really excited because everybody's in it, right? The baseball season is wide open. Anybody who wants to can go out and get themselves a superstar. Juan Soto on the market. Is all of this? Are we not taking into account that it seems like the Yankees and the Dodgers are pretty good, and all these teams that think they're in it aren't really in it? Is that accurate, or do you think there's going to be a big trade deadline because everyone thinks they can do it?
Yeah, I think almost everyone thinks they can do it. So I think we're going to see a pretty good trade deadline. I think the Yankees, the Dodgers, and the Astros have separated themselves. They're all really, really good teams, but you never know who may come up. Look at the Braves last year. They were around 500 at this time. They ended up winning the World Series with 4 great trade deadline moves, so they were able to do it. It's possible, and I think a lot of teams will think that way.
All right, John, so I appreciate your column in the New York Post. Saw it yesterday and thought, boy, Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ are on the list of names that you have the Mets should consider pursuing. They got Daniel Vogelbach, but they need another bat. How realistic is it that those two guys will be, in these conversations? Because the other names, Josh Bell, Nelson Cruz, and Benintendi, these are also guys that a lot of other teams are pursuing. How do Happ and Contreras factor into the Mets and everyone else?
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly interest in both Contreras and Happ. I'm hearing Happ's name a lot out there. I think there is a decent chance now that he will be traded. Contreras obviously needs to be traded. They have not made any effort to sign him. He's a free agent after the year, so he's going to be gone. I do think that teams, they're talking seriously about Happ as well. So I know the Padres, the team that I just saw with the Mets last night, are a team interested in Happ as well. I go to Toronto. There are a lot of teams, I'm sure, who could use Happ and be interested in Happ.
So, we obviously are fascinated by the idea that the Cardinals could be a team acquiring Juan Soto. They've got a bevy of talented players in their minor league system. Would they do that? Could they do that? And what would that mean for their team?
Yeah, I mean, they need starting pitching. Obviously, Flaherty's been injured. They're de facto ace. They need starters, and they've been looking to get 1 or 2 starters, and there are not starters on the market. So maybe they're going to, obviously Castillo is the best starter on the market with Cincinnati, and Cincinnati and St. Louis do not get along at all. I mean, it's probably worse than St. Louis and the Cubs. I mean, they really hate each other. So I'm not seeing Cincinnati trading Castillo to St. Louis, certainly not with another year to go. There aren't many starting pitching options. They'll certainly look at Montas. Just aren't guys. So, to improve, certainly you could just get that incredible lineup. A lineup to rival the Dodgers would be even better if you got Soto to add with Arenado and with Goldschmidt. They would certainly be a vastly improved team. And they have, as you mentioned, they have very good young prospects, particularly position prospects, and that's what Washington needs. So rival executives are suggesting that St. Louis has a good chance to get Soto. I do think San Diego is going to try hard for Soto, and they definitely have some good prospects as well. Dodgers are going to be in there. It's going to be the usual suspects, but I don't see him going to the Mets because it's the same division. That's an issue, but I do think St. Louis has a decent chance at Soto.
John, I haven't talked to you since your podcast in Los Angeles with Scott Boras. He joined you and Joel Sherman. It was tremendous in terms of just how open Boras was about talking about the Juan Soto negotiation with the Nationals, why it broke down, and what they were looking for now, and why he's worth what he believes that he is worth. After that conversation, how did it change your perspective about the teams that might be willing to pursue Soto? And does it have to be a team, in your view, that can afford to consider the possibility of signing or trading for a guy who might one day be worth $500 million?
Yeah, I just don't see anybody signing him up before he becomes a free agent. The only one possibly would be Steve Cohen with the Mets. If you got $17 billion reportedly, you could possibly do it. Certainly go way over the threshold, and pay the tax and all that. Nobody else is going to do that until he's a free agent. So, I do think the key thing that he talked about was 3 playoff runs. So I do think it's going to need to be a contender. And I do think for that reason, the Nats have kind of opened it up and said they'll take prospects, great prospects back as well as major league players. So, they're probably 2 years away from contending anyway. So it's probably a smart idea if you got great prospects at AA or AAA. You got a shot to do it. I think it's the 3 playoff runs that you get for Soto because you're not going to get him for those 15 years. $440 million. Scott Boras told us that wasn't even in the range of possibility. It's not even close. They're looking at the fact that Scherzer got $43 million a year, and this is an offer of an average salary of $29 million, so $15 million short. And I don't think they should be any short. They should get over $44 million a year, and then work from there on the number of years. That's the impression I got. So, is someone going to sign him as soon as they acquire him and trade? I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's likely.
Very curious, John, when we talk about the Cardinals heading to Toronto, and we know that Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado aren't going to be traveling with them because they're not vaccinated, and we know that that there is a COVID-19 vaccination mandate in Canada. We talked about different things that could be done, or how do you handle this, and how much of an advantage is that for Toronto to have teams coming in not at full strength, and certainly it's a disadvantage for St. Louis. Is it a possibility of making people get vaccinations to go to Canada? I mean, I know that everybody would go crazy, and it's all, we all have different rights and all that stuff. But even Anthony Rizzo got a vaccination so he could play in Canada. I don't understand how to feel about this.
Yeah, I think the Yankees all got on board. Rizzo had gotten the vaccination in spring training, so he was a little ahead of the game in terms of the Yankees. I mean, he was the third to last one. Gallo and Judge did it in time to play. You got to weigh a lot of things. I mean, obviously, I think most people in the United States are vaccinated. They understand the science and what the doctors are recommending. There is that segment of the population that is afraid for whatever reason or against it politically. I'm really not sure the reasons. I didn't listen for the reasons on Arenado and Goldschmidt. Personally, I don't get it. Obviously, thankfully, we do have the vaccination. That certainly made things better, not perfect. I don't think you can make anyone get the vaccination, certainly not for a series or anything like that. So they're going to miss the series. It gives Toronto a slight advantage, but let's not forget, Toronto spent the last 2 years playing in Buffalo and Dunedin and all over, and that was a disadvantage. So I think, in my mind at least, it evened out, and this is the first real advantage where we have 2 superstars who didn't get the vaccination and aren't going. In most of the other cases, they were not such prominent players. I do think it can come into play if Toronto makes a trade for somebody, or maybe even the Yankees make a trade for somebody. Yankees, because they might have to play Toronto. They do have to play Toronto again, and they might have to play them in the playoffs. If somebody like Benintendi, who's unvaccinated, hasn't commented on whether he will consider it, if he's traded to Toronto, he's going to have to make a decision. At that point, there's some pressure. However, it could act as a no trade also. He could say, I really don't want to go to Toronto anyway, so I'm not getting the vaccination. There's no way to force someone to get the vaccination, but it's possible if someone is traded, let's say, to another team in the East and they're willing to go, maybe that will entice them to get the vaccination.
I hope the Cardinals trade for Soto, win the pennant, play the Blue Jays in the World Series, and chaos ensues. That is what I hope. That would be great.
Well, it's possible. They're contenders. St. Louis and Toronto have not been great to this point this year, so we'll see. It is possible. They are in playoff position, so it certainly could happen.
John, besides Juan Soto, who's the biggest name that will be dealt before next Tuesday?
Yeah, I don't think Ohtani's going to be dealt. The Angels like to collect superstars. They don't really care about winning, so they're going to ride it out, I think, with Ohtani. I mean, those are the two, superstars that have been mentioned out there. But other than Soto, I think the top of the list, likely for now, remains Castillo, the pitcher from the Reds, Contreras from the Cubs, Bell from the Nats. It is possible. I don't think that the Giants will become a seller. I don't think the White Sox will become a seller. But I could see the Red Sox as a seller. I've talked to some of their people, and they have not ruled it out. I mean, they've given up more than 60 runs in the last 4 games. If they sell, Bogarts could be out there. J.D. Martinez, they have some real pieces who could be sold who are free agents at the end of the year. So I would say after Soto, that's the next one to look at it. As a superstar who could be out there would be Bogarts, probably.
Wow, that's pretty wild. The Ohtani thing, that was never real, right? I mean, I just think that would be that he'd be worth a fortune. Yeah.
Yeah, we're all dreaming about it, and they're not going to be able to do it. They just, I mean, they can't win with what they have. They got to figure something out or go over the threshold. But Artie Moreno, the owner there, has been steadfast, not going over the threshold and signing up these superstars, and it just, for some reason, it doesn't work. It looks on paper like they should be a decent team, and they're terrible. So a lot of people think they should do it, but thinking you should do it and actually cutting the cord with this all-time great and phenom and drawing card, not so easy.
Great stuff, John, as always. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, John.
All right. Good talking to you guys. See you later.
Yep. That, of course, John Heyman. Always fun to talk to John, and he is a wonderful insider for Odyssey. And we should let you know that this segment with John brought to you by Lakeside Bank. Bank with power at Lakeside Bank. Lakeside Bank, it's about time. And an Odyssey MLB insider, John Heyman, Insider Calls, presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to make us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Interesting stuff about Soto, where possible destinations are. Also about the Red Sox. Gave up 28 runs on Friday.
And Deaver's on the IL, right?
Yeah, but they are struggling. They are reeling. And you wonder, because of what John just alluded to, if they are sellers, there's a couple more big names in the market potentially for the White Sox.
Oh, God.
If the Sox are indeed buyers.
That's a good question. Did you see that Seattle got swept? They had won 14 in a row, and they were right back in it, and everything's good, and then they got swept.
All-Star break.
Yeah, damn All-Star
But by the Astros.
Yeah, nonetheless, that pretty much takes them out of contention in their division, doesn't it, Dustino?
They're still in the wild card hunt, though. The Mariners put themselves in the wild card hunt because
with the 14 straight.
Yeah, and so that's going to be their goal.
You got to get one out of those 3. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the Mariners are the unlikeliest of teams that are right now in the mix, right? I don't think you expected them to be there, but there they are.
All right, 312-644-6767. What would a Cub fan think if the Cardinals were indeed to pull this off?
If the Cardinals get Juan Soto, let's talk about that today rather than tomorrow. If the Cardinals get Juan Soto as a Cub fan, if you're the Cubs president, if you own the Cubs, don't you have to reconsider letting Wilson Contreras go out the door if your big rival goes out and makes a move like that?
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Including coming up today at noon with Bernstein and Holmes.
Base running blunders, lack of concentration, that is the cause of all of this. It's hard to overcome every aspect of bad baseball.
Don't miss Chicago baseball icon Steve Stone talking White Sox 3 times a week throughout baseball season on Sports Radio 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment is brought to you by...
When I hear Tony La Russa talk about you, it feels very paternal. It feels like, a dad and his son. How did you guys build your relationship?
It's just one of those things. When he first signed over, a lot of people didn't think we would get along. I guess just off of his history and, just off of my personality. But it's one of those things you gotta learn. You gotta learn for yourself. You can't go off of what other people say. And ever since we got over here, we just been building a relationship and communicating and talking. He's super competitive, and I'm super competitive. We just want to win, and we'll do whatever it takes. So we started clicking ever since we got over here. And, it's been great. We're trying to reach that goal, and he's all in, and I'm all in, and everybody's all in. So we're just trying to continue to keep working and keep getting better, and hopefully we get there.
For this White Sox team, and I was talking about White Sox fans earlier, what gives you hope that things are going to turn around and you guys can reach your goals?
First off, just the energy in the locker room. I know what my guys can do. When everybody's healthy. It's a long season. If we could just keep our head above water, man, and get to that finish line and be able to, hopefully hit another gear and just keep working. We got a shot. So the ultimate goal is just, for sure to get everyone healthy, and then we have fun from there, and then we just see where it takes us.
gives the Cubs a 1-0 lead. He belted that ball right down the line and left. There was no question, Ron, whether it was long enough. The only question was fair or foul. It just did curl around that tall yellow foul pole. Deep drive to left off the bat of Gomes. He's done it again. Another home run for Yan Gomes, his second of the day. And the Cubs now lead 3-0.
Mully and Haugh, that is the great clip of the week, brought to you by Great Clips. It's going to be great. 2, not 1, but 2 home runs by Yan Gomes. Yan Gomes has 6 multi-homer games in his career, first one for the Cubs.
Yes, and that earned him the opportunity to be the post-game guest on the field on the Peacock Network with former teammate Nick Swisher.
Wow. You don't see enough of Nick Swisher.
You don't see enough of Nick Swisher.
Or maybe you've seen too much of Nick Swisher.
Yeah, maybe that.
Depending
but
on you.
I have already said enough about the weekend broadcast, so I will just leave it there.
Yeah.
It was quite the thing. Right, Dustin? I know you saw that.
I did see that. I mean, it's just weird. Like, I did watch, I remember an Amazon Prime. I watched an NFL game on Amazon Prime. I felt that was weird. I don't know, just sports on a streaming service just hasn't kicked in yet for me.
Different feel to it.
Very different feel. And I thought the broadcasts are a little bit sloppy.
So I wanted to get into this Juan Soto question because I really want your input here. And I want you to talk me through this. I think we all as fans look at these moves and we have these reactions. And I want to know how irrational it is to think that if you are a Cubs fan or if you are the Cubs, that you would consider a major decision or reconsider a major decision based on what your biggest rival does. Are you influenced, or how much are you influenced or affected by the teams in your division and moves they make? The Bears and the Packers, for instance, the Bulls and the Pistons, if an example, the Cubs and the Cardinals. The Cubs, it seems as if, they are hell-bent on trading Wilson Contreras for prospects. They haven't even made him an offer, as John Heyman reminded us, to have a long-term contract extension. Does anything about your thinking, if you're Tom Ricketts, if you're Jed Hoyer, and if you're Carter Hawkins, does that change at all if the Cardinals go out and they come up with the prospects, as many baseball insiders expect them to be able to do, and they land Juan Soto for the next 3 years?
I don't believe it has anything to do. I don't think one has anything to do with the other. I really don't.
Should it? Should you be influenced?
Explain to me how paying Wilson Contreras would change. I think most Cub fans are going to say, well, you should have paid Wilson Contreras. I don't think anyone's going to say, oh, my God, thank God we got Wilson Contreras. Who cares about Juan Soto?
No, I don't think that those two are related in that way. I know what you're saying. I don't think they're related in like give them a cookie, if you will, in the Theo Epstein analogy. I don't think it's because of the Cardinals are getting something, so you deserve something too. I think it's almost more of a competitive decision. It's like the Cardinals now have gone out and gotten so much better over the next 3 to 5 years by getting Juan Soto. You don't know how long he would stay there, but so much better now. Are you willing to concede that much over the next 3 years by getting rid of your best player, by trading for your best player for a bunch of prospects that aren't going to be major leaguers like in all likelihood for the next couple seasons? I don't know if that affects your thinking, and I'm not sure that it shouldn't. I doubt that it will, but I just want that's what it crossed my mind when you see Cardinals, Soto, and the Cubs are unloading. Does that make sense in that context?
We got a texter checks in who says, Juan Soto, no. Think Hayward. Those are completely opposite ideas. Are you kidding me? We're talking about a 23-year-old slugger who is one of the best players in baseball, who's going to be a great player wherever he lands. Now, apparently not good enough to make his team a contender single-handedly, which is why you have to trade him and try to rebuild and all the rest of it.
Jason Hayward was an investment they felt like they had to make at the time. You can understand we don't need to relitigate that. Juan Soto has a World Series ring He's won the home run derby. He's one of these guys who, as an all-star, generational talent at 23, not a valid comparison.
Yeah, that's just not even remotely a viable comparison. Now, the idea was with Hayward is you were taking a player off of your number one opponent. You were damaging them and helping yourself, and that's fine. But it never turned out.
You know what I'm
way.
saying, though? You see in sports all the time, teams build their rosters based on their opponents within their division, and they make moves in response to certain moves that other teams make.
That's true.
I just don't know if the Soto ramifications would reach Chicago or not, or should they? I'm not. Again, I don't
think they do. I think these guys are on a track, and they have a plan,
a predetermined path.
Yes. Well, it's not predetermined. It's just a plan that they have in play.
Well, I think it's predetermined, Mully. If they're unwilling to offer Wilson Contreras a contract in season to extend the deal, that's a predetermined path. They decided early on.
But I just mean that's accurate. But I think they just have a plan in place that does not include re-signing Wilson Contreras. They have said repeatedly, you've talked to people about it, they have said the money will be there when the time is right. The time's not right for them. So you want them to get ahead of their rebuild by either pursuing Juan Soto, which would be a better idea, or signing Wilson Contreras, which is something they're not planning on doing.
I'll agree with you there. Pursuing Juan Soto would be a better idea than re-signing or extending Wilson Contreras if it's an either-or equation.
Right.
Fact is, though, if you're going to pursue Juan Soto, you better keep Wilson Contreras because you're talking about being a contender in the next 2 years.
Right.
So those are related ideas as well, and we know they can afford it. So I guess that's the frustrating thing is that, okay.
Well, that's the frustrating
We're going to take a step backward
Right.
as the Cardinals take 2 steps forward if they're able to pull this off.
The Cubs give you the sense that they are replenishing funds, that they've got, that, they've had to use all the war chest in order to get to this point. So now they want to load that back up, pay themselves whatever they've spent, and then they're going to make their move, and then they're going to that's basically what they're telling you when they say they'll spend when the time is right. The time now is for them to kind of replenish the war chest. That even though in modern baseball a big market team shouldn't have to do that, they are doing that. And so you got to wrap your mind around it. And I wouldn't punish myself.
I'm working on it.
I wouldn't punish myself by worrying about it.
Okay.
Honestly.
All right.
I'm saying it's amazing to me how many people are not upset by it. That how many fans that we're hearing from that don't really care about it.
And I'm amazed that I continue to be upset by it.
Yeah.
Because I should know better.
Well, it's just I think at some level you start howling at the moon.
I know.
Like you're just kind of they're not gonna do anything about it. David going werewolf on us. All right, speaking of werewolves, do the Bears have any on their roster? We're gonna ask Brad Biggs in 60 seconds. Well, maybe a little longer. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And Lawrence Holmes here. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
Today, Layla Rahimi is in for the vacationing Lawrence Holmes. We will talk to Ian Happ, Steve Stone, and James Fegan, and we will do High Noon at 11:45.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment is
You haven't sent along our Mitch Trubisky album to Mitch, though, yet. So
I actually did.
Oh, you did?
I did send that to Mitchell.
What did he say?
And I'll tell you what I got. I got the laughing. I got 3 laughing emojis.
Oh, that's good.
LMAO.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I got, and it was separate text. So I don't know if he listened to him or not. I sent it to him. I said, hey, I got some guys of mine that they hopped in the studio and they basically made a good old ode to Mitchell Trubisky, and I said you got to hear him. So here they are, and I sent them his way, and that's what I got back. So
okay, so
Wow.
we have confirmation that Zach Miller got the Mitch album in Mitch Trubisky's hands. Now, that's what we asked for last time, but obviously, Zach, we're coming over the top with another ask.
Oh, I'm still trying to process this, that the subject of our concept album is aware of us. This is very, very meta. You know what I mean?
At some point,
maybe you, a professional musician, get Mitch to call in. We play a song. No football questions. We just play a couple songs for him and get him to react live on the air. How do we feel?
Deal. I mean, I'll for sure put it in his ear. There's no reason not to.
Right?
Okay.
I might call in and listen to that show. I kind of.
You come on in.
You can host it with us.
Yeah, you host it with us. You can
Or
be
not, whatever.
You can transition. You could speak music and football to Mitch as we try to do the same.
Yeah.
We need you.
But yeah, that's so whenever he wants, any day, any time. It's been our dream to have Mitch Trubisky critique the Mitch album. So if you can, you're the only guy who can make it happen because it's no PR department is going to make it happen.
And we'll see what he says. But I'll definitely shooters shoot. I'm a shooter. I'm gonna let it fly and be like, listen, man, this is what we gotta have happen, and we'll see where it goes.
till today on 670 The Score.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs, the football man for the Chicago Tribune, a long-time contributor to the station and a valued friend, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Biggsy!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, the Bears, they're coming back, and there's no stopping them. They will begin their training camp practices tomorrow. We know the rookies, well, almost all the rookies are there. Jaquan Brisker, you don't get too upset about it, but it's kind of dumb. It just seems like it's not a lot of money, and it seems like it's not a big deal, but these things can turn into a big deal. What's your take?
Yeah, well, report days tomorrow. First practice Wednesday. Yeah, I've been thinking about the Brisker situation for the last couple days, and you're right. To you, to me, to the folks out there listening, not a big deal. To Jaquan Brisker, it can become something that agitates him and something that he takes very seriously. To the team, it can become something where they don't want to, say, break precedent. And I'm not saying that that's where the team's at in this right now. I'm saying that could be where it's at. So basically for all the onlookers, it appears to be not a big deal, but for the very few that are actually involved in it, it can become a sticky issue. Let's not make too much of this. They're not on the field yet. You don't see guys suffer as rookies if they miss a little bit of time on the field, but there is a clear path to a starting job for Jaquan Brisker. There really isn't competition for that job next to Eddie Jackson in the secondary, and the sooner he reports, the more time he puts in, probably the better he'll look as a rookie starter for the Bears in 2022.
Brad, Michael Schofield is a 31-year-old veteran right guard, 81 games of starting experience with 3 different teams. He's an Orland Park native. He's married to Kendall Coyne. There are a lot of things that make sense as a fit as a Chicago Bear. ESPN reported the Bears worked out Schofield on Sunday. We've said that the right guard might be somebody who is not on the roster right now. Could it be Schofield?
Yeah, it could be, sure. It would be kind of another question or question mark in the mix, but he could be that guy. He was not on a team to begin last season. He had joined the Baltimore Ravens in the offseason. They let him go, I believe, during August, and the Chargers picked him up after an injury, I want to say to Brian Bulaga, very early last September. So he went back to that organization for a second tour. He's definitely a guy with experience, and they don't have a lot of experience on that offensive line, and they're going to have to start sorting out some of these question marks. Who's at left tackle? Who's at right guard? Who's at right tackle? You just see a ton of question marks, and keep this in mind, guys. Report day tomorrow, first day of practice on the field Wednesday. They won't be in full pads for the first time until a week from today, Monday, August 1st, because of the acclimation rules that the NFL and NFLPA puts in place for teams.
When you think about the Bears and obviously reporting to camp, Robert Quinn's name is one of the first ones there. Will he be reporting to camp? Will they have to make a move with him? What happens with their highest paid player?
Yeah, that's another great question, and hopefully one that they'll be able to provide an answer to early tomorrow afternoon when Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus speak. Maybe even Robert Quinn's available tomorrow. Because in the offseason, when they talked about his absence and they kind of expressed some surprise, I'm sitting there and I'm like, the head coach and the GM are represented by the same agent who works at the same firm as the agent for Robert Quinn. Like, there shouldn't be any surprise here. The information, flow chart ought to work for the few people that are involved with this.
I would guess, and this is just a guess, my hunch is, Quinn's there because he wants to play football and earn $12.8 million this year. Where he wants to play football is probably a bigger question. I would think that at this point in his career, 32 years old, coming off an 18.5 sack season, that he would, if possible, want to be with a contender, play some meaningful football, play in the January. I think that would fit nicely with what the Bears are trying to do here, which is, early stages of a complete rebuild, although they don't want to use the word rebuild. And guys, I was driving to the Ace Hardware yesterday afternoon. I texted this to David. I'm like a block away from the place, and there's this older guy walking down the street, and he's got a Navy T-shirt on, and it's got orange lettering on it, and it says Chicago football rebuilding since 1986. And it's the first time I've seen one of those. And so I kind of got a chuckle out of it. And obviously they haven't been rebuilding since 1986, but they most certainly are rebuilding right now, whether they want to admit it or not. So if you can take an asset that's aging in Robert Quinn, but still has certainly some value, and turn him into a 2023 draft pick, I think it's a win for all sides. I think it's a win for Ryan Poles and the Bears. I think it's probably something that would put Quinn in a happy position, and then you move forward.
I advocate David showing up at practice tomorrow and asking a question of Eberflus and Poles about their agent, just so everyone freezes and stares at each other.
That would do it. That might do it. It did certainly back in January.
The gotcha question.
Oh, gosh. Unintended to get anybody, but it certainly did that. Brad, we haven't talked to you since Eddie Goldman informed Chicago South, the Atlanta Falcons, that he was retiring last week. And you had reported during the end of his Bears tenure that during the pandemic, and then certainly after that there were some whispers about his commitment to football, how much maybe he loved the sport or how much he was committed to it. So my guess is that, or I guess I'm asking you, what was your level of surprise when you read the news that Eddie Goldman was retiring?
Well, no surprise. I mean, at this exact juncture last summer, there were questions as to whether or not Eddie would show up for 2021 with the Bears. Remember, he had opted out of the 2020 season because of COVID-19, and it was unclear within the organization whether Eddie would show up. Now, at the end of the day, as I recall, I think there was about $6 million hanging in the balance, money that he would have had to repay the Bears. So that wouldn't have been money he left on the table. He would have had to have given it back to the Bears had he chosen to retire. So he made the business decision to go ahead and show up unvaccinated after, sitting out the previous season. We don't need to get into a discussion on that. So level of surprise that he's not going to play this season is zero, because everyone I spoke to last summer had real questions as to whether or not he was going to give it a go in 2021.
If Michael Schofield is not signed, who's the starting right guard? I mean, is it really Sam Mustipher opening training camp at right guard? And I got a lot of time for Sam, but I think he's a significantly better center than guard.
I mean, it could be Sam Mustipher. The bigger question is who's the left tackle, guys. I think, to me, if you're not bringing in someone from the outside like a Schofield or some other veteran that's logged some time in the league, and you can find those guys. None of them are real exciting, but you can find them. I think you have to answer the left tackle question. So when you answer the left tackle question, and because right now, who have we seen over there? Well, we've seen Larry Borum. Most recently, we saw the rookie Braxton Jones. We're a little curious about where Tevin Jenkins could fit. You answer that left tackle question, and then you look at who you have unassigned who still doesn't have a spot nailed down, and you say, well, we've got candidates here for right tackle and right guard. Potentially they had Jenkins at tackle all the offseason program. Could we see him start to take some reps at the guard position? I don't know. If Borum isn't the answer at left tackle, he was a natural guard in college. Could he be an answer there? So, to me, the right guard thing needs to be answered. But first and foremost, I think they've got to sort through the left tackle issue and then figure out what they're going to do at right tackle as well.
Brad, the guy who held down that job last year for most of the season was Jason Peters. We heard from him last week, said some nice things about Justin Fields. He's also right now probably hopping on a boat and going fishing, right where he was last year when the Bears called him. Do you expect that to be an option? Would you recommend that?
No. I think you've got to see what you've got with these younger players and hope that one or two of them can pan out and be part of your future. And you're not going to know until you really put them to the test. Remember, they've got 4 draft picks that are offensive linemen. Now, they were all day 3, round 5 and later. But if one of those guys really hits, to me, that's a success. When you talk about drafting offensive linemen that late, if you hit with one of them and he's a good player, that's pretty good. If you hit with 2 of those guys, 2 of the 4, you've knocked it out of the park. And you don't want to rush those guys before they're ready. We saw a late round draft pick in the Phil Emery era that they couldn't push him out there too soon, but when he did get out there, Charles Leno was a pretty darn good football player and a guy that they probably never should have cut here because it created more issues on the line than they already had. So I don't go the Jason Peters route again. They've got to figure something else out, and I think that some of the people who are looking back on what Peters provided for the Bears on the field this past season are being awful kind to him for the level of performance that he actually had out there on the field.
Okay, so Justin Fields, we're going to get our first glimpse of him that hasn't been on video or on vacation or vacation video, whatever it might be.
On Instagram.
Has he changed his throwing motion? Does he still have the same kind of wind-up, or have they worked on that in the offseason?
With the new coaching staff, that's something that they wanted to attack and work on. And that's something that I think we'll get a good look at here early in camp and then in preseason. To me, that's one of those things that the motion, it can look tighter in practice. How does it look in a real game with a real lineman with a different uniform bearing down on him, right? Can your mechanical changes hold up in game snaps? And that's why sometimes when these guys put the work in to change their mechanics, I mean, it takes repping it for months and months and months because you've got that muscle memory built up to how it was done previously, and it's not going to, you're not going to snap your fingers and all of a sudden deliver the ball differently. So that's certainly worth taking a look at because we've heard about this before, the quarterbacks coming back with tighter mechanics and this and that. Certainly possible, and we'll have to see.
Before we let you go, Brad, okay, you mentioned Jaquan Brisker, and you think that it's too early to be too concerned. The reports indicate there's something over a third-year guarantee in terms of salary. If he is late, though, we start to look ahead. Doesn't Ryan Poles have to take care of this to kind of escape the sort of criticism that might come his way, to pile on it's been an uneven offseason heading into training camp. You don't want to add another thing to the mix.
No, you don't. And when you talk about that, the money, I think it's basically centered on guaranteed money in the third year of the contract, which in this case would be. 2024, as everyone knows, the dollar amounts are slotted for these guys, the total dollars, but what can be negotiated is some of those things like guarantees and how far the guarantees stretch through the contract. The player drafted immediately ahead of Brisker, who was 48th overall, got nearly $111,000 of his 2024 base salary guaranteed. So they got to sort that out. Let's just say Brisker misses a week, okay? And I'm just throwing that out there, okay? Let's say that happens. My goodness, that will be immeasurably better than what happened with Ryan Pace in year one for him when his first-round draft pick, Kevin White, never saw the field during his rookie season. So, yeah, this, I think, is going to be a little bit of a distraction. Hopefully, it's over before they get on the field, and they can move forward from there.
Great stuff, Big Z, as always. Appreciate it, buddy. Enjoy tomorrow.
Thanks, Brad. Welcome back.
Have a great day, guys.
That is our guy, Brad Biggs. He is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, and it'll be fun. We'll be able to pick this team apart and go over different players and see what we learn. I hope
I
they
love
change
Biggs.
the motion.
When you come up with a bad example, he can find one worse.
It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score.
Odyssey is your home for all the audio that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to The Score in Odyssey Station.
This segment is brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Enjoy saving for your
As an analyst, when you're the guy in the booth who's responding to something that's already happened, it's a completely different job than the man in the booth who's calling the play. And I realized very early in my new job that the play-by-play guy was not going to adjust to me. I was going to have to adjust to him. And so I would learn their cadence, their rhythm. I would learn when they had more to say, when they had less to say, when to come in, when to stay back. I also learned from Harry, don't be using the microphone when the pitch is on the way because he's going to have to make that call. And he expressed that to me in some gentle terms on occasion. And so I began to realize that, each and every one of these guys who is calling Major League Baseball on a play-by-play basis, they have a lot of pride in what they do. And they try to bring it each and every day. And knowing that and understanding that, I have to give them some room as they have to give me some room. So, there's a slight adjustment to each and every one of the play-by-play guys, and there's a different personality, there's a different style. And again, I have to adjust to whoever it might be, and I've been fortunate in that I've had so many play-by-play guys during the course of my career that it's kind of interesting to try to adapt. I mean, whether it was Ernie Harwell, one of the all-time greats, or Jack Brickhouse or Harry Carey, Hawk and Jason, and you mentioned Chip, but there was also Tom Brenneman, there was also Milo Hamilton, I mean, Dwayne Statz, a number of guys, and I look at guys who have won the Ford Frick Award that I've worked with, and I look at other guys who probably will win it down the road or deserved it but didn't quite get there, and I realized that one thing was similar to each and every one of them. They wanted to give that viewer on a daily basis the best that they had because they realized that those guys down on the field are trying to give the best that they have.
losing weight and being in better shape and being faster off the ball. And he's already proved that he can hold down that position.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is the voice of Tom Thayer. Great to talk to Tom, and always good to hear his take on all offensive line matters.
It's a voice in your head when you are considering options like the Bears are considering, and clearly they are, or else they would not have brought in a veteran like Michael Schofield to work out for them. And that is according to ESPN, and I understand why they would do that. The fit makes sense. He started 81 games over the last 7 years or so. He was on a Super Bowl winning team in Denver. He was part of that offensive line. He's played right tackle. He's played right guard. You need a right guard. And with due respect to Sam Mustipher, I think he probably is a better center than guard, but I don't think the Bears want to start him at that position. They don't envision him in that role. You need depth along your offensive line. So now Michael Schofield comes in. If they are able to go anywhere with this, we don't know how he worked out. But can't you see how that makes sense and maybe gives people a little bit more of a sense of comfort or confidence in the offensive line if it's manned by veterans who have done the job before?
Yeah, I do. I think that it's important to have listen, all of these scratch-off tickets that they got in the draft are scratch-off tickets. Maybe they're going to get some money. Maybe they're going to get a guy that lasts a few years. Or maybe they're not going to get anything. And I think that it would be unwise to just make an assumption that because you saw something in the guy, that means he can play in the NFL. I think that's a reach. And I think that, again, when you had a bunch of offensive linemen on the bottom 100, that's a lot different than adding a bunch of offensive linemen in the top 100. There's a reason that there is a hierarchy of when guys are taken. Certainly plenty of examples of guys that fall in the draft and end up being excellent players, and plenty of examples of poor draft habits by many teams. It's not unusual. I'm just saying, give me a guy that has been in a war, that has a feeling for how you're supposed to behave, that has a professional response every Sunday. That is what you're looking for. Now if you get a guy who is a Pro Bowler beyond his use-by date, as they did last year, you sometimes find a guy that will exceed your expectation because he's not beyond his use-by date because he knows how to play.
You're right. I think when you take 4 offensive linemen in your first draft in your Ryan Poles, you do kind of reveal a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your roster. But all of those picks were taken after the 5th round or lower. That tells you also about the developmental process that's underway.
Exactly.
Now, Braxton Jones arriving at camp, penciled in as the number 1 left tackle, is probably a shocker to him as well. I mean, that is not something that is conventional. And that might not be something that is permanent. It certainly is temporary. Okay. He has an opportunity here. But I do agree with Brad here, and I do think it's a distinction worth drawing. When we're talking about Michael Schofield, 31 years old with 81 career starts, penciling in him if he indeed makes the team, and we're being a little premature, but I think you've got to anticipate things. Him at right guard is not the same as envisioning or suggesting that Jason Peters return to play left tackle.
Right. No. Totally different player.
Because of players you also have on your roster and who you've drafted in 2021.
Jason Peters is a Hall of Fame player. Okay? One of the greatest free agent signings they ever had is when they brought in Reuben Brown. Reuben Brown, probably going to wind up in the Hall of Fame. Great player. Perennial Pro Bowl player. This is not that. This is a guy that is on the street for a reason and is available. But it's like, David, let's be honest about it. You talk about Braxton Jones. Why is he starting? It has as much to do with Tevin Jenkins as it does Braxton Jones. If you're lining him up, it's not necessarily because wow, what a great talent. Can't believe we got him. Look what he can do. He's the best that we have among the players that could play that position because the guy that was drafted to play it can't do it.
Or the guy who you tried there, Larry Borum, is not somebody you want to move there right now because of Tevin Jenkins and the delay in his development. Yeah, that's true. And I think what it just you don't want Jason Peters to take playing time away from somebody else who you are trying to develop into a starting caliber offensive tackle in a season that is, built around the idea of development. So that makes sense to stay away from Peters and use one of those three guys there. What happens in the interior, you're not going to necessarily win or lose games based on the decision you make about your right tackle. But everything's got to be, again, you want to establish the run and you want to protect the passer. And having somebody who has done that before is a good way to start. Sam Mustipher would be changing positions. Sam Mustipher is a guy who, as Tom alluded to, has lost weight, but I don't know if his quickness was the biggest problem with him, is that he was too easy maybe to move off the ball or to just handle physically, right?
I'm not sure he's a guard.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And David, I think, they signed Dakota Dozier to be their starting tackle or to compete for that job, and he blew out his knee. So you're down. Listen, they tried to sign Ryan Bates. They've.
This is the counter to that.
Yeah,
if you're trying out Michael Schofield on the Sunday before training camp opens, it's because you're waiting to see where you would be on the eve of training camp. You're waiting to see if he would be signed, because if you're going from Bates to kind of solve your problem in February or March unsuccessfully, this is a counter to that.
Schofield played in Denver, right? Was drafted into Denver. That's what they're just the style of offensive line play is basically out of the Denver playbook. So he's a guy that would probably
zone blocking scheme makes sense. Familiarity,
yes. So it makes sense that they bring him in and they take a look at him. They haven't signed him yet. How much would he cost? $1 million, $1.5 million? It's not a lot of money in NFL terms. Now these guys are holding up everything with on $100,000.
But they've got the money to spend on veterans who are on the street. The Bears are, I think, 5th in the league in terms of having cap space heading into the season. The haggling over Jaquan Brisker's money is an entirely different thing. I wonder what statement they're trying to make if they drag this out.
Listen, I'm sorry, but it's having George come out and say that it's been amazing to watch what Ryan Poles has done in terms of creating how much he's willing to pay a guy and sticking to it. That may be fun for you to see, and it may be great. It may speak about, how he can value what a contract is, and he's not going to overpay. That's wonderful. The problem is that you didn't get Bates because you didn't overpay him. Because when a guy is a free agent and a team has a matching opportunity, all you did was write a contract for them. You wrote Buffalo's contract. That's dumb. That's bad. That's a waste of time. That's nothing to be congratulated about, that you stuck with the money and you made it a good deal for the Bears. It doesn't help you in any way. You got to get the guy.
You do. That's another way of saying that I believe in these negotiations, and we're not privy to them, only based on the reports. Ryan Poles needs a win here more than Jaquan Brisker does.
I agree.
And it's important for him not to have this delayed and have his, frankly, credibility questioned any more than it has been this offseason. It has been somewhat uneven. I think that's being somewhat kind, because you look at the Bates swing and miss you referenced. Larry Ogunjobi did not work out. We don't need to go down the litany of decisions that have been things that haven't gone the Bears' way, but they handed Jaquan Brisker a lot of leverage by basically not having anybody else to compete with him. He's going to be your starting strong safety eventually. And now you have a general manager who really needs no holdouts. You can't have this go on for a while. And that's why it's more important to Ryan Poles that he get this contract impasse settled than it is to the rookie, who I think, understands what's going on, but can't afford to miss much time either.
We have a texter saying, Dakota Dozier, seriously, if he couldn't crack the Vikings offensive line, why would the Bears want him? I didn't sign the guy. I'm just telling you he's hurt. They signed him to compete for that job, and they lined him up there, and he hurt his knee, and he's out. So the point of the matter is they have a hole in the middle of their line, and as we've talked about it, they got bodies they can line up at tackle. I don't know how good their offensive line is, but they have guys to line up. I'm not sure. What I'm saying is I'm not sure they have a right guard. I don't think Sam Mustipher is a right guard. I don't know how the rookies look or who has impressed them or how they want to fill the position. But the very fact that they're out looking at Michael Schofield would indicate that they understand they're going to need a more professional type of competitor in the middle of the line. That doesn't mean the guy's going to win the job. It means that he's there to compete for it.
Yeah, you can never have enough quality offensive linemen.
No question about
You're
it.
going to have attrition at that position as much as any.
No question.
And you're going to need guys who, as you pointed out, have been in that offensive scheme before and might understand some of the subtleties. And so Michael Schofield might fit the bill. And he is, in fact, the third offensive guard that you have considered at that spot, starting with Bates, going to Dozier. The injury happened. Now you've got to pivot and react. So this is a little bit later than I think maybe people anticipated. But if they can find somebody like Schofield to sign and to supplement that offensive line, that's due diligence, and that's being responsible because you have to protect your quarterback. Because, oh, by the way, it's all about developing your quarterback.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed.
I agree. And where are you at with that? Where are you at with that? Because part of developing the quarterback is having the weaponry there for him and having the protection there for him. So I don't know which of those two things they lack, but my suspicion is it might be both.
I think a little bit of both. But my feeling has always been, and I think you tend to agree, that the lack of weaponry, not that it can take care of itself, you won't feel it as much if you have protection, if you have a running game, if you have ways to scheme guys open because teams are worried about stopping the run before they're worried about stopping your receivers and slowing them down. Justin Fields will be a more accurate passer if his running game is stronger because a play action weapon is just that. It freezes your linebackers. It concerns your defensive secondary, and it gives him a better opportunity to complete passes at a higher rate. That's just football 101. So take care of your offensive line, and I always think that the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I don't understand why these issues are kind of sitting there, but these are the things we'll keep a close eye on as you move forward, and hopefully everything works out. And you know what? It's all about optimism at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you're going to hear tomorrow. We'll continue to talk about it, but Matty Reflus and Ryan Poles, they're going to be optimistic. They're going to be very football-y, and they're going to report to camp expecting good things.
And we're going to bring in Bruce Levine, and we're going to talk some baseball. We're going to find out if there are good, nice, shiny things available to our baseball teams, and we'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears training camp starts tomorrow, and with a new coaching staff in place, there will be lots to cover. Will Justin Fields take the next step? Will the new-look defense be able to adjust? How will the draft picks pan out? Lots of storylines will unfold. We'll be covering it all on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. An Odyssey station.
All right, so the White Sox broadcast will not mention Shane Reardon.
Correct. It just won't. Nope. That's it.
Do we have one that will?
Oh, I do. Yeah, Shane hasn't even heard this yet. This is a surprise for Shane. Get a text 1 o'clock this morning.
It wasn't just 1 o'clock. It was later than 1. It was like 1:38.
No, it was 12:48. Okay, I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up for the bit. I'm rounding up to 1.
I thought you didn't know what it was.
Well, I'm going off of the screenshot that he sent to our thread today.
Oh.
The little teaser.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Well, let's finish
Sorry about
this
that,
off.
Danny.
Let's try to finish this off clean.
My bad. My bad.
Anyway, so get a text. I won't betray confidences, but let's just say this is from the broadcast of the Westchester Tournament of Champions.
Wait a minute.
What?
Slow down. Westchester Tournament.
What is that?
Westchester.
I thought you were a fan.
Illinois.
Whatever. It's our guy Gio who texted me.
Yeah.
No.
And this is the Westchester Tournament of Champions, a softball matchup.
A softball match. Gio, the broadcaster.
Gio's on the call.
Mr. Nerves of a Cat Burglar himself.
So this is a game that Shane is not involved in yet.
Yeah,
and Rusty goes the other way. Wes Shannon, what a catch right in front of you. And Wes flipped the ball down to second. Right in front of you. Wes Shannon, quick as a cat. Went over there and made a tremendous sliding catch. Last time I saw that, it was Shane Reardon in a media game.
No, that is amazing.
Oh my God.
That's incredible because I can tell you, sometimes you're watching a game and a play looks exactly like another play that you've called before, and he thought of you.
That game was 9 months ago.
And there's a swing and a foul ball, and Reardon makes his third catch right up against the screen. No tag. Tell you, this kid's got the nerves of a cat burglar.
Oh my God, Gio.
What did he say last
My
night?
guy.
You are a reference.
Last time I saw
And she was like a cat, right?
She had the nerves of a cat.
She was like a
Quick
cat.
as a cat.
And you're a cat burglar.
Oh.
You are a reference for great catches by a third baseman
think
for
about
Gio, the softball broadcaster.
Anytime somebody slides and their legs go up against the brick wall at Wrigley, I think of Bill Miller, the Cub who slid and broke his leg on a play like that. So it's understandable in Gio's mind.
In the softball world, it's me. In Major League Baseball, it's Bill Miller.
I mean, what an accomplishment, man.
Wow. That feels good.
That's got to feel great.
I needed that.
I bet it looked exactly the same. He thought of it, and he thought, my audience, they probably know about that play because the media game's gotten a lot more public. Let's face it, that game, is that the most played highlight on a 50,000-watt blowtorch in the history of Gio's outstanding career? I'm thinking yes. Right?
Probably.
Play.
Well, we all know about Gio. He saves his best and makes calls for the biggest moments. He nails it every single time. So
unbelievable.
That's what he does as a play-by-play guy.
I think he speaks knows.
You could argue that play by Shane is the most legendary play in the history of Gio's career.
Yeah,
more people have heard it than anything.
Yeah, I love that. What is Gio doing up?
He texted Chris Tannehill at 1 a.m.
He's very helpful. Just hear it like they have the highlight by itself. I didn't have to skim through a game to find it. Like here it is. Here's the video of the highlights.
It's more than we usually give you.
Yes,
in a text thread.
That is truly amazing.
Baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
We've got a lot of baseball conversation to cover in the next 2 hours. How are you doing this morning, buddy?
Great being with you like we are every Saturday, 52 weeks out of the year, talking baseball on Inside the Clubhouse.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to the Score's baseball expert, Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Nice weekend semi-nice weekend for the White Sox. Great weekend for the Chicago Cubs. Where do you want to begin today?
Starting at 500, ending at 500, is that a good weekend? Is that I don't know. I guess they came back.
Yeah,
but,
treading water's better than sinking, right, Bruce?
I guess that's fair, but
1 out of 10 is not bad, is it?
Could be better. Could be better. At least they have the day off.
I
want more
sweeps, and
yes.
Look,
I'll take wins.
I don't blame you.
Win series.
I don't blame you. But what is the reality after 93 or 94 games of the season? The reality is that the American League Central has 3 teams that are pretty equal. They're pretty much the same teams. I don't expect that to change. Do you guys? I mean, I think the White Sox have shown some really good signs here as far as the offense. Eloy coming back and Grandal coming back should be encouraging to White Sox Nation. Grandal had that 3-hit game. The left-handed bat, Eloy hitting home runs. The key is this team was based on what? How did they win last year? On outstanding pitching, okay, for at least the first half of the year. We know that. That's how they established their lead and eventually winning the Central Division. And home runs, okay?
Right.
Well, home runs are starting to happen again. And this team, if they're going to win, they're going to have to hit their share of home runs. And I think with Eloy back in that lineup there, people feeling better about it, I think that they have a good chance to win a majority, not a fair share of their games, not all of them, but enough to be viable in this division and probably take it away if their pitching holds up.
All right, Bruce, the last 19 games, the Sox went 10-9 against divisional opponents primarily, tough teams. The next 19 come against teams with losing records. How good do they have to be in those 19 games? 13-6 in order to feel like they took care of business and took advantage of an opportunity.
You know what, David? I don't look at the strength of schedule. I look at the strength of their team, okay, and how they're playing baseball right now. Are they going to play some cleaner defense? Are they going to have hot hitters, guys hitting the ball out of the ballpark? Is the bullpen going to hold up? You know, my concern right now is Hendricks and him coming back from that injury and getting back to full strength where he needs to be to close down games. Graveman has had a tremendous amount of pressure on him all year and a lot of innings on him. So I'm looking to see that back end, and if Kelly starts to give them a little bit of relief and they go out there and they get a guy like Robertson from the Cubs to fortify that bullpen. I think, when you're hitting, there's an old saying in baseball, guys, when you're out there and you're competing and at the deadline and you're looking for another hitter, get yourself another pitcher, because that's where the fortification comes. That's how pennants and championships are won, by having a great pitching staff. And I think the White Sox are capable of doing that, but adding to the pitching staff, I think, is the key. Getting Grandal and Jimenez back, probably making like 2 different trades with teams to fortify your offense.
So don't they need a left-handed reliever? What would be the point of getting another righty?
A guy that gets everybody out. David Robertson is getting everybody out. He can give them a blow at the back end as a setup man or as a closer. It's the same theory they used last year, right? It didn't work out, but what was the theory on Kimbrel? What was that theory? Hey, he can be a great setup man on days where Hendricks needs to rest.
If we sign this clown. Wasn't that the theory?
I think that's it, looking at it from front back. Yes, I think that's what it is. But that's where the strength of the team is going to be in the bullpen holding up, fortifying their pen. And if you can get yourself one more pitcher, I don't know if you have the farm system guys that you want to move for a rental of Castillo from the Reds. It wouldn't be a bad idea. It would probably scream out again that this team is not just looking to win their division, but they're looking to win a World Series. We'll see. I do expect them to make moves, and I expect them to fortify it. I do like one idea, and David and I talked a little bit about it on Saturday and inside the clubhouse, and that is the Giants are looking rather lame right now, okay? And in 2019 and 2020, what were the rumors we were hearing in the offseason all winter long? The Chicago White Sox were talking to the Los Angeles Dodgers about Jock Peterson. That's the left-handed bat that could really be the key. he was one of the major reasons why the Atlanta Braves won last year. They went out and got those 3 outfielders and helped fortify their offense. A trade like that, I don't know if Benintendi from Kansas City has enough pop. He's a 300 hitter, but certainly a trade like that where the Giants might pivot right now and say, hey, we're a 500 team. We're not really going to beat the Dodgers or the Padres, certainly not the Mets or Atlanta. Let's get some young players for Jock Peterson, who's a free agent. That's the type of trade that I would expect the White Sox to try to make.
Bruce, I like that idea a lot better than I liked your idea of trading Ian Happ because he's not a $10 million outfielder, or however you phrased it on Saturday morning. That caused a little bit of an argument, but that was fun. What do you expect in terms of Ian Happ? We know Contreras is likely on his way out. Will he have company on the plane to San Diego?
You know, just because the system is showing, that's a great question. Just the way Morel and Velasquez have shown up here, I think it gives them a little bit more courage to trade Happ, who's going to be a free agent after next year. You hate to trade a 27-year-old guy, though, that you invested in a number 1 pick in 2015 and has come this far. But you know, again, if you feel that finally you're getting some production from your outfield, it's been like 4 years since the Cubs have gotten any production at all from their outfield at all. You know, since Schwarber left, they haven't gotten any production from their outfield. So that's a toss-up on Happ. You know, I'm partially there on let's sign him to a longer contract, and I'm partially there saying, hey, we have young outfielders coming in our organization right now. They're showing up. Let's give them a chance, and let's get something for Happ. So I think it's a toss-up for them as well.
So I guess when I sit here and look at the White Sox and think about where they're at, when do they finally make their move? You know, Chris Bryant is starting to hit some homers. Not that he's going to spoil their season, but they got Colorado next. Are they ever going to be over 500, Bruce? And how quickly and for how long?
I think until tomorrow in the 4th inning, they'll be they'll be halfway over 500. Yeah. You know, again, you don't want to predict this. Russa himself has said it, and you know, not a lot of people love everything that he says, but he said until we're over 500, there's not a lot to talk about. Well, the division is pretty close there, and Cleveland is a good team, but you know, arguably they beat up their best pitcher yesterday. Bieber's not having the year that he's had in the past, but he's dominated the White Sox in his career. I thought that was that's an understated story from yesterday. Is that they were down 2-0 in this 4-game crucial series, if you want to call it that, and they came back and won those 2 games. Probably not good enough to declare them the champion of the division, but certainly good enough to show that they had the fortitude and luckily Dylan Cease, who continues to be over the last 2 months the best pitcher in baseball. So that's a very positive area to go in. But when you look at the White Sox in this group of games that they have ahead of them, I have a good feeling for them. Again, Giolito's got to get straightened out. Do they take Lopez and make him into a starting pitcher again because of the fact that he has been so good out of the bullpen, or do you leave him there because of that fact? There's a lot of questions to be answered for the White Sox over the next week before we hit the trading deadline.
Good stuff, Bruce. Appreciate you jumping on, even if I don't always agree with you.
That's the beauty of baseball. That's the greatest sport in the world to talk about because everybody can be right and everybody's opinion counts.
That's right.
Great stuff, Bruce. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And Lawrence Holmes here. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2. Today, Layla Rahimi is in for the vacationing Lawrence Holmes. We will talk to Ian Happ, Steve Stone, and James Fegan, and we will do High Noon at 11:45.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment.
Cube, thank you so much for the time, man. How you doing today?
Man, that was a hell of an intro, man. I'm doing good, man. You know what I mean? Y'all listening to that, you know what I mean? Y'all just pump me up that much more.
That's our guy. That's our guy, Chris Tannehill, goes by Tanny. He is a huge fan, and no one in radio does better intros than Tanny.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. You know, a couple of hip-hop stations can learn from that.
I know he appreciates the praise. Want to talk to Tanny, though? And comes up in hip-hop, has mixtapes, a fan of Ice Cube, gets complimented left and right by all of his big celebrity opens. Said Ice Cube said that some hip-hop stations could learn a thing or two from that open. How'd that feel, Tanny?
I wish I would have had that endorsement like 10, 12 years ago about, when I was actually DJing. But, of course, like, Cube was awesome, and I got a chance to meet him when he was here 5 years ago. I couldn't believe it was that long ago. He signed my record, so he was very cool when I met him. And so that was the first guest I ever actually got on the turntables to produce their open. So I got on the turntables on the 1 and 2 on Friday night. Had to make sure that Ice Cube was taken care of properly.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That
you
is hot. That's how you do it. Actually dealing with wax on a Friday night.
But seriously, a couple of hip hop stations can learn from that. That is high praise. Like, put it in the bio. That is an awesome endorsement. Say it often. He makes it sound better than we are each and every day.
Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Two outs, two on the pitch. Swing and a miss, and the Cubs win the ball game. David Robertson strikes out Garrett Stubbs on a high fastball. A pitch about shoulder high, and the Cubs begin to congratulate one another. They have swept the Philadelphia Phillies here in Pennsylvania.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Yeah, there you go. There's David Robertson, and he has another save, and that's just fantastic. Honestly, I think he's had a great year on a pretty mediocre team, right? A team that's below 500, and he's had some big moments for himself, and it's great to see because he was out of baseball, right? He was in that World Classic. You know, a lot of guys took part in that thing with the idea of getting some attention and maybe getting a deal.
Right.
He was brought in. They didn't think he'd be the closer, but he's the guy that has been a closer, and he moved into that role, and he's been great. But that is not a guy that the White Sox need. No offense to anyone. The White Sox had David Robertson, and they traded him previously. So I think at the age of 37, making a move for David Robertson would just underscore what a terrible deal it was when they got Mr. Kelly to come in here.
I respectfully disagree.
Well, they need a left-handed. They need a left-handed reliever.
I think
David.
that left-handed relievers are going to be difficult to find. I would agree that in theory, that's what you're looking for because you need somebody who gets left-handers out. That's why you get left-handed relievers. I think when you look at the splits, David Robertson is very good against lefties. And, you know, whether it's this year in you know, his small sample size, but 73 at bats, he's faced more lefties than righties, and the batting average is lower against lefties than it is righties. There are things you could look at. He's in the midst of a very strong season. For a bad team, he's got 14 saves. He's 3-0, 1.3 ERA, whip 0.992. This is somebody who knows how to pitch. And I think this is the other part that I don't think is dismissible necessarily. When you got Craig Kimbrell, I think that's the natural tendency to want to say, well, this is going to be like that. Craig Kimbrell, from the shoulders up, was like hell-bent on being a ninth inning only guy. David Robertson is, give me the ball whenever. I'll be your stopper in the fifth inning if that's what it takes. I'll be the guy that faces, you know, whoever, whenever, however you need me. I'm there. And I think that is something that you can't just overlook, the willingness to pitch and the effectiveness when he's on the mound. I think if they go out and get David Robertson, it might not be the one that puts him over the top, but if Rick Hahn needs a bullpen piece as badly as he indicated on Friday, he could do a lot worse.
So Garrett Crochet blew out his arm and had Tommy John surgery. And is that the guy you trade for David Robertson? Is that what you would do? I wouldn't do that. I mean, I'm referencing last year's trade where they gave up a Hoyer, and really Nick Madrigal was the key to the deal, and they managed to get Nick Madrigal traded before he had another injury and then made himself like impossible to trade. And unfortunately, Nick Madrigal has struggled this year with the Cubs, and Hoyer blew out his elbow, and he's had Tommy John surgery. So that's a pity, and I hope both those guys come back. But it didn't cost the Sox as much with Kimbrell. It wasn't as damaging. I just don't know. I think when you're trading between, city rivals, right, two teams in one area, I think there is a higher price tag that goes with it. I don't think there's a lot of cooperation between each team, and I think that you kind of, I don't want to call it lopsided, the Kimbrell thing, but it didn't work even remotely. I would not go to that well again, especially for a guy who's 37 that you're trying to squeeze a couple. Like I said,
for 2 months.
If Joe Kelly could pitch, then you wouldn't have to do this.
But if Joe Kelly were more
you wasted
effective,
$8 million on him.
Yeah, but I don't.
Aaron Bummer got injured this year as well.
Well,
right?
that's why you're in the position you're in.
That's why you need a lefty.
Because Aaron Bummer's not going to be back until September at the earliest. We heard the update
Banks
over the
is
weekend.
your only lefty, right?
But that's why you need a lefty. You need somebody who has been through this before. And Robertson, again, I understand the tendency to want to attach everything to what happened with Kimbrell and to to assume there could be a Cubs tax or a Sox tax involved in trades that are in the same city. I just don't think that's true. I think that's a myth now. And I don't think it's useful for Rick Hahn or for anybody to look at what happened with Kimbrel and Madrigal and that deal and this, and Cody Hoyer's got, surgery. This is very simple. If you need a bullpen arm and you need somebody that is experienced in every situation under all the circumstances, David Robertson is going to be attractive to a lot of teams, not just the White Sox. And I don't know that he's going to be a high – you're not going to get a lot in return because he's, a rental. He's got he's on a 1-year, $3.5 million contract. That's a relative pittance for a guy who has been as good as he has been. So if you're the Sox, I'm making that phone call and I'm finding out what it would take. And if I'm the Cubs, I am having an auction and I'm going to trade David Robertson to the highest bidder.
Yeah, I'm not saying that David Robertson isn't a good pitcher and isn't a good. I don't want him on the White Sox. Okay, I mean, I just don't want the White Sox to be, and I get it. You're going to have a hard time getting like Michael Fulmer because that's, Andrew Chafin is a lefty. We've seen him in Chicago. He's also with the Tigers. You start looking at guys, and it's going to be difficult to do that. And I, nonetheless, would be cautious about trading with the Cubs for David Robertson. That wouldn't do much for me.
Yeah, he's not one of those guys that I would propose keeping. He's not in the same conversation like Ian Happ, for instance. Bruce and I got in a debate over the weekend, as he alluded to. I think that Ian Happ is somebody that I would understand keeping, not trading, even though there's speculation. I think one report over the weekend had Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ being traded to the Padres, which would be something. They would be active. They're also involved in the Juan Soto sweepstakes, the way we understand it from John Heyman. So they're going to be very active. They need to make a big move. They're getting Tatis Jr. back, I think. So Happ, to me, represents the type of player that you want to keep, that you want to you drafted him in the first round, you developed him into an all-star, and now you can reward that with a contract extension. That makes sense. It was stunning to me that Cubs have not – the only player that I think Theo Epstein and that regime ever drafted and signed to a contract extension was David Bodie. Isn't that remarkable? All the other players they drafted and developed to the point where they would want to keep left, traded, whatever the case. David Bodie, the only player I think that they drafted and signed to a second contract. Ian Happ is a good candidate to be Jed Hoyer's first, only because I think that he has what it takes to become even a better player than he is this year. I don't think he's going to be one of these guys, even though you could be selling high right now. I still think he has room for improvement, and he will.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree with that. I just think, it's really difficult to figure out what to do at the trade deadline. And I think that I don't expect the White Sox to make a major move. If they do, that would mean a starting pitcher, in my opinion. As far as the Cubs are concerned, I think they are going to trade some guys. I think that they have made that decision and they're in a different mode altogether. I don't know what it would take to change that. I don't think anything that happened on the trade deadline, at the trade deadline with division rivals or anything else would impact the way they'd go about their business. Not even a 23-year-old signing with the Cardinals.
Yeah, I don't think it will either. I just think it's interesting to wonder about their options and how aggressive they will be to make moves, plural, because the Contreras thing, once that happens, remember last year, I think Jock Peterson was the first Cub to be traded, and that kind of opened the door. Then everyone else followed, and we had to wait until the trade deadline to see a teary Chris Bryant in the dugout in Nationals Park in D.C., and then he got the news there, and that was all a moment, and that was a day that Cub fans want to forget because it was traumatic for a lot of people to go through with Javi and Bryant and Rizzo all out the door practically at the same time. This year it'll be a little less dramatic and probably a little bit more expected. We're braced for that, even though I don't think that they're going to have the volume of deals that they made last year. Contreras, yes. Robertson, yes. Happ, hopefully not. Michael Givens could be a guy that goes out the door.
That's another guy that they could trade because he's got some value as a reliever.
But we're not talking about big hauls in return here.
No.
You're talking about trying to maximize need from other teams, and in the case of Robertson, selling high because he has been, he has been better than anyone expected him to be.
Would you be selling high with Happ?
Yes, you would be, and I think that's probably the temptation. Is that it's a risk reward type of thing. I just think the reward could be worth the risk in keeping him and avoiding the temptation to sell high because you can't get rid of all the good players. Just because a guy gets to the point where now he's an all-star. He wept when he was an all-star. Remember that? Don't you want people in your organization who are proud to represent your organization? That may be a secondary point to it, but he's also somebody that has earned the benefit of the doubt. To me, look, I wasn't a big Ian Happ guy at the beginning of the season, but I like the way that he has made himself into the kind of player he is now.
We got a texter saying, Mully's having a Chicago meatball moment. I don't want this David Robertson guy. He's another Greg Kimball.
Greg Kimball.
Yeah. I don't think that's I don't think that is a meatball moment. I'm not against David Robertson. I'm happy for him. I had a David Robertson t-shirt that was sent to me at one point. When he was joining the White Sox. So congratulations to him for being able to revive his career. I just wouldn't go that route again because for all they thought the one thing they needed was Craig Kimbrell and it failed. And is the one thing they need David Robertson? I don't believe that's the case.
It's not the one thing they need, but it's one of the things they need.
I think they need a left-handed power bat and a guy that can play right field. I'm not sure they have that. I know they have a guy they line up that way, and I'm not down on Gavin Sheets, but I don't think he's that guy.
Well, he slumped. He was a great guest Saturday morning, terrific kid, but he has been slumping of late, and that has not been good for him. I wonder if he's pressing because his name has come up in some trade conversations. We addressed that with him. But I'm with you. If they could get a left-handed power bat,
right?
Great.
And if they get a right fielder,
you think Jock Peterson's for sale?
If they get a second baseman. And I'm not suggesting they would do either thing. These are things they needed going into the season, and maybe another starting pitcher. That would be nice if they got that accomplished. But I don't know that that does much for me, David Robertson. That's not an insult to him or to the Cubs or to anyone. It's just I don't know that that's the solution and the answer. Period. End of story.
I think it's part of a bigger project at the trade deadline. It's certainly not your number one priority. It's your most doable trade. It's the most doable trade that you're going to consider because getting a starting pitcher is not going to be easy. Luis Castillo's at the top of everyone's list. You're going to have to settle probably for somebody lesser than that. Tyler Mahle came back for the Reds against the Cardinals yesterday, gave up a couple of home runs, but overall was pretty good.
Yeah.
Jose Quintana is in town with the Pirates. Can he stay? He's just going to stick around. He knows how to get to guaranteed rate field.
He's a left-handed pitcher.
Well, I know, but he's a starter, and he's going to have to. If the idea is to go out and get a starting pitcher to upgrade your rotation somehow, does he do that? Look, this is all part of the conversation before next Tuesday arrives. I just believe that at some point in time, everybody who is going to be a contender is going to want another bullpen piece. That's always part of the conversation. The White Sox could do worse than adding somebody who has 14 saves.
Okay. I'm not saying they could do worse, but I'm saying they could do better. That's all.
At a larger cost.
Okay. So what are we talking about for Robertson?
I don't know. A mid-level prospect. Middle. I mean, you're rolling your eyes. I'm not talking about.
Boy, I wish I hope you're on Twitch.
Like a minute ago, you had every team in the league vying for him, and he's the top reliever available. And I'm not arguing, but now we've decided that it's just give us a bag of balls and a couple of.
Well, it's not going to cost you very much. I never oversold what he's going to cost in return, but his numbers make him tradable. Whereas you didn't go into the season thinking that David Robertson, or counting on the fact that he was going to be a guy you could trade. You wanted him to help shore up a bullpen that had a lot of question marks.
How about this 815 texter? Grandal and Moncada for Wisdom, Contreras, and Robertson. Yuck.
That's a whole lot of yuck. That's ridiculous.
That's yuck all over. Yeah. That's everyone saying.
They're not trading Patrick Wisdom. Again, why would you trade somebody who is as cheap and affordable as Patrick Wisdom is and as productive as he has become?
And available, see Moncada.
Yeah, everybody's available.
No, I mean like Moncada barely gets on the field.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, Moncada.
Wisdom plays, Moncada rests.
Yeah, and I agree. Brandon says Andrew Chafin would be a better fit for the White Sox. He's a left-handed reliever. That would be a better fit. The problem is he's with the Tigers. So are they going to help the White Sox? And is there a higher price to pay due to the fact that that you're in the same division and you're going to see guys for a long time?
Tigers not going to be in a hurry to help the White Sox, but right. I don't also think that Andrew Chafin is a guy that's would be with any team he gets traded to at the deadline much longer than a couple months. Yeah. He's the consummate rental. Relief pitchers, they live out of suitcases and they go places months at a time rather than seasons at a time at times. And this is one of those times. Andrew Chafin is well traveled, definitely. But yeah, he would be fine. He's got the vehicle. He knows he doesn't have that cool car still that he got with the Cubs, so he would definitely be.
I think the White Sox know David Robertson. They have dealt with him. He has been there before. They would know everything there is to know about him, and maybe they just wouldn't want him back. I don't know.
I hate to tell you that David Robertson's been tougher on lefties this year than Andrew Chafin, but just say it.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying there are also, you don't want a guy that doesn't fit into whatever beaten up locker room you have.
Was he a problem the first time?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Oh, I doubt it.
I'm saying
he's an easy guy to get along with based on reputation. He's a terrific interview. Yeah, I don't think he would be a problem.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. Did he seemed to have a lot of fun with Chris Sale chopping up the jerseys,
he did.
Right?
He did. He still has.
I wonder how that played.
He still has White Sox memorabilia. Well, Chris Sale probably didn't like it.
Yeah,
but he's not here. He's cutting up jerseys in Boston with his good hand.
I don't know.
I did not expect to trigger you with David Robertson.
I got to tell you, thanks anyway. Okay, that's all I'm going to say is thanks anyway. Very nice idea. Really fun baseball conversation. No with a capital N and a capital O.
And I'm saying yes with a capital Y and an exclamation point after the yes.
Well, I just think it'd be great for us. I only want to have it happen for the sake of the show.
Oh.
Like the talkability.
How would that
factor,
help us?
The talkability factor is just epic. Because first we bring back all this audio that's happening right now.
You want to taunt me, and that's why you want this to happen. That's Dustin.
That's payback for Nick Madrigal.
Okay, there you go.
You're really going to like this kid. All he does is hit.
Okay, 312-644-6767. I did say that. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Liam Hendricks, you guys are actually in a pretty good spot, aren't you? It's somehow you're sort of lucky to be there at 46 and 46, but you're right there.
Yeah, we weathered the storm of the first half. We battled back and we got to a 500 team, and now we hopefully can cash in those checks that we didn't quite cash in earlier in the year. Finish strong and hopefully get a chance to go back to the playoffs.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons.
Well, I think what was cool about seeing you guys, seeing the Bears and seeing Justin is I saw his start. We called his first ever career start up in Cleveland, and that was a tough game. We all were there, and it was a tough game, and it seemed like it was a very conservative plan, and he was kind of handcuffed, and they really struggled protecting him and whatnot. And then we saw him later in the year against Green Bay in Chicago. And it was like watching a different player. It was like watching a different offense. He seemed a lot more comfortable. I mean, first couple drives of the game, Chicago came out and really was in sync, and he had some nice plays. You guys lost there at the end, that was in the Rodgers kind of that was the I own you game and all that. But it came down to the end, and Chicago played really well, and so did Justin. So it was cool to see him from the beginning to later in the year make that young player evolution that everybody wants to see, especially when it's the quarterback. So I think the future is really bright for him. I think, obviously they've got to get him a consistent offense and a consistent philosophy that he can grow along with. But I think he has a real shot to be a really good player in this league for a long time. And I think there was a lot of traits that you saw, even when he was struggling. I think there was a lot of traits that you saw last year early on that if I was a Bears fan would be positive to see.
In trying to figure out his development and like how he grows from year 1 to year 2, it's going to be hard because the Bears roster doesn't look like it's going to be really strong. So what are things that a player sees when we're talking about another player taking a big step that maybe a fan or observer doesn't? What should I be looking at in year 2 of Justin Fields?
When you're talking about the quarterback position, so we'll just focus on quarterback, obviously, with Justin. Everyone's going to look at the box score, and everyone wants to see 22 for 30 for 240 yards and 2 touchdowns, right? Like, everyone's so enamored with statistics and yardage. And don't get me wrong, this is a production-based league. You are judged by your production. But I think early on, right, and, you think of the games last year, it's body language, it's control, it's demeanor on the field. It's, all right, you just threw a pick. The next drive, does the coach allow you to come out and throw it the next 3 plays, or is it handoff, punt? I think those sort of things tell you all you need to know, both about how the team feels about him and then how his own personal self-talk, right? Does he run? Does he take the field that next play, and the first time he has a chance after a pick, he just lets one rip and fits one into the gap? Or does he throw a bunch of little checkdowns because he's scared to throw another one? So I think it's kind of reading between the lines and not being so enamored with passing stats and where is he in the rankings and his cute. How does he manage the game? How does he handle adversity? Is he the leader that everyone on the sidelines is coming to when things aren't good? Those are the sort of things that tell you a lot about a young player. We all know he's talented. We all know that if surrounded by the right guys in the right system, that he can play at a high level. It's the other things that if I was a Bears fan, those are the things I would be looking at, especially if you're not a team that's going to be competing for a Super Bowl this year, or however as you said, however the roster shakes out. So, to me, that stuff is so important in telling me what is this guy's future, and that's why I came away last year watching him. I know some of his games weren't pretty and they weren't perfect, but every time I left, there was something about him that I liked. And I think for young players at any position, let alone quarterback, their demeanor and how they respond and handle themselves is a great indicator of future success.
primarily in the bullpen. Obviously, Aaron Bummer has been absent for a while and is starting to make some progress, and we do project him to return at some point, but that's not guaranteed. So I would say bullpen's probably the most obvious need. I think if you look at our offensive and defensive performance over the course of the year, the performance out of second base and right field haven't quite been what we would hope. That said, if you look at what Josh Harrison has done since June 1st, and you look what Gavin Sheets has done since he returned from the minors, those both potentially could be solutions there. So we'll have to wait and see.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is the voice of Rick Hahn. And it was interesting to hear from him on Friday. And he does talk quite a bit, if we're being fair about it. He always he did a good job with the start of the series, coming out and talking. It's a nice homestand, and always good to hear from him, and always good to hear what the White Sox are thinking. And I don't know if that's an accurate portrayal of what they're thinking, but it's good to hear him say something. And everybody wants pitching. I don't think that's a surprise, David.
There's not a more accessible sports executive in Chicago than Rick Hahn. He has been available. He has been accessible. He has been pleasant. He has pushed back. Heck, he appeared on Shane's podcast, Bourbon with a Buddy. Good for Rick Hahn. And he's been pretty transparent, I think. Everybody wants a reliever at the trade deadline. Every team in baseball who's in contention would say the same thing. Just a matter of who's available, how much it would cost, and how the guy would fit. When he said what he said, and we listened to it back there from Friday, I wondered, was that Friday or was that October? Because it's uncanny and so frustrating if you're a Sox fan, I would imagine, to hear him underscore the needs as the trade deadline approaches that were still the needs when they got knocked out of the playoffs by the Astros. The first time that Rick Hahn met the media after last year's playoff loss, he could have said the same thing, or we could have played that tape Friday or a few minutes ago.
Right.
And it all would have been true. That's on them. Now, he's right about Harrison. The numbers have been much better since June 1st, and he has been an asset more than a liability.
Yep.
Right field remains a problem because you don't have the left-handed pop. The bullpen, which you thought you addressed with Joe Kelly, now you have another need because Aaron Bummer's health situation. And let's face it, Garrett Crochet,
that's a big deal,
is probably the biggest loss of that bullpen even now. Even now, because of he's not been available all season long.
That was a big loss. But the combination of him and Bummer gone, meaning Tanner Banks is your left-handed reliever, that's a problem. Okay, that has been a tough situation. I hope that Bummer is able to come back, and that would be great. But I think that I understand what he's saying. What he's not saying is that they did go get a guy in Joe Kelly that they thought was going to help him, and he has not been very good all year long.
Or healthy.
No, he hasn't been healthy.
Yeah.
He came injured, and he's not gotten better. And when they've used him in higher leverage situations, he's been no good. But I think Ronaldo Lopez has been excellent coming out of the bullpen, has been really good, and can be a weapon for them. I don't think they're without worthy guys coming off the bench. I just think that when the closer struggles, that raises kind of some eyebrows. Let's hope that he gets it back together and he's fine. And I think that Kendall Graveman is capable of being a closer if that is pushed. I don't know that he's an everyday guy.
He gave up a homer again yesterday.
I know.
Yeah, I think Hendricks will be fine. I think Graveman eventually will be fine. And you will have one slot in the bullpen you need to address at the deadline. I still think that starting pitching, to me, is a higher priority.
I agree.
Than your bullpen piece because of the flexibility it might allow you if you're able to be as good as you think you can be. If you get a starting pitcher that's good enough to go every fifth day, if he's good enough to let you have some difference in the way that you use maybe Michael Kopech. Maybe that's something you want to consider going down the road. Maybe he is the guy that by the end of the season if you get the right starting pitcher at the deadline, is it crazy to wonder where he would fit in these high leverage situations that everyone talks about? I don't know. I think you have some options if you add an arm you trust. If you add, and people are pushing back in the text line about, somebody said I have an obsession with Luis Castillo. He's the number one pitcher available.
Right.
If you're the White Sox, don't you want to be involved in talks for the number one pitcher available? Tyler Mahle is another one. Same with the Reds. Jose Quintana, we mentioned. And there's a lot of guys out there that you could envision having conversations about. That doesn't mean they're going to be White Sox. It means you have to consider a lot of different possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, and I mean this sincerely. I think that we have sort of this complex in town where we believe that there is going to be somebody, kind of this Beowulf complex, where this great warrior will come in and save the day, and that's how it's going to be, and it'll land right at your feet, and everything's going to. And it is possible that someone that was injured could come back and make a huge difference. Eloy. Man, when Eloy catches one, Eloy catches one. He's a great player if he can catch one. And Grandal, you hope that Grandal can give you some left-handed power, and that's going to be something that works out. I still think they have a real decision to make with that catching position, and it's going to be interesting to see how that flushes out. But I don't know. I'll be very curious to see that. But I don't know that there is some entity outside the organization that you can bring in here and then you're going to win a World Series.
Well, we don't know.
I don't know. And I don't know that they're going to do it.
You've got to explore all those options.
But that's what Rick Hahn said. He said there's never been a player that moved in Major League Baseball that they haven't had a conversation about.
That's the way it should be.
Yes. It is due diligence.
Look, every potential White Sox contributor is someone they should consider and somebody we should discuss. Always. You always have to explore that, because when it happens, then you're prepared. And if you have the possibility to pull the trigger, I'm talking about the executive standpoint, not necessarily us. But I think it's the same, the related ideas. You have to consider the possibility. What would Luis Castillo mean to the White Sox rotation, and what would that enable them to do with other people on the staff?
Yeah.
Well, that's a great thing to consider. And if you like that idea enough, then you're willing to consider the cost. It's like if you go on vacation, you identify your dream vacation. Then you identify other places that might be more suitable or affordable or more likely. And then you determine how are you going to afford it. Can you go? You work out the details. It's the same thing entering the trade deadline a week from tomorrow. So all these things are valid, and I hope the White Sox are having similar conversations, even if they're rolling their eyes at ours.
312-644-6767. That is the telephone number, and we should tell you the Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download that BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
And the BetQL network is available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and BetQLnetwork.com.
Jose is in Aurora. Hey, Jose.
Hey, guys, I love your show, but I'm real mad at Cubs management right now. The only four guys that I would never trade off that team is Ian Happ, Horner, Morel, and Contreras. If you're looking to build a playoff team next year, I don't know what the heck these guys are doing. I'm so mad at these guys. I can't even take it. Thanks for having my call, guys.
Appreciate it,
Thanks, Jose.
Yeah, thanks for making it.
There could be a lot of angry people when they trade Wilson Contreras.
Listen, I mean,
a lot of them.
I don't know why. I don't think that.
I'll tell you why.
Well, but I'm going to tell you something that every Cubs fan, this is not going to sneak up on you. It's been a fait accompli. You know what the great news would be if they don't trade Wilson Contreras?
Yes. Celebration.
That would be a shocker.
Let's have another party.
That would be a shocker. Yeah. That would be one where you'd be like, what? Oh, wow. When you let a guy's contract run out, that means that you're going to deal him for something before it's for nothing.
Just because something bad is inevitable to happen, or it inevitably happens, doesn't mean that you have to reserve your reaction, or even if you're prepared for bad news, it still is going to hurt, and you're still going to be ticked off. And as a Cub fan, I would be. The moment they trade Wilson Contreras, even though you can justify it, even though they will explain it, and even though you're prepared for it, you should be ticked off, because this is the kind of player that you're conditioned to pull for in sports, want to be part of your organization, and represent it on a daily basis. Worth investing in. He cares, he's good, and he's affordable. I don't like the reality that they're going to have to trade him, even though I know that's going to happen. I can be prepared for it, but I'm never going to like it.
Okay, and I'm not going to argue with you about that, but I guess, okay, they traded Chris Bryant. He was he won an MVP the year they won the World Series. They traded Anthony Rizzo. Anthony Rizzo, whatever you want to say about him, resonated with Cubs fans. They loved Anthony Rizzo, no question about it. El Mago, they traded Javier Baez. I would have to think that if you are lining up the guys to be offended by, they can't hurt you anymore. Wilson Contreras is below the three of those guys in terms of guys they've traded. And that's not being mean about it. That's just talking about the popularity of individual players.
But you just named off three moves that if you're a Cub fan of this generation, of any generation, that would make your list of the 5 most difficult Cubs trades to process. So, I mean, you're right. But just because they have done that doesn't make me like that anymore. I can understand things I don't like.
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying, though, that that once you've done that, aren't you kind of...
Are you numb?
Well,
are you numb?
You're almost like blistered,
desensitized.
You're steeled for it because you've been through it and you know
what
it feels like.
You're a fan, and if you're I think part of being a fan is not being steeled to anything. So you lead with your heart, not with your head. That's what other people do. That's what other people are supposed to do. I guess from a fan standpoint, it's hard. From an intellectual standpoint, it's easy to understand. Even possibly encourage if I'm sitting in the conference room and working for the Cubs as an executive consultant, I'm saying, well, you know what? You need to probably maximize the value of a Wilson Contreras before you let him walk for nothing. I get it. But the people you're charging $100 a ticket to walk into Wrigley Field and to see this team that's on a 100-loss pace, even though they swept the Phillies, goodness sakes, I understand why they would be ticked off.
We have a texter saying Darvish. That was the one. And I understand that idea because that was just a money salary dump. That's all that was. And that started the process where everybody got traded. Okay,
I wasn't sentimentally attached to Darvish.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
The guys you were sentimentally attached to are those three.
Yeah.
And Wilson Contreras is just like a bridge too far for some people. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But I think you're more emotionally attached to some of the other guys. That's
absolutely.
Yeah.
Darvish was here for 5 minutes by relative comparison.
I'm saying, but Wilson wasn't here. You're not as emotionally attached to him, even though he's a heart in his sleeve kind of guy, as you were to Chris Bryant and Rizzo and Baez.
Fair enough, but I have a ton of respect for a guy that plays as hard as he does and wants to be a Cub as badly as he still does.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a guy that does care about what he's doing.
He's been alive 30 years. He's been a Cub for 14 of them.
Right. It's pretty good.
It's half his life.
All right, we've got to bring in Dan and Lawrence. Somebody's out though today. I see
Layla's in for Lawrence,
and
Dan is
so it's Dan
back
and Layla
today.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan and Layla.
There's Layla. All right, we'll talk to them next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score.
You know, we hear from fans all the time that say that the Cubs have the most expensive baseball experience out there, but the payroll is 14th out of 30 teams. What is your message to the fans and to the season ticket holders?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I kind of alluded to it earlier in the interview, but that's something that I don't ever have concerns about is the resources. I know they'll be there when the time is right. If you go back to, I think we've spent a lot of this interview talking about 12, 13, 14, and if you go back and look at where our payrolls were during those years, they weren't that high. And then, when we were sort of in the window to win, we were a luxury taxpayer, and we spent a ton of money on everything, both players on the field and obviously, trading prospects to get more players. We were really aggressive. So that's not something that I have, concerns about. I think that, it's really important to, we talk about the two types of currency that kind of rule the game. You have financial currency and you have prospect currency, and it's really important to be as healthy as possible in both. And I know the prospect health is certainly improving and on the way to being really strong. And then I think from a financial currency, and that's something that I feel really strongly about as well. I think making sure that we have the amount of money that we need to be really successful, and that's something like I never really think about. I know that the money will be there when the time is right to be aggressive again.
Up and running and twitching every morning. And we want to thank everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Moso, thank you for listening on this Monday morning.
Thanks to our executive producer. He is a very extraordinary man. We call him Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Did you hear the blues there when you struck out and they played the game there?
No, man, I lost my hearing.
So you didn't hear it?
Come on, man, that's a stupid question.
Why is it a stupid question?
Can anybody else answer that?
for him? Anybody? Yeah, man, that's a stupid question.
It's not a stupid question. If it's a stupid question, you should be equipped to answer it.
All right. I did answer it. All right.
The answer should be able to handle a stupid question.
We got the answer. That doesn't mean that I can't say that it's a stupid question.
It wasn't a stupid question. It's a legit question.
If I heard the booze, that's a rhetorical question. Of course, it's a stupid question.
Did you hear the booze?
That's a stupid question. We got the answer. We're good. Thanks, guys.
Then you should be able to handle a stupid question.
I did.
I think he heard the booze.
Oh, I love hearing
Nick Castellanos going back.
Nick Castellanos going back. I like the question.
Just another day in Philly.
Yeah. Brandon, thank you. Brandon Fryer, great job as always. How many fans that we're hearing from that don't really care about it?
And I'm amazed that I continue to be upset by it.
Yeah.
Because I should know better.
Well, it's just I think at some level you start howling at the moon.
I know.
Like you're just kind of they're not gonna do anything about it. David going werewolf on us. Yeah. David howling at the moon.
Can't remember what that was about.
It was about Wilson Contreras being traded.
Okay.
And Dan and Layla
that
are
proves
here.
you're an actual werewolf if you can't remember.
Yeah.
Seemed like a long time ago, Dan. Good morning, Dan and Layla.
Why you grew hair on your hands was confusing. But
different reason.
Yeah, okay.
Different.
Sometimes
yeah,
it's
they're
just
not gonna. They're not.
Molly.
It's a medication.
Oh, I like it. So what's the crack?
I got sunburned.
Where?
I'm like all.
In your
you
face.
are now that I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the top
I
of
thought
your
you were
head.
just embarrassed.
No,
what happened?
It was cloudy. We were golfing, and
golf.
We weren't in. Because of the rain. There were no carts allowed, so we had pull carts, and usually you're on a covered cart, and you don't really think about it. And it was cloudy, and then it wasn't cloudy, and then I didn't think about it. And by the time we were done walking 18, my mom's yelling at me.
Yeah, because the sun works regardless.
Yeah, you put sunscreen on. Even if you think it's cloudy, the UV rays can go through the clouds, and then when you're our age, you're going to go to the dermatologist every week and have to scrape another thing off you, and you got to wait through the biopsy and find out if it's a basal cell carcinoma or not. That's right. Okay, sorry.
Whose voice is that?
I should have worn some.
That's his mother, apparently.
And every dermatologist.
Just getting I ass reamed out. Sorry. Okay. My God. I forgot to wear sunscreen.
Look,
Paying
Red,
for it now.
you did okay.
Right?
I called you Red. Didn't you?
You didn't wear a hat at least?
Hey, Red, where's
I don't
Elvis?
like playing golf with a hat on.
You don't like playing golf with a hat on?
I don't know. I used to love hats, and I don't like hats all that much. I don't know. They feel weird. Something happened to my head. I think it's the steroids. It's expanding my head. I don't know.
Yeah, your hat's no longer fit.
I don't know what it is. No, it's
Weebles wobble, but they don't fall
It was
down.
that second cycle, Dan.
Story of my life.
right.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Oh,
It's
hey.
nice to see you guys. What day is this?
Nice to see you on a Monday.
it's
I don't know what
Monday.
day it is
Layla,
anymore.
Wednesday on a Monday?
I worked
No,
on Friday
tomorrow-
too. Now I'm all thrown off.
Yeah, so we'll have a Layla Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Here's the thing. Thank you. But also, what if they're just Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? Also, isn't tomorrow Bears Tuesday, kind of?
Oh,
It is.
they're not gonna. They're not.
That's the sounder for Bears kind of Tuesday.
It is.
It should be for the Chicago Wolves if they're smart. They're already on the phone
There they
trying to work that one
They're
out.
the champions.
That's
And
right.
you could get
Always.
David
That's
Lee
the
to
hockey
do
in town
the-
I'll watch.
Oh,
Sorry.
snap.
One of my
Carolina
favorite
Hurricanes should be very happy.
scouting terms was we were talking about Michael Haynes. Remember him?
Yes.
And he,
as a football player, he was a terrific herpetologist.
He had studied zoology in college and really wanted to do that. And I remember talking to a scout who was like, yeah, you're not supposed to want to study animals. You're supposed to want to be a werewolf. The guy's a werewolf. You don't want to look at a werewolf.
He was a very nice guy.
Lovely.
I wonder,
Lovely.
but as a first-round draft pick, you don't want guys who are
Yes.
described and remembered for being very nice guys.
What is he up to? I would love to know what Michael Haynes is doing these days.
That's a good "where are they now" kind of question,
Isn't it? Because it would not surprise me if he were working for, studying some animals in another
studying
country.
something or running a company or doing something very successfully.
Sounds like a question for the guest booking department
There we
if
go.
he ever heard one.
Maybe he can tell us what he thinks. We can ask him this week later of the Soldier Dome that is going to be unveiled today, 2:00. Mayor Lightfoot has a press conference to talk about Soldier Field.
Not even the Soldier Dome could prevent Dan's sunburn.
I thought that structurally it wasn't sound.
I don't know that
support
it
a
is.
dome.
I doubt that it could be, but I think they're going to discuss it anyway.
Whose
We'll
smart-looking
see.
thermos is that over there? Is that a Yeti?
That is a
one of
Yeti. I
U2's?
can see the Yeti on the
I have
side.
no idea.
Wow, somebody should
It's not
snake
mine.
that
Yeah, it's like a $42 thermos then, right?
easily.
Right?
It
Very
was
nice
a $42 I mean, what?
Yeah, I know nothing, Mully. Nothing. I ain't
I don't know
snitching.
where it went.
I still look at this bobblehead that is also in front of me with this left thermos and think to myself, isn't it apropos that the 500 team finished their series coming out of the All-Star break at 2-2? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I wasn't as excited as David was.
I wasn't excited. I just
Oh,
it's
you
better
were
than
thrilled.
1-3, and I said treading water is better than sinking. And if we had to come in here after the Sox losing 3 out of 4, it would have been a much different show.
And appropriate.
But would it?
Yeah.
Because this
bought
was
themselves
supposed
some
to be
time.
the good
Yeah,
time.
they made the move. 70 games left. Oh, never mind. Scratch that out.
It's bad to
It's
do
4
that in
off the
division.
schedule.
Yeah.
It's just 4 off the schedule.
Right. That's
You have
it.
That's all it is.
You had a 70-game season. Now you have a 66-game season.
And what it forced you to do is look at the segment differently, not just 4 games, but is 19 games, and justify it, rationalize it by saying you were 10-9 in those 19 games over that stretch. Now you've got 19 more against bad teams. Take advantage.
All of this just tells me what we already know, which is their record is very indicative of the play, which is 500.
Yeah.
And we're here.
Yeah.
Mediocrity.
On the score.
And it is mediocrity. They've risen to the level of mediocrity by being 500. Below 500 is below mediocrity, in my opinion.
I'm not unhappy about the wins.
No,
I'm
they
just
were great.
unhappy about the losses.
I'm happy
Well,
and there's
it's-
the same quantity of both.
It's
Friday
loss avoidance.
loss.
Wins feel like avoidance
Yes.
of losses. It's the way you feel.
Friday
And
was
it's
so
no
bad.
rush from victory. It's whew, that could have been really bad.
But Friday was just, there was no joy in Mudville.
None.
There was nothing there, nothing.
There was no.
You know what would help you if you don't like hats? What about an orange helmet? What if you slip that thing on and you golfed with
I
it?
want
then you put it on
the
with an orange
Cincinnati
shirt.
Bengals black and white tiger stripe one.
It's
That's
very
not bad.
Siegfried and Roy
That's
Mirage
better.
80s, and I love
I
it.
That's
love
better than
that.
that's better than the Bears because the Bengals don't have already one of the best helmets in football.
Yeah.
The Bears do. The Bears have a classic helmet that should not be tinkered with, messed with, or dealt with at all. Leave it alone. It's one of the things about the organization that you cannot criticize. And now you can, because twice a year, which is twice too many, they're going to go to these hideous orange, gaudy
Well,
cash grab
that's-
helmets that
$199 lately.
That's the whole bit of the Orange Crush, gentlemen, or the color rush, is that you just slap everybody in the face with the brightest color you got. I do
the
agree with George
Broncos,
McCaskey.
Orange
though.
Crush, fine.
Let me
You're the
ask you a
Bengals,
question.
fine. You're the Bears, Navy.
Yeah, but they're going to be
Navy.
terrible at football. They
What?
might as well do something to make them
They got
moderately
weird.
interesting.
Let me
What's
ask
the
you
weirdest
this.
color they have? Orange, not navy. Navy's classy. I wear it all the time.
What if in those 2 games, Justin Fields sees his receivers better than ever and has his 2 best throwing outings of the year? Do you go orange?
One of them is against the Cowboys, and the other one is the Thursday
Commanders.
night football game.
Washington Commanders.
Commanders and the Cowboys, are those the 2 opponents?
Yes.
You see, I think the matchup
I mean,
matters
late in the
color-wise.
game, it's Coach McCarthy. All bets are off. Do your thing.
But the aesthetics of all this stuff should be planned to your opponent if you really care about it. I have always liked.
Yeah, let me be you are overthinking this.
No,
if you've got a quarterback that you have to worry about what color helmet so he can find his receivers.
No, I didn't mean
you
it
got
that
the wrong
way.
quarterback.
I just meant from an art direction perspective. I have always liked good uniform matchups, good colors against each other,
like Len Casper talks about in baseball. all the time.
What was the Super Bowl? Was it
Not the
Chiefs
Marlins.
and Vikings in one of the early Super Bowls? That was awesome.
Purple and the Chiefs.
That was
kind of
the Chiefs.
red,
Chiefs.
red.
I think. I don't know if they were wearing their whites, but that's a great art direction Super Bowl. Like some are better than others. I just know what it's going to look like.
I do love the all-white stormtrooper. Penn State does that. Texas does that. A couple other places do it.
I like the Seattle Seahawks when they go their neon color rush uniforms.
Yeah, I love neon, and it's a subtle nod to Oregon. You know, the OGs from that Nike and all.
The only
Their
thing
chrome
that
helmet is still my favorite.
My pet peeve of any of it, and the Vikings are guilty of this, is the Vikings will often wear the canary yellow as a highlight color. and it looks like a penalty flag.
Piping.
And well, not just the piping. You'll see gloves or shoes or a sock, and they should rule out anything that gives you that false sense. Wait, was that a flag? Was that a flag? That makes me crazy.
I'm a fan of the international game of soccer, and particularly of Manchester United. And obviously, they've got names on their kit, and as you go through the years, you'll find out you have jerseys with all sorts of different names on them for the advertisers changing. But they also change jerseys, colors of uniforms, and they do that to sell a uniform in a particular year. It's just a money grab. One year they had these uniforms that were like this kind of pale blue or gray, and the players claimed they could not see each other as they were running down the field. You blend into the crowd. So they lost the games they played. They ended up having to get rid of the uniform because it was like they were all invisible. But they wore the unis.
But that's you can game the system. Have everybody wear the color of grass, so that all you see are like their eyes and stuff. If you really want to, what you do is you have them camouflage, and that way your team has an advantage because
the orange would stand out. I'm saying.
Yeah, but it stands out for the opponent too.
Well,
that's the thing. That's it.
When I covered the Padres, they wore the desert camo.
Oh,
and Nick Huntley was the catcher at the time, and he had the. He had an alternate camo. Instead of having a desert camo, he had the traditional jungle camo. And I said, why did you go alternate camo? I think that's pretty cool. And he goes, because the pitchers couldn't see my mitt if I had it with the desert camo.
That's pretty cool.
And I'm like, oh, you mean to tell me it worked? Hot damn.
That's a baseball advantage. That is, if you can conceal your grip or anything that's deceptive about your delivery, I get that.
But the problem was the pitcher
the catcher
couldn't see.
The catcher couldn't see.
So they worked a little too well.
Yeah, well, remember the Steve Yeager of the Dodgers back in the day. Not only did he invent the Adam's apple protector, I believe he was the first catcher to use the neon orange reflective tape on his gloves.
Steve Yeager?
Yeah.
That was him.
That was Steve Yeager.
That was Steve Yeager.
Right? Like he was always
trying
And
if you were a little league team that had the right coach and a budget, you had that catcher's mitt too.
Coolest.
That was the coolest.
You didn't want to run into the team that had that because you were doomed.
What about a camouflage baseball? Wouldn't that?
What happens then?
Yes. Who can hit that thing?
If Rob Manfred can make money off of it, he will think about it.
We talk all this noise, but do I love all the City Connect jerseys?
I love them.
I do.
Yes. I'm with you.
Those are classic black,
but that's not orange.
And the White Sox wear several different uniforms per year. That's part of their 162 game approach. You got 162 outfits to pick out. I get it. You got 17 football games. You got the best helmet in sports. Wear it every time.
How do you feel about the navy with the white C? I like that one too.
Oh, the Gale Sayers?
Yes, I love that.
That'd be better than orange.
With the all white
I love
Ditka
navy.
unis?
I'm very basic this way.
I'm with you. They look great.
By the way, Brandon Fryer did the research. Michael Haynes, currently high school football and soccer coach, Crowley, Texas.
Wow.
Good school district. Pays well. We should call him up.
Of course you know
let's
that.
go.
Tarrant County, what do you
Get on
want
the
from
horn.
me? All that knowledge didn't go anywhere. I just don't use it anymore. No, I went somewhere.
If you have the knowledge, you've got to share the knowledge. If you don't share the knowledge, it dies.
It's useless knowledge now. There's no point
It wasn't
in
right
it.
there.
guy-
Now we know why he took that job instead of the high-paying herpetology position. I don't know.
Maybe he's teaching biology. That would be a good skill set.
That's true.
Coaches often teach classes.
Is
there.
it mandatory?
No.
Okay. Some states you have to actually, like they all teach health or whatever. We all had that one class where the
History.
football
A
coach
lot of my
is like
coaches taught history.
showing you how to put a condom on a banana or something. And everyone's like, come on, man. Like,
Don't think that's happening in that state right now.
that's true.
Also, your guy, Kevin Fishbane, breaking news on the score, brought to you by the Beat Streak podcast. Bears are signing Michael Schofield.
Kendall Coyne's husband.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Jaquan Brisker.
No.
Boy,
They're
are
not
we
signing
going
him.
down a rabbit hole
I
with
know.
this?
It's
No,
crazy.
Dan is
have no
going
idea.
places that I didn't even know Dan could go.
Boy, I'll tell Dan where to go. Hey, what have you today, Dan?
A lot. It's a busy Monday, so we'll digest the weekend. We will talk to Ian Happ, and we'll debrief him about his All-Star experience. We have to talk about everything.
Wow.
The red carpet, his blue suit, the performance of the game, the way
The
he's
fact
playing.
that he couldn't wear his jersey.
All of it. Steve Stone at noon. Need to talk to him about the hot chicken sandwich that he didn't eat. James Fegan at 1. And like I said, we're gonna add yet another mystery mystery to the history of briskers in sports.
It's weird.
Have a great
Have
show.
a great one. Oh, they're not
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's.
I mean, every time they got a base hit, they took an aggressive turn at first, they were looking for second. Every time they hit a single, they were looking for a double. Every time they had an opportunity to bust it wherever it is they were going, they did. And so when you look at that, and then you realize here's a whole organization who plays, I believe they play on the artificial surface in Toronto, and they don't have sore legs, and they seem to be able to hustle all the time, it would seem that you have to hold yourself to a higher standard. And sometimes there's a sense of urgency that I don't see necessarily with the White Sox baseball team.
So, Steve, just so we hear you correctly, you were pretty honest and open about that yesterday during Luis Roberts at bat when he had that play. And
should have been triple.
Should have been a triple. And the suggestion now is that obviously he's not hustling. Tony says it's sore legs. Why wouldn't a manager, if he's not as a player not hustling, just be open about that publicly? If in fact you have a guy in Luis Robert who has maybe more examples than you would want of a guy who doesn't necessarily run out every time.
Well, I can't answer that. Could very well be that he does have sore legs, the same sore legs that he loafed on a ball into left center field that allowed Teoscar Hernandez to run a single into a double. That was 2 nights before. Again, everybody has a style. Players have a style. Managers have a style, and they will do that. We don't know what Tony did or didn't do behind closed doors. Could very well be he talked with Luis. Luis Robert is not in his first year. He is not a rookie in baseball. He's been around, but it's not only him. There's a lot of players that you look around and they take everything rather easily. Again, I call it not a sense of urgency. And so it could very well be that Tony did say, hey, look, we can't have that. So if your legs are sore and if you can't run, then we'll sit you for a while. But look, he is back in. I mean, we're running out of players, guys. I've never seen anything like this in my life. And everybody says, well, you can't make excuses. Well, actually, you can, because this is alarming. I mean, we lost 2 guys yesterday. Another guy came out with sore legs. I mean, you look around at what's going on and you realize everybody around baseball is paying the price for an accelerated spring training. I don't believe there's any doubt about it. I said this in February, that this is what was going to happen if you don't allow people the proper conditioning under club-supervised 6 weeks of spring training, both pitchers and players. And we're seeing this all over baseball, but for the Sox, this has been an unbelievable and somewhat unprecedented run, not only of just, the volume of players, but the fact that it's consequential players.
TheScore.com, an Odyssey station.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The all-new Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
From Duke University at 5'3" tall, he hasn't purchased a new item of clothing since the day this station debuted in '92. Dan Bernstein, from the University of North Texas, and also at 5'3", Layla Rahimi.
Know any Orioles fans?
Yeah, don't you remember on opening day I was texting with my buddy about the Orioles, and then I saw the pantsless guy on the train, and then I saw you and we froze to death. Happy opening day, Layla.
If I offered you any of the fired managers, wouldn't you be like, yes?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
If I offered you Joe Madden right now.
Hell yeah, of course I would. You could offer me Carrot Top now, I'd take.
How do you feel about an inanimate carbon rod?
I can't believe we've overlooked this week's winner for so very, very long. We simply could not function without his tireless efforts. So, a round of applause for this inanimate carbon rod.
Done.
Bernstein and Holmes, your midday destination for Chicago sports talk.
This is where we have a big open, and then it's like music.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Hey, this should be fun. We got 3 days of Layla Rahimi here with Lawrence Holmes on vacation for 2 of them. It is a gorgeous Monday in Chicago.
We're going to need an abacus to explain the show schedule.
I know. I don't even know. I usually delete that email as soon as I see it. It'll say WSCR schedule for the weekend. I'm like, nah, I don't know. I'm not going to remember any of it anyway. So I don't even bother.
Also,
I'll just show up until my card doesn't work.
If you're not listening to us outside right now, what are you doing? Go outside. It's going to be awesome today. It's just supposed to be in the 70s the whole day. I believe they call it room temperature.
According to Anthony Gill. Open the windows. Take a walk. Take a nice walk. Walk the lake. We got this giant lake here that's just like a natural air conditioner. You can go up to the recently redone Montrose Beach birding area. Go find there's a pier, like this long sort of question mark shaped pier where you can walk out there. There's a bar by the docks there.
Yeah, I enjoy this city a lot. Today is one of those days. I will spend all of it inside between here and NBC5, but just do this for me, please. Just take us outside.
My weekend was kind of a failure. All I wanted to do was see Nope. It's all I wanted to do. I had one goal. I wanted to see the movie Nope.
Isn't Keke Palmer from here, too?
So,
Isn't she from Harvey originally?
I think so. So, I've been really excited about it. I love Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele makes movies aimed directly at me. He doesn't know he does that, but he does. It's like the next thing I'm really excited and interested in, and I get all the cultural touchstones and all that. Jordan Peele doesn't know he's narrowcasting to me, but he is. So
successful art is supposed to speak to people.
Of course, we get up Saturday and it's raining and gross and there's storms and it was all wet and nobody's going to go out and do anything. I'm like, hey, heck, let's go see a movie. And my son's like, I don't want it. It's going to be scary. I don't like scary movies. It's not that scary.
Parkins.
Come on. And my daughter's, no, I don't want to. Both my kids are Parkins. I don't want to. It's going to be scary. I don't want to. I don't like movies like that.
Today.
I said, Jason, I made you see Get Out, and it's one of your favorite movies of all time. You wouldn't see it, and you saw it, and then you immediately watched it again and again the next day, and you won't see no, I don't want to. So you're going to go downstairs, and you're going to play NBA 2K Rec League with your friends all day.
Yes. Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
But I just, so... Wait, there it is. Gotta wait for that. It's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to see it, and it was a perfect timing, and it's right there.
You like alone time? You could just go to the movie by yourself.
But here's the thing. I need to eat. I was going to use one or both of the kids as human shields because Beth wants to see Nope.
Story checks out.
And I want to go. She said, oh, we'll see it together. But she had to work. She had a big wedding this weekend, big, gorgeous wedding.
Flowers from the ceiling and stuff.
Did you see those pictures? How about those flowers? Wow was right. Like I see a lot of her stuff, and I don't usually say wow, but I've never seen Cafe Brower look like that in my life. I mean, unbelievable. So
it was really pretty.
So I forgot.
Really
I forgot you follow on Instagram, so you see all that stuff.
I stalk your wife.
So I I'm like, you know what? If I take one of the kids, I can say, well, Jason really wanted to see it. Or Zoe really wanted to see it. So, well, you said you'd see it with me. We'll see it this week. And she says we'll see it this week. I don't know when we're going to see it this week. I'd go like immediately after the show right now. It'd be perfect. Oh, maybe I should text her.
No, not today.
Why?
Today's good day for weather.
I'd rather see no, because no one will be there. See? That way I win.
That
Market
just goes back
inefficiency.
to the fact-
Everyone else is out fishing, and I got a theater to myself.
Okay, NBC5 Chicago weather. We're going to look this up.
I know the weather's great, but this is the perfect
Let's
time.
see what day you should spend inside.
No, but then everybody's going to be there. They're going to be breathing other people's breath, and that's gross.
You can just wear a mask.
There'll be like weird-looking people in front of me coughing on me.
Not
I don't want
necessarily on a weekday. We
Yeah.
have weird schedules.
No, my theater's always got weird-looking people coughing on me.
I just want to know what the 5-day for.
I think it's a job, actually. They recruit them. Just, there's Bernstein. Go sit in the theater and cough on him. Ugh.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. But that's
So what did your kids do instead?
I don't know. Zoe, she went out with her friends and she was reading something and
Friends are good.
binging a show, I guess.
Man, today is just awesome. Okay, so Tuesday, you're looking at partly cloudy, 81, low 69. Nice. Wednesday, scattered thunderstorms. Thursday, partly cloudy, high of 80. Friday, mostly sunny, high of 81. Wow, this is a great week.
Are you getting this directly from Brant Miller? Like, if you're not texting Brant Miller directly, I don't know.
NBCchicago.com/weather.
Okay.
That looks pretty good, Dan. I don't know. I don't know what you do. I'd be torn. Me, I don't see movies hardly. So I don't count in this. I will probably see it. It's just a matter of like later.
Yeah, I have to get back into seeing movies. But the only problem is the previews are half an hour. The previews take forever, and they're all for movies that I never want to see, and I'd rather set myself on fire than watch them.
So you're going to see Nope. You just didn't see it over the weekend. Instead, you saw a 500 team go 2-2 in a 4-game series. Who saw that coming? Who saw that coming?
Everybody. I don't know
Man.
how. It's just what they are. It's what they do. It's 4 games off the schedule. We've got to stop celebrating mediocrity. Contend to win the World Series.
We did it to ourselves. We did it with the patience of the process, and we knew there was a rebuild, and they were like, oh, wait, is this the time? We're like, no, time's not yet. I'm not ready for this to be the time. This is the time.
Yes, because these other teams aren't going to wait for you. Every season in your window is precious. Precious. Every season in your window is precious. And this is it. You're right in the middle of it. You got 66 games left on this one. You're 100 games in. And everyone's like, still, I'll probably be fine.
Yeah, man, we had 19 games against the Central. It totally is fine. You went 10-9. You did the same thing again.
And it probably will get better when you play horse crap teams.
But no, maybe it'll just be 500 and you'll just look in the mirror and step on the scale every day, and that's what you are.
But after the trade deadline and all the bad teams get really bad, or maybe they call up their young and hungry AAA guys and prospects with something to prove, and then you get them before you've gotten the scouting reports on them. You throw them all fastballs, and then you're the team that doesn't figure them out. I don't know.
Eloy Jimenez got a steady diet of breaking balls when he got called up. That's because he was raking in the minors.
Mm-hmm.
Also, shout out to Eloy for doing something good.
Oh, yeah. Not when he's trying to play a routine single in left field, kind of forgetting that somebody is allowed to round the base hard and maybe go to second because you're lollygagging.
I'm just here for the homers, man. We needed the home runs in the worst way.
You need the homers, but that's the one thing that really got exposed is just how flat-footed the Sox are defensively. The book that Terry Francona came into that series with was they're not going to throw you out. Forcing the White Sox to execute a relay, forcing them to, it's almost like high school baseball. It reminded me of the rules in high school baseball where put it in play, good things are going to happen. Force them to execute a relay. Just do things, make their jobs harder because they don't really want to do their jobs as well.
Which is why any of you talking about Andrew Benintendi in front of me need to go away, go outside and enjoy the weather. I'm not listening to it.
First of all, unvaccinated. Second of all, has an arm worse than Johnny Damon.
The Sox run on Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah.
That's a no. I think, though, you and I were talking about this, especially being exposed during the playoffs, was how the relays were just terrible. And you could see that. And you could see that the work that the Astros had done to make sure that they were taking advantage of those extra bases and extra outs. Yes?
Yes. But
what's changed?
Nothing. Nothing. You get a few players back, you lose a few players, and the ones that are in for the other players do some of the same things. That's the culture of this Sox team.
Can any of us figure out why Andrew Vaughn got more rest after having the All-Star break?
Why was Tim Anderson out?
But if Andrew Vaughn needs to go on the injured list and you retroactive him, because that's what y'all do, why not just give him the appropriate amount of rest then?
What's his injury?
Leg.
What?
2 legs.
And they don't know what's wrong with Luis Robert.
That's a separate issue, right? I mean, that's the report we got from Rick Hahn on Friday was bleak. That's a concerning thing.
Are they not telling us the whole truth?
I don't necessarily think they know.
Did anyone ask if they've done a CAT scan or an MRI?
The Sox have access to plenty of MRIs. I assume that's been done.
Or a CT scan. Just make at least ask the question. Make them tell you, or make them at least avoid the question. Because it's one thing to say, hey, how do you feel? I'm still lightheaded and dizzy and seeing double and my inner ear, whatever it may be. How hard have they tried? How many levels of specialist have they been to try to diagnose what's wrong with him? Did you got to pin these people down with these questions?
Don't you try to avoid the CT scan if possible because of the risks involved with like radiation and such?
I hadn't heard of that. I've had a CT scan and no one informed me if there are risks involved. That's when they found out I had a broken facial bone that I didn't know I had.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't know that there were.
Let me see. Okay, so here's the quote from Hahn. It was more the problem of seeing from a distance, and in talking with Luis over the last few days, he hasn't really changed in that regard. So at the time, everything seems to have been more or less status quo. There's certainly no deterioration. All I can tell you is I'm not sitting on any information at this time or keeping you from anything. And if you're speculating about COVID as the third rail in society right now, he's seeing the right people. He is getting the right tests done.
But that's under the subset of COVID.
I think it's under the subset of everything. I'm sure neurological issues have been discussed.
Okay, because sometimes they're really hard to ferret out.
There's a sense of urgency there that I think we all understand.
It was pretty interesting to me that quote you read, Layla. Among that, it said, all I can tell you is I'm not sitting on any information at this time or keeping you from anything.
Okay.
So what does that tell you?
Well, that would tell me to
really
follow.
Has to do with your trust relationship
right.
with Rick Hahn.
It does.
Right.
And that would also, as a reporter, that would tell me to follow up with more specific questions.
Yep.
My first instinct there would say, okay, great. If you've announced you're not hiding anything, has he had a CT scan? Has he had an MRI or a PET scan for that matter? And then just go down the list. What are you ruling out? What has been ruled out?
I don't want to talk about missing Luis Robert.
No,
it
it's no
feels
fun.
really dark.
All right, well, let's
stormy and sad.
Let's be positive with current Cub for the moment, Ian Happ, who's going to join us next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score.
What's wrong with Andrew Vaughn?
There's 2 questions. That's a very important one.
Get his legs back? From where? Where are his legs? From where do we need to retrieve his legs? Legs, plural. It's one thing to say his knee hurts. He's got some swelling in his ankle. He bruised his heel. Legs need to come back? He's 24. Where did his legs go? Where can we find them? Deserved? He's the second worst hitter in baseball. And he deserved the at-bat over players who are considerably better at baseball?
He's imagining a high leverage situation later when there's one in front of him.
And he's I would have pinch hit for Sheets later. I got to be careful saying that. Pinch hit for Sheets later. Oh, I would have used him for a situation that ended up not. This is the same thing that happened the other day with the pitchers. I have to use my bad player in the high leverage situation now because I have to save the good player for something that isn't going to matter. This is backwards. This is criminal. This is exactly what you don't do.
This is like I can't, man.
How many times?
How is Tony La Russa making the manager's position matter this much in a negative way too?
Where are Andrew Vaughn's legs?
Where are his legs?
Did you see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, I've seen a lot of them.
They're terrible.
They're awful because he sucks.
His at-bats are the second worst in baseball. He's awful. You know who's not awful? A guy that's a borderline all-star.
Andrew Vaughn ranks of those 217 in WRC Plus. Of the 217 in the major leagues, Andrew Vaughn ranks 38th.
Nice.
Not 216th. Andrew Vaughn's 38th in that being able to hit stat. In the how good you are at hitting stat, he's 38th. The other guy's second from last in the league. You're seeing his at-bats? What the hell are you talking about?
We saw him.
Deranged old coot.
And we all knew what was going to happen. And if you want, you could just look at the percentages and you go, Leury had 2 good at-bats. What's the likelihood that he's going to have a third good at-bat? Not very high.
It's not very high.
Because he's the second worst hitter in baseball.
Did you say his at-bats? I'm going to pinch hit for. I was saving him. He was going to pinch hit for Sheets later. What? What are you talking about later for? Watch the game. You're not going to have a later. There was no later.
You were losing.
You're not entitled to a later. You're not entitled to that. You're not saving Joe Kelly. You don't use Jose Ruiz because you got to save Joe Kelly for something that's not going to happen.
I'm watching Larry's at-bats. You see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, they're bad. He sucks.
They're awful.
He's a bad baseball player.
to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Ian Happ now.
Ian Happ, outfielder for your Chicago Cubs.
Happ leaps and makes the catch along the indentation of the wall.
Host of the Compound Podcast.
I did not sleep last night. If I go over there and ask you to turn it down, and you don't turn it down,
you're going to see angry Ian, too. That's not good.
I'll start breaking down doors.
Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Get out the tape measure, long gone. One of the longest home runs Happ has ever hit to right field in this ballpark, bar none.
Ian Happ with Bernstein and Holmes on The Score.
Time to talk to all-star outfielder Ian Happ on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Ian Happ is on Twitter at IHapp_1. And boy, we have a lot to talk about. It's been a while since we last chatted because things have been busy in the life of one Ian Happ. So, Ian, where do you want to start? Take us through the whole all-star experience here. Like, what stands out in this whirlwind that you have been through with everything and on the popping flash bulbs and the red carpet and everything? What's going to be most memorable for you?
Wow. Yeah, it was a crazy 2 days. It's a lot packed into a short period of time. But I think that the most memorable part is just the teammates, being in the locker room, being around those guys. And I think going out there and being able to hang out with Schwartz during the Derby and play center and left together again was really special.
I would like to hear more about that because we all thought that Kyle Schwarber probably got robbed twice now from the home run derby, once against Harper and then once this past year. What were the conversations like between you two? And then what kind of headspace is he in right now?
He was just trying to get right. He kind of felt like he wasn't quite on it from the start there in that first round. Wasn't quite getting the ball in the air the way he wanted to. But none of us realized at the time that the count was different than at the actual home runs he was hitting. It kind of felt like it was a little delayed in the stadium, but it didn't. I saw the video after and I was like, oh, wow. Didn't kind of realize how off it really was. But it was just a fun experience. And for that to happen where Pujols wins and goes on to the second round and everything surrounding him for those couple of days, that was a really cool memory and experience. And, all the guys in that clubhouse had so much respect for Pujols. So being able to kind of give him a really cool send-off there was awesome.
So what's the protocol in the locker room about arriving at the game, and how much just kind of generalized grab ass is there of, hey, sign this, or I'll exchange a jersey with you, or you take a picture with me and my kid wants a picture with this, and how much as well, there is a game to play and you do want some semblance of your actual professional regularity so you're stretched out, you don't get hurt. How do you balance everything that's going on?
Yeah, the balance is tough. It is, like, from the moment you get to the stadium, especially with the West Coast, everything was so early because the game was at 5 and the home run derby was at 5. And so you were getting to the park around 10 a.m., 10 or 11. And so it really was, from the moment you got there, there's so much stuff to sign. The first day is mostly MLB, where there's a ton of baseballs to sign and team balls and all this stuff. And then the second day, guys will put out their jerseys or lineup cards or whatever, bats, gloves, to get signed by the whole team, which is really cool. And to be able to take that stuff back with you. And I remember as a kid, I guess I was just a freshman in college at the time, and I went to Sean Casey's house in Pittsburgh, and he was going to give me a couple bats and batting gloves to go to play in Cape Cod for the summer. And he had his two or three All-Star jerseys signed by the whole team, and just going through some of those names, he played with. And I thought that was so cool back then. So to have that for myself now is really, really awesome.
It was neat to see the fanfare for Albert Pujols, because I think we forget sometimes that the players of 10 years ago, especially, like the the groundbreakers who came from the Dominican, their respect for him and I think just the history that he made, and how he represented the sport so well. You could really see it there. Like, I was laughing because Starling Marte was cheering more for everybody else who won, and he's a Met and he's cheering for everybody else that's seen. But you really saw that brotherhood of guys knowing each other from outside their own teams, cheering on each other like you talk about.
Yeah, it's really a cool thing to see guys from other teams know each other, guys that have played around the league, but to have those relationships, it was cool. And when I went out there with Schwarber, Devers and Bogarts came out because they had just played with them, and you get good guys throughout the league that their teammates, former teammates, care about them. And for Pujols specifically, what a cool experience to be in the locker room with him, to see how much his career means to all of the younger players. I think, and how in awe a lot of us are of what he's been able to do. He gave us a little speech before the game. Snit said about to give us a little speech, and he said, been doing this for 22 years, and it's like, that's hard to fathom. 22 big league seasons is just insane. And so for him and for Miguel Cabrera to be there and to be celebrated, special, and I think that was a really good job by MLB to set that up.
It was, and I also appreciated the just wholesome content of Miggy being the hype man for Bad Bunny. Miggy was walking around with Bad Bunny during the whole home run derby, and I just laughed at that a lot because it just seemed appropriate.
Yeah. I think Javi was probably a little jealous of that too. Javi and Bad Bunny, I think get along pretty well.
Lawrence made the point last week, watching how tightly the national feeling is among Dominican players, Cuban players, Puerto Rican players, lamenting the fact that American players, it's just not the same. So we got to the point where saying other countries may do baseball better in that regard. There's just a national energy there, and it's not an intimidating way. It's not it's purely joyful and celebratory. Is there anything that white America can do other than like not get vaccinated or something? Is there anything that we could do to sort of have that kind of feeling that these other countries seem to have?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, there is a lot of joy and just freeness that seems to come with the way some of the other guys enjoy the game and play the game.
Right.
But from a young age, it's so fundamental here. The game is so fundamental when you're a kid, and I don't know. We don't have the same rhythm. I'm not a very good dancer, but it's interesting to see the different playing styles. And I think the coolest part about our game and where it is today, as opposed to any other time in the history of the game, is it's the most talented, best players in the world from literally all over the world, and you get to see all these different playing styles. And I'm sure it was televised, but I don't know how well it was televised. But Denzel was on the field, and he was talking about the 75th anniversary of Jackie Robinson. Mm-hmm. And it means a lot to every person who is in the big leagues now, because we are now afforded the ability to play against the best competition in the world because of the barriers that have been broken time and time again throughout the generations. So it's just, it's so cool to see all of that in one place. And I think to see, guys like myself and Cronenworth, who were Midwest kind of kids who played at Midwest schools and got to the big leagues versus, Vladdy Jr., whose dad played in the big leagues, and all of these, and Pujols and all of these guys that had different paths to get there and different playing styles, and to have it all come together in the same places on that stage, that's one of the really special parts about that day.
I will say there's a lot of camaraderie when it comes to you and Wilson Contreras, for example. And Wilson saying that, I love that he wears his emotion on his sleeve. I love that. I think I appreciate that about him. It's just knowing a person. And when he talks about how he felt for you when he found out that you got the All-Star nod, I thought that was a very special thing that happened. And then additionally, just how he's balancing knowing that his future is up in the air. You have to do the same. How do you put all of that into perspective, knowing that you have this teammate who has had this unstable situation? You guys came up together. Neither one of you know where you might end up, and you have these moments that you can appreciate.
Yeah, being able to share that with Wilson, and being able to share the last 3-4 months with him, and trying to take it all in and trying to really appreciate all of that time together. I think has been something that we've both really tried to do, and since this time last year, I think we've gotten a lot closer and been able to really kind of cherish those moments, and appreciate playing together and hitting back to back and all of those little things. But to be able to go to the game together, to be able to watch him and his brother play in the game together, to experience that together, be in the lineup back to back, like all of those things that he got to do with his brother were really cool. But then, how happy he was for me, and how happy I was for him his first time, but then like his third time and how special that was. We got to share a plane ride together with our families and get to know his family a little bit, which is a really cool experience. And just all those are like little things, all those little things that I won't forget. And for everything that we've been through together in the last 6 years, to be able to share that kind of experience, and we'll see what happens, but to share that experience, just those memories is, I don't know. It's hard to put into words how really cool that is for us.
When it came to your red carpet outfit, what went into that? I'm just curious about how, because I know you're pretty intense about making sure things are just right, and if because you got to coordinate it with you and your fiance, you got to make sure that everything looks right, know where the cameras are, the whole thing. Who decided what you were going to wear, and did it come down to 3 different outfits? You lay them out of the bed and you pick one.
Yeah, a few weeks before, it was kind of getting down to that time where I had to make a decision if I wanted to get something or not. And I decided I was going to do it. I said, you know what? I really want this. I want to be an all-star. I'm going to go ahead and get this suit made. And I went in and kind of decided on the color and what I wanted to do and the look I was going for. And so I had my suit made, and then when the game when the rosters came out and I became an all-star and got announced, I was kind of already set up on what I was going to wear, and then my fiance had to make her decisions based on me.
She made a good decision.
And she did a great job, and it was very last minute for her, and she had through 4 days before we left for LA or the road trip or whatever, and so she was very much scrambling, but she got it all done and looked beautiful, and it was really fun to be out there and do that together. That was probably for the two of us the most special time that we got over the course of the couple of days, because you're so separated, and she's watching with my family and the stands and getting to take it in that way. But that was really the time that we got together to do part of that stuff.
Wow, I'd just like the record to reflect this, though, it's one thing to say somebody's got a no-hitter going or to talk to the pitcher, but to get the all-star suit before being an all-star, I never want to hear a word about any old-fashioned baseball superstition anymore. That's badass.
That it was I thought about it, and I thought, do I not jinx it and wait and all this stuff? And it's, no, this is something that I really want, and I really, it's important to me, and I wanted to do it right, and I wanted to, kind of lean into the fact that it was something that I really did. I wasn't going to shy away from it. It was something I really did want, and so kind of leaned into that a few weeks before, and felt pretty good about the decision on the suit. Yeah, I thought it came out well.
It worked.
Yeah, good for you. Is there going to be a Connect All-Star blend, something commemorative?
There is. There's an all-star blend. The pre-sales are happening right now on the Connect Roasters website, connectroasters.com, and we made up a bag, and it should be shipping in the next week or so. So we're excited to get that out to people. It's a really cool design and a good unique coffee. So that was a fun one that they threw together pretty quick.
Ian, we appreciate it. How do you balance this week, knowing what's ahead on Tuesday with the trade deadline?
You never know what's going to happen, and there's plenty of options and plenty of things that the team can do. So we'll see what it's going to look like. But I'm gonna really enjoy the next couple of days at Wrigley and take everything in, and we'll see. It's a very interesting time with a lot of emotions and a lot of things happening. Obviously, I've said over and over that I would love to be here long term and enjoy this team, this group, city, the staff, the fans, everything about Chicago. So we'll see what happens, but it is, definitely a balancing act.
We appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll look forward to talking next week.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ian.
That's Ian Happ, all-star outfielder for your Chicago Cubs. Next, when we come back, we have a very exciting score programming announcement, and we're going to couple that with some Bears thoughts, the latest Brisker mystery. Next.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Including coming up today at noon with Bernstein and Holmes.
Base running blunders, lack of concentration, that is the cause of all of this. It's hard to overcome every aspect of bad baseball.
Don't miss Chicago baseball icon Steve Stone.
I think that it's fair for any Cubs fan to look and say, okay, there's probably going to be changes. But I also think, to be fair to you, I think that there's a huge difference between what you and Theo walked into when you got here versus where things are now. So that I can more clearly state this, how would you say things are different now than what they were when you walked in the door?
Yeah, well, I think when we walked in 2012, I think we realized that this was going to be a really long process to get good, and we just didn't feel like we had the right pieces together. We needed to sort of gather a wave of prospects and bring in through slowly. And to be honest, when we sort of embarked on that plan, and it wasn't the plan we had going in, but it was more of the plan we realized we needed to do once we assessed things. When we did that, we actually probably got through it faster than we thought. I think we ended up winning 97 games in 2015. I think that we would not have expected that at the time. We felt like we were going through a pretty long rebuilding process. And now I think with the players we have and stuff like that, I don't see any reason why this needs to be a long process like that. That was very different. We didn't have any building blocks on the team at that point that we knew about, and so it was a much longer process. I think now, not only with what we have already internally, but also with the kind of trends in the game, that's not something that we're about to embark on.
670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
We've got a new member of the Score family we would like to welcome officially. I had heard word of this, but it has become official, and I can tell you now that Dan Wiederer of the Chicago Tribune is now officially a Score contributor. It's a big get for us.
Dan is fantastic.
It's a big get for us. Because not only do we have Biggs time, and now we can officially add Dan Wiederer to the mix.
Yeah, and I'm just going to ask him all the questions about the important Bears journalism that he's done over the past 5 years to take down the previous regime. I'm still mad about it. I don't care.
There will be reports throughout the week from Dan on all shows. He's going to do a podcast on 2400 Sports with David Haugh. He will be one of the fill-in hosts in our rotation, and he is a member of our team. And if you're like I am and you liked over the weekend that Sunday paper, I don't know how many words it was, 20,000 words or whatever it probably was, of Dan Wiederer's deep dive into Ryan Poles. And
so good.
It was great stuff. Meanwhile,
that's not the unsolved mystery.
It's
just
one thing.
For the record, Dan Wiederer was not an unsolved mystery.
That's solved. What's unsolved is where is second-round pick Jaquan Brisker? Why is he still unsigned?
Remember last year about this time when we didn't know where Marc-Andre Fleury or Eddie Goldman were? And then we found out, and neither result was ideal.
And where are Andrew Vaughn's legs?
But at least they were able to trade Fleury for picks that they needed. Kinda.
And what's wrong with Luis Robert? But that's neither here nor there. He's not signed.
Wow, this song really applies to a lot of our show now that you think about it.
And he's got some leverage. I think he and his agent are asking for more of a guarantee in year 3 of his deal. And why not? What is he doesn't owe the Bears anything yet. And they need him. He's a projected starter. You look at this roster.
I think this is the problem, though. This is the problem with the Bears doing this, because what did we hear about them spending their first 2 picks on secondary the whole time? Oh, these guys could be day 1 starters. They could be week 1 starters. Like, we need them. Like, blah, blah, blah. Well, if that's the case, and comps are dictating more guaranteed money, then just sign the dude because you've already committed to him.
And I think that agent knows that. And I think that's the agent's job, is to understand that your client's got a little bit of leverage and you want some more of a guarantee. But when we talk mysteries involving the name Brisker, those of us who've been around pro basketball for most of our professional lives, and especially if you've read the book Loose Balls by Terry Pluto, one of the great sports books of all time, and you read about the history of the American Basketball Association, there were 2 seriously dangerous basketball players back in the day. They were Warren Jabali and they were John Brisker. And really, there was only John Brisker. John is Jaquan's grandfather. And I say is rather than was, because there's some mystery as to whether John Brisker is alive or dead, where he had been on one level declared legally dead for the purposes of the distribution of his estate, what was left of it. And yet the State Department of the United States does not believe that it has no record of his death, do not presume him dead.
Why would the State Department be a part of his death declaration?
Okay, first of all, this is just a brief primer on John Brisker, who fought with everybody in the ABA, like fought. Like, it wasn't just a physical player. He'd knock your ass out just because he wanted to, just because he felt like it. He would get kicked out of a game, but he wouldn't leave the game, and he'd come back onto the court multiple times despite being kicked out until the cops had to race him out of there. Teammates always said that if he got in one of his moods, they were worried that he was going to shoot them.
Shoot them.
Yes. He said that a famous quote, we worried he was going to reach into his bag and take out a gun and shoot you. His coach at one point was Bill Russell, and he feuded with Bill Russell when he was a Sonic, and he could play. He was not just a tough guy on the court. He could really play, could really score. And he just would have these fugue states where he would turn into something uncontainable. Well, in 1978, he left for Africa and intended to launch what he described as an import-export business. The last anyone heard from him was when he called his girlfriend on April 11th of 78. And no one knows what happened to him.
1978.
No one knows what happened to him. And there are various legends. One legend is that he had begun work as a mercenary, a true soldier of fortune, and was involved with a criminal group in Liberia, through which he may or may not have become the leader of that group, essentially a mercenary warlord. There is one rumor that says he began working for Idi Amin. There is another rumor that he turned at odds with Idi Amin after coaching the Ugandan national basketball team, but got on his wrong side and ended up either murdered or murdered and cannibalized.
Yikes. I'm sorry. The last part was something I was not expecting to hear.
Yes. There are so many different stories about what happened to John Brisker. The King County Medical Examiner declared him dead in 1985, but the State Department won't even confirm that he had gone to Africa. And a State Department spokesman says essentially, we do not consider him dead. The FBI was asked about their involvement. The FBI said we cannot conclusively say if the FBI was involved.
What?
They won't say.
That means they know, they just won't say.
Correct, but they won't say, and they're not going to controvert what the State Department said. So he may be alive in Uganda or else. Maybe we don't even know if he actually left for Africa. So as Jaquan Brisker's mystery of why
Idi Amin seems to have known something.
All I'm saying is on the sliding scale of Brisker mysteries, the grandson's mystery of why he has yet to sign with the Bears pales in comparison to grandfather John.
Just give Jaquan the money.
Well, maybe if John's still alive, for sure. I mean, this is not a guy you want to mess with if he's still alive. But there's another Brisker in here who I crossed paths with years ago in 1991-92, Mark Brisker, who I think is Jaquan's cousin. I think his first cousin, who was the shooting guard for the Fayetteville Flyers of the Global Basketball Association after playing at Stetson. And I saw that name, and I said, Mark, are you related to John? And he kind of looked, he was like, yup. And before a game, I got to talk about it. He said, look, I don't, he said, I know the same stuff you do. He said,
wow.
I know all the stories. I know all the legends. People have asked me about him. He said, I don't know anything more than you know.
It is interesting that in this day and age, you can still have a person filled with that much legend and tall tale. Unfortunately, a lot of it sounds dangerous and scary.
But kind of cool, though.
And is he the last king of Scotland?
But who knows? Who knows? I just, because we were talking about what's going on with Jaquan Brisker, and I said, well, hold on a second. If we're going to do what's going on with blank Brisker, we got to do John.
But then you also just assumed everybody knew all this stuff. And then when you started talking about it, it was super entertaining. And I was like, well, there's our show from 10 to 2 on the score.
It's not the whole show.
Are you sure?
But this as the whatever happened to there are people who claim to have killed him, whose veracity is in question, and may have just made up the fact that someone did.
I would want people to think I was dead if that was the case. I would want people to think I was dead, except I wouldn't be dead. I'd be somewhere else. Right? If any of those people are even mentioned concurrently with you in a discussion, I think it's time to bounce. And if you can somehow successfully bounce without anybody knowing you did, then that's even better. Right?
Well, we're just kind of opening it out there. I don't know what's real. It might be like Krusty the Clown and Rory B. Bellows when he's out on the docks. I'm Rory B. Bellows.
What the hell was that?
I love everybody making the Tupac reference. Man, I hope they're hanging out.
Well, we're just going to have to
on this earth.
Leave this file open. Like both files open.
But either way, if you're going to commit to somebody that way, I'm talking about Jaquan, not John.
Okay.
Then you've already decided his value to the team. He's got you. This is your problem, team.
And if it's
Figure it out.
an extra couple $100,000, like the Lucas Giolito arbitration.
Oh, the Mel Gibson payback amount? That's pretty much what I've equated it to, is that movie Payback with Mel Gibson where he's after like 80 grand or something.
$1 million.
No, but it's seriously 80 grand and like it's the whole movie.
That's an inexpensive MacGuffin is what that is, if that's driving the entire film.
But that's that was pretty much it.
Payback! I want my $6 coupon for Jiffy
Shame it was
Lube.
Mel. Could have been anybody in that role, really.
Hey, guess what's out? The Athletics' annual tiering of quarterbacks. Their annual quarterback rankings. Mike Sando does this. And all I'm going to tell you is the news is not great for Justin Fields.
The music just sells it here. Just gotta let it play out.
Mully and Haugh.
When you watch Justin Fields, you don't see a guy who gets broken easily mentally. And that's what you have to judge on whether you play these rookies or not, right? But Justin Fields just doesn't seem like the kind of guy to me who gets frustrated, who gets really down on himself. He may get down, but he only gets, like he told you guys, I want to prove people wrong. I want people to say we play bad. He said to you, honestly, those performances were embarrassing, talking about Cleveland. Again, the Cleveland game, he was the first one at the podium. He wanted to be out there. He wanted to be in front of that performance. Guys, that's a leader, man. That's not someone who's broken. That's someone who's dying to get better. And as a coach, you're watching those things. And from the side, when we're watching it, we're saying, keep playing him because this isn't breaking him. This is actually motivating him.
You're impressed with him between the ears, aren't you?
I am. I'm impressed with his leadership. I'm impressed with the things he says after games, the way he carries himself on the field, the way he competes, the way, even when he got blown up by that Steelers cornerback, I think it was Minka Fitzpatrick, when he tried to lower his shoulder, he bounced right back up. Just the fact that he was going to lower his shoulder there at Heinz Field against one of the best safeties in the league, that he's going out there trying to get an extra yard for his teammates, for his guys. Trust me, guys, man, I know these are cliches, but that's the kind of stuff football players buy into because we're all meatheads. We all love that kind of stuff. We love when a quarterback's going to put his shoulder down. We love when a fight breaks out and everybody's there for the fight. We like that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff guys want to follow, and he continues to show you that he is that kind of guy. Just his interview with you guys there, you heard him. He almost spit out the fact that those performances were embarrassing. But he wanted you guys to know that he knows it, and they're improving from that. And he talked about now me and my receivers and our tight ends, we're doing extra work. Me and Allen Robinson, our connection is getting better and better because we're putting in the work it takes to get better. So it'll be interesting to watch him as this year goes on, match up against guys, defensive coordinators like Don Wink Martindale for the Ravens.
Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. In Odyssey Station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Dan Bernstein, Lawrence Holmes.
Man, Bernstein and Holmes, best show in radio. I love it, boys.
Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
Simply the best!
I mean this sincerely. As a longtime Bears observer, enjoy the time before the Bears start playing football. Enjoy the anticipation and the muscle memory of starting a football season, the sights, the sounds, the smells of training camp. This one is going to take some fortitude for we, the Bears fans.
Oh, Bears! I remember you saying that, and it's already haunting me.
It's just true. Enjoy while you can still enjoy, and if you want to hope, go ahead and hope. But man, they're calling in some vets off of their couches and off of their fishing boats again to try to protect this poor young man, and he doesn't really have anyone to throw to. But it's okay. We're just starting out. And if you read the long Dan Wiederer piece and boiled it down about
who's now on The Score?
Yes, The Score's Dan Wiederer.
Yeah,
God, that's fun to say. That was an announcement earlier today. If you boil it down, Ryan Poles is telling you that. He's not telling you in so many words, but everything they're doing, everything they're saying, everyone knows. There really aren't any secrets here, but they've got to go about the business of football.
He just doesn't want to use the word rebuild. He said it. He was on the record about it. I don't know why.
Mike Sando of The Athletic is the name on this, but I know there's more than one person involved because this is Sando's voting that he has compiled. 50 NFL coaches and executives, including 6 general managers, 8 head coaches, 10 evaluators, 12 coordinators, 6 quarterback coaches, and 7 executives whose specialties include analytics, game management, and the salary cap. The remaining ballot put together by 4 members of one team's personnel department. Okay? These are NFL people who've created this list.
Right, not just some writer.
No, some writer got all their info.
Writer,
Mike's great. He did all the work. But this is a survey. So I'm going to read you the names, and I'm also going to read you the definition of each tier. And we're going to get to Fields fast because Fields is the story for as far as we're concerned.
I also giggle at the one person tier 5 though. That's not nice.
Tier 1. So the survey excludes rookies because voters haven't seen them play in the NFL. More than one quarterback is featured for teams with unsettled starting jobs. Tier 1. A Tier 1 quarterback can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations. He has no real holes in his game.
Ah, so nice.
Okay? That's easy to understand. Tier 1 consists of, in order, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes.
Somebody had to do it.
Tom Brady, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow. That's it. Those 6.
Okay.
Any arguments? Anybody? No? Any arguments? Okay. Tier 2.
This is where it gets interesting, though, because that's the one that you're going to mention where you could say,
well,
but the interception.
A Tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possess other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above Tier 3, has a hole or two in his game. So starting with number 7, your Tier 2 quarterbacks are Matthew Stafford.
Bingo.
Russell Wilson. Deshaun Watson. Lamar Jackson. Dak Prescott. Derek Carr, Kyler Murray, and Matt Ryan in that order.
Some very wealthy individuals on that list.
Make a lot of money in Tier 2. Yes. You can make yourself a whole lot of money. So that's it. That's Tier 2. We're already through 14 quarterbacks. Anything notable? Any raised eyebrows? Any arguments for or against? So, okay. But
Stafford, you could argue just because of his previous team and he's new to this one, but We've seen a lot of his work.
Yeah, and he just won a ring, and it validated a lot of what they did to get him. Tier 3. A Tier 3 quarterback is a legitimate starter, but needs a heavier running game and or defensive component to win. A lower volume drop-back passing offense suits him best.
The most mid of mid quarterbacks.
This would be your mid group in Tier 3, starting with number 15. This group comprises Kirk Cousins.
That's who I meant.
Jimmy Garoppolo, Ryan Tannehill, Mac Jones, Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, Carson Wentz, Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, and Jameis Winston.
This is the problem with the level of quarterback talent in the NFL, where you're sitting there asking yourself if what you know about Trevor Lawrence and his potential, despite the head coach he had, is enough to say, is this an appropriate spot for him?
But we're through Tier 3 now. There's a name I haven't mentioned yet.
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the definition, we're going to finish it out, and then I'm going to come back, and we'll take this, as we should, from a Bears angle. The description of a Tier 4 quarterback, the definition. A Tier 4 quarterback could be an unproven player, not enough information for voters to classify, or a veteran who ideally would not start all 17 games. So there's two definitions there that could be met. Your Tier 4 is Justin Fields, Tua Tagovailoa, Davis Mills, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance.
Depends on who you ask.
Daniel Jones, Marcus Mariota, Sam Darnold, Mitch Trubisky, and Drew Lock.
Who's Tier 5?
Okay, Tier 5 real quick. Tier 5 quarterbacks best suited as a backup. Tier 5 starts at number 35. Tier 5 is Geno Smith.
He's his own tier.
The Geno Smith tier. He gets his own area, I guess.
Aww.
His own tier where he can sit and shed tears. Tiers. So do you want to know exactly what's going on with Fields as they see it?
Yes.
The book on Fields says he's exceptionally smart and should have no trouble learning a new offense, but lacks a natural feel for the game, which could limit his ceiling. It's more instincts and awareness to blitzes, the clock, those types of things, a general manager said. There are some quarterbacks maybe not as smart who have all that. A coach with ties to the Bears says, I don't know what that means, says he's, quote, cautiously optimistic, unquote, about Chicago's new franchise quarterback. And he continues. This is described as a coach with ties to the Bears. That could mean anything. I do think his anticipation in the drop back game needs to improve. But he does throw a really good deep ball and a deep cross route where some of those other guys, I did not have that feel in the drop back game of can they make certain throws as consistently. It's everything else he has to figure out. I don't think he's going to be a top shelf guy this year, but you are going to trend. You're going to say we can win with this guy. I don't think he's ever going to be Tier 1. I think he can climb to maybe a 2 or high Tier 3. Is it Matt Nagy talking? Is it a former Matt Nagy assistant talking? We'll never know. If Fields makes such a jump this season, one voter noted that the Bears' new offensive coordinator, Luke Getsy, could become a head coach next offseason, introducing another unwelcome disruption for Fields early in his career. That would be a good problem for the Bears to have, better than other problems the team has faced at the position over the years. A personnel director said Fields has the ability, talent, and skill set to ascend, but I don't know if he has the weapons around him to ascend at a rapid pace. He should be a better player this year.
I take issue with the lack of feel for the game because he was spending the entire season last year running for his life in dropbacks that weren't favoring him largely because they require an excellent offensive line, which he didn't have.
And what Matt Nagy would tell you in response to that, if you got a couple of beers in him, he would tell you ball wasn't out on time. That it wouldn't have looked so bad if the ball was out in rhythm.
It's not just Matt Nagy. It's anybody who wants to detract from Justin Fields. But you want to sit there with a timer and time those plays from the start of the snap? Because I sure would like to. And I'm saying that was a multi-system organ failure offensively. And he told you as much. If the field read progressions require you to not see the open receiver, don't talk to me about a feel for the game yet.
That's why I think the definition of tier 4 is for him has to be an unproven player, not enough information. But then they provide information. And if
you want to look at one of the historically worst passing games of all time, sure, you can talk about it. And that'll justify your argument.
And I think, too, that what happens is the quotes that are used, the actual quotes that any writer is going to use, as Mike Sando, we presume, did here, are going to reflect a consensus. You're not going to cherry pick. If you're doing it right, if you're doing it faithfully, you're not going to cherry pick quotes that are outliers. You're going to throw out some extremes on either end and find some in the middle that sum up what the ultimate total number was that you got. And they probably represent what is being said about it's one thing to be smart. It's another thing to be instinctive. And maybe that is, we learn more about that this year. We have to learn more about that this year.
Sure. But this right here is the result of what we were all afraid of when we knew he was being put into a system that wasn't favorable. And when we ask about his development and whether or not it was going to hurt him or damage him for the future, this is what they were talking about.
And
you could also argue Lamar Jackson could be, like, I would put him higher. It shows you the depth of the talent of the quarterbacks in the NFL. Goff and Wentz not too long ago were considered the 1 and 2 that you wanted to clamor and trade up for, and look how that's gone.
Let's throw out last year, just as an intellectual exercise. Let's say last year never happened, and it's possible that Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham, in their scouting of him, it's possible that they saw these things coming out of college. We don't know if Ryan Poles likes Justin Fields.
We don't. We also know Denver wanted Patrick Surtain.
Are you rebuilding, or
is there a different word you use? Yeah, no, the rebuild thing's like super sensitive.
Mm-hmm. But we have no idea whether or not the Bears brain trust would concur on this, and whether or not they think such things are teachable, whether or not they're developable. Don't know. But this, I thought his name was going to show up sooner, frankly.
Yes, I did too.
I did too. I didn't think he would be. I thought when the way they defined tier 3, I thought, all right, throw the guy a bone and put him ahead of Trevor Lawrence. This is sort of like what we did with Chris Sims. Who we're trying to get on when we can, by the way. Chris Sims thinks much higher of Justin Fields than this does. And there are also people who look at Next Gen and Pro Football Focus and look at exactly what you're saying. The receipts on that, the timing, the windows into which he was asked to throw that say, here are objective measures of the deck being stacked against him.
Time from the ball being snapped, especially in a 7-step drop back, which requires how many more tenths of a second when your pocket is already collapsing? Stop it. Just stop it. You really think that Justin Fields isn't as good as Jared Goff?
It's funny. If you come look at my screen right now, I had scrolled, and that's the picture I'm looking at right here.
You really think Justin Fields isn't as good as Carson Wentz?
I had scrolled to number 22 here. It was the Jared Goff thing that I went, well, okay. If he's not as good as Jared Goff, that's a bust.
How many teams does Carson Wentz have to be traded to before you know who that guy is, by the way? I would think that would already be established by now, given that we did our work on it and had a whole Bears Monday knowing that he wasn't going to come here.
He's in the same tier as Drew Lock, Sam Darnold.
Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts was above Fields, no? That's what I thought I saw. But
when you think of Mac Jones being 18,
right,
that just shows you the breadth of the talent in the NFL at that spot. That's a crazy
I also would carry through this idea of instinct and feel. No matter what, that was a common thread that Matt Nagy quarterbacks all lacked. No matter who it was, no matter what they'd done elsewhere, pick a name. Foles, Dalton, Trubisky.
Which is why
all when you start saying what's more likely? What's more likely that all of them lacked feel and instinct, or there was a systemic problem that prevented them from doing so?
Thank you. Come on. And the NFL and in football specifically, where you can create systems that will help people, birth the phrase system quarterback. Do not come at me with this trash. And the most polarizing person in this whole thing is the most mid of them all, Kirk Cousins. That is perfect.
Rich,
yes. Grift, yes or no?
And I love the way Sage Rosenfels, who watches every game that he plays too, and has described that once something starts to go wrong, if everything's right, he's fine. But once something starts to go wrong, more things start to go wrong.
And to me, that's an issue. That's a huge problem.
You can't trust that person.
Coaches say, do not let one loss beat you twice. We are living that now in certain places of our sports lives, people. You know what I'm talking about right now. So to me, this list, I understand based on pure scouting report how they got there, but don't discredit your eye test. And frankly, based on age, I would still rather have Justin Fields on that alone.
Well, value on the open market is not what they're assessing, and I agree with you.
I always intrinsically go there, whatever.
Yeah, I do think he certainly has untapped value based on old thoughts and a reset from the previous regime. No doubt.
I really like Geno Smith, and Kirk Cousins is mid.
That's Layla Rahimi, who is in for Lawrence Holmes on the Bernstein and Holmes show. So it's a Layla Rahimi Wednesday on a Monday, and then we'll have a Wednesday on a Tuesday, and then a Wednesday on a Wednesday.
And this is Monday.
This is Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday, because that's sort of a struggle.
It's just Wednesday.
When we come back, let's just
go outside. It's nice.
And just so you know, before you get all crazy, we are setting aside a segment later in the show just to celebrate Minnie Minoso's Hall of Fame induction.
He gets his own segment.
But there are a lot of other names involved, and I think we should just do sort of a rapid-fire, first-blush associations and thoughts about the newly minted class of Hall of Famers. We'll do that next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago.
What do you anticipate being the hardest transition from being a coordinator to being a head coach?
No, I just think it's really the selection process of the coaches. That's, to me, is the most important thing that we're doing right now, and getting the right kind of men in here to coach our players. Are they of the mindset of being able to model behavior, inspire, challenge those guys, and then also encourage them through adversity, and really do a good job of partnering with those players. So that to me is the most pressing issue for me right now. And again, we've already got one guy in the boat. Luke Getsy signed up as offensive coordinator. We're so excited about that, and we're in the process of getting some other staff members in here shortly.
Do you think the defensive coaches have the ability to reverse engineer offenses? Meaning, you see great offenses that you have to attack as a defensive coach. Do you think that gives you insight on how to build an offense?
Absolutely. I absolutely do believe that. And that's a great way to say it. It's like a dual education that we're going to give the quarterback, and we're also going to, I'm going to be over in the offensive staff, helping them, understand techniques and fundamentals of certain coverages and the tells that the defense gives things away at. And then how can we attack that offensively? And then how can we attack that, in our quarterback play? So I'm excited about, working, with Luke and the offensive staff to be able to do that this offseason leading up into the OTAs.
When you turned on the tape of Justin Fields, what did you see?
I saw an athletic quarterback that's a really good deep ball thrower, and he's got a lot of potential ahead of him. And we're just going to work him. He's, in terms of he's like a second-year player that's just on the rise, and we're excited about getting to work with him.
What types of things have you learned with Frank Reich, and considering his background both in the league as a player and now as a coach, when it comes to developing that particular position?
Yeah, it's really what Frank has done through the course of his career, and I've always bounced ideas off of him through the eyes of the quarterback. So that's what he's always taught me, is that, hey, the past concepts are through the eyes of the quarterback. the run action through the eyes of the quarterback. And that's an important piece because we develop our defensive game plan the same way. How do we defend the pass through the eyes of the quarterback? So the game is all about that. And it's never really about one player, though, because we're going to do a really extensive job of developing our roster from, position A all the way through. And that's an important part to the coaches. They're teachers and developers of our talent on our football team.
When I first came to Boston, I have a manager named Grady Little, who was the manager at the time. And my very first at bat against the Twins during spring training, I tried to move a runner over. And I thought when I got back to the dugout, everybody was going to high-five me. Everybody stay sit. And the manager put me to the side and told me, "Hey, big boy, I don't want you to bring them. I don't want you to be here to move them over. I want you to be here to bring them in. The rest is history."
Big Papi's a Hall of Famer. Red Sox legend David Ortiz in that group. And sometimes, obviously things have changed now, the way it's done with the Golden Days era committee and the early baseball era committee. And I've said this ever since Harold Baines went in, I haven't felt the same way about what constitutes a Hall of Famer.
Little did we know what would be next.
And that's fine, because it's just a museum, and I'm not going to get in all kinds of high dudgeon about this, about the politics of glory anymore, in a lot of respects, because I don't really have it in me. It's let it be a museum. Let more people in. Why not? There's no downside. It doesn't take away from anybody. We're all going to die anyway, so have fun with it. So I'm cool with David Ortiz being in. I do think it's significant that his name was on that leaked list of names that had, when supposedly some samples were revealed to have tested positive for performance-enhancing drugs. That was the Sammy Sosa list as well, and that he's overcome that stigma. That's significant. Whatever you think of any of it, it's significant that he was able to overcome that and be voted in by the writers.
I'm a big believer in not just what you did at the plate, but what you did for the game as Hall of Fame credentials. And I want to reiterate, we will say it over and over again. Minnie Minoso gets his own segment.
Yes,
it is
don't
at
worry.
120.
What about Minnie?
Period.
Don't worry.
Minnie does not deserve just a part of another segment. I'll say it again because people will ask, and that is fine. Ask about him all you want. I'm happy. When it comes to David Ortiz, he is an ambassador for the game. He does, I think, a much better job in doing that than A-Rod did and does. And when it comes to what he means, especially as far as curse breaking to Boston fans and just his contributions to the game for so many years, yes, he deserves to be in. I am that way, though. I am not as hardline when it comes to the performance-enhancing drugs issue because so many people took it, and you still saw how so many people were far and away better than the rest. You know, there's the famous line about Pedro Martinez dominating the steroid era. Be proud of that, too.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely be proud of that. But Ortiz set himself apart even from all of that. He had that talent, and he deserves to be in.
Jim Cott goes in, too, and Jim Cott was one of these longtime big counting stats guys because of how many games he pitched and just what he was able to compile. And I heard some interesting discussions about how underrated longevity is. That we prioritize greatness and we prioritize peak without understanding what longevity means in a profession at the highest level of a professional sport, being able to do something that long and to pitch from 1959 to 1983, as Jim Cott did, pretty amazing. And that's what the Jaws stat tries to do. Jay Jaffe tries to balance peak value with career value. And now you say, all right, well, if Jim Cott's in, you got to put Tommy John in too, because they're almost identical. They're almost the same player.
I think that's a valid argument. I know that's how you determine Hall of Fame. I don't always agree with it. But I think when it comes to that discussion, it is fair. If you look at it as a museum, Tommy John's probably in anyway.
Well, for other reasons, yes. He's in the Smithsonian, but not in the Hall of Fame.
I've seen the scar. I interviewed him once during a game. Tommy Lasorda sat on the other side of it. It was a very entertaining time.
As long as he's not touching your hair.
It was consensual. That sounds really weird out of context.
Ish.
It was a greeting. I was in the Dodgers press room cafeteria. He said hi to everybody, and he just lifted my hair and put it back down. It was fine. I knew him well enough to laugh.
Jim Cott threw over 4,500 innings. Tommy John threw 4,700 innings.
Go on.
In 26 years. I mean, that's a lot of damn innings.
It is. And it is to be appreciated.
It's a lot of outs, man.
The better question, I think, becomes also then how do you measure max effort era, which is right now?
Differently.
Very much so. Which is why I still think that argument works in Ortiz's favor. Because when you put him up against the rest of his peers, he was still far and away one of the best.
Tony Oliva. Do you have any thoughts on Tony Oliva? I remember getting a Tony Oliva card as a kid and looking at it. It had the tiny print on the back. Like, ooh, this guy's played a long time. And I would always distribute my cards, and I would organize my cards based on greatness often. I had a football wall of fame. I probably threw away thousands of dollars worth of value of these cards by putting a push pin in them and sticking them to the burlap wallpaper that I had in my bedroom. And
burlap?
It was especially it was a special kind of burlap wallpaper to make, instead of corkboard, it made, if you put it over the drywall, you could put push pins in there multiple times with no damage. It could be seen.
You put it on your wall.
Yeah, because I used to tape stuff to my wall, and my parents were like, you know what? Because they didn't have like the
Scotch tape.
Yeah, it was just like masking tape or regular tape. So they just like, listen, let's just put this burlap stuff up there. Put whatever on your walls that you want, and all your posters and your Walter Payton stuff and your other things. So
I had Scotch tape,
and I would do that. And I remember being in between on Tony Oliva. Like, is this guy? Does he deserve to be in the baseball section or not?
Led the American League in hits 5 times, 8-time All-Star. That's significant.
Got a lot of hits.
3 batting titles.
There used to, and didn't strike out very often. There used to be a lot of guys like that. The guys who he was part of when you weren't supposed to strike out very often, and you were supposed to get a lot of hits. And he and his teammate Rod Carew did that, and Cecil Cooper, and I'm trying to think of.
Tony Gwynn was pretty good at that.
He was, and he bridged some eras too. But that was the thing. A 304 career hitter was Tony Oliva. But he played 15 years. He didn't even reach 2,000 hits though, so didn't sustain a lot of the counting stats. But his on base percentage of .353 spectacular, and a 131 career OPS plus is obviously very, very solid. I was a little surprised that he rose quite to that level.
While we're here, Buck O'Neil should have been in this thing a
years ago.
long time ago. What he has meant to this game, what he has done for this game, and the fact that he didn't get to live to see it either. Once again, we will have a segment on Minnie coming up later in the show, because I feel a certain way about that. Thank you, Shakia Taylor, for pointing that out in the Chicago Tribune in an excellent column.
And I will admit that I thought that Gil Hodges was already in, because that was just this legendary name that you would hear. And he was never a great player, but he was Hall of the Very Good for a long time. It's just the amount of winning that his teams did was tough to argue. But his own personal career numbers don't end up in aggregate to being amazing. But I have no problem with Gil Hodges, because that was an all time. He was an 8-time All-Star, I want to say. Always got MVP votes, and played for 18 years.
Is this where I resurrect our discussion that Yadier Molina is a Hall of Famer?
I know he is. I do know he is. I'm resigned to the fact that he is. I just think that opens up the candidacy. Like, you can't have Jim Cott in without Tommy John in, and I don't think you can have Yadier Molina in without talking about Bob Boone and talking about Jim Sundberg.
And I say you can, because of defensive importance of catchers and how they work with pitching staffs.
But that's always been true. We can ask. I mean, I don't know. I think we have asked Stoney about it, but he'll tell you that Rick Dempsey, defensively alone, I mean, may not be a Hall of Famer, but if you start when you have to just do the work of comps, what Rick Dempsey did for you did for him as a starting pitcher, the pitches it allowed him to throw with runners on base, it completely changed his repertoire, knowing nothing would get by him.
But Yadi's known for entire staffs of work,
bridging
eras, multiple World Series.
Yeah, I'm open to changing my ideas of what constitutes a Hall of Fame catcher. Like, he's probably the last of his kind. There probably isn't going to be one who plays that long. You don't have to play that long, and catching hurts, and you're going to get a lot more Buster Posies, and that becomes another argument in and of itself.
But Yachty's shown, and unfortunately, perhaps because of injury, cutting his career shorter. Just overall, Yachty has shown that he's more durable. The numbers are pretty strong. Come on, 2-time World Series champion, which I mentioned, 10-time All-Star, 10.
Yeah, he's in.
4-time Platinum Glove Award. I mean,
no, I'm not. He's in. I've come around on that. Initially, I thought, oh, come on.
When did you come around on this? Why didn't you tell me about it?
No,
It was only a segment for us for like a month and a half.
No, because I listened to people and listened to the arguments and have decided there's whether or not I think he is or should be isn't the point. He is going to be a Hall of Famer. He is. That's just a fact.
He changed the game. Yeah.
You think framing wouldn't have happened without him?
Man, I don't know. And the fact that we even have to ask about it, yeah, I think it probably would have happened. But the fact that we have to have this discussion, do we talk about a baseball game without talking about a catcher framing?
No, but the idea of, I think that's a function of velocity and a function of the inability of human beings to see the ball quite as well. It became more important also.
You act like the process in mentally knowing how to receive that ball is just instinctual.
I think it's
him.
I think it's an art. I do, but I also think it would have evolved anyway, naturally. It's sort of like Chet Koppa claiming he invented Chicago sports talk radio. Like, you think without you, we wouldn't have had sports talk radio in Chicago? Come on. Somebody, like, even today, they're like, wait a second, the third largest market should have a sports station or two. Why didn't we think of this? I mean, there's certain things where post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Here we go.
And I know Yadier Molina. This wasn't the intent of the segment, and for anybody still clamoring about it.
No, we were still talking about it. It was part of our pre-show meeting.
I just think Bob Boone's got himself a case. I think
Minnie's at 120. We're going to celebrate Minnie and give him his damn due.
Yeah, no worries.
None of us really actually can.
Right, we'll let people do it who are more qualified to do it than we are. I mean, I technically saw him play, but it was a stunt, and he was coming back as an older player. But technically, I did see him in a White Sox uniform.
But Minnie was part of the bit.
Yes, and
that's also what makes him brilliant.
But see, those people my age, I didn't appreciate Minnie Minoso.
None of y'all did.
I did because for me, all he was the guy on WSNS TV in these incredibly cheaply made commercials urging people to become a notary public. Standing in front of a storefront, telling people in his heavily accented English to become a notary public, and then
so he was encouraging civil service, is what you're telling me.
I guess. And then years later, when Terry and I are doing a show in Oswego, Minnie was the guy at the end of the bar. And he was there with his friend who was handing out Minnie Minoso hats.
So he's humble, giving away free stuff and enjoying his life, and a Boers and Bernstein remote.
Hanging out at a Who Needs To tavern tour, yes.
This is bad?
No, it wasn't bad.
This is awesome.
No, I didn't say it was bad, but just I didn't really appreciate what that meant to have.
His accessibility and humility, as we've discussed, might have worked against him in this case, but not anymore.
No, he's got his own segment now, even though he's not alive to appreciate it.
Which really is the sucky part of all of this.
Yep. We got High Noon coming up. If you're going to crash your plane, I've got the time and place to do it.
There's not much to this story, except it involves one of Dan's favorite birds.
Odyssey is your home for all the audio that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY.
It seemed like maybe you leaned into it a little bit. I'm thinking about Mark Burley and some balk calls in Cleveland, and Ozzie Guillen losing his mind, and that whole White Sox thing. It seemed like you kind of enjoyed every once in a while when they would turn on you just a little bit.
You know, Mark balked the first one early in the game, and everybody loved to work Mark Burley's game because he pitches fast.
Yeah.
We loved working his games, and then late in the game, as the game progressed, he needed to pick somebody off, and he balked again. And balks are kind of funny. They just kind of jump out at you. They're not something you look for when they happen. You see them, and then you react. But when he threw the glove up in the air, I could hear the plate umpire said, "No, Joe, don't throw him out."
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He didn't want you to escalate it.
No, but you can't let him throw the glove up in the air 60, 70 feet, so I had to throw him out. And Ozzie I think Ozzie was already gone. But, Ozzie, I think Ozzie looked forward to the confrontation more than anybody I was around. Maybe not. Maybe Earl Weaver. Ozzie, I only kicked Ozzie out a few times, but Earl Weaver never finished a game I was in.
Ozzie and Earl Weaver getting compared by Joe West here on The Score. I love it. That day, Hawk Harrelson went off on you, and we have played that tape so many different times and just kind of laughed along with Hawk.
Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind, and he did.
Yes, Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind. But now you and Hawk are cool. See, this is an example of how people eventually get to know you, Joe, or mellowing with age. What do we attribute you and Hawk being pals now?
Well, Hawk likes my handicap. It's up enough where if we get on the same team, we win. So when we play golf together, we usually win. But Hawk's favorite player was Mark Burley for the same reason. He pitched fast. He was a good guy. And Mark is a good guy, he just balked a couple times, And when he told the office I never had a balk called on me, they called me back and said he wasn't telling the truth. He's had 15 called on him.
TheScore.com, an Odyssey station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
So far, we have discussed the weekend in sports. The White Sox ticking another 4 off the schedule. They were 500, and now they're 500. And on we go. Ian Happ was terrific, just talking All-Star Weekend, and I thought the coolest part was weeks ago he had to have his custom $5,000 all-star suit taken care of and get that thing tailored up. And if you see the pictures, that man likes tight-fitting clothes. And it's a humdinger of a suit.
The style is skinny pants now, Dan.
I know, but you got to be really confident in yourself.
Did you see my tight pants?
Yeah, we did, yes. And he talked about his experience and his near future and the all-star blend of Connect Roasters coffee that's coming out. And then we had the mystery of Jaquan Brisker not having signed with the Bears, and contrasted that with the mystery of his actual grandfather, John Brisker, who might be alive, might be dead, might have been eaten by Idi Amin, or worked for Idi Amin, or might be a warlord in Liberia or Uganda, or never left for Africa in the first place.
There's still a lot there. And then we talked about the tiers of quarterbacks, which make no sense from the Athletic.
And just some first blush thoughts about the Hall of Fame class.
So the only reason I am doing this story is because it's one of your favorite birds. A family of ospreys grabbed unexpected attention at the World Track and Field Championships in Eugene, Oregon. Because, let's face it, that's the time for elite activity. And I would say ospreys count in that.
Oh, hell yeah. They can do things that other raptors cannot do when it comes to hunting fish.
Correct. And so they are visible above the University of Oregon School of Law, which is visible to the crowd at the 10-day international meet that just wrapped up last night, or at least the broadcast of it, which you could have seen on NBC. Who doesn't love track and field? So people were watching track and field, but then they were also watching the ospreys carry giant fish. Look at this picture.
Yes. Well,
and the osprey's just looking at the camera like, what? This is what I do. Why are you looking at me while I'm carrying this massive fish? Despite their large size, of course, the birds' bodies are slender with long, narrow wings and long legs. So they're in the right place. You know, I feel like that's very common in track and field, mostly track. Ospreys fly with a marked kink in their wings, making an M shape when seen from below. So everybody was very entertained by watching them fly all around while the track and field championships were going on. In fact, there was a baby bird, and the baby bird was practicing getting ready to fly. Oh. So that was very exciting for a lot of the viewers who were enjoying them hanging out.
I can't find that picture of the fish. I'd like to see what kind of fish that is.
I can just hand it to you. Stand by.
Oh, jeez. That looks like
a good-looking fish.
It looks like a hogshead snapper, which
Snapper's
actually
good.
is delicious.
I like snappers.
They're not a pretty fish, but they're delicious. So
what are you talking about? There's a really good-looking fish. It's got all these different colors.
They're going to eat well, the osprey family. And I have seen an osprey, and this would be the time of year to look for it. Anytime you're driving around Willowbrook near 63rd and the Kingery Highway, 83 down there near the Whole Foods, near that intersection, I have seen I don't know if it's the same osprey. I have seen an osprey or ospreys multiple times around there. So keep your eyes open. Like I say, if you look underneath, it does have a bend in the wing, and it's a two-tone belly underneath. But they can do things other raptors can't, which is actually get under the water to grab a fish. And very often around here, a bald eagle will come in and say, hey, thanks for the fish, and beat it up, make him drop it, and take it.
Murga. Seemed right.
All right.
Yeah, I know you like birds.
I do.
We hadn't had bird talk in
ospreys
a
are
while.
cool.
The mating ritual of an osprey is also pretty great.
All right.
I need to adopt that.
If you are going to crash your small plane, this is a lesson for when it... By the way, what's going on with Rankin's microphone? What are you doing?
Loose.
His mic broke.
The mic broke or the cord or the holder broke?
The whole thing fell off and almost hit him in the head.
What?
Hey, man. So fix that, by the way. Please. Ray, do we need to call an engineer? I know we're...
Check 1, 2, 1. Hey,
Hey, it works. Nicely
See, look,
done.
I did that. See?
Dan asked, hey, what's going on with Rankin's microphone as the microphone is disconnected completely?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Ray was holding it, and it's like he was awarding you with something. I don't know. So this guy crashes his plane on Huntington Beach on Friday. This is a plane that
like
was...
in L.A., Huntington Beach?
Yeah, it's a plane that was towing a banner.
Oh, no.
And the plane went down near 1:30 p.m. near Beach Boulevard, and it splashed onto its belly just offshore.
The one.
During the statewide lifeguard life-saving competition.
Hot damn.
Nicely done. It was the statewide competition. Officials of the California Surf Life Saving Association confirmed the plane crashed right in front of dozens of lifeguards competing in the Junior Lifeguard Championships. It happened during a break. No one was on the course, but it crashed right in front of one of our courses that we were using, said a spokesman for the event, whose name is Adam Sandler. I don't think it's the same one.
Wait, that's even amazing that it was during a break.
Yeah. Fortunately, because we were on break, lifeguards that were in the area that were waiting to start the next race in the course jumped right into action. Some of the competitors were in the water before the splash from the crash had even settled. Said it's instinct. We have an expression, watch the water. That's what they were doing. They were watching the water. At least 5 lifeguards involved in the competition were the first people on the scene. The pilot was rescued, suffered only minor injuries.
Wow.
They said as soon as the plane hit the water, everyone saw the wings on the water. The junior lifeguards who were in competition rushed on their paddle boards to try to be the first one to get to the pilot who was on the wing to see how he was, to help him and to rescue him. Lifeguards followed right behind the kids, and he was rescued right away. Can you imagine being that guy like, hey, I'm okay. I'm okay. Seriously, I'm fine. I'm fine. This is okay. Like they're all throwing the life buoys at him, and also they like the big foam rubber things, blowing whistles. And
This is the Baywatch theme. They just run with those like rescue things.
Yes, I don't know what they call them, but actually,
Buoys,
I was certified junior lifesaver.
Well,
at camp.
good job, Dan. You forgot everything.
Yeah, no, I had to make. You have to wear jeans into the water, and then you have to make a flotation device out of your own jeans by tying knots in the legs. You have to float for an hour.
Or you could just be naturally buoyant.
Oh, I am not. No, but you got to do the dead man's float and the whole thing. But so I should know more about this. It was a long time ago, and I've forgotten all of that stuff.
Well, that's good. There's a happy ending here.
Yeah, that's if you're gonna crash a plane, do it there.
They were there. Now I'm just gonna have the Baywatch theme stuck in my head. Where's the Hoff? I was told there would be the Hoff.
I don't know the Baywatch theme. I never saw Baywatch.
What? How?
Not
it
interested.
was always on.
Not interested.
It was always on somewhere.
Just wasn't. I was never interested.
Well, yeah, nobody's particularly interested. It's just on.
No, I'll find them now when they get into my algorithm somewhere after they've had a bunch of good work done.
Dan's algorithm is about women of a certain age, whereas mine has taken me to Bengals Twitter, and I like it there.
Save this. We are going to have an algorithm face-off tomorrow.
No way, mine is fun. And
Mine's
the football
better.
fans are happy.
Mine has Padma Lakshmi like ironing and
the
stuff.
Bengals have a white Tiger, Siegfried, and Roy helmet.
I've got Elizabeth Hurley in an earth-toned bikini.
They're having fun in their sport.
Okay, save it. This is tomorrow. Tomorrow, Yahoo algorithm fight.
Mine was Twitter, but cool.
Bye.
I really enjoy it.
That's high noon. And next up, Steve Stone. Not in my algorithm yet. Maybe in an earth-toned bikini. But I don't know if I got any 70. I do not have any 75-year-olds in the algorithm. It's more like between 47 and 50. Well, Elizabeth Hurley.
Stoney doesn't have an age.
50, that's true. He's ageless. As long as he stays away from spicy food. He's next on the score.
And dairy.
Bears training camp. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. In Odyssey Station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto, online at carx.com.
Steve Stowe.
When I started out, and Harry was my partner, he said to me, "You will find your identity." It turned out that I felt that my identity was going to be to teach as many people as I could the game of baseball.
White Sox TV analyst.
Being an analytics guy, I would have known that a sub-6-foot-tall right-handed starting pitcher in the major leagues, the odds were infinitesimal. But if there was a contest that had a winner, I could never understand why it shouldn't be me.
Social media god.
A lot of people love you, especially the people you haven't blocked.
I've been blocking more than Tom Brady's line.
Steve Stowe with Bernstein and Holmes on The Score.
Let's talk some baseball with Steve Stone as the White Sox fight their way back to where they were. And that seems to be this season in a nutshell is good enough to keep us going thinking the things we've been thinking until maybe we run out of games or they catch fire.
Yeah!
Yay! Go White Sox! Steve is on Twitter at Steve Stone. The NBC Sports Chicago analyst is with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Hello, Stoney.
Hello, Dan. Hello, Layla.
We are happy to have you on. And before we get into any of it, I
Sure.
want to start with the Hall of Fame and Manny Minoso's induction. What do you think?
Mhm.
Do you have any good stories you would like to share?
Well, I don't have great stories because we spent a little time together. We did talk a lot. I think the big takeaway from my interaction with him was that he was one of these guys that had a ready laugh. He seemed to love life and everything about it. I mean, he was such an exciting player. I had the benefit of actually seeing him when he played for the Cleveland Indians because that was my team growing up, and Minnie played, I think, 4 years for the Indians as well as all those years with the White Sox. But I thought he was just a delightful guy. He was always quick to share a story, talk about baseball with you, certainly, and I think it was a long time coming. I was kind of surprised all of those years when he was kind of snubbed for the Hall of Fame, but finally he got his just due. I think it's a great day for the whole Cuban community of baseball players, and a great day for the Minoso family.
I know that Jim Cott only played a handful of games for the White Sox in 1973, but it's the only time I could find that your paths crossed in the same dugout.
Yes, he was an interesting guy because of his durability. I mean, he played 24 years. He won all those Gold Gloves, I think 16 of them. He was one of those guys who always took the baseball, and he was a delight to play with. And we have crossed paths many times as broadcasters. But I was very happy for him. You win 283 games. You pitch as many innings as he pitched. You win as many Gold Gloves as he won, and it was kind of surprising to me why he never was voted in until all these years later.
And did you face Tony Oliva in that 73 season?
I think I might have faced him twice. I don't remember exactly. I think he was 0 for 1. I think I walked him the other time, but I didn't face Tony when he was really Tony. I mean, when nobody could really get him out in key situations, he was a terrific hitter. I think what struck me when I went back and they had that ceremony retiring Jim Cott's number in Minneapolis was just how many great players the Twins have had. I mean, you looked up at the board, you looked down on the field, and you saw these guys just player after player, Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer, from Rod Carew to Harmon Killebrew. Bert Blyleven was there, certainly, and now Jim Cott. And then you look at some of those teams that won the 2 World Series, Herbeck and Gaetti, and Kirby Puckett. It's just amazing looking back at the history of the Twins and seeing just how much talent they ran through there. Probably a testament to their scouting and development programs.
Getting back to present day, Stoney, we end up watching a 4-game series with Cleveland that finishes 2-2, which is apropos of the Sox record right now, but also give us a large sample size to kind of see where people are at, evaluate them, and then also with injury updates. I think one of the bright spots just off the top of my head was seeing Eloy Jimenez hit for power. What were your takeaways from it?
Well, I certainly love to see Eloy hit for power because that's why he's in the middle of this lineup. And there's a couple of challenges. The challenge is can he stay healthy? And, boy, we're certainly hoping that he can because he makes a big difference when he's swinging the bat the way we know that he can swing it. The lineup suddenly looks a whole lot longer and a lot more productive. However, you risk playing him in left field where he has no sense of urgency, where he looks like he casually approaches everything that comes to him. And I think the Guardians exposed his defensive flaws by not even hesitating at first base. I mean, it wasn't even that they looked at the coach. It's just that they hit a single to left field and ran it into a double, and they did that twice. I'm not sure against really good teams, really good teams that can score a lot. I'm not sure if you can really afford that in left field all the time. And yet, he doesn't want to DH. But I think somewhere along the line, he's going to have to find that getting to the ball quickly and getting it back in with something on it has a tremendous advantage. So that part of it, there was good news, bad news there. But the fact is, in the lineup, especially when you use him as a DH, I think is beneficial to everybody around. And hopefully Grandal and Moncada can provide the left-handed run production that they really need because that's what they're looking for against some of these better right-handers with good sliders.
I keep getting back to Lucas Giolito when I'm thinking about the remainder of this season. We know Dylan Cease is great. We know Lucas Giolito is supposed to still be better than this. And sitting right now with an earned run average over 5, a fielder independent pitching at 4.35, the peripherals a little bit kinder to him. What's missing? What isn't there other than maybe a little bit of velocity? Why doesn't he seem to be what we thought he was going to be?
I think there's a couple things that probably come into play. And, Lucas and Ethan Katz know one another so well. He's seen Lucas from the beginning. And hopefully he will have whatever answers really need to be answered. I think one of the things, number one, you realize if what you're doing is not working, then you try to do something else. And I think Lucas, with his constant dependence on a four-seam fastball, is at the velocity he's throwing it, is taking away the movement that you really need, that late movement, that little hop at the end. He's not really getting that. And I think because of that, when you don't hit your spot exactly, you can get hurt. I'm thinking, I think there's going to be a lot of pitchers that go back to at least using every now and then the two-seam fastball because they get both run and they get sink on that. And I think Lucas ought to entertain the idea of mixing a few of those in and seeing how right-hand hitters will adjust to that. I think if you take a look at Johnny Cueto and you see how much his fastball moves into right-handers, and he's not throwing much harder than Lucas is throwing, probably about the same speed if you look at, average speeds of fastballs, but he's getting so much more movement on it. I think it's something that Lucas has to certainly look at. And I think another thing that he would maybe like to get a little bit better is consistency on that slider. He's pretty much scrapped the curveball. He might throw one occasionally, but not too many. But he's got to get to the point where try to get a little less depth maybe to get more command of it and then throw it at a couple different speeds. Because right now, at all the same speeds with all of his pitches, he becomes so dependent on the combination fastball changeup that when they're not hitting their spots, they have a problem. And there's some teams that we've seen that have gone up there absolutely looking for that change. So just as hitters will adjust to pitchers, pitchers have to adjust not only to hitters, but what they have on a daily basis. And for Lucas this year, it's not working quite as well. And everybody wants to point to the 27 pounds that he gained in the wintertime. I don't know if that's of benefit to him or not. I see a bigger Lucas, but right now he's not a Lucas that is happy with his own performance. And so, look, he's going to try to change what he can. He becomes a big part of what's happening to this team down the stretch, as is, and don't forget, the biggest day that we've got going forward is August 2nd, because that's an opportunity at the trade deadline or before to help your ball club. I believe that Minnesota will make two definitive moves. As far as the Guardians are concerned, supposedly they're in the market for Contreras. Contreras would really help them. They've got some woeful offensive catching production. They both can block it pretty well. But two catchers that can't hit, they could really use one who can. I don't know if they have quite enough, but they got a wonderful system. They've got some guys that would be desirable to the Cubs certainly, and they've also made some deals before. So I don't know if Contreras is necessarily the guy, but Cleveland's got to add somebody who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. Contreras would be that guy. And then it comes down to what Rick Hahn and Kenny Williams are going to do with this team, and I suspect they're going to go after some pitching and probably acquire some.
If you had to trade for something, pieces, what is the most important thing to you at the trade deadline?
Well, the most important thing is something that you might not be able to get. For me, this is a White Sox team that is not going to do a lot of the little things, a lot of the base running things, a lot of the defensive things to beat teams. This is a White Sox team that's going to have to outpitch and outhit teams. With that in mind, I think slowly with Lance Lynn emerging as the Lance Lynn we saw, and there was again, Ethan Katz certainly helped them with a little mechanical tweak. He was a completely different Lance Lynn last time out, as we saw. He was very good. He was the Lance Lynn that we remember from his dominant days. So if he comes around, then you say, okay, there's room in the starting rotation. That room would be who exactly? You mentioned Lucas. I don't think he would move. But then you take a look at Michael Kopech, and Michael Kopech, I know they want to limit his innings. Best way to do it would be to put him in a pen for a bit, and maybe he can give you multiple innings out of there. And I'm not suggesting that you ruin the experiment, because I think he will be a starting pitcher down the road. But I'm talking about immediacy. I'm talking about trying to win it this year. So number one for me would be some sort of dominant left-hand hitter. Benintendi comes to mind. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be something that they can do. But there's not a whole lot of guys out there from the left side. And look, this whole idea of Soto, forget Soto. That's not going to happen. But they need a left-handed difference maker if they can find one. And if they can't find one, then to me, you go after pitching. Now, certainly they want to help that bullpen, because what everybody perceives as a strength has been occasional strength. And it's largely due to injury. I mean, they expected to have Crochet and Bummer. They've had neither of them. Consequently, you're left pretty short on the left side. And Tanner Banks has done a nice job, but, you know, he's still a 30-year-old rookie. You would like to get a left-handed guy who can dominate some hitters. That certainly would be good. But I think they're going to look at every aspect they can to shore up the team. I personally, knowing the character of this White Sox team, knowing that they have to hit the ball out of the ballpark to beat people, knowing that they're sitting there at 21 and 27 at home because they get out-homered at home by the opposition, I would look to find somebody who can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
You know what I don't like about that answer? It's not that I think you're wrong. It's that you are already resigned to some things about this team that I am too, that are at this point I don't think are correctable. And they were all on display, for better or for worse, in that series and in those 4 games. They're lazy defensively and they're dumb defensively. They allow other teams to outsmart and out-hustle them. The book is out, and we saw it. That Tito Francona's guys like, hey, we're pretty fast, and we're going to take hard turns. And we're going to know that if somebody lollygags after a ball, that we're going to make them execute. A lot of this, Steve, reminded me of sort of, I said before, like a high school baseball mentality. A ball in play has a better chance of a good outcome against the White Sox because of the things they don't do well. It's the Joe Madden concept of respecting 90. And it, to me, shows where the Achilles heel is for them as a World Series contender. Even if they win this division, whatever happens. They beat up a bunch of bad teams and they outlast some of these other teams. But to win a World Series, you got to hit a lot of home runs. You got to get a lot of strikeouts, a lot of dominant pitching performances. Are they ever going to do these other things well enough?
Are they going to do them this year? No. It's just not going to happen. Will they do them in the future? If the complexion of the team changes, by complexion I'm talking about looking to acquire some guys or develop some guys that actually have an idea about how important defense is on a daily basis. This team has been built on offense, and they brought in guys who offensively should be able to do it. Consequently, when you face the better pitchers who are not allowing you to hit the ball out of the ballpark, you got a problem. Because we've seen the teams that can really play defense, some teams who only give you 3 outs, and that's maybe the key number you're looking for. When you start giving other teams 4 and 5 outs, so the key is 3 outs an inning. If you give them 4 or 5 outs, you're not going to beat them. If you can't hold them to a single when he actually hits a single, you're not going to beat them, because then a base hit scores a run. And again, that's not the configuration of this White Sox team this year. But, you take a team over the last couple of years that didn't play particularly good defense and bring back the same guys and they don't play good defense. You can't be surprised when the team is not running the bases real well and continues not to run the bases real well. You can't be surprised when they don't run the bases real well. But that's in acquiring guys. You have to find some guys. If you want to assemble your team, you have to find some guys who can do all of those things. And I know that they're out there. I see some other teams who play pretty good defense, and those teams will usually win close games, usually win divisions, and you go into the playoffs. But the one thing I disagree with you, Dan, is that when they get into the playoffs, and assuming they do, and there's a lot of work to be done between now and then, and it would really help if Luis Robert came back and his eyes were okay, because the defense he was playing, you don't win a Gold Glove playing defense like that. He just, for whatever reason, wasn't seeing the ball. The oddity was that he was seeing it hitting because he was crushing the ball. But you see what he means into that middle of that lineup. I mean, this is a guy offensively that can get it done and should get it done defensively. So if he comes back, I believe that if they can get to the dance, even beating the teams they beat in the Central, if they can get there, then they are fully capable of beating any other team, because you might have a couple of games where your starting pitching is going to dominate. I mean, Johnny Cueto is throwing exceptionally well. You throw the first game and you bring Dylan Cease out there, and he's literally capable of shutting down anybody's offense in baseball. So you win yourself that first game with Dylan Cease, and now maybe Lance goes behind him, maybe Johnny goes behind him. You win that second game. Suddenly, you're in command of that playoff series. And I know, if you're going to say, are they as good as the Yankees? Are they as good as Houston right now? Are they as good as the Mets or good as the Dodgers? I would tell you no. Can they beat them in a short series? I would tell you definitively yes, because it depends on those first couple of guys you throw out there who are throwing the baseball and getting people out. And then if they don't self-destruct, if they don't fall into some terrible defensive plays, some horrible base running things that take you out of innings as opposed to things that extend innings, then I think they are capable of that. So, look, will they get there? I still believe they can. I still believe they get the best talent in the division. But I think a lot has to do. Circle back to a lot has to do with what happens right before August 2nd, right before that deadline.
I think that just puts the pressure, though, so much, Tony, on pitching needing to perform well and hitting needing to perform better when the other details are lost in the mix. And that's the issue.
Yeah, but that's, when you put together your ball club and you're bringing guys into the organization and you're developing, and the best way to do this, Layla, because you can't really depend on guys you're bringing into the organization because you know them because of your scouts. You just don't know them inside and out. The guys you really know inside and out are the guys that you draft, you sign, and you develop. And when you do that, you have to draft, sign, and develop some guys with a baseball acumen that will make your team smarter. And if you continue to do that and bring up guys that make your team 1-2% smarter when you bring them up, eventually you find yourself with an organization and a team that is capable of playing defense with other teams, is capable of not running themselves out of innings, will not get doubled up on line drives all over the field, won't do the little things that take you out of innings, because, Dan, and you were right, this game is won and lost 90 feet at a time. It just has always been that way. It will always be that way. I know you want to hit the ball out of the ballpark, but the reality is more games are won and lost 90 feet at a time than anything else. And it's whether you take that 90 feet or you give that 90 feet. And when you start to give 90 feet at a time, like I've seen some of the outfield play from the Sox this year, that's a problem. When you don't make a double, and this is something that doesn't show up in the scorebook, which is of vital importance. You don't make a double play because the footwork at second base isn't good, because one of your guys is throwing flat-footed, because one of your guys juggles the ball and you get just one out. That's the fourth out in the inning. Suddenly you get a base hit or two, you score 2 runs. They wouldn't have happened if you turned the double play. So all of these little things, everything you can put under a microscope when you do an autopsy of a game and you look at why you lost the game, you can see it right there.
I find it interesting, something you offered us casually, in that you mentioned Dylan Cease and the outsized importance of a number 1 starter in a playoff series. Now, we know that. They matter more than they otherwise would. But when it came to the next guys, you said Johnny Cueto and Lance Lynn. So have you already? Do you have both of them at the moment? If the playoffs start right now, you have either one of them above either Kopech or Giolito?
Oh, I have for sure. I have Cueto above it, and I'll have to see with Lance. I mean, Lance has got the experience, and if a lot of people don't realize, Lance is going through his spring training during the season. Same thing can be said for Joe Kelly. So if Lance is going to be that guy going forward that he was last time out, I'd say absolutely. Right now, Lucas has got to figure out exactly what's going on with his stuff. Right now, Dylan is certainly your number 1 guy, and I would say Johnny would be your number 2 guy. And as far as Michael Kopech is concerned, they really have to monitor his innings. This is the first time he's taken the baseball from the start of the season on. And so it's unrealistic to assume that he's going to start in rotation the rest of this season and then be supremely strong as you get to the playoffs, assuming that you get there. So that's why I'm not looking at Michael at that point. I mean, Michael could be very beneficial to you as a guy that can give you 3 innings out of the bullpen. And he might rail against that, and he certainly might not like that. But the point is, and the biggest thing that people have to understand is, what's good for the team is, by definition, good for them. And so what's good for this ball club might be, and again, I say might be, Michael into the bullpen later in the season because he can be a multiple innings guy because he's stretched out. And you're not going to go with 5 starters in the playoffs, and it's odd man out depending on what you're going to use. But if you know that you have to protect one guy because this is the first year in his career he's going to start from start to finish, you got to protect his innings. That would be a difficult question, but a fairly easy answer to that question. And then Lucas has to do a whole lot better to be at the top of those top 3 than he's been doing now. So I'm just looking at, what are you doing for me today? What do you have today? What stuff are you throwing today? And that would be my answer. My answer right today would be Cease, would be Cueto, would be Lynn. However, we still have 66 games to go. Anything can happen in those 66. They might acquire one more guy. You acquire one more guy. Maybe you're going to try to make a deal with Castillo for Cincinnati. Who knows? I mean, he's out there. There's a couple of guys out there. You're going to have a lot of competition because I truly believe Minnesota's going to go after a starter, and Minnesota's going to get one.
Stoney, thanks as always. I have this question that's been nagging at me. I don't want to pull a Columbo on you here, but I noticed that you and Jason often have food brought to the booth. And yes. I thought you were extremely diplomatic because it really did look like a terrific hot chicken sandwich. And
it was wonderful.
You did exactly what I would have done. Is that I would have deferred and said, I will enjoy this in just a bit, but I'm working right now. I don't like you know me, Layla. I rarely eat while I work.
He also carries chicken in baggies
sometimes, but. Benetti doesn't even wait. Like, you've worked with a lot of co-broadcasters over your illustrious career. Have you ever seen somebody just dive into food immediately as it's handed to him, quite like Jason Benetti does?
Well, look, here's the thing, and I've met his parents, and they're lovely people, but I believe that somewhere in Jason's family there's a goat, because he literally can eat everything and does eat everything and anything at any time at any place. So the man has a ravenous appetite, the capacity to eat as much as he possibly can. Never gains a pound, but also just seems like, it's there. Somebody put it there. Don't know exactly how it got there, but I'm going to eat it. How about that? And then I look over there and there's something else. He goes, yeah, that looks okay. I think I'll eat that too. So since we've been together, he just decides that he's going to eat whatever is put in front of him. I'm hoping, that they put things that are edible in front of him, because if it's in arm range, he's going to eat it. So yeah, that's one of the charming parts about Jason Benetti.
And broadcast smoothly, too.
Yes, it's hard to do.
It's impossible. He's the one. He's the only one.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to do. And, usually they bring me up things that contain lactose, and I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't eat those. Or they bring me up things that are so spicy that they'll blow my face off, and I certainly can't eat that for the remainder of the ball game. I just assume, the microphones are in the booth. They're not in the bathroom, so I would make sure that I don't eat those things during the course of the game. But Jason has no problem. It doesn't really matter.
Let's go to Steve Stone live from the bathroom, and Hawk Harrelson's going to go check on him. Stoney.
Yeah, and here's Jason with a glass of Valvoline. He'll be more than happy to wash it down with that.
Stoney, thanks so much. We'll talk again next week. That is Steve Stone.
Happy to take the food off of his hands, for sure.
See the Bertucci boys have brought me some motor oil. Yep.
But it's so true. And when he said it the whole time, I'm like, that's how Jason's voice is so smooth.
Gotta be. Well,
he really has the metabolism of a hummingbird.
There was a lot in there about the pitching staff and everything else, and the trade deadline and Kopech to the bullpen. It sounds like there's some strong thoughts here about who could be going where. We do know. Also, how about the fact that Wilson Contreras, he thinks might be a fit right there on the Guardians.
The fact that you said that Cleveland would be buyers, yeah. Also, I talked to Gordon Whitmire on Friday, and it stands to be repeated here today, because who he said the Cubs would likely to be trading at the trade deadline might raise an eyebrow or two.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Liam Hendricks, you guys.
What?
I had
What'd I do?
Nothing. You're just.
Oh.
I'm just ruining your happy little place with the Rolling Stones. I had the pleasure of hosting Unfiltered with the guys whose name rhymes with Schmavid Schmaplin on NBC Sports Chicago. And in that, not only did I get to talk to Dylan Cease, specifically about his fastball command, by the way, but also to Gordon Whitmire about a couple different things. One of them was, do the Cubs even have to trade Wilson Contreras? Because just from a fan standpoint, isn't he a guy you want to build around? And he's still a dynamic catcher with talent and could also play multiple positions. But also, who else could be possibly traded from the Cubs? Before we get into somebody who was on this show earlier today, let's revisit what I had to say with Gordon about the Wilson Contreras potential here in this next week.
It's a foregone conclusion. He's the one guy we know is getting traded. Him and probably all three of the back end bullpen guys, certainly Gibbons and Robertson, and maybe even Happ. But yeah, Wilson's been prepared for this all season, and I just talked to him before the All-Star break, and he's trying to stay focused on his time left with the team. But time's running out. Sand's running through the hourglass.
It's happening, right? Like it's all but done. I didn't think Cleveland was in the mix. That was a bit of a surprise from Stoney to throw that out there.
It makes sense because, like you say, they get defense from their catchers, but little else.
I think if they didn't want to trade him, they wouldn't have to. This is a discussion, like Gordon said, it had to have happened at the beginning of the season when extension talk was still a thing. But given Wilson's versatility and what he brings offensively, he still has many years with this team. Catching is such a dearth in baseball because you either usually get one or the other, offense or defense. You typically don't get both, as we've seen. Or if you do, it's kind of nuanced, like with Yasmani Grandal. But either way,
Nuance is doing a lot of work there.
I'm referring more to last year than this year. Either way, it's a shame that this had to go down this way, even though we've all conditioned ourselves to think this ever since Yu Darvish got traded, right? Like, if you're good, you're probably gone.
They're also at a different point where the Cubs, we thought that maybe they'd be a little better than expected, so things could break their way this year, and maybe the way they started out the season and things were looking pretty good, that maybe but then they found their level. And this is what it is. This is where they are. It's hard. And the key to me is when you are having these discussions and when Jed Hoyer is looking over whatever is being offered, to comp it to the Darvish trade would be an indication that they're very far away if they're trading this for 18-year-olds. But if they're making moves right now for people who are expected to contribute next year, for guys who are close, that's where we're going to learn. We're going to learn about the ages of these prospects, the resumes of these prospects. It's not just the idea of the trade. It's how soon. How soon are anything you get back, any return going to slot in and contribute based on age and based on position of need?
Correct. And I really want to see, now that the CBA is in place, what that means. If Juan Soto does indeed get traded by this time next week, what on earth is the return for him?
Or a third possibility, and this is rare. This is the Aroldis Chapman exception, where you do deal him for whatever the best package is, age be damned. And if it is a bunch of kids, and that's going to say, oh my God, we got some possibilities here and a bunch of lottery tickets.
Right.
And then you re-sign him.
The Dodgers did that with Mookie Betts. And it's worked out in their favor.
If you want to do that, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's unlikely. It doesn't happen very often, but that could be the best way to make your franchise more likely to win a World Series.
Additionally, there's a reason I asked Ian Happ about his future this morning and just his thoughts as he gets ready, because there is a chance, way better than zero, that this time next week, we might not be talking to him. Gordon touched on that as well.
In Happ's case, he's got value now. He's got as much value as he's ever had because he's under club control for one more year. Now, here's the thing: if you're the Cubs, right? He's about the same age as Suzuki was when they signed him to the 5-year free agent deal, $85 million. It was actually a $100 million commitment because of the posting fee. Is Ian Happ worth that? He's an all-star. Suzuki's not an all-star. He's a switch hitter. He's got power. He's got on base. And he's really played a good left field this year, better than he has in the past. So if you're the Cubs, is that an extension you want to do? Or do you not trust that he's going to do this for a full season or multiple seasons? Because he's never done it for a full season. And we're only a little over halfway through this one. So are the Cubs going to, they're not talking to him now. Will they kick the can down the road and talk to him in the offseason, or will they trade him at highest value right now? I think a little over 50%, my feeling is likely that he gets traded.
Mm-hmm.
Teams are going to come looking for him, and I think the likelihood is the Cubs trade him. If they don't, I think they explore extension in the offseason, at least what the parameters are, and then maybe look to trade him then, because this guy, I don't think he's going to sell himself short. So I don't think we're looking at a team-friendly deal.
And you shouldn't be. And we know that he's not.
He's not the only one who's discussed Ian Happ picking up steam in the trade market. John Heyman touched on it this morning.
There's clearly interest in both Contreras and Happ. I'm hearing Happ's name a lot out there. I think there is a decent chance now that he will be traded. Contreras obviously needs to be traded. They have not made any effort to sign him. He's a free agent after the year, so he's going to be gone. I do think that teams, they're talking seriously about Happ as well. So I know the Padres, the team that I just saw with the Mets last night, are a team interested in Happ as well. Toronto, there are a lot of teams, I'm sure, who could use Happ and be interested in Happ.
Makes sense.
And he spoke to us earlier, and Ian Happ is certainly aware of it and trying to savor every day he's got here. His first choice would be to be a Cub for a long time, and that's going to take a lot of money to do that eventually.
And it should.
Sure, of course it should.
Especially given when it comes to negotiations like these. I think it's really appropriate with the Sox about to play Colorado. What you did in the time leading up to that extension matters. And whenever the new deal is cut, you also have to make amends with some of the things that happened previously.
And if you're paying close attention, that is a Chris Bryant Cubs subtweet without question. When we come back,
150,000%. And maybe Lucas Giolito too, who knows?
The Bears veterans report to training camp tomorrow. Brad Biggs was on the score this morning, so we will bring back some of what he said today in Brad Biggs next on the score.
The Bears are unpacking a new coaching staff at training camp, so trust the Score's 30 years of experience to go to work for you. Keep it here as the Score team will be ready to bring you all the hottest stories from training camp on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. An Odyssey station.
This segment's brought to you by...
But when was the point when you said, this is a focus for me, that I think that I am capable of running a football operation?
Yeah, I can't pinpoint the exact time. Probably when I started becoming a college director, and also the important thing to look at is the process that we had in Kansas City, and that gradual step to become a championship level team. And when you see a team go from where we started, when I first walked in the building to what it is today, that gets you excited, and you want to see if you can take some of the things that you've learned over that time and apply it to another organization and build another champion. Now, the thing to remember is it's not a cookie cutter deal. You can't just take every single move and every single philosophy with you. You got to get here and find out, exactly what this place needs, and it's going to be unique in terms of the process to get it up and going.
How available to the media are you going to be? Are we going to hear from you more than once a year?
More than once a year? Yeah, I would hope so. But we're putting a plan in place on how we're going to handle all that. I do believe in the fall, that Matt should be the spokesman of the fall. And then after that, in terms of bringing players in for the draft, for free agency, before camp, at the end of the season, that's probably the proper time for me to be able to get with you all and have conversation.
I will tell you, and I don't want this to sound like it's self-serving. I'm not expecting you to do a weekly segment on my show, although if you'd like to, you're more than welcome to. It's just that the fans do want to hear from you. As weird as it may sound, they do want to hear philosophically where you're coming from. And to tell you the truth, Ryan, they want to buy into your vision. So I hope that you take the opportunity, whether it's this radio station or talking with people who do this online or in the newspapers, take advantage of that, because people care about this team deeply and they really want to hear what the general manager has to say.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, good. I'm glad that we found Dayton on that. Okay. Other thing that I thought was really interesting from your press conference is you seem to draw from different places. And I like that even though you worked for one organization, you're picking people, and even your assistant GM, you made a point of talking about him working for different places. Why is that important to you?
Yeah, because it's a collection of wisdom. You can grab so many different things from different, general managers and different organizations of how they've done things. So when we sit at the table and it's time to improve the roster, and it's everyone put their ideas on the table, everyone's drawn from different things and different experiences. The other thing, like with Ian and myself, we're really curious too. We took a trip in the summer to meet with different sports groups, different teams, just to continue to find an edge. Try to find just, if it's more information, if it's how does a baseball team communicate with so many people across the world, really? Sports science, how do we get players in a position to be at their optimal level of performance? So that's what he brings and I bring together. It's that curiosity and growth mindset. But like you said, there's so many experiences that we've gone through from different places that you can then put it in place here.
I just had your head coach on. I'll ask you the same question. When you turned on the tape of Justin Fields, what did you see?
What I saw was potential to be a really good quarterback. And we have to do our job to surround him with really good players and to surround him with protection. And like I mentioned in the press conference, this is the most important piece. Find out what he does well and do that a lot. And then the weaknesses we attack and get better at. I think that right there should be the plan. It will be the plan. And we should see him get to his best.
Odyssey Station.
Gotta wait for it to kick in.
I love this album.
Ill Communication. This would be Sure Shot, I believe. Brad Biggs is a surefire provider of Bears information when he is on with the Mully and Haugh show, as he was this morning, and we're going to enjoy the hell out of Bears football before it starts, because that's going to be the time to do so.
Is this like that time you canceled summer last year?
I'm not canceling summer, and I didn't cancel summer.
You were like, hope you enjoyed your summer.
Well, it was...
Then it showed you. It came back for a little bit.
CPS kids are going back to school in less than a month. August 22nd.
Are you counting down the days?
Back in school. Get
Poor
your
Jason.
ass off the couch and get your college applications done and get to school.
I don't want to watch a movie. I don't want to apply to any colleges.
Well, there's one of those is going to take some work that has nothing to do with the other, so I can't compare the two. But Brad Biggs today was talking about what we talked about before regarding Jaquan Brisker. Not the greatest Brisker mystery, but one that needs some context as far as what is going on with their second-round picks contract negotiation.
I've been thinking about the Brisker situation for the last couple days, and it can become something that agitates him and something that he takes very seriously to the team. It can become something where they don't want to, say, break precedent. And I'm not saying that that's where the team's at in this right now. I'm saying that could be where it's at. So basically, for all the onlookers, it appears to be not a big deal, but for the very few that are actually involved in it, it can become a sticky issue. Let's not make too much of this. They're not on the field yet. You don't see guys suffer as rookies if they miss a little bit of time on the field, but there is a clear path to a starting job for Jaquan Brisker. There really isn't competition for that job next to Eddie Jackson in the secondary. And the sooner he reports, the more time he puts in, probably the better he'll look as a rookie starter for the Bears in 2022.
I'm not really worried. I don't think this is going to end up being some sort of damaging holdout. And so what if he does hold out?
He's probably still starting.
Right. Whenever he shows up, he's probably still starting. And it's not like he's really missing anything.
Which is why if I'm him, I'll dig in my heels a little bit.
Meanwhile, I forgot the Bears still had Robert Quinn, but they do. And Big Z thinks maybe they shouldn't.
In the offseason, when they talked about his absence and they kind of expressed some surprise, I'm sitting there and I'm like, the head coach and the GM are represented by the same agent who works at the same firm as the agent for Robert Quinn. Like, there shouldn't be any surprise here. The information flow chart ought to work for the few people that are involved with this. I would guess, and this is just a guess, my hunch is, Quinn's there because he wants to play football and earn $12.8 million this year. Where he wants to play football is probably a bigger question. I would think at this point in his career, 32 years old, coming off an 18.5 sack season, that he would, if possible, want to be with a contender, play some meaningful football, play in the January. I think that would fit nicely with what the Bears are trying to do here, which is early stages of a complete rebuild, although they don't want to use the word rebuild. And guys, I was driving to the Ace Hardware yesterday afternoon. I texted this to David. I'm like a block away from the place, and there's this older guy walking down the street, and he's got a Navy T-shirt on, and it's got orange lettering on it, and it says Chicago football rebuilding since 1986. And it's the first time I've seen one of those. And so I kind of got a chuckle out of it. And obviously they haven't been rebuilding since 1986, but they most certainly are rebuilding right now, whether they want to admit it or not. So if you can take an asset that's aging in Robert Quinn, but still has certainly some value, and turn him into a 2023 draft pick, I think it's a win for all sides. I think it's a win for Ryan Poles and the Bears. I think it's probably something that would put Quinn in a happy position, and then you move forward.
What did I say the day after they traded Mac?
I wasn't here. I was in China.
Oh, yeah. Well, I said, what is Quinn still doing here? Why have they traded him yet, too?
I was at the A10 tournament.
Yes.
I'll tell you why.
What have you been doing?
Do you know what the cap hit is? 17.1375.
Absorb it now. This is the absorbing the cap hit year. This is dead money year.
Do you know what Eddie
is
Jackson's
bottoming out year.
Do you know what Eddie Jackson's dead cap is according to Spot Rack? Oh, God.
What?
It's really bad.
Really?
It's $24.5 million.
Oh, my God.
Way to go, Ryan Pace.
That's too much money.
It's so bad. That's your 1 and 2, P.S.
Way to go, Ryan Pace.
That's the equivalent of like what Gordon Whitmire was talking about, the Seiya Suzuki posting fee, right? That's what you got to sort of eat to get to pay that just for the opportunity to move on to the transaction.
The third base cap hit for the Bears is Cody Whitehair at 12.3.
We're fired up about that.
And then it goes to Roquan at 9.7. Dude, $24.5 million for the dead cat.
Nope.
Get your hundo.
Yeah, but just
Jaquan Brisker, get your $100,000.
Right, but just if you're
remember
gonna do it,
that.
If you just rip the Band-Aid off. We know this year's gonna blow. You're tearing it all down.
How dare
half these rookies are going to suck, and half the veterans you got are going to suck, and they're going to be gone, and we'll live through it to fight another day.
Those Madden ratings were not kind to the receivers, by the way. Yikes.
You know why the Madden ratings are bad? Because they're bad. That's why.
I think Darnell Mooney's better than 79. I think he's at least in the 80s.
Fine. I'm not going to quibble on this stuff. He's fine. Darnell Mooney,
quibbling.
that's a representative NFL wide receiver. But that's what he is. He's a representative NFL wide receiver. He's fine. Everybody else, yeah. So it really is going to be rough. Unless Matt Eberflus's hits principle has them out hitting principles right and left, and they just stay in games, and they get a bounce here and there, and they get a few breaks. But other than that, I'm telling you, your eyes are going to hurt. Your ass might fall off. It's bad.
Go on. Could use a little of that.
It's going to be Steve Stone after a spicy chicken sandwich is what it's going to be. That's going to be Bears football.
Spicy chicken sandwich sounds good.
I know the Popeyes one's so good.
Spicy chicken sandwich at a Sox game sounds extra good.
That's hot. Theirs is hot, like National style hot
weekend.
chicken.
I have a feeling I could go.
Isn't hot chicken with the sweet?
IDK, I don't know. I always get the same stuff when I go to the Sox game typically.
Because the place opened up right near me, right by my house, that Dave's Hot Chicken on Western.
If the name hot is, if the word hot is in the name, that would indicate that there might be hot chicken there.
But hot chicken is different than spicy chicken and a spicy chicken sandwich. Hot chicken has got like a sweet glaze on it.
Yeah, it's the Nashville preparation. I will say Roost is my fave in town. Roost is excellent.
Okay.
There's others that I like, but Roost is up there for me.
I was craving chicken the other day, and I couldn't figure out what I wanted for dinner, and I was in a bad mood because I couldn't quite figure out what I wanted, and I decided all I wanted was fried chicken and donuts.
Yes.
And I went to Jewel, and I got an 8-piece, and I got 4 apple fritters. And I ate 6 of the 8 pieces and all 4 apple fritters.
I'd have added a little honey powdered sugar and done the donut sandwich, just kind of glazed.
No, not together. No.
Yes, together.
No, that's wrong. That's
it?
objectively wrong. No, but it was perfect. It was 6 pieces of chicken and 4 apple fritters.
8 6 pieces of chicken.
Yeah, I've eaten a whole chicken before in one sitting.
My metabolism is okay. So if Jason Benetti is a hummingbird, my metabolism is of a chair.
Of an osprey, maybe bringing back a giant hogshead snapper.
No, I have the opposite.
Oh.
Sucks. 24.5 million.
Come on.
That's not a real number.
No,
not
wait.
for that.
Nope,
not for that guy.
We could get hot dogs for $1.
That sounds nice too.
When we come back, James Fegan has White Sox thoughts on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from
You played last year against Justin Fields out with Vegas. I want to know what you thought of what you saw from Justin Fields.
Justin Fields, you can tell, has all the tools to be successful. I love his deep ball. I love the way that when the play breaks down, he's not afraid to take off running. And so you could tell that they reached up and got him in the draft for a reason. And so I love his confidence and love his demeanor. Like when he's out on the football field, he doesn't get too rattled, as you can tell. And so I just feel like he's got to take the next step. The offensive coordinator that came in opened up the playbook a little more for him. They kind of held him back a little bit in his rookie year, as they should have. Open the playbook a little more. Keep adding some weapons that he can get their ball to in the tight end position and the wide receiver position. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing him taking that next step to being a better quarterback next year.
Yeah, everyone in Chicago really would like to see him succeed, obviously, especially on the rookie deal, so there can be money spent around him. What's the biggest thing that young quarterbacks need to learn from your vantage point as a linebacker? What are the things that you feel like they need to learn if they're going to grow?
I believe what quarterbacks really mess up on early in the years is take what the defense give you. A lot of guys try to force it in there. If it's not down, don't be afraid to throw that check down, because that's really frustrating for a defense. If you just get those 4 or 5 yard check downs and then keep those drives alive, then that starts to open up the offense. Then those linebackers start trying to jump short. Then you just get what you want. And so just being smart with the ball. I know Coach Carroll preached to Russell early in the year. No turnovers. No turnovers. Just be smart with it. Let the defense, help you out. Let the run game help you out. Don't try to feel like you have to do it all by yourself. And so Justin, with a new offensive coordinator coming in, hopefully he can learn that from him.
SCR and HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
James Fegan.
Yes, James. James Fegan's got some branding on his laptop. Making sure everybody knows that he's joined The Athletic.
Can never get too much exposure.
On Twitter at JR Fegan.
I can anticipate this question is probably way too early, but
excellent. Too soon. Too soon.
Asking the questions to get the answers you need.
If you knew that Abreu was available to be the runner there, would you have gone to him instead of Hendrick?
If I'd known that, I didn't know that. Let's check the rule. I'm guessing you know the rules better. Now I know.
James Fegan with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
We know he knows the rules better. James Fegan just watched the White Sox split a series with the Guardians. And here we are with them being kind of who they've been. After all of this and this stretch against the division, same team in kind of the same place. He joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. This is the Bernstein and Holmes show, but it's a Layla Rahimi Monday. It's going to be a Layla Rahimi Tuesday with Lawrence Holmes off on vacation, and then he's back on Wednesday, and then it's an actual Layla Rahimi Wednesday.
What?
I don't know. Hi, James.
Hey, how's it going?
That's an appropriate intro to you. You had to watch 4 games of Telltale baseball, but then in the most Telltale Sox way, they ended up at 2-2, and the stretch of 19 games that we were all pointing to, they went 10-9. What were your major takeaways from things that we've already seen?
Consistently inconsistent.
Yes, I felt that way as well.
I mean, they had more stretches where you saw their power kind of coming out in a way that was supposed to be or projected to be early this season. That was certainly like the big factor of games they won. But also, throughout it, we're mostly talking about their lineup, not really. Like, we spent, upwards of 95 games at this point talking about like what they could look like if they're finally healthy. Like that whole stretch, the whole road trip before the break, we're talking about what they look like with they have a healthy Yasmani Grandal balancing the lineup, or if they have Eloy Jimenez consistently and what he can do. He probably only played half of those games because of the leg kind of flaring up on it again, and then they lose Luis Robert in the middle of that stretch. So it's been 96 games of talking about this team in theory, while in practice they're kind of scrapping along and not able to do what they need to do on a super consistent basis, but because they play in the AL Central, they're just literally never out of it, no matter how things look.
So let's look at a couple things just for news purposes here. First of all, the various and sundry injuries, players who are playing while having something, players who are not playing, before we look at trade deadline possibilities. Let's just give us a reset. We know Grandal is back. Do we still have a list of guys who aren't supposed to run hard or are getting rest because their legs hurt? And then where's Luis Robert?
Luis Robert was practicing or ramping up the last 2 days on the field, so Tony kind of was a little cryptic about it, but mostly, until like things recur again, which they can't really test until he's playing or ramping up at an even harder level. They're assuming they get him back on Friday. I don't know if there are guys who are quite shut down in the same way of like just straight up don't run. I think that kind of guidance is still generally there for Tim Anderson or Yoan Moncada on routine outs, because at least that's what they kind of operate as. Is if it's a little tapper to third, you'll probably see full on Tim Anderson, and then if it's a hard grounder to shortstop, you're probably going to see most guys on the team kind of coast through because they've been told as much. It's more in how they're kind of deployed, where the idea is that Tim needs to be rested for one half of a doubleheader if he's going to play 3 games in a row, or the idea that Andrew Vaughn, after a doubleheader, needs a day off because he played both halves. I think Vaughn all year has been played under the guise of this guy kind of broke down at the end of last season because he had never played this many games before, had leg and back injuries crop up as a result of that, and they're trying to get out ahead of that. And Tim Anderson's probably going to be on a bit of a cautious watch, Moncada too, because of the groin injury for Tim, because of the hamstring injury for Yoan. I think, I don't think 78-year-old Tony Russa is being like on the new wave of load management more than anything. I think he's probably more responding to the state where they're at. And the issue for them long term and going forward is why are their players run down at this level, more than I think that Tony is being some super not old school level of cautious with it, that he's so ahead of the curve of everybody else of not writing players. Because I think he managed in the 80s. He's probably more attuned to the idea of guys playing every day and has had to adjust to where they're at more than I think he's leading the league in that mindset.
I would agree with that. I think that's a safe assumption, especially when you've seen how the organization as a whole has treated many, many players when it comes to this for the last couple of years. The pandemic, I think, really magnified that. I also appreciate the quote that you had talking about Eloy Jimenez and his efforts in left field, and the quote saying in your most recent story, "It's okay," Jimenez said of the Guardians' attempts to run on him at every opportunity to hit balls to left field. "I will be there for that. They can eat right now. I'm going to eat later." I think that says a lot about not just what we're seeing results-wise out of Cleveland in those situations and other teams who are definitely going to pick up on that, but also the Sox's overall approach to not just Eloy, but what we're seeing out of this season.
Yeah, I mean, I think Eloy's going to be playing through pain and discomfort for the rest of the year. I think that he's coming kind of to grips with that. This weekend, he's going to kind of have to grind it out. And as a result, they're going to be defensively compromised, which they already kind of, the basic package of Eloy Jimenez as a player is to accept some defensive compromise to get him in left field. But he held up his end of the bargains this past weekend. I mean, that's you're willing to sacrifice him defensively if he's timing up sliders and banging hangers out the left field. That's kind of the deal I think you're more willing to reach. Where it became untenable is when it's a week of him looking out of his timing or out of sync, and before another minor thing crops up that knocks him out for a week, and then you restart the process all over again. If he's able to keep himself on time hitting wise, even while DHing some, even while, having maybe soreness that he has to play through and doesn't look great in left field, that's fine. The more systemic issue is when that's not the only kind of defensive sacrifice you're making in the outfield, because you're playing, Gavin Sheets or Andrew Vaughn in the other corner, or you're playing A.J. Pollock in center field as they did one day because Luis Roberts out. You don't want to harp so much on one guy. It's more that there's kind of these systemic sacrifices all over the diamond that makes it to where Cleveland's mindset of playing the White Sox is like, let's run until we're literally thrown out, because you can see whenever they have a single to the outfield that they're hitting every first base corner as hard as they possibly can, because they're kind of a team that's built to, have speed. I don't want to say they're built in the lab to beat the White Sox. At the end of the day, they're not that great, but they're definitely probably the worst matchup for them in the division because of how they're composed, and they're going to play them another few times.
I felt compelled to call up this number earlier, and I haven't discussed it on the air yet, but I was looking at batting average of balls in play against. And it usually takes a large sample size for this to be meaningful. But man, oh man, we know that most years Major League BABIP normalizes around 300. Well, it's lower than that now. That's changing for a lot of reasons that we're not going to get into. The White Sox batting average of balls in play against is 300, which used to be considered the very middle of the pack. It's seventh worst right now. Their upcoming opponent, Colorado, is the worst at 311. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Dodgers lead baseball in batting average of balls in play against at 260. The Astros, are at 260. The Dodgers are next at 263. The Yankees are next at 267. And there are many factors in the quality of contact or lack thereof that pitchers are giving up, and then having a defender there. And then if the defender is there, does the play get made? Are the White Sox doing everything that they can, even with all these players? If we want to pin it all on the players, they're just not designed for this, just not designed for that. I don't know if we want to ask Ethan Katz again and see if he says it's Joe McEwing's job or whatever. Are they getting any better at having people where they need to be?
I mean, it's the same kind of status quo that it's been, I think. I think at the end of the year last year, Rick kind of referred to this proprietary stat that Sports Info Solutions has behind a paywall that I haven't subscribed to, that said that they're all right at it. Talking to McEwing about it earlier in the season, something he pointed out is that it's not something that they're going to do if the pitcher isn't kind of comfortable executing towards it. So that maybe at the end of the day, some shifts are not going to be something to lock into if the pitcher doesn't really feel very comfortable, like throwing back foot sliders or to the certain guy or something like that. I would say in general that it's a strikeout-heavy fly ball staff, or at least it's supposed to be a strikeout-heavy fly ball staff, and as a result, the weakest part of the defense being, the outfield, and Luis Robert really not probably doing as much to counter the weakness of the outfield corners because he's had his leg issues, and I think, I did have to check the numbers, but I believe he's been below average for the start of the year. He's been a passable center fielder, but he hasn't been this gold glover who kind of makes everybody's mistakes okay. really kind of makes everything kind of fall apart to a degree. It's a team that's going to have, its fair share of like fly balls that it needs to really reel in. And if it were a ground ball staff, I think we'd put more focus on, some of the errors Tim Anderson's had, or Mancada, or the fact that they had to play Jake Berger so much at third base this year. And, obviously that hasn't been great, but it's really, it's a mix of the weaknesses of the pitching staff, which is giving up fly balls, and, that's really where you're trying to get away with your outfield defense every single night to get more offense. And I don't think that exchange has really paid off so far this year.
I thought you brought up an excellent point when we're all pointing to the 10-9 finish against the 19 games against divisional opponents that everybody thought was going to be the real boost that the Sox needed for the record. And that the next 19 are also just as good of an opportunity. And in your article, you talk about how they're all against below 500 teams. It would be surprising to see in the playoff chase. Colorado and Oakland this week are a good example of that. What do you think happens if they finish 500 again over this time?
Well, disappointingly for people who like to make definitive conclusions like myself, I think they'll probably still only be like 4 or 5 back in the race for the very mediocre Twins, and we'll all be like, well, they just need to get hot one more, and they'll be able to catch up. But I think it'd be a step closer to being like, this team is really doesn't have this gear that we've been anticipating the whole time. I think, if anything, we were looking at this divisional stretch like, well, if they get waylaid throughout it, then maybe they'll have to face the idea that they're sellers at the deadline, which did not happen. They were able to tread water, and thus they're able to say, like, why would we sell in the middle of our contention window when we're 4 games out? But yeah, it's, when we talk about their soft schedule in the second half, or something that's brought up a lot in the first couple of months, that the schedule gets easier. This is that stretch. So, the whole, we tried out excuses of like, it's difficult to play in Coors, or a lot of these games are on the road. That doesn't really work. They've kind of used all their allotment of excuses or reasons why it's reasonable for them to not be at the level they're at. This is where any, not just a contending team like they plan to be a team that could beat the Astros in the playoffs this year, but a team that just wins their division even in week 1 is supposed to do well during the stretch. And I think they've run out of reasons why that shouldn't happen. They're going to be even mostly healthy for it, barring whatever next thing props up.
Hear, hear. I wish that weren't so true, but it is. James Fegan, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, James.
James Fegan joins us every week to talk about the White Sox. We have set aside a standalone segment to celebrate the induction of Minnie Minoso into the Baseball Hall of Fame. It is the next segment on the Bernstein and Holmes show with Layla Rahimi, and today on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Score baseball insider John Heyman.
Yeah, there's clearly interest in both Contreras and Happ. I'm hearing Happ's name a lot out there. There is a decent chance now that he will be traded. Contreras, they have not made any effort to sign him. He's a free agent after the year, so he's going to be gone. Team is talking.
It is hard to be a bad manager. It is really hard.
There are plenty of people who don't think that managers make that big of a difference game in and game out.
And mathematically, they don't. And look, you and I have both had these conversations with Joe Madden over the years. You actually have to work at it. And if you really look at the worst managers around for a long time, even the worst managers can win World Series. Ned Yost did it.
Yeah.
You can do it. But if you're talking about like Mike Matheny level bad, guys who all day make you a little less likely to win, it's almost like Tony La Russa has come in with a paint by numbers of how to matter in a negative way. As if, Mully said, is he trolling some of this stuff, whether it's lineups, just asleep at the switch. The number of times, not knowing the rules, not watching the game, not managing the game in front of him, and everything that was said, I'm still pissed off and holding them and Rick Hahn to what was said after they got beat in the playoffs. In this window, in the playoffs, we got to get better at some things, and we know we have to get better at it. Well, they didn't. And the person ostensibly in charge of making sure they're better at those things is helping make them worse.
Them not being better at picking up the baseball at this point is not good. And it's a referendum on the way that the team is built and that the way that the team is managed, that they still have some of these lapses. He's a net negative as a manager right now. That's what you're getting with Tony La Russa. Like, you're not getting someone that is lifting your team beyond the places that you think that they can go. He's holding them down. He's holding them under the water.
It has been.
And it's been a minute. You start looking at how they ended last season. You start looking at how they played in the playoffs. You brought it up, Dan. What was Tony La Russa, as the White Sox are being handed the gentleman's sweep last year, what was Tony La Russa talking about at the end of that series?
Kendall Graveman throwing at Jose Abreu. And everyone, what? Like, why are you talking about that?
Because Don Quixote is out there jousting at windmills. That's why. He's fighting that battle. He's fighting the unwritten rules of baseball nonsense instead of actually managing games. It's ridiculous how badly the White Sox have been managed by this guy. And it can't be that guy who's going to manage them badly.
Dustin.
Bob Kendrick, who runs the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum.
As we talk about the great city of Chicago, I can't help but think about my dear friend, the late, great Minnie Minoso, who was essentially the Afro-Latino Jackie Robinson. And I'm so excited that he is going, finally, into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
We loved our opportunity to talk to Bob Kendrick, and it's always fun to do because he's just an absolute delight. He's not the only person excited that Minnie Minoso is going into the Hall of Fame, and it's too late because I know that Minnie he lived long enough to appreciate the efforts on his behalf to get him to this point, and sadly he's not here to enjoy it. But boy, the outpouring of appreciation for him was remarkable.
And how about Lawrence Holmes voicing the video that aired at the ballpark over the weekend honoring Minnie? I thought that was absolutely wonderful. This is a cause that we decided to get behind because it's pretty easy to. Last year, talked a lot about it. And it also started with just the heartfelt responses that we got from the White Sox themselves. It was so nice to hear Yoan Moncada speak through Billy Russo about what Minnie meant to them last year. And then others have definitely also jumped on that as well. I want to go to Jose Contreras, who also talked about it through our Billy Russo.
Minnie represented us in a beautiful way. He was all that you can imagine on and off the field, not just because the way that he played, but just the way that he handled himself off the field, how he represent us in the baseball world, but also in the society. Minnie was over Jackie Robinson.
And that's it. It's player after player talking about how to them he was their Jackie Robinson.
And the point is that's up to them. And for those that doesn't really listen to what they have said about representation. If you can see it, you can be it. And for a lot of them, while they understood what Jackie Robinson was, they weren't seeing themselves in Jackie Robinson to that extent because they weren't Americans.
I loved what Ozzie Guillen had to say, too, on NBC Sports Chicago.
No, is our Jackie Robinson? Yes, it is. By the way, I used number 9 all my minor league career with the San Diego Padres. When I got the White Sox, obviously, I went number 9. The guy said,
I didn't know that.
Yes, and say, nope. Say, why? Minnie Minoso have it. And like, all right, you got to use another number. Willie Thompson, rest in peace, Chicken Willie. And he said, well, my heroes in Venezuela is number 13, David Concepcion. That's why I changed from 9 to 13. And my number in Venezuela, 9, it was in Winter League, was number 9 too. But Minnie, you can talk about Minnie, what he did on the field.
Yeah.
When he did off the field, to me, was bigger. White Sox fans love him. Baseball people love him. The respect they have for him. And I think Minnie, rest in peace, he got the best life anybody can have. And I can picture Minnie, because I know Lee that era, how they treat them back then. Yeah. A lot of people talking about Jackie, but Jackie speak English. Jackie went to schools. And all this, so Minnie Minoso just come from another country. To me, I think it was easier, but coming from where they come from to the United States, but he got one thing on mind: be a baseball player. Yeah. And he did very well, man. Great. I'm so happy to see him Hall of Fame. Me and Minnie, great friends. We had something going on back and forth for like almost 2 years. Then we cleared the air out. It had confused, but something happened with the White Sox. But thank God we cleared up, and I'm so happy to see him. I was a little upset because they wait for him to die to bring him to the Hall of Fame. And it's like, but it is where he belongs to be.
Good stuff from us again. I didn't know that either. I had no idea. Shout out Chicken Willie Thompson too. Yeah, did you ever meet Willie? Oh, what a dear man. Just a sweet guy, just absolutely incredibly energetic, big personality. And you meet a lot of the clubhouse guys who've been around, but he was kind of a force of nature. And when he was in a mood, he could be extremely profane. wonderfully profane in that old school way. But I did not know. Also, we're pronouncing his name right. Ozzie pronounced it right.
Minoso.
It's Minoso.
Yeah, there's a tilde above the end.
It is Minoso. but everyone says Minoso. And Ozzy, as much as we make fun of Ozzy's mispronunciations, that's what we've got to credit him. That is correct. It is Minoso.
Stoney said it too. And I also want to relay this quote from Jose Abreu, because you can just tell his emotion with it. And he said, personally, I think it's something wonderful about his induction. Someone like him gets this recognition because he did a lot for us and for the country and for this organization. It's just the right thing to do. It means a lot because of all of that, but especially for the kind of human being he was. It's something I'm really proud of for me as a Cuban, for our whole country. It is a big, big accomplishment. When he got to the clubhouse and walked through the clubhouse, you see how everybody feels. The admiration for him. Paul Konerko, Adam Dunn, Harold Baines, everybody was just giving the respect to him, and even Jerry Reinsdorf, just to see the relationship they had. That's something that just a guy like him can do. It is such a shame that he was not here to see this 7 years after his death, at either 90 or 91, given various reports, because based on his numbers alone, he certainly deserved it. But to see somebody mean that much goodwill and that much hope toward an entire group of people, I don't know how you ignore that. I don't know how you ignore that for any month, week, hour of time.
I also think there's been a greater appreciation of his game because of how baseball has evolved. And looking at what he did well, and were his game to translate right now, you put him in a time machine, he is a modern star.
Decades of experience as well, Dan. I mean, that career average is 299/387, 461 over decades.
That's an OPS plus of 130 that he kept up forever and ever. And just some amazing numbers in here. He walked 848 times and struck out 584 times. The most he ever struck out in a single season was 63 times. That's ridiculous.
And I loved Shaquille Taylor's column in the Chicago Tribune talking about Minnie saying he wanted to be here to see it. And I'm sorry it didn't happen, but I'm really glad he still got in. There's so many people to where he means so much to them.
I think it matters to the White Sox larger culture because of how successful they've been with making a comfortable home for Cuban players and keeping that thread going. And it keeps, is Oscar Colas is Cuban also, right? There's another one like that. That's not a small thing.
Yoelqui Cespedes.
It's not a small thing. And what in Abreu's harrowing story of what he had to do to get here, and the fact that retroactively enshrining Minoso is so meaningful. That's something about which the White Sox should be very proud.
Yes.
And look, you're not going to catch me being really nice to the White Sox above and beyond their expectations this year and the whole thing, because generally their performance this year has put me in a bad mood. But let me just say this, and this is full stop. Beyond whether or not they win the World Series this year, beyond whether or not this team lives up to expectations, the whole Tony La Russa thing, I do think that an important legacy of the late Reinsdorf era White Sox is that Cuban pipeline, and is how it's been passed down from one to another and what it's meant. I also really, I wish we were able to hear more from the players themselves rather than necessarily through a translator, and not necessarily, you got to speak English, even in Spanish.
Right.
Even I wouldn't mind hearing them in their native tongue a little bit more. I can get, especially if I'm reading it, I can get through and I can understand an interview in Spanish if I'm reading it. Sometimes the speed or the accents make it difficult for me depending on how thick they are. But there's a lot here. There's a book here in just the White Sox connection to Cuban baseball.
And Moncada touched on that last year in a way that I thought was very valuable too, where he just said simply, he was like, well, everybody knows the White Sox have a strong relationship with Cuban players. And I
don't think everyone knows it to the extent that they should.
But I just love the fact that it's just something that is representative there. And imagine all the good other organizations could do by simply having outreach like this and giving somebody something to hope for.
It's not a small thing. It's bigger than just wins and losses, and we'll never know. Because it's much of Cuba remains a mystery, and much of the baseball culture there, the baseball industry there, sadly remains a mystery. And it only gets unraveled through what we know about how players have to be trafficked out, and about the ways that without our technology, and they can't go to a driveline facility in a strip mall somewhere and get their kids the same kind of training. The fact that they have produced a disproportionate number of these players, in large part due to their lore and their passing down from one generation to the next, the meaning of baseball, the White Sox have played a huge part in that. And it's a story that should be told.
It's always nice to have something to look up to.
Okay. And believe me, I'll get back to being disappointed in the White Sox in short order. When we come back, briefly, we lost another gangster. This is happening far too often. First, Ray Liotta died, and James Caan died, and now another important actor in that same vein has passed away at 83. So if we see Chris Tannehill running around trying to slap something together in time for today, we'll tell you why next.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
sucks.
Yeah, this has been a rough run here. We lost Paulie Walnuts, Tony Sirico. We lost Henry Hill.
Say it in Philly, Tony Sirico.
Lost Henry Hill. Ray Liotta died. We lose Sonny Corleone when James Conn died. Paul Sorvino has just died at the age of 83. Man,
can't even appreciate the age.
Right? I don't know what's going on. And wasn't his character in Goodfellas also Paulie, I want to say?
Paulie Cicero.
Paulie Cicero, yeah, with that famous scene.
Shaved garlic with a razor blade.
When he gives Henry Hill the slap on the face that was not in the script.
Oh.
That was a real reaction. One of my favorite characters that I remember from Paul Sorvino, an incredibly underappreciated movie, is a movie called The Cooler. Have you seen it?
No.
William H. Macy, Maria Bello, Ron Livingston. And I think is it Colin Firth? I'm trying to remember who plays that might have been the Croupie. I'm thinking of somebody else. The Cooler is a terrific movie, and Paul Sorvino plays an aging Vegas singer as part of it. A lot of pathos in his character, but I highly recommend that movie. It's a gritty noirish indie film on about the seamier side of Vegas
with good casting.
Oh, it's so good, and Ron Livingston playing against type is sort of a measured bad guy, and Paul Sorvino's wonderful in that movie, and we know Law and Order fans know him from so many things as well. But that's just, all of our veteran gangster actors. It's been a rough go, and it's made Chris Tannehill, unfortunately, a very, very busy man. It's too bad.
Somebody just put De Niro and Pesci in a bubble, please.
Right?
Bubbles for the both of them.
And Pesci's pushing 80, isn't he?
And Dolly Parton while we're at it.
Yeah, isn't Joe Pesci 80?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. He is timeless.
Yeah, 79. He'll be 80 in February 9th.
One of my favorite quotes that I use in real life comes from him in Casino. I'm sorry, things don't always run smooth.
Things don't always run smooth.
Well, I'm sorry, things don't always run smooth.
That's Alec Baldwin, the other guy in The Cooler. He's great.
Alec Baldwin is in this movie?
Yeah, and is absolutely chewing scenery as nastily as he can.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you?
No, he's fine. We don't want to confuse people. Joe Pesci, for the moment, is
just
fine.
Bubble, De Niro, and Pesci, and Dolly Parton. Stevie. I could go on. Man, that sucks.
It does. It sucks. And we should also mention, too, that Paul Sorvino is the father of Academy Award winner Mira Sorvino.
My vocal twin.
I would have to think about that. Mira Sorvino is really
occasionally
who would have had a much greater career were it not for the horrible Harvey Weinstein, the absolutely execrable Harvey Weinstein, and what she wouldn't do with him and for him that kept her from being what she could be as an actor.
Ah, yes. The behavior of stupid people.
You held your tongue on something there.
I did. I did,
I
Dan.
know that face.
I did.
I know I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna say this even though I want to say this. I can only imagine what that was. But you just kept yourself from saying something.
The beauty of talking a lot is nobody ever asked me about what I don't say.
That's when Terry used to say that'll be in the book.
Twitter, maybe.
Too lazy
who am I kidding?
Just gonna put it on Twitter.
Not anymore.
When we come back, we will have transition with the Parkins and Spiegel show on The Score.
Odyssey is your home for all the audio that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to The Score in Odyssey Station.
We put the legend John Sterling on hold after doing the awkward ask at the very end of the awesome interview. He was amazing. He played into it. Would you do a Parkins and Spiegel show promo? He says yes. Put him on hold. Pick up the story from there.
We try to write a quick script up for him because if we got him, if the legend himself requests
to do it on the side on his own personal time after the interview's over. All right, let's make sure we do it right. Let's write an appropriate script. And here's what we came up with. Ray helped out on this one, and here's what we got. You tell me if you guys like it or not.
This is John Sterling, voice of the New York Yankees. You know, Susan, you simply can't get enough of Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
So I think all things considered, I think you did a nice job with it.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. You think you've made a dent in the business. You think you've mildly intruded upon the sanctity of a broadcast booth. You think you're a play-by-play guy. You know. Oh.
Well, Max, I'm sorry about that.
Max Spiegel.
I was with the legend.
Yeah.
In the booth by myself, one-on-one, and I asked him a couple of times. You know, I said, hey, you know, it's Spiegel with a P.
Uh-huh.
And it just didn't work out. He did a couple of takes. He was very generous with his time, so we really appreciate the extra time that Mr. Sterling put into this.
First of all, it's Mr. Sperling, okay? Say it right if you're going to say it. Ray, did you... you said multiple takes, so once he gets it wrong the first time, did you go back and try to give it to him correct?
It was so on my end, so cringeworthy that I had to tell this legendary broadcaster, like, "Oh, can you just do this one more time?" Because he asked.
It's not perfect. You know, he's probably at the ballpark already. You know, like lots of outside noise. You know,
I didn't know
over
that,
the phone.
I didn't know that this happened, but oh man.
No, but you had to hear it right away, Danny. You got to get on the air right away.
And he asked, "Was that?"
I didn't have to. You could have said no.
So wait, he asked.
He asked, "Was that okay?" After we got the Spiegel instead of the Spiegel, so I said, "It was great, sir, except it's actually Spiegel." And he told me I needed to speak up a little. So I said it's Spiegel with a P.
Yeah.
And
now what did I do wrong?
So it's a P, John.
Did he give you another one? Did he do a correct one?
How many takes?
He did about 2. He did 2, and then I stuck my neck out and I requested a third, and I got a no.
of North Avenue.
Yep.
And I never remember which one I like better because they both
great.
have one in the back. And so I go over there and I'm like, I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Like these two work for me regardless of which one I go into. But the thing is this, you got the Mexicans that actually work there, the Mexicanos, so they know how to do the things real nice. I saw that all up. And then they're actually the ones, they probably love being back there with the meat fresh, with the seasoning fresh.
Yeah.
They got the cilantro cebolla ready for you.
Well, that's like the dumpling place at the Korean grocer.
That is Jongbu.
Jongbu, the Jongbu
Kimball
market.
and the Kennedy.
That's exactly right. And there's the dumpling place.
The
that's
one
inside.
the one outside is good, but if you go in, and then you can have the real experience of the old Korean lady screaming at you,
Yes.
and you can get your little thing of ice water and your giant bowl of soup with various animal parts sticking out of it. Oh,
Does she say no soup for you too, or no?
in Korean probably,
Okay.
but they just it's not the real experience unless you get some grim faced elderly
Hey.
Korean woman looking disapprovingly at you.
I didn't mean to interrupt. You got propers to do to finish up the show.
Connor O'Donnell and Ray and Mike and Brandon and our guests Ian Happ and Steve Stone and James Fegan. And thank you. And you're back tomorrow, Layla?
I'm back tomorrow. Hi,
nice.
Gabe.
Hey, what's up, Layla?
Good to see you.
That's not Gabe. Danny Parkins has perfected his Gabe Ramirez impression.
I wouldn't even know
So
how to come
good.
close to Danny. I don't even. I couldn't even do it.
I'm Gabe Ramirez.
Okay.
I'm Chicago Gabe D.
Everybody
I'm
does
here.
it. We all talk like this.
Talk like this.
How's your double duty going today? How you feeling about it? Because you're gonna be on TV later, right?
Yeah. So 3 doubles this week. It's fine. I'm talking about sports. It's my brother designs computer chips, and he says that like after an 8-hour day, he's got to like look at the wall for an hour.
He smokes weed and just gets the job done.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's
just say yes.
It's like a code I don't understand. And I'm like, maybe I talk about this quintessential sports argument we've had for the last 6 months about the White Sox.
Oh, God.
It will survive.
But without stuttering, so you're doing a fantastic job.
No, I stutter all the time. People know that. I have enough. People were offering me drinks at the score party before a round table, and I was like, no. I have enough trouble talking sober. I do not need any alcoholic beverage to impede on that.
Are we going to set aside some time tomorrow to get your trip report from last Wednesday?
Yes,
Oh,
because
good.
it's like I finally found all the answers I needed 1.5 years ago.
Oh, yeah. So, like, we should have timed that better. So, on your entree into the radio station, you get a big festival with all the history and the listeners.
Yeah, and all the
such.
explanation of everybody,
yes.
and I meet a bunch of people in person. Yeah, you really could have done the 30th anniversary and the 28.5 anniversary. And that would have been better.
That was a huge walking whiteboard, wasn't it? The entire day, like, oh, this is that because of this. And
That's
now,
that guy.
now
Okay.
I get it.
Or like just advice that was given and like things I overheard. I'm like, what? This is a manual. This is a manual for everything I needed to know the last 1.5 years.
Yeah, no, I still got a little glow. I got to say, still beaming a little bit. Still got a
As you
glow
guys
that's carrying
should.
through.
You two should be beaming still.
Well, it's the whole place. Really, I mean, if we're not going to spend 20 hours this week celebrating ourselves, I don't want to come to work. Okay, that was last week, and that was really fun. All right, I got a couple things for you guys. Number one, when I hear Tony Oliva and his career talked about, and so much respect for the kind of player he was, the career happy he got in, among others, yesterday to the MLB Hall of Fame, I think of a very specific Bors and Bernstein show. Do you remember the show that I think of? Because Hawk Harrelson just blurted out, void of context and research one time. He said, Tony Oliva, he used to kill 20 game winners. He used to kill 20 game winners. And you were like, what? That's ridiculous. What do you mean? First of all, a win doesn't even matter. So what defines that? Second of all,
Who cares how many games someone's won?
Like, yeah, right. And like, oh, you remember the numbers against good pitchers for Tony Oliva? Can we look this up? And you guys spent, 2.5 hours trying to clarify.
Debunking that.
Debunk Hawk Harrelson's anecdotal praise for Tony Oliva having good success
We
against
used to
what he
call it-
deemed excellent
that was
starting pitchers.
We had all the production too. We used to call it. We would convene. We'd ring the bell, and everyone would come to Hawk Harrelson Ding Dong School. It was baseball ding dong school with your teacher Hawk Harrelson, and it was something you basically couldn't. It's like I'll tell you, it had more broken bat hits than anybody I've ever seen. It was always something like that. What was it? It was Dion Viciedo. He's not the best hitter, but he's got the liveliest bat I've seen since Carlos Delgado.
Can we define lively bat?
It's like not the best hitter, but the liveliest bat.
So what does that mean based on the myriad baseball savant metrics that are available? Is that exit velocity he's talking about?
I think he means
is he talking
flexibility within the zone, perhaps, to get to a lot of different. I don't know.
Okay. See, that I think is something that you guys sometimes did not do. And we didn't have the tools maybe, but now you could take every one of those anecdotal observations and figure out what metric has been created to try and put it into perspective.
No. There's still no way you get from Todd Frazier to Chris Bryant. No. Nope. No. We joke about Hawk and whatever else, and we all make some crazy baseball points, but his comps were hilarious.
But Tony Oliva used to kill 20 game
That's
winners.
still not the best one. The best one was getting from Tyler Saladino to Brooks Robinson.
Oh, jeez.
Tyler Saladino. I will never forget. So the game 163 that Milwaukee used to troll the Cubs at their place a little bit ago, I immediately was reminded of the PR request we had on, because Kelly covered Cubs Clubhouse that day and I covered Brewers, and the Brewers won. And we were like, all right, so back when we were still doing a lot of shows at NBC Sports Chicago, we were like, all right, so what do we need? And I was like, there sure are a lot of former White Sox on this team. So I asked for the PR staff, Tyler Saladino, Joakim Soria, and I'm trying to remember who the other one was. And they were like, who? You want them? Yeah, no problem.
Oh, yeah, sure. You can get them right now. They haven't come to your house.
It was another reliever. It was like Tyler Saladino, Joakim Soria. I will remember the other one 2 days from now.
Brooks Robinson.
It's tremendous.
And they're like, yeah, no problem. We'll give you Tyler Saladino.
Oh, that's amazing. Texter says, was it Hawkbusters? Did he do Hawkbusters like Mythbusters?
No.
It should have been,
It was Hawk Harrelson teaches baseball ding dong school.
I had forgotten about the call of where he just yelled duck ball.
I don't remember duck ball.
I definitely do. I'll find it.
You are listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station. And we're going to do some Bears later on. Tom Thayer's coming on. We'll talk about the new offensive lineman. We'll talk about some scheme. And I want to give him a chance to go after Eddie Goldman in the way he did last week on the morning show. I want to hear it myself.
Oh, that was good.
I need that injected
Did you
into
guys
my
hear
veins.
Stoney today?
Oh, yes.
No, okay.
There was a tremendous amount of stuff. First of all, Lucas Giolito, it's time in Stoney's mind to go away from the four-seamer exclusively, which transformed his entire career because he doesn't have the zip and the bite on the four-seamer to make it carry, so you're going to have to make the two-seamer part of your repertoire and mix it up a little bit. Lucas Giolito is not Garrett Cole. You know, Garrett Cole was transformed by a four-seamer exclusivity. Verlander transformed also by the four-seamer exclusivity, and that brought back his career. And some players, they can do that and get away with it. But if you're not throwing it up there at 96, 97, and with that
99.
carry, with that carry as much as you are, then all of a sudden it becomes very, very hittable.
Xavier Cedeno.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Tyler Saladino, Joakim Soria,
You can
and
have-
Xavier Cedeno.
Hi, we're the PR staff, and you can have as much time with Xavier Cedeno as you like.
I think Soria is such a cool veteran. He was like,
they'll do chores around the house for you if you want. You can bring them up. They'll make you dinner.
He's like, you sure? And I'm like, yep.
Wait a minute, hold on. We've just designated Xavier Cedeno for assignment to your house. He's coming over.
House. Hey,
You
not
can
for
have him.
nothing. Speaking of former Houston pitchers, J.R. Richards' shirt is pretty dope.
Oh, come on now. That was my guy.
I love that.
Oh, you see, it's, as we marvel sometimes at the modern amped up driveline guys throwing sliders at 93. He was throwing sliders at 94, 95.
I didn't even look at
fastballs
your
at
shirt.
102.
I just assumed it was.
There was
Nolan
a
Ryan.
great tweet by
my
Ricky Cobb at Super 70s Sports. I don't know if you follow Super 70s Sports, but
You know what?
he put up a
Dan, he was my sociology teacher.
What?
I'm not kidding.
Ricky Cobb?
Yeah.
Super 70s sports guy? That's a phenomenal
Yeah.
account.
He was, I don't know if he's still doing it, but yeah, I had him for a class at Moraine Valley Community College.
Really?
How bizarre, right?
He was your sociology professor. Well, he posted a vintage picture of J.R. Richard and Nolan Ryan standing next to each other. And his caption was, if you looked at this picture, you just struck out 3 times.
That's how it happened.
It's so true.
That's absolutely how it happened. All right, I gotta mention this. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but watch some of it or there's a great CBS News This Morning piece about it. Joni Mitchell yesterday at the Newport Folk Festival.
I saw it on Twitter. I saw the still photo. I haven't seen it.
She's 78. She had a brain aneurysm 8 years ago. And about 6 years ago, she started doing these jams at her house called Joni Jams. And all these musicians would just come and play music at her house while she sat there and drank wine, recovering from her brain aneurysm. Slowly over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, she started to sing along on those jams. Then she started to retrain her brain how to play guitar. Because when you have a brain aneurysm, you have to retrain your brain how to do everything.
Oh, man.
And Brandi Carlile decided to bring the Joni Jam to the Newport Folk Festival in front of thousands of people on the water. And they had chairs set up, and there's 78-year-old Joni Mitchell doing a gig. It's essentially Brandi Carlile doing a set of Joni Mitchell songs with all these incredible musicians. Marcus Mumford is playing drums. Like all these different people are there who all love Joni. And she progressively during the set starts to sing along more and more. And they gave her this gift of one more gig. And I don't know, maybe she'll do more, but she actually got up and played a little guitar too.
And she smashed her guitar and set it on fire.
But oh my God, I'm getting chills just talking about it. It was like one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen. And this is Brandi Carlile's weekend. Friday night, rehearsal in Newport with Joni Mitchell and all those musicians. Saturday, part of the Highwomen opening for Chris Stapleton at Wrigley, then back to Newport on Sunday for this gig yesterday. Respect to Brandi Carlile for facilitating that entire thing and letting a legend have one more go.
I
like
love
that.
their cover of The Chain by Fleetwood Mac.
Who's that, Brandi Carlile?
The Highwomen.
Oh, the Highwomen. Oh, that's right.
So
Yeah,
good.
it's great. That's great. And I just, whew, man, because Joni Mitchell is a goddess, and I had no idea she was even capable of that these days. And it was one of the greatest musical things I've ever seen. Had to share.
Has to be cool to watch that. Somebody that you respect and love coming back and doing something like that.
And giving them one more go, facilitating it. Like you can't do that in sports. You either got it or you don't, right? I mean, they sort of did it with Pujols at the All-Star game, right? Like, here you go, Albert. We're going to help facilitate that, but he can still really swing and he's that close. In your 70s, being given a chance to do it again, do we get anything close to that in sports?
But especially
retrain your brain?
the reinvention. That's what's key there. It isn't just somebody at a late stage. This is what they've got left.
Correct.
It's someone who's almost debuting again.
It is, and it's having the guts at 72 to try and relearn your entire craft, and then to be okay with going out there and not really sounding like you used to sound, but just doing it. And people were crying, and the crowd was amazing stuff.
So you're saying, does anybody in sports get the chance in their 70s to fix a mistake and come back from a bygone era?
And retrain
Perhaps
themselves.
on a major stage and have one last run.
Oh no, I walked right into that.
I'm sit here and drink wine.
Interesting.
That's exactly how he sounds.
I don't think it's going to go the same.
Negative vibes.
Okay.
Just breathe.
You're the worst.
I'm out. I got to go to my other job.
Layla. Oh, I didn't even realize what I was doing. So Jerry Reinsdorf.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, that is what he said. It's exactly what he said.
Even down to the sitting around and drinking wine part for 20 years.
And being propped up. So Jerry Reinsdorf is Brandi Carlile? Is that where we are? Oh, no. The resignation.
Oh, no.
I know, exactly, Owen. The resignation in Steve Stone with you guys today about what this team is not and what they will not be at any point. It was great. Like, what would you like to get at the trade deadline? Well, what I'd like to get, we can't get.
Not this year. What's the Led Zeppelin song? What
God.
isn't and never will be?
What is and what should never be.
Okay. So that's
close.
his version of that.
Oh, God. Just, he knows. He knows that they
He's
don't.
known.
He's known.
Yes.
But now he's comfortable saying it, and we're all watching it and living it. That was, yeah. I'm still stung by the Tony Russa, Joni Mitchell analogy. I didn't mean to make.
She just rolls a grenade out there and leaves.
And drops a mic, literally.
Oh, God, it's devastating. All right. Well, that third tier that you had of the quarterback tiers from The Athletic, that was a weird-ass tier, man. That was a weird
The
thing.
whole thing's weird.
The whole thing is weird. And we have to reframe. We have to frame the Justin Fields conversation correctly, and it just can't be about that, like what he is and how he plays alone. It's like it's just he's a rookie again. He is a rookie again. This is a brand new thing, and he was done wrong last year in a lot of ways, and he's going to be retrained, and we will discuss.
I think
the way.
the point that we eventually sort of talked ourselves into was it can't be coincidental that all quarterbacks under Matt Nagy seemed to lack instinct.
Right. I think that's right, because that was the sentence that scared me about the write-up that you read was it could be that there are others who are not as smart as him who lack the instincts, right? Because they were saying basically that he's very smart, but he just might not have the instincts to deal with the rush and to get the ball out fast enough and stuff like that.
But it defies logic to think that that's mere coincidence that Nick Foles, Andy Dalton, Mitchell Trubisky, and Justin Fields all shared the same issue with instincts.
Mm-hmm.
That is very unlikely.
Makes all the sense in the world. Bernsey, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Peace.
That's Dan Bernstein. Gabe Ramirez is in for Danny. It's Spiegs and Gabe on the Parkins and Spiegel show. We'll come back, tell you what we're going to do, and you'll hear Tanny's Open in a moment on 670 The Score.
The Bears are unpacking a new coaching staff at training camp.
We'd like to publicly invite you to sing on our Justin Fields parody song album because, frankly, you're exactly as good as Danny Parkins. Like, exactly. And getting you guys together, I think, would be a dream.
It'd be magic.
Yeah.
I would love it. I'm in. I want them to hear. I want them to sing Ebony and Ivory. Honestly, can you guys sing Ebony and Ivory together?
I can sing anything in one take. Justin Fields forever. That's right.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Yeah. See,
Benetti's really good, by the way. You guys have heard Benetti sing, right? You ever hear him sing? He's really good.
Benetti, sing something for us. Prove that accurate.
What do you want me to sing?
You could sing your part of the Suddenly Seymour duet that you and I did during pandemic.
I'm not
lockdown.
doing more Little Shop of Horrors. I'm not.
Okay,
no.
All right.
Desastre personal. Tell me why on your show, by the way. Nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never want to hear you say I want it that way.
See?
I love the song. I do. It's got a great beat and it's a lot of fun. I like the way they sing it.
Oh, Jim, we can start the show right now.
This hour on 670 The Score is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're doing word of the day. Today, Gabe has the word.
Your tickets are up for grabs.
Yeah.
My question is, I've been here with Odyssey/CBS, whatever, for 14 years, and I know legal is a stickler. So
Stop it. Shh.
Oh, okay.
Shump it.
Nope.
But let's keep that on the down low. It's not exactly street legal.
These are my personal tickets.
Heard.
Yeah. Heard, Chef.
Heard.
Oh, man.
So when you said heard earlier in our text exchange and right here, are you feeling the bear? Have you been watching the bear, or is that just something you said?
You know what? I've been saying that for a couple of years now. I have really good friends in the hospitality industry
There it
here,
is.
and they've said that.
Nice.
And you do hate it when you're sending a text message to someone and they see it, and it's like, what the hell do I send back? Let me say, okay, let me like this message.
Right.
But if I say heard,
I got
then
it.
you know I got it.
You got
so I think
everything.
it's something that should live outside of the hospitality industry.
I completely agree.
Time to try the new sandwiches behind.
What do you think? It's redundant and white, just like you.
Heard.
Earlier today, I walked through the kitchen as my wife was making my lunch. God bless her, she made my lunch.
Damn.
Make me a grilled cheese sandwich, woman.
Make it yourself.
But no, she was making the lunch, and I had to go around the backside, so I went behind, as I'm walking behind her, as they do on the bear, as they do in kitchen culture. Yes,
Sure. I refer to everybody as chef because it's a sign of respect. Corner, behind.
Self.
Corner.
Yeah.
Or hot. What do you say when you're walking through with something hot? Do you say hot?
That'd be a good word. Yeah.
Hot stuff coming through.
Men should use the word heard in their relationships so that way, it stops any confusion. Hey, honey, can you go do this? Heard.
Sure, that would work.
It's better than don't say anything. Did you hear me? I asked you to say.
I hear you. Yes.
Heard.
What am I supposed to do? You won't answer my calls. You changed your number. I'm not going to be ignored, Dan.
Heard.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Now, I like that idea. That simply, if Michael Douglas had said heard, then we never have like a dead rabbit in the stew.
True.
Spoiler alert.
Sorry about that. Anybody hasn't seen the movie in full?
I haven't.
Really?
Yeah, I don't even know what movie
it's in his
was
queue
referenced.
on Netflix
You
right
don't
now.
even, you're like, I will not be ignored, Dan. And
no
Michael
idea.
Douglas, I'm adding Michael Douglas to that.
No.
Dead Rabbit in a Stew does nothing.
That's a fun movie.
I don't know if it is. I'm not
By the way,
familiar.
A moment of silence for the career of Daniel Norris as a Chicago Cub. He was designated for assignment last week. He will live on forever as a film reviewer on the Parkins and Spiegel Show.
That's a fun movie.
Yes, exactly.
When was the moment of silence going to be? We just kept talking right through.
Oh, yeah, good call. I didn't know if his career actually warranted it. Although it's good that we had him on to talk about living in his van.
It's a lot of respect for this guy over here on this show.
We did. What was the fun movie? Was it Nomadland that he was calling a fun movie?
But wait, hold on. What movie was in the open?
And when is this moment of silence?
There's a lot of questions.
Tease the moment of silence for later on in the show.
A 23-and-a-half-hour tease, ladies and
If
gentlemen.
you want us all to shut up,
Hey,
just hang in there.
The 23-and-a-half-hour tease worked like a charm last week. I just saw the numbers.
Shane saw the blip in the ratings. He's in.
What movie was in the open?
Fatal Attraction.
Oh, not familiar.
Oh, what? Fatal Attraction has become shorthand for be careful out there with your member when you're hanging out and looking for people. You never know who you might attract fatally that could destroy your entire life.
They're removing men's penises? What's going on here?
It's a rabbit, didn't you hear? It's a rabbit.
There's a lot going on here.
God, it sounds like a really great movie.
It actually is pretty good. What's up, everybody? It is Parkins and Spiegel. I'm Spiegel. There is no Parkins. He's taking some of that paternity leave.
Oh, hell yeah.
That he's got coming. That's how Danny feels about being around the kids. This much. Gabe, would you like to take some paternity leave? You've got the two little kids. You could choose to go out and hang around with them the whole time.
Man, I don't work as much as it is here on the Score, so I'll take any shift I can get.
There we go.
Tell my wife to watch the kids.
I know, because it's a chore. It's a thing, right?
Shout out to Danny. I mean, you know what? It's 2022, man.
should be given the right to take off a week or two to take care of their kids and help their wives while that are doing the damn thing out there.
I agree. Steph needs a break. Like all you had to do was talk to Steph for a little while at the 30th anniversary party, and you could tell that woman needs a break. So Danny, go ahead and take care of her, and he will. We've got John Palmarosi coming up at 3:00 to talk some baseball here as the weekend after the All-Star break is now taking place. We get a little bit of a reset today. 12 games around MLB. Cubs and Sox will start a new series this week after an eventful weekend. We will talk some White Sox at about 2:40 or so. Later on, Tom Thayer is going to talk Bears with us around 4:30. At 5:30, the preview for the Media League softball game tonight that you never realized you needed. You do need it because Gio is coming on. That dude.
Last time I saw that, it was Shane Reardon in a media game.
That's the guy. I mean, audience loves Gio. I could not agree with that text more from the conversation this morning with Shane. So, yeah, audience loves Gio, and they will get him. And tonight's a big night because a few things are happening at Odyssey Softball. You're playing, which you haven't done in a little while.
True. It's been a few weeks. It's going to feel good to get out in left field and stop some of the errors that have been happening.
That's good. Oh, wow.
That was shots fired.
Wow, that was a shot fired.
That was a shot fired directly at Kevin Lapgar, our new video producer, who's sitting right behind us in that other room, who is now going to be our center fielder since Gabriel takes left field.
Who produces a fantastic Chalk Talk every Saturday on BetQL. That's my show.
Great video work.
Great job.
Yeah.
All right, that's awesome. I saw he's working on the Score YouTube channel as well.
There are a lot of rumors going around that I only pushed to get Kevin hired here so he could join the softball team because he's a dead ringer, and those rumors are 100% true. But
that's what we discussed, Shane.
Also a very good producer.
Oh, wow.
So we are happy to have Kevin.
Wow, we get a bonus. Actual competence to go along with the softball reasons.
Yep.
That's good. We'll take that. And also tonight, the return of the Bat Boy. Return of the Bat Boy tonight. He's very, very excited to resume his duties as Bat Boy tonight, is the Rubester. He wanted to wear the shirt today to camp, his Odyssey shirt, and I said, no, that would get all hot and sweaty. Got to save that for tonight.
Smart.
He's very, very excited to be part of the action.
And I think we still need to revisit the fact that you do let Ruben wear the softball shirt with the beer on the front to school.
Oh, hell no. I forgot about that. That's a teddy bear with oh, man.
It's fun, isn't
it is fun.
Dad of the year right there. Shout out to Spiegel.
I love it.
I consider this fun. Along the way, we will talk to you. We will take your phone calls or your texts all afternoon. The text zone, by the way, is brought to you by Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin. Save time. Shop online at rosenhyundai.com, and we are broadcasting you live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. So, Gabe, here's the thing. And you host some football, some Bears-related stuff on Fox on game days. You doing that again this year? You and Corey Wooten?
Same thing.
Tell people about the shows.
Bears Unleashed happens Friday and Saturday on Fox 32 at 9 p.m. Myself, Aunt Heron, and Cassie. And then on Sundays, Corey and I, we're so lucky to be doing the post game when the Bears are doing phenomenal with the guys over there at Fox 32 as well. So.
And even when the Bears are not doing phenomenal. But you know what? It's going to be an interesting season in terms of framing the conversation. And as training camp is here, and Thursday and Friday are going to be heavy, heavy Bears days on this show. Mark Grote's going to be in, and I'm looking forward to that. But have an opportunity to talk some Bears with you. We got Tom Thayer later on, as I said. I'm seeing a lot of the early coverage, like the training camp previews. And one that I got this morning in my inbox said, "Will Justin Fields make the leap?" And I'm like,
What leap?
What the hell is the leap?
To tier one.
Well, but here's the thing. If there was a consistency from one year to the next, you could call what might happen a leap. Like all of a sudden he's going to be like, now he understands the offense. Like a leap is what happens when a guy is going into year 2 or year 3 in the same system with the same goals and aspirations from a coaching staff and an organization as a whole.
Like a Josh Allen.
Right. And it's just on him to make the leap. And that is a ridiculous oversimplification of what the Bears and their quarterback situation is this year. Don't you agree?
So I do. And so you're saying you need a baseline first. Still, I should say, from Justin Fields before you can actually say that there's a leap to be made. I need to find out where he's at first.
He is a rookie all over again. That stuff from last year, you can't just pretend that he is a normal second-year quarterback. He was being dealt with by a freaking madman, a narcissistic, one-offense, stubborn-ass, Hungarian madman.
More arrogance by Matt Nagy.
And his specter looms over the entire conversation still, and this entire moment. And it should. And you can't just ignore that. And I expect that from the out of town. I expect that from like The Athletic and Mike Sando and their quarterback tiers that Bernstein and Layla were talking about. Okay, because those things are gross oversimplifications of quarterbacking. And as we know, football is so much about situation and scheme and fit. In town, we have to be smarter than that. So this newsletter I got from All Outem, from CHGO, calling out, will he make the leap? Be smarter than that, Chicago media. What the hell, man?
I look at Justin Fields, and I love the quote that he said when he was talking about the upcoming season, last season, where he was like, I wasn't starting from the beginning. I should have been in that situation. So it's throwing subtle shade at Matt Nagy and the regime and having him come in mid-season, because it says something about how he felt about last year. And I think you're absolutely right. Coming into this season, being under a new coach and a new offensive system, you have to find out that baseline for Justin Fields. Now, there's hope because you've seen glimpses of him, of how good he can be, but you've also seen how bad he can be under certain situations. So I think just like Ryan Poles and the new guys that are on top there, they're looking at him the same way. Who are you? Who can? Because we're going to put our guys behind you to try to get the best out of you, but we don't know what that best is. We don't know what that ceiling is for Justin Fields just yet.
Yeah, and the best way to figure that out is to teach him the very basics and put him in an atmosphere where he is protected and you're running the ball, and it is a simple variant of the West Coast offense, be it a Mike Shanahan-fueled thing or Luke Getsy's take on what they do in Green Bay, but simplified. It's similar to what Kirk Cousins runs, like these kinds of things. Make it nice and simple and coherent, and let the dude learn what it is to be an NFL quarterback after being thrust into the Lions' maw last year by a madman.
Spiegel, let me ask you this. Are you just looking for the Bears themselves as a fan?
Yeah.
Are you looking for the Bears themselves to just be competitive? Like, is that enough for you this season? Whereas last year you felt like, I don't even want to watch these guys on a Sunday. But here you are this season, and you're like, if they're competitive and I'm watching games in the fourth quarter, is that okay? Is that enough for me? Because they're not going to be a 11-win team.
It sure is for me.
That's
like,
what I'm right.
A functionality, a coherence to what they do offensively, where things match each other, where run games match play action. Play action sequences where the quarterback looks like he's getting smarter and being comfortable, that kind of stuff on offense. And yeah, like a voracious defense where some guys are starting to emerge as keepers for the future and building blocks. That's what I need to see. The wins and the losses, I'd be an idiot to prioritize those.
And I think when you're looking at the Bears, you're saying to yourself, okay, as long as you're not first down, shotgun, 5 wide, and then second down, kind of like the play action, and and then third down, you're just running it, to get a couple of yards. It just those kind of moments to me were the frustrating parts as a Bears fan, where even you yourself, you've played Madden enough to know that that's not the right play you should be calling in that situation. You're going to get crushed, especially with this new quarterback and a terrible offensive line.
Yes,
so you're hoping that a new guy got the controller here for you in the upcoming season.
Absolutely, and that Fields will be playing with the gift of experience from last year, but relearning everything in a much more sensible and much more linear way. I mean, here's the thing. If you read those tiers on The Athletic about the quarterbacks, it's like that third tier was freaking chaos.
Yeah.
And you're including all these players in there. Like there were some players that were mixed in there because it was teams who had decided exactly what they are and built the offense that way, like Kirk Cousins and Garoppolo and Tannehill. Okay?
Right.
Okay, like we are a running team and we will stretch the quarterback just a little, manage the game, and maybe there'll be an opportunity for some explosiveness if the matchup is right. And by the way, you have great wide receivers, and that will help. There were some young quarterbacks in there who are totally undefined and being coached in explosive systems where they're not producing yet. Like Trevor Lawrence is mixed in there. How can you even put that in the same conversation? That's why those things are folly when it comes to football, because those kids may be learning incorrectly. And then there were some failures in there that may get a chance in a simplified system, like Jared Goff is in there, and Carson Wentz is in there, and Baker Mayfield. You're telling me I'm supposed to be like pining for Justin Fields to get to that tier when the tier is a freaking mishmash of chaos based on situation? You know what I mean?
Seems easy enough. I mean, it seems like a low bar when you're talking about, where he should be and where he can like kind of leapfrog these guys. I mean, I look at a Jared Goff, I look at, somebody like that, and I say, okay, I think Justin Fields can be better than him, or I'm hoping for him to be better than him.
He better be,
and he better be.
But I think he can be.
I feel like the same. He has the weapons to do so. I think his elusiveness in the pocket. I think I say it often. It's his completion percentage. And last year when he was under duress, more often than not, it was difficult for him to get the ball out and make the proper read and the right passes. This year, you're looking for that completion percentage to just get a little bit higher because I feel like that is what helps everything else. And with max protection, with guys that can catch the ball, speedy receivers in the slot and whatnot, I mean, that's what's going to make Justin Fields a little bit better.
See, this is what's going to be tricky about framing this conversation this year. And I'll do some of it statistically with Danny next week because we're going to have to live with it all fall, the entire season, It's like, what are we actually going to measure here? Because while I agree with you about completion percentage, I'm also sitting here thinking, well, completion percentage is going to be a product of whether he was comfortable or not. Like in this kind, he wasn't comfortable last year.
And that's what you're hoping for this season.
So comfort should beget completion percentage.
100%. When you're coming into the season, like Justin Fields is, praising his offensive coordinator, praising his coach, praising the way that they're going about handling football business. He should feel good under center. He should feel good contributing to the play calling. What he like Getty said, we're going to find out what Justin likes to do, and we're going to work around that.
Yeah,
that makes sense to me.
All right, so completion percentage as opposed to explosive plays and piling up yards and touchdowns and the kind of ordinary markers that we're used to looking at.
Extend drives. I don't get fewer 3 and outs, things like that. That's what I'm gonna be looking at for Justin Fields. Okay, you might not be putting up the touchdowns, but are we getting field goals? Are we getting turnovers and turning them into points? Those are the measurables that I think are going to be important for Justin Fields to look at his growth in year 2.
Yeah, no, I think that makes all the sense in the world. One more Bears nugget before we move on and talk about living, breathing mediocrity in front of us on a baseball field. But the Dan Wiederer deep dive in the Tribune a couple of days ago about Ryan Poles and what they're doing, okay, is really, really good. And it's a long, intensive read that gives you a good window into what this Bears progress is going to be about. And by the way, thrilled that Dan Wiederer is going to be a part of our coverage here on The Score. He's really, really good. He'll be on multiple shows during the course of the week. He's going to be on with me and Grody on Friday. Nice. Right here, right? 4 o'clock, Shane, on Friday. Looking forward to that with Dan Wiederer. But here was this quote from Ryan Poles talking about his time with the Chiefs, because the Chiefs went 23-41 during the first 4 seasons in Kansas City. They finished last in the AFC West 3 times in those 4 years. That's the first 4 years that Ryan Poles was part of everything in Kansas City. He wasn't high up or anything. He worked his way up. But his quote was, everybody thinks about the last few years and that push we made in Kansas City. But even fans and family members and friends forget there was a long journey before things really exploded. There was gradual push and gradual improvement. We brought the right types of players in. It required a blend of the right skill sets, a blend of the culture. I reflect on that a lot with what we're now doing here. What does that sound like to you?
It sounds like he's forgetting the fact that he has Patrick Mahomes. That's the first thing that I think of. I'm like, okay, yeah, you dealt with, obviously a crappy team for a long period of time. That's what I'm saying.
This is before Mahomes.
And then he's trying to say, well, and everybody's thinking about the last 3 years. Yeah, you worked hard until you got Mahomes. And then things became that much easier for you because you had a quarterback that could take you there.
Well, that's fascinating. So did they build the nest and then drop the quarterback into the perfect nest? I think that's what he thinks they did. Because right now what they're doing is building the nest, and it's going to take some time.
Until they get a quarterback?
Well, no.
that's what I'm saying.
They might already have that quarterback, and if
that's
so, then that would be great.
That's the hope.
Then you don't have to live through all that time.
Sure.
But he's building the nest. They built that nest and had Alex Smith as the bird in the nest.
They got to the playoffs.
And they did.
Yeah, I think.
And then they dropped Mahomes in, and it was like, okay, here we go.
A little bit better situation.
Here we are. So, but he's talking about taking his time and building it slow. Which
I agree with, by the way.
So do I.
I agree with that.
So do I, and I'm cool with it. And it might take a little while, but he wants a Super Bowl, and then maybe a couple bites at a Super Bowl.
He wants the job longer than 3 years. I think that's what's important, right? You want to build your team to be one that can compete year in and year out.
He's not coming in here to immediately turn this thing around and get as good as they can right away. He's trying to build it slow. And frankly, that may or may not be with Justin Fields as the quarterback. He's gonna give himself a chance to figure that out. And so that's a little scary and daunting to think about, but that's still the right way to do it. And it so happens that building it that way and running an offense simply like this gives Justin Fields the best ground to show you whether he is that guy or not.
There's a lot of people right now on their way to their jobs or on their way home that when they get a new manager, that manager thinks the exact same way. He assesses the talent on the floor that's in his company, and then he's shifting and moving or bringing people in that he feel. Ryan Poles is no different. He's assessing the talent, seeing what he has, and Justin Fields is a part of that process.
Yeah, I think he is. By the way, texter is texting something about Adam Hogue. It wasn't Hogue that wrote the thing from CHGO that pissed me off.
He would have said his name if it were.
Yeah, no, it was their big boss. It was that email I get from Kevin from CHGO. Was that guy, and you're just framing it simply as Justin Fields take the leap is just way too damn simplified. It is Spiegs and Gabe Ramirez and Parkins and Spiegel here on 670 The Score. Living, breathing mediocrity. What does it look like? You know it when you see it. Next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score.
Now that we know the news on Justin Fields, him being put on the COVID list, which ends his season, what can one take away from what they saw from Justin Fields, in your opinion?
It's so hard to make a determination on Justin Fields. And I could say this about a couple other players, but it applies most to Justin Fields. And it has been confirmation of my biggest concern when they drafted him. I had no reservations about Justin Fields, the player, the talent. I thought he was second most polished quarterback in the entire draft, not far at all behind Trevor Lawrence. This guy was a star. I couldn't believe that he slipped to where he did and that the Bears were able to get him. But my worry from day one was you are putting this really talented, high potential player in a terrible situation in many ways. And I think because of all of the problems around him, which are directly attributed to Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace, it's very difficult to make any kind of determination on Justin Fields' rookie season for me. Very cloudy.
So when you are trying to figure this stuff out, I mean, obviously you're right. Like, it's incomplete is probably the best thing that we could say about Justin Fields this season. I would love to know, in covering him throughout all of this, what are the things that leave you with concerns, and what are the things that leave you with hope that it'll get figured out?
The talent is still there, and I like that. And I like the way whenever he does kind of indulge the media and explain a play, and this is usually coming out of some kind of criticism of, hey, why didn't you throw to Allen Robinson wide open, waving his arms down the middle of the field? When he explains plays, he explains them very well. He explains them like he's the one that designed them. He knows the ins and outs of the plays, and I like that. I guess one of my biggest concerns is his health. I think he's going to continue to take shots, and it's almost like minutia to bring up, but the end of runs for him, the way he slides or doesn't slide or twists or spins or kind of gets his back crunched, it makes me so nervous, Lawrence. I mean, he looks like he's going to get hurt if he keeps doing that.
side. Easy play. The White Sox win it. 6-2. They come back and win the final pair in this 4-game series against Cleveland.
We're mired in mediocrity.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now wait, that wasn't yesterday. But yeah, what is Rick going to come out and say that again? That they're in the middle of the road. Chrissy Hahn and the Pretenders from Ohio too. Nice touch, multiple levels. Hit as always by the man Chris Tannehill. Every level of which would have gone over the head of Danny Parkins, but he's not here.
And Gabe Ramirez.
And Gabe Ramirez too. That's okay. That's why I point him out for the peoples. Gabe, this stretch of games against the division, this was earmarked, dog-eared? What was it? Dog-marked? I don't know. It was pointed out by a lot of people. Been kicking this around. Kicking this one around. Here we go. Tell you what, that stretch of 19 games against the division that's just before and after the All-Star break, that's going to define the season. I think it's safe to say it has defined the season. 10-9. I mean, the only reason you can't go 500 is because there's an odd number of games. 10-9 for a team that's 500. They salvage a split. Give them credit for that. There have been many times where you're like, oh, here we go. Here's where they go in the tank, and they get swept. And then they don't get swept. They come back and they split a series. But when you see things like win 3 out of 4 in Minnesota and you want to say it tilts the other way, then they come back after the break and show you this. This is what mediocrity looks like. It is full of individual moments that can give you some hope and then systemic problems that rear their head even as they might win a game or lose a game. It doesn't matter. The systemic problems are obvious and they are there.
It was tough as a Sox fan because even those that didn't already feel this way, you say to yourself, they are who we thought they were. They are who we thought they were after this tough stretch. I mean, it's sad. It's sad because you definitely, you know what I thought speaks against the Twins.
Yeah.
I felt as though the pressure was on Minnesota during that series. They were in first, Sox were, in third. Sox didn't have much pressure. But then with this particular series against Cleveland, the pressure then fell back on the Chicago White Sox, where it was you have to win this series.
You're home. You're supposed to win.
You suck at home. You have, you're in this middle of this stretch against, the AL Central. You need to win at least 3 out of 4. So this pressure then came on them again.
You are more talented. You are supposed to be better than this pesky little middle-of-the-road financial team, the Guardians. Are they even lower than middle of the road? I think they're even lower than that.
And then I had
you're supposed to be better.
Supposed to be better. Shane and I actually talked about this on our Southsiders podcast, about Giolito specifically, in that the last time he was out, he pitched a gem because he felt as though the team needed him. You guys, they need me. We suck, and I need to pitch my ass off in order to get our team to that place. And I felt like on Friday, it didn't feel the same. Granted, the team needed him and he needed to pitch well, but I don't know. I just, to me, when I looked at those two series, that was the difference for me.
Well, the pressure is on the White Sox when they play at home against some of these other teams that they're supposed to take care of. And the pressure's on them because this is your moment and you're supposed to be better than this, and they're not. And they're feeling that pressure, and they should be. You're supposed to rise above it. But the other reason that they felt the pressure is that Cleveland plays with a freaking reckless, aggressive abandon, more so than most teams around baseball. They got a manager who knows how to push their buttons. They are full of young and hungry, interesting players, and their best player, their superstar, who is now well paid, Jose Ramirez, is just a beast. That is the absolute emblem of how all their young players should play, how every single one of them should play. There's that guy. Go play like him. Go attack at bats like that guy. Go play like that guy in the field.
Yeah, and I love the quote, or I know Stoney was talking about it on the broadcast about how Francona told him after their second loss, like, hey, turn the music on in the locker room, because there was a very somber ambiance inside there. And he said, I am thrilled with the way you guys played, despite the fact that you lost. Turn that music on. We're going to have some fun. It's like things like that bring your clubhouse together that you envy from a White Sox fan standpoint, where you say to yourself, that's what you should be doing. Those are the things you should be doing. And then Sunday he ends up giving the Ramirez the day off after that, and they lose anyway. But I loved hearing things like that, because That's what you want. That's where I feel like this team should be, and it's unfortunate that they're not. And I don't know if it is because of the pressure. Do you feel that way? Do you feel they're not performing because of the pressure? Like they were saying, last year you feel like you were overachieving.
I think it's not helping, but I think they are where they are because as an organization, there has not been and continues not to be an emphasis on fundamentals in defense and playing the right way, playing a clean way. They're just expected to be good enough to strike out everybody. And when the pitchers aren't like that, then they're screwed. And there's an expectation that they're just going to have enough power and outslug people. And when they don't do that, and they're screwed. Bases are not a priority. Yeah. Either saving the other team from getting them or you being aggressive and taking them. And those things end up mattering. So it's super frustrating to see the culture and the style of play. Tanny and Shane, as you guys were watching mediocrity in action, what were your thoughts based on the style of play and where they are at this point in the year, 500 after the big stretch that matters so much?
Yeah, again, but this stretch coming up now against these mediocre teams that are even more so, that's a big stretch.
Do we have any other schedule stretches that we can point out? Are we done?
Well, yeah, here's the thing. The next 14 games are crucially important, but then there's 3 of them after that 14 that don't mean as much, and there's one within that 14-game stretch that nobody cares about.
Which one is it?
So it's the first 8, then they take one off from mattering, and then
there's
the next
5 more?
5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then 3 after that don't mean anything, and then the rest of the season is very important.
Yeah, I want to go back to something you guys were talking about, though, the pressure. What else would explain the difference between the way they play on the road and at home? Like, to me, that's an indicator right there is that they're feeling the pressure. They haven't played well at home all season long.
Mm-hmm.
Like, their brand, I know injuries have a little bit to do with it. When their big boppers are not in there, it affects the way they play and their style of play. But, when you look at the way they come out flat at home, like every big series, like I think they're starting to feel it a little bit.
I hate them.
I was waiting for it. I knew that was coming.
I still think they're going to win the division, but I freaking hate this baseball team.
Because we're fans.
I know.
It's like we have to feel that way.
I sat out there at the game on Sunday in 90, 91 degree heat with 300% humidity and sweat my ass off for absolutely nothing. They did win the game.
They won the game.
I know, but it's still not enjoyable.
Well, that's the thing. It's not. It's not an enjoyable
the third
watch.
inning of the 4th inning was fun. The couple homers that was fun. Seeing Larry hit one was fun, but they're not fun in general.
Am I the only one that's kind of happy with the split? Like I'll take it at this point.
I'm happy with the split.
Oh, sure. I'm glad that they didn't lose the series. I agree with you there.
And they had to charge back and get it.
It was that. It was like. There were many points throughout Friday night where you're watching like, man, this could be it this weekend.
Yeah.
They just
this
folded
is
up.
it.
Yeah, this is it.
Yep.
This is the end of the season before the deadline. Are they going to sell now? But no, they bounced back and got their 2 little nice victories at the end of the weekend.
It was cute.
And you live to fight another day, man. I guess that's what it's all about.
And Tony will come out and say, guts, heart, battled. And he will talk about the toughness because they bounce back. They do bounce back, but then they spring back to ugliness just the same. But there are individual signs all over the place that you're like, oh, that's good. Seeing Eloy hit for power is good. Seeing A.J. Pollock get some hits against a righty is that he's supposed to do.
He didn't have his best stuff, but nonetheless.
But nonetheless, it's A.J. Pollock exploding for some offense.
But then the other side of that, though, is when Eloy, when you talked about it, allowing the guy to get an extra base multiple times.
Anytime they want.
Literally anytime. And that stuff, like they could storm back and win the division, but little things like that are still going to be ultimately
cost them.
What prohibits this team from being a World Series winner.
Like Shane's saying that you watch a win and it's unpleasant. The second game that they won on Saturday in the doubleheader that had the
They should have won that game by a ton of runs.
But they had the Ahmed Rosario that was in that game, right? No, that was in the Cueto game. It doesn't matter. They all blend together because that's the way they play. The Ahmed Rosario 2-run single that he ends up on third and almost scores on because Cueto almost throws that ball away. This was Stoney today with Bernsey and Layla talking about these little things. And, it was super telling because the first question was, what do you want them to do at the deadline? What do you want them to get? And he basically said, well, what I want them to get, they can't get. And what he wanted was like a team to play overall better fundamental baseball. And then Bernsey followed that up and was like, do you think they're going to play the kind of clean brand of baseball they need to play in the postseason if they are lucky enough to make it?
Are they ever going to do these other things well enough?
Are they going to do them this year? No. It's just not going to happen. Will they do them in the future? If the complexion of the team changes. By complexion, I'm talking about looking to acquire some guys or develop some guys that actually have an idea about how important defense is on a daily basis. This team has been built on offense, and they brought in guys who offensively should be able to do it. Consequently, when you face the better pitchers who are not allowing you to hit the ball out of the ballpark, you got a problem. Because we've seen the teams that can really play defense, some teams who only give you 3 outs, and that's maybe the key number you're looking for. When you start giving other teams 4 and 5 outs, so the key is 3 outs an inning. If you give them 4 or 5 outs, you're not going to beat them. If you can't hold them to a single when he actually hits a single, you're not going to beat them, because then a base hit scores a run. And again, that's not the configuration of this White Sox team this year. But, you take a team over the last couple of years that didn't play particularly good defense and bring back the same guys and they don't play good defense. You can't be surprised when the team is not running the bases real well and continues not to run the bases real well. You can't be surprised when they don't run the bases real well. But that's in acquiring guys. You have to find some guys. If you want to assemble your team, you have to find some guys who can do all of those things.
Man, we've been talking about that all year long. And truth be told, talking about it in the playoffs last year when they were outclassed by Houston, talking about it in the offseason when we're wondering what they're going to do, and all year long. And Stoney has reached a level of acceptance and resignation about what they are. And that's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to hear, is the absolute truth about your team. And looking at the home records in the standings, to your guys' point about the way that they're playing at home, I mean, they're 21 and 27 at home, 27 and 21 on the road. There is no team that has a home record that even approaches as bad as the White Sox. That's a team that's actually like worth a damn, and you're thinking might make some noise in the playoffs. Like in the American League, the Rangers have the next worst home record, at 21 and 26. Everybody else, I mean, the Angels at 22 and 27, they've been exposed as what they are. They're even worse on the road. But and just looking around baseball, I mean, the American League East, nobody's under 500 at home in the American League East. The Orioles are 26 and 19 at home. There's nobody who's that bad at home around baseball. The Marlins are 1 game under 500 at home. The Pirates are 4 games under 500.
So should that give you hope, though, Speaks?
No.
The fact that they're still sitting at 500, despite that?
It's a freaking miracle that they're at 500.
Right.
It feels like they do not deserve to be here at 500.
Well, the way you can fix defensive and fundamental problems is by playing bad teams. And the next 19 of them, that stretch, guys, by the way.
Oh, 19 games?
19 games. The next 19 games are against teams that are below 500.
Did you just give us a new stretch? Did you just segment the baseball season in a way that gives us some life, some conversation for 19 games? Oh, God love you. I knew there was a reason to have Gabe Ramirez.
If you go 10-9 against teams that are 500, then Shane and I will throw our hands up, and then it's like
the reason he's here is so we can continue beating Wojo and Lale.
Okay.
Just like we did on Friday. You should have seen the numbers.
Oh, really? Did we get him?
670.
Oh, God.
Despacito.
I know.
Latinos don't like that song in real life, Shane. So.
I know something to do. I know something to do. It's always on my in-laws. They're always dancing along to it. No? All right, we'll discuss. That's for off the air. John Palmarosi, who works for everybody, including us, talks baseball next on The Score.
The all-new Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Chicago Cubby and Happ.
You never know what's going to happen, and it's a very interesting time with a lot of emotions and a lot of things happening.
Right now, I'm the best I've ever been in my career, and it's not even close. The main thing I contribute to would be just the work I've done with Ethan Katz. I mean, that guy's completely revamped and retooled me and given me really a good process to follow. So I really, right now, I'm putting my eyes on the target and I'm just driving as hard as I can down the mound. And it's one of those things where I don't really have to think about anything. My body knows what to do and I just have to go out and execute.
What makes Ethan Katz so good at his job?
For starters, I think he's just knowledgeable. I mean, when we first talked back in this offseason, I mean, he already had an idea of what he thought was my biggest issues and how we were going to overcome it. So, he also puts in a tremendous amount of work. So I think it's just his work ethic combined with the fact that he already knows a lot and he's willing to go as far as you have to go to learn what needs to be learned.
Is there any sort of extra added motivation in that? Because we play that drop all the time. Thanks, Cubs. Whenever you or Eloy do something well. And frankly, it's been played a lot on the show, and you're tormenting Cubs fans. I just hope you know that.
I'd be lying if I said I don't want to bring my best out against them. I mean, the team that drafted me, they traded me, but I don't look at it like they, betrayed me or whatever. I just understand it's the business, and they did what was best for them in the moment. I'm really grateful that they basically got me back healthy and got me playing. So it's hard for me to have that extra anger, if you will, towards them, because I really don't. But being how big of a Cub city that Chicago is, it's always fun to basically bring my best out against them.
Yeah, you guys are tormenting him, and it's very clear that Eloy gets a huge thrill out of it. It is.
Yeah, he loves it. I don't mind it. I mean, I think he's hit a home run in every game I've pitched against them so far.
most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. In Odyssey Station. The Score!
This hour on The Score is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Hey, John Boy, how's the weather?
John Morosi.
Hello to a new adventure. Living my life in Michigan, my home state, surrounded by family and friends.
Columnist for MLB.com.
The White Sox, to me, after watching them, and again, it was one day where I was able to see them up close, the talent is there, but the flaws and the sloppiness are there too. And I think that right now, the White Sox are a frustrating team to watch.
Fox Sports baseball contributor.
JP can provide some clarity as to what went on. JP.
Bob, I will do my best.
MLB Network insider.
John Morosi with us this afternoon. Talk about generational connectedness. Tony Oliva's favorite player growing up in Cuba was Minnie Minoso.
John Morosi.
I'm so happy, I can't lie to you. It's the best moment of my life. All the fans who are here supporting me, it means the world.
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
It's a treat to talk to John Morosi every week or so right here on 670 The Score and the Parkins and Spiegel show. A lot to get to with you, John. We're going to save time and I think not berate the White Sox for the fundamentals they continue to not show on a daily basis. What do you say we skip that today? What do you think, John?
Sounds good.
All right.
Let's skip that, Matt. I appreciate you doing that. And I would say this quickly on the White Sox. They
Please.
do have a winning record this month. So a little positivity there. They are 13-9 in the month of July.
Yeah,
so I'll just say that.
Okay.
Yeah, congratulations.
John, who joins us on the Circa Resort Casino Hotline, Circa Resort Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. There's 6 games under 500 at home, John. There's 6 games over 500 on the road. What does it say about a team that they can't win at home? Are they feeling pressure because they're supposed to be the best team in the league?
Perhaps. They're just a very inconsistent team. And I think we've known that about them for a while. That has become increasingly clear as they've really struggled to have any stretch of time this year consistently above 500. They're 48-48. What they are right now is a mediocre team. But they are a mediocre team with talent. And this is now where the questions have to be answered in the next week or so. What direction do they go in? I really have a hard time thinking that we're going to see a Lucas Giolito trade in the next week. Maybe we would see them move Josh Harrison potentially, but there's just not. They have not shown enough, and I think in the negative way. And Cleveland, for example, at least in the recent weeks, they haven't exactly shown that they're clearly going to be a playoff team either. So as much as it's not maybe the trendiest way to answer this, they have to just sort of stay the course, hope that through maybe getting a little bit healthier or a little more consistent, that they become a better ball club down the stretch and just squeak into the playoffs. This is not a World Series caliber team. It's not.
Hey, John, John, what you're describing is what we sometimes see from a team in the middle of a winning window who realizes they're not World Series caliber and they nimbly pivot to selling perhaps for a year. I can't imagine that happening with where this franchise is, with what ownership wants, with the state of the manager and stuff like that. I suspect they'll buy a little. Do you think Cleveland and Minnesota are going to be buyers at the deadline? Minnesota specifically, interesting.
I think Minnesota will look to add perhaps a little bit more pitching. I think they are a solid team. They're not a spectacular team. And I think that of the reasons why this White Sox season has been so frustrating for Sox fans is that you look around the competition in the division, the White Sox should be leading this division by 7 or 8 games. They really should. Because Minnesota is a good team, and Cleveland is a good team, but neither one is a team that is really of the caliber of the White Sox when the White Sox are playing the way that they should. But at some point in time, as Bill Parcells has said, you are what your record says you are. And so I think that you might see the Twins add, I would say, a starting pitcher if they go down that route. Do we see someone like a Jose Quintana moved? I think he would be a good fit, honestly, for a team like Minnesota to add a little bit more starting depth. Certainly somebody that the White Sox know very, very well. We could also, I think, see perhaps someone like a Chad Kuhl get traded into this division. I don't think Luis Castillo is going to go to a team in the AL Central. I'd be surprised there. And I even think that it's possible that Cleveland would consider moving one of their veteran starters and have it not manifestly change their ability to be a playoff team this year. And that's something that, to your point, Matt, and I'm glad you sort of illustrated it this way, Cleveland is the paragon when it comes to a team that knows how to trade away a starting pitcher in particular, a veteran starter who is maybe nearing the end of his time before free agency. They've been able to trade starting pitchers like that numerous times without really fundamentally changing and diminishing their ability to be a playoff team. By that I mean the White Sox, if they were sort of being very objective about this, they should say, listen, if a team that really has a chance to win the World Series, because we don't, if a team really wants Johnny Cueto and will give us a top 100 prospect to get the final 2 months of Cueto for this year, we make that trade. And I think that is where I believe the White Sox minds and focus should be. But to your point, Matt, because of who the owner is and who the manager is, I'm not convinced at all that they're willing to go down what would be, from my standpoint, and probably yours as well, a very reasonable road to travel.
Well, after Lance Lynn's last start, there's definitely a potential possibility there, and how well he did, thinking that he could step into that position and get rid of Johnny Cueto. John, let me ask you this: in your heart of hearts, how do you see the division stacking up at the very end? Is Minnesota still on top? Is Cleveland number 2? Like 1, 2, 3. How do you see that lining up?
I still think Minnesota, even now, of course, there could be a dramatic change in the next week or so with the deadline, but I don't really see it happening that way. I think that Minnesota, they've played the best baseball to this point in time. I believe there is something still left in the tank for Carlos Correa to get better down the stretch. They've got a tremendous contact hitter in Luis Arraez. We saw him, of course, make the All-Star team. Byron Buxton, so electrifying was he in the All-Star game as well. So for me, there is enough balance, and you look at what they've been able to do offensively, I like what the Twins have to offer right now. I think top to bottom, they're a more complete and more consistent team than the White Sox are. Yes, they've got some bullpen issues, but I believe they're solvable for the Minnesota Twins. Maybe they bring in a closer and put Duran into more of a setup role for a while. I just think this is a team in Minnesota that's played consistently enough. They've shown that they can be a consistent ball club in ways that simply the White Sox have not. And as we talked about with Cleveland, if they trade someone like a Zach Plesac, which I think is a possibility, I'm just not convinced that Cleveland is as all in right now as the Twins appear to be.
Interesting stuff. John Morosi here with us on The Score. The Padres make some sense as a Wilson Contreras suitor. Our Steve Stone brought up Cleveland as a possible buyer on Wilson Contreras, but the way you're talking about the Guardians makes me wonder who else is there in the Contreras Derby, because I don't think Houston is. Are the Yankees, even Yankees and Mets, really there? What's the market like for him?
I would see Mets more than Yankees because the Yankees love their catching. I think Jose Trevino and Higashioka are one of the better defensive tandems in the league, and the Yankees offense is good enough with it. They don't really have to worry about necessarily being too concerned with their offensive output behind the plate. So I could see the Mets maybe a bit more than the Yankees. They do want to add a bat. I think if the acquisition cost is reasonable enough for Cleveland that they could bring in a Contreras. And the reason why I sort of described Cleveland's strategy writ large, they could trade. It would not surprise me at all, let's say, if you're Cleveland, if they trade Zach Plesac but then trade for Wilson Contreras in separate deals, of course. That to me is an entirely plausible outcome. Cleveland is always very nimble. They always think in two dimensions like that, and if they can find a way to replenish by trading Zach and then they bring in Contreras, I think that's a creative and very Cleveland way to handle the deadline. I agree on San Diego. I think San Diego and Contreras probably the best fit of all. What I wonder is, and I think this is the case, if it's either or Contreras and Juan Soto. It might be hard for them to do both because you might be talking about some of the same prospects in each deal, and they are certainly in there on Soto. I was told over the weekend that San Diego does have some interest in Juan Soto. They're probably one of a handful of teams, the Cardinals being one of the others, that have, I think, the prospects and the urgency right now to make that deal. So I would pay very close attention there. And so it would not surprise me if the Contreras market, insofar as the Padres are heavily involved in it, if we have to wait until the final 48 or 24 hours before the deadline on the 2nd of August to hear what happens on Contreras, simply because one of the main suitors for him, the Padres, is also involved in the big pursuit of this year's deadline, that, of course, being Juan Soto.
Hey, Gabe, wrap your head around Juan Soto between Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado.
Possible. It could happen.
And
the Cardinals, and it's not great news for Cubs fans, but the Cardinals, I'll say this, they have the prospects to make this deal happen. We saw Mason Wynn throw the ball 100 miles an hour in the Futures game, and notably, Mason Wynn is not a pitcher, he is a shortstop. He threw the ball 100 miles an hour across the diamond. That's how good he is. Jordan Walker, a really good outfielder, has been compared, I heard it on the Futures Game broadcast, to Dave Winfield. Pretty good comp there. And then Matthew Liberatore on the mound. They also have Nolan Gorman at the Major League level. They also have Dylan Carlson at the Major League level. So, to me, I see as clear of a fit with the Cardinals for Juan Soto as I do any other team in Major League Baseball.
Oh, God.
John, St. Louis 2.5 back in the NL Central and holding on to that wild card spot by one game right now with Philly and San Fran falling behind. Who do you think gets that last wild card spot in the NL?
You know, I like St. Louis. The way St. Louis is playing right now, and again, I believe they're going to be one of the more aggressive teams at the deadline. I really think the Cardinals are a team that, even if they don't catch the Brewers, and as you mentioned, they're still 2.5 games back of Milwaukee, I think that St. Louis is in, and then obviously there's different thoughts there about how the NL East plays out. Of course, you've got the Braves still chasing down the Mets, but I think whoever finishes second in the NL East makes it. The Padres, I think, comfortably make it, and then I think the second place team in the Central, as you point out, has to hold off both the Phillies and the Giants, and I think that they will, because I think St. Louis is going to get better. I think Milwaukee's bullpen with Josh Hader and Devin Williams, they're going to win most of the winnable games, and so I think your 6 playoff teams in the NL, in some order: Dodgers, Braves, Mets, Padres, Cardinals, Brewers.
Hey, John, before we talk about the glory of Cooperstown and the induction ceremonies, and I know you were there, and I'm very jealous, why is that event not on a Sunday night with no Sunday night baseball opposite to give it some exclusivity? On a Sunday afternoon when family activities are going on and 14 other games, it's lost on even the ardent baseball observer, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's a fair question, and you know, I was there last year when, obviously, because of the pandemic, it was pushed to September on a weekday, actually, which was very unique, when Derek Jeter was inducted. I think I'll take this statement, and I'll say this first. The Hall of Fame is, as we know, by definition, a very tradition-bound institution. And so for them to think about what makes for the best television ratings on MLB Network or anywhere else is not really their foremost concern. I think their foremost concern is travel for the folks who are coming in, booking up the weekends of all the local businesses, bed and breakfasts, all the hotels and the homes that are rented out. I think they're much more concerned with taking care of home, in other words, the local economy, than they are what plays best for the broad national, international fan base. I'll say this. It was a huge crowd, much larger than last year. Helped, of course, by all the New Englanders who came over to see Ortiz. And I'll say this. It was amazing walking down Main Street to see all the Dominican flags that were there, all the people who had traveled who are either Dominican American or who had come all the way from the Dominican Republic to attend this weekend's festivities. You really get a sense of just how important baseball is unquestionably in the Dominican Republic. It was, and certainly I've known that. I've covered the World Baseball Classic. I have been around certainly a lot of Dominican friends and learned about their passion for the game. But when you see a place like Cooperstown on a hot day in July, which is not an easy place to get to, it's not cheap to get there, all those different barriers that exist, and they're all there. And it was powerful, it was emotional, it was humbling, and I think it added so much to the experience. So for me, yes, you're right. It is, I think, by definition, not designed well for television prime time slot. It's just not. And it is all about the experience of being there. And to be honest, I think that's probably the way to go. I want to make it easier for fans to attend it in the afternoon than travel home at night. And I think that's the way that they did it this year and pretty much most years.
Yeah, because they could make it a spectacle in the evening. Because I was watching the Sox game, and on my YouTube TV, you saw the highlight or preview that the Hall of Fame ceremony was going on at the same time. It was a bit confusing because I wanted to watch that, but I wanted to watch the Sox play Cleveland, so that was odd. But John, you touched on it. I mean, you know, when you're thinking about Latinos in the Caribbean, it is big for them. Whether it's the World Baseball Classic or the Caribbean Classic, these guys definitely take pride in their respective countries and what they're doing. What was it like to see the ceremony portion for Minnie over there?
Oh, it was great. And his family was there. I had the honor of meeting his son, Charlie Rice Mignoso, and speaking with Charlie before the ceremony. Of course, he lives in the Chicago land area. And just for me, it was really, really a special experience. And I've been able to travel before to Cuba for baseball and to cover an event there and to understand just how integral baseball is to the Cuban experience. And so to have Tony Oliva and Minnie Mignoso go in the same class, and as you heard in the cut-in that Tanny, as always, brilliantly took care of there before the segment started, that Tony Oliva's favorite player growing up was Minnie Mignoso. And Tony Oliva had said his dream was not to play in the major leagues because he didn't even know about Major League Baseball. He just wanted to be able to play in Havana like Minnie Mignoso had played in Havana. That was his dream. And so to think about everything that Minnie Mignoso represented, certainly to White Sox fans, to all Latinos, and the importance that he had as a standard bearer, really for Latinos to have their place at the table in Major League Baseball, and his cultural importance, as some have said, and it was mentioned yesterday by Tom Verducci, that some have described him as being so important to Latin American players as Jackie Robinson had been to African American players. It's an incredibly crucial person in the history of the game. And I'll never forget, guys, that there was a day at Carnival, the great restaurant space there in downtown Chicago, where Jose Abreu, when he was first introduced to White Sox fans, the winner that he had signed, there was Minnie to welcome him to the family. And Minnie passed away not long after that. I remember just thinking how grateful I was that I saw that moment of Minnie being there to sort of bless Jose's arrival, if you will. It was just a pretty powerful thing that I've never forgotten. I never forgot exactly where I was when that happened. And I think it just speaks to the diverse nature of the White Sox history and why they have such a loyal following among such a broad group of Chicagoans and people around the hemisphere. So it's a pretty special organization, and that was a very, very special thing for me to see.
That Cuban connection runs very deep and still very vibrant for the Chicago White Sox. John, thank you so much. Top of the hour, we're going to do like a trade roundup, and we'll play what Ian Happ said about whether he gets dealt or not earlier on this very radio station. But 5 seconds, you got a gut feeling on whether Happ is going to get dealt?
I do. I think Happ is traded. Any number of teams. I think the Yankees are even one that I would watch because of how much Gallo has struggled.
Wow, there it is. And then tonight's Odyssey softball matchup with my co-host Gabe and Shane Reardon playing. Are you aware that broadcast will be available for you?
Shane actually sent it to me, so I'm aware of it. I will do my best to chime in and live stream and sort of enter the chat, if you will. But I understand it's going to be going now the top three in the order. Matt, then Gabe, then Shane. Is that correct? Do I have the right 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, Matt doesn't play, unfortunately.
I don't play, so it's very close.
But he's number one in our hearts.
You're the skipper? You're the skipper?
No, I'm not. My son is the bat boy. That's the extension of my connection.
So Matt is like the quantitative research analyst, and so he's the one who suggests the lineups.
In-game adjustments.
Yeah.
Matt Spiegel.
Defensive coordinator. I love it.
But yeah, all right. But please chime in. I know there's some kind of hockey event you seem to be excited about as well. But you know,
I am. Frankie Nazar, Blackhawks pick.
We gotta
I'll
go.
let you guys know about him next time.
We gotta go. Break it
All
up.
the best, guys.
Thank you, John. That's John Morosi joining us on 670 The Score. How about that? He thinks Ian Happ's getting traded. As I mentioned, top of the 4 o'clock hour. We will check in on the deadline with a variety of things that have come around. But I want to follow up this conversation about Minnie Minoso and that legendary moment yesterday where he gets into the Hall of Fame. Want to follow that up a little bit later with you, Gabe. So remind me that we'll get to that.
Will do.
We have some breaking Bears news to discuss as the first year for Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus continues to be challenging. We'll tell you all about it next on 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station.
can't say specifically, but if he's the guy that I think he is, that's something we have to address. I think he's a really good linebacker, and in this defense with Matt and Allen, there's a good chance he's going to have a really good year. So,
is it important to get to it before the season starts then?
Yeah. And I don't know if that's how we're going to handle it, but I would like to. Obviously, the earlier you get to that, the better. But also with a new staff, we may wait a little bit too.
That's Ryan Poles from March, Chris Tannehill, talking about Roquan Smith going into the final year of his deal is Roquan Smith. And without an agent is Roquan Smith. And now this from Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network, that Roquan Smith will not be participating in training camp when veterans report tomorrow because of his contract situation. Smith has not yet received an offer he would remotely consider. Thus, he'll wait. That from Ian Rappaport. This strikes me as a situation that could have been avoided with at least an offer that he would remotely consider, or the furthering of conversations to a good point. I know you are feeling like you are far away from being a competitive football team, and middle linebacker is thought to be a more fungible position than perhaps an edge rusher or a dominant cover corner, things like that. But this guy is exactly what you want your identity to be as a defense and, frankly, overall as a football team. And to not have him there as you try to install and build culture seems like a terrible thing.
Yeah, I think, we were talking about it earlier, Speaks. It's all about evaluation this year, but there's no need to evaluate Roquan Smith. You know who he is. You know you want him at the core of your defense. But the key to a good relationship is communication. And the fact that no one has communicated to either person to say, hey, this is what we want, or these are what our expectations are. That's the troubling part of this whole thing. But shout out to Roquan Smith, his own agent, putting that out there. I think that's great.
It's irresponsible.
For who?
For Roquan.
Why?
This is irresponsible.
Why?
Because you need that middleman. You need the middleman to focus on those things.
To not have an agent. You're irresponsible to not have an agent.
Correct.
If you're an idiot, maybe, yeah. But if you feel like you're capable.
Yeah, I'm sure he is capable. But there's a reason that agents exist. There's a reason that there's a middleman there to take away the distraction that you don't have to deal with.
What if he feels it's not a distraction?
Well, if he feels it's not a distraction, then he's wrong, because 99.9% of the league feel it's a distraction.
Let me tell you, in a business where guys like me have agents, I have particularly vacillated back and forth. Just today, I had a conversation with my guy, bringing him in on something that I thought I could handle. Literally, today, I had that conversation. Now, I am not a world-class athlete. I am a much older man. I am theoretically more mature, more emotionally mature, more able to compartmentalize stuff. It is a ridiculous challenge that is, frankly, worth the percentage in most businesses. And in the NFL, Roquan, I mean, I'm more on Shane's side than I am on yours with this one, Gabe, because I know, man, it doesn't feel good.
Somebody play, Tanny, did you do the defensive sounder thing? Because I need that right now, because I don't have an agent.
Again, it would be the entire show if we had a sounder for Shane's defensiveness.
No. This one's for me.
Oh, for you.
This is for me.
So when anyone gets defensive.
Because I don't have an agent, nor have I had one my entire career in radio.
Okay.
And so when I hear this about Roquan, I think to myself, why have I not had an agent? Because I've had talent come up to me that don't know how to read their own contract. And so it's like, if you took 5 minutes and read your contract, you'd see it's not jargon. It's just something that you can actually digest. And I think in Roquan's case, he understands, hey, I need this. First of all, the fact that he's willing to sit out like a guy would do, even if he had an agent, the agent would probably tell him, don't go to training camp. The agent would say, we're not doing anything until we get a new contract.
Now, that is entirely possible that would happen exactly like that.
With Roquan Smith.
So putting this on Roquan's agentlessness as being a reason this happens is probably a little short-sighted, because it happens all over the league to guys who do have agents.
But I think what Shane's saying is, had he had an agent, maybe he wouldn't have gotten to this point.
Correct.
Right. I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you, Sean. Validate.
Heard.
You know I like to validate your feelings.
Of course, I appreciate that.
Yeah, but here's the
Tanny,
thing.
take note, bro. That's what you got to do with Shane.
He's got a new regime. So with the agent, I've worked something out with Ryan Pace, last year as I mix up my Ryans. Or are you talking about an agent working something out with Ryan Poles now?
I think when Poles comes in immediately, you have that conversation. If you're his agent or if you're Roquan, whatever that might be, what does it look like? What does the future look like? Does the future of the Chicago Bears include Roquan Smith? And if he says, well, we don't know, we're evaluating our talent, then both he and his agent will both say, well, you need to evaluate that right now because I want this contract extension because I don't want to play a year without one waiting for me at the end of the season.
Look, there's a couple ways to talk about this, and we will talk about in a moment the awkward offseason that has been for Ryan Poles, the bumpiness that has been there. But first and foremost, they have room to make this contract happen right the hell now. There are creative ways to do it. I know you've got a lot of dead cap and you have awkwardness, but you've gotten rid of that with some of these guys that you've traded on. You've moved on from other stuff. There are ways to structure this where you'd be fine for this year, and then your future years are wide open.
Yeah.
So it seems to me to be very irresponsible to have this guy who I think is going to be this important to being on the same page with Matt Eberflus and all your new defensive coaches. This is a leader, whether you think he deserves to be or not. He is a leader. And we've heard multiple stories about him going into the locker room, talking to people, putting it out there. And the way he plays is leadership. He's what you want.
Yeah.
So to have him not there is really bad leadership on Poles' part to me.
And when you're looking at some of the other franchises in Chicago, like the Bulls, they have a bad reputation of not taking care of their players, which is why they needed to sign a guy like Zach LaVine to that contract. And when you're looking at Roquan Smith and the new regime that is in the front office, this could have been a statement piece. Because when you're looking at trying to attract free agents in the years to come, they are going to look at this moment. It is bad PR for the Chicago Bears for Roquan Smith to be sitting out. The fact that we're all speaking the way we are about him in this situation is bad in itself. And free agents and guys that want to come to the Chicago Bears are going to say, if you are not willing to take care of Roquan Smith, one of the best linebackers in all of NFL, what makes you think you're going to take care of me when I get there?
Man, Jaquan Brisker holding out, the safety, who is a second-round pick, who they themselves have said he's a day one starter. So it's a dude who believes he's going to be a day one starter, knows he's going to be a day one starter. So he's like, can you please just kind of take care of me on the back end a little bit and make sure that I'm covered just in case in this crazy ass industry where if you get hurt, you're done. If I'm going to come in here and play with the violence that I play with for your sport and you're going to treat me like a starter,
you believed in me.
Can we do a little better than second rounder? I think that's a bold play by a second round rookie, but I like it in this sport and what you need. And I get it. And if you're the Bears, I think you have to roll over and give that to him because, again, you want him here.
You're the Ryan Poles guy.
You don't have many guys that you're actually going to roll over and give things to. Both these guys. Now you're missing key foundational pieces at the linebacker level and at the safety level. These are your two guys who are supposed to be the leader of your defense for years to come.
But I have faith in Ryan Poles. I will say that. I have faith that he'll get both of those situations taken care of. Maybe
they should be dealt with right the hell now.
They should be, but we want to give them the benefit of the doubt in this instance, at least right now. If 2 weeks pass and Roquan's still not there, Jaquan's not showing up to training camp, then that's when I feel like we can attack him a little bit more. But I feel like I have faith in Ryan Poles to get that done because he probably understands the importance of those two guys being there, like you just mentioned.
But Gabe, having that faith right now is tough. I mean, I have faith in the overall vision, which we have discussed.
Right.
But look at what has fallen through the cracks. Their big-time free agent expenditure, Larry Ogunjobi, then fails the physical, and they can't even come to terms with him. He signs a deal a month later in Pittsburgh for a fraction of the years and the cost. The guy they wanted on the offensive line from Buffalo, they signed him to an offer sheet that the Bills were like, okay, we'll just go ahead and match that. Thank you very much. So they don't even get that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there are so many different things. Then they've had three or four different players arrested who they have acquired, and it's hard to hold them accountable for one or two or three, but four you start to be like, are you telling these guys, by the way, do us a favor, don't get arrested? That would make us look bad.
Did that make it into the conversation at any point?
I mean, what else? There have been other things too.
There have been others.
There have been
injuries
other
by guys they've signed, like Dozier, like things like that.
Well,
remaining healthy. I mean, just saying
that's an ACL
tough.
for Dozier. Today they signed an offensive lineman, this kid from from San Diego to
Sure.
come in here. But, man, do you guys have faith in Ryan Poles? 312-644-6767. Do instances like this make you lose faith in an overall vision? And should the Bears be at this point for Roquan Smith? You want to chime in on his agentlessness? You can do that as well as we're talking Bears, because this is a volatile bit of news, frankly. So dial it up at your leisure right now. A 312 at your leisure right now. At your leisure, though.
I'm glad you called your own out.
But do it right now.
That was going to make it on the open tomorrow.
By the way, we're doing word of the day. We're doing word of the day today.
Oh, did we say who has it?
I've got it.
Speaks has it today.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got it. I got word of the day, and I'm not going to blow it, and I haven't blown it yet. But be listening. I will use a word that is ordinarily not heard in a sports radio context, and the winner who texts in and identifies that gets a 4-pack of tickets to join me at the Jim Irsay Collection concert and museum at Navy Pier on August 2nd.
Speaks will even pick you up. You're joining him. He's going to go
In
out
a
to your
limo.
house.
In a
He's gonna
limo.
pick you up.
You know what? A 4-pack of tickets. I'll buy you and your plus 3 a drink.
I like that. Now, guys, you guys know, obviously, when I was at B96, I was an executive producer for a lot of years, and I've been thinking about this
You were at B96?
Shut up.
I had no idea.
So, look,
Julian?
here's your problem.
Is that you, Julian?
Here's your problem with your TSL bit. He didn't want me to call it a bit, but here's the thing. You should say the word at the top at 2 o'clock. Because I'm telling you why. One is because you set an appointment for people to listen in for the actual word itself. So that's going to get you your first quarter hour.
Interesting.
Then what's going to happen after that is people will be listening intently from that very moment instead of chiming in somewhere in between to hear some obscure word. So then that will then keep them going until Spieg says it.
What if I had just announced it at 2:15 like I was supposed to? What if I had just done that?
Oh, is that what was supposed to happen?
Yeah, Gabe, I blew that. So Speak
we
not
didn't do
bringing
it
it
the
up
first
after transition was wrong.
Ah,
I know what you're
heard.
saying, but that makes it too easy.
A texter
It just
says,
makes it too
But
easy.
the goal is to get people to listen longer.
Yes, of course, but I think this still accomplishes that.
Oh, God. As a
Spiegel uses big words all the
That's
time.
the thing a texter says. To be fair, everything Spiegel says shouldn't be said on Sports Talk.
I like where your head's at, though, Gabe. That's something that will be considered.
Yeah, that's
Thank you,
helpful.
Shane.
And no, it's not leisure. It's because I said to call at your leisure, but call right now.
Hey, Gabe, you saw him crumbling over here when you brought that logic to him.
No, it makes sense. Like it does make sense.
And Gabe, you better be careful, man. Those good ideas like that.
Yeah.
If you like where you're at now, hosting and stuff, you better just chill out with those good
Actually,
ideas, man.
Shane, I love that idea.
312-644-6767. Call at your leisure, but do it right now to talk Bears on the Score.
Bears training camp starts tomorrow, and with a new coaching staff in place.
Ryan Poles is one of the top-notch scouts in the NFL. I mean, that's just a fact. You look at any Chiefs player that has had success over the last decade that they have acquired through the draft, at some point in that evaluation, it could be pretty much tied to Ryan Poles. And so what I would tell Bears fans is look at the most recent draft. Now, Ryan Poles is very young. He's 36, I believe. He will be someone that will care deeply about offensive and defensive line play. So when you look at last year's draft for the Chiefs, everybody knew watching the Super Bowl, wow, Patrick Mahomes needs some better blocking, or he needs to not be running for his life. And I know Bears fans are cognitive of that because of what Justin Fields just went through in his rookie season. Well, the Chiefs drafted 2 cornerstone now linemen who, by the way, may finish their rookie seasons in the Super Bowl, in Creed Humphrey in the 2nd round and Trey Smith in the 6th round. And Ryan Poles, as a former offensive lineman who used to protect Matt Ryan in college at Boston College, he understands that winning in the NFL comes down to quarterback play and what goes on in the trenches, whether you can get to the quarterback on defense or obviously protect your pass run offense. And so I think that will be what his mission will be when he arrives, when he starts to get to work in the Bears sort of plan for the future. But this is someone who is very smart and over the last several years has worked alongside Andy Reid and general manager Brett Veach in how to continue to cultivate the roster, keep a locker room that is well diverse, but obviously focused on the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl. And also, and what I'm really, really fascinated to see in the future, fellas, is how does his philosophy either align with what the Chiefs have done, with some draft picks, with some trades in the past, with really going forward in an aggressive style, or if he'll work from a more traditional standpoint where he'll want to really lean on his scouting evaluations and his ability versus maybe being aggressive with first or second round picks or in free agency to sort of get the Bears back to not just respectability, but obviously having a chance to compete in the playoffs.
Ever since the 90s, listening to you guys, now with the Bears, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Afternoons on the Score.
Julie jumped in Perez or something, but anyway.
Hey, it's time. Okay. I love this.
Oh, tell us why, Gabe Ramirez. Why do you love this?
Just some Chicago house. There's people out there that are actually listening in the cars, like myself, when I listen to you guys.
Yeah.
And this stuff right here will get you excited a little bit right here. There's people actually who are doing the actual percolator right now in their cars.
Are they? Would you show me how to do the percolator? Thank you. Please be watching on Twitch right now. Is that it?
I'll do some footwork right now too, guys.
Come on, get up. Put down the headphones. It's all right.
I wish you could zoom on the other side of it.
If Gabe got out front here, would that work?
We don't got enough time for that. The producers told me no.
We literally have 2 hours and 12 minutes left.
Nothing else to do. We'll cancel Tom Thayer at 4:30. Actually,
Let
we
him
won't.
watch. Let him watch.
No, we will not cancel Tom Thayer, but I will learn how to do the percolator before I get out of here.
Okay.
Come on. I saw it. There was an arm up.
Okay.
There was an arm up. I just saw it for the
I
very
would
first
challenge
time.
you to put the percolator into your next performance with your band.
I'll do it. I'm not afraid.
That would be great.
Tributosaurus becomes cashmere. Love it.
Actually, Tributosaurus playing at Theater on the Lake on Thursday, the 18th of August.
On Fullerton? The Fullerton?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That place is the jam. That is our 20th anniversary show. I don't even know if it's officially announced yet, but we're becoming The Who, which is the first thing we ever did 20 years ago. So doing it again at Theater on the Lake on a Thursday night, that should be absolutely a great night. Really looking forward to it.
Do you know what Theater on the Lake used to be?
I do.
Kind of creepy, right?
Yeah, it's a little creepy. It used to be a sanatorium, not
for tuberculosis patients.
Yes, not a sanitarium for the medically, mentally insane, but a sanatorium for tuberculosis patients. They used to send them down there 100 years ago and more, and have them breathe that lake air, and they thought that was a way to heal, and supposedly they did.
It's haunted now.
I'm pretty sure. Haunted by rock and roll. Oh, yeah. Huh? Feel me?
Cue the percolator music again.
Gotta hip it up here, as the old man talks about the Who. Yeah, I know. It's a beautiful place now down there at Theater on the Lake. So, look, people are upset. Texters getting in at 312-644-6767. I think it's pretty clear Ryan Poles doesn't think Justin Fields is a good quarterback. Guy's going to let Roquan walk without getting anything for him to prove a point. Now, that's crazy. That person is crazy. That person's all over the place. Here's one. This is an unfortunate and ignorant take by me. I keep up as much as I can with my sports. That being said, I didn't know a lot about Ryan Poles other than he was hired to run this football team by the McCaskies. Sucks to say, but that's all I need to know about him. I will be not surprised if it all crashes and burns. That is some earned Bears pessimism on Ryan Poles right there.
Those are the people you argue with, and you're like, okay, I mean, you got a point, but, just like, damn.
Those are the people you can't get anywhere with.
Yeah, it's just
I
like,
know.
okay,
I know.
okay.
It's like, oh yeah, there is that. They're bad at that. This administration so far, as I've been watching, reeks of incompetence. Drafting defense when they have the worst offense in the NFL, botched free agent signings, arrested players, and now the best player holds out. The press conference in January 2025 will be interesting. Oh, man.
Do you think he'll be there, though?
Roquan?
Yeah. Or, yeah. Let's say, how long, okay, better question. How long do you think that holdout lasts?
How long will this holdout last?
Just in your own opinion.
God.
Couple weeks, or okay, there you go. Weeks or months?
I think it's a week.
Okay, good.
At the most. I think this is a very strong move by Roquan, forcing a rookie GM to come to Jesus in a moment when you can't afford this. If you're Ryan Poles and you're Matt Eberflus, this is your best player. This is the guy you want your team to play with. Maybe if there had been an agent, things could have facilitated earlier. But this move today by Roquan Smith, I think, is going to force Ryan Poles to bend the hell over and give him what he wants.
And to Shane's point, it's not like Roquan's picking up his phone or answering text messages immediately. He's probably just like, oh, Ryan texted me. I'll get back to him after this, I don't know, Madden game or something like that. What do you guys think? You think it's gonna be weeks or months?
I say let's just set it. What's the over under week 3 of the preseason? Let's say that's a good spot. But remember, didn't he hold out his rookie year too? Like,
yes, he did.
This is like 2018 with the rookie quarterback, Khalil Mack coming in. Like, that was a year of high expectations, and still he was not afraid to miss time that year.
Correct.
I want him as my agent.
And he also really likes to enjoy himself in the offseason.
Yeah, he does. He likes to go out there on the boats in, where was he, South Africa?
Ozarks.
Yeah, the Ozarks and
close.
in South Africa.
Yeah.
Well, both. They share a body of water, South Africa and the Ozarks.
They look a lot alike.
But to be fair, he did do both of those things. I'm with Tanny.
Busy.
I was going to say,
I forgot that he was in South Africa because I remembered the Ozarks. That's why it came off like me correcting you, but I was really just adding to the list.
He's over there in Africa.
I would say around before the second preseason game. I think before preseason game number 2, he's back on the
Why
field.
does that hurt me hearing that?
She's on her way to Africa tomorrow. About that.
He's up there with the Congress.
Is that drunk Rick Sutcliffe?
Oh, yes.
Hell yeah.
It's the best kind. That's the best kind. And you could play all of that for me. I would never be upset.
Gosh, second preseason game is a month from now, the 18th. Oh, I hope they get it done before that.
See, I was thinking that Ryan Poles is going to roll over and give him whatever he wants, but Roquan might just want to let this thing stick out for a little while, enjoy himself.
Because they're not going to get on a plane and go see him. That's what they should do. But that's not going to happen.
It should just be able to be a phone call. I mean, if he hasn't had a single offer that that has felt remotely close, that is troubling. That is indeed troubling. Man.
Like, but what is he supposed to do? Like, go into Ryan Poles' office because he hasn't heard anything and he sits down and says, so, what up? What's up with that? What's up with that offer? Like, it's just, you need those lines of communications. I see where the agent comes into play right there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he is being heard, and that's ultimately what he wants right now.
Can you trade him?
Stop it. Come
What?
on,
What's
bro.
more valuable? A guy really good at that position for a few more years, or
what are you going to get in return?
A couple picks? I don't know. That's the question.
Yeah,
what would a guy like that get you in return?
I don't want to find out.
That is a top 5 inside linebacker in the NFL. That is for a franchise that is known for this position, a franchise that has really nothing. I mean, if you're going to go backwards, to Tanny's point, you could see the logic in going all the way back. I just really think that that is a guy who is going to help you install the culture and what you're doing. And you have to pay somebody. You got to pay somebody. You can't just exist below the salary floor. It's a very interesting dynamic because of the quality of the position.
They just gave all their money to Kendall Coyne's husband.
Kendall Coyne Schofield. Yes, her husband is here. It's not a lot of money, though. I don't think so. Man, we have a lot of Bears stuff to talk about. Tom Thayer is going to join us at 4:30. We also have renderings of, that Lori Lightfoot has put out there of a stadium with a dome.
It looks pretty good.
I'm sure it does.
It looks really good.
Two things can be true. It can A, look pretty cool, and B, have absolutely no shot of doing a single thing to woo the Bears away from Arlington Heights. I think both those things are true. Trade deadline looming. We've got an interesting sound today from multiple people about multiple players on a couple of different fronts here in Chicago. We will give you a roundup of that next here on 670 The Score.
Odyssey is your home for all the audio that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to The Score in Odyssey Station.
The Jim Irsay Collection World Tour is coming.
Because I know my faith was tested a lot of times, through this process. But man, it's been a journey, and that's why I cried so hard. If you can listen to the phone call, because all the blood, sweat, and tears I put in behind this game of football that I fell in love with at the age of 4, I really had to walk a whole lot of miles to get here.
That's beautiful. So you talk about the mission and that you haven't reached your potential. What's the end goal for Velus Jones Jr.?
A gold jacket. and so I never, ever, my grandmother, told me a long time ago, if you're going to do something, do it. Don't ever get no poor performance. And so, like I said, I put my heart in this game. And honestly, I can truly say, I don't supposed to be here. I know the odds were stacked against me in multiple ways. That's why I made that tweet saying, if you knew what it took for me to get here. But I beat the odds. I really did.
The gold jacket for the NFL Hall of Fame. That's a beautiful goal right there for Velus Jones Jr. Speaking of jacket, you remember Matt Forte? You remember the football player Matt Forte, the great Bears running back?
Yeah.
Yeah, we found out that he showed up for day 1 of his rookie minicamp wearing a suit, Velus Jones, just like you. Matt Forte wearing a suit. That career turned out pretty damn good. So we like the suit. Tell us about the whiteboard, though. What was the thought process?
Yeah, they would have, the plays are on iPads and digital now. Why do we need to buy a whiteboard? That's the thing that we got. We understood the suit.
Right?
We didn't really know why you needed the whiteboard.
I bought it when I was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That's when I bought it, down there training at Bommarito. And I am like a visual learner. It takes me writing things over and over. And so instead of, wasting sheets all the time, which I take my notes and write my plays on a sheet, whiteboard is real easy to erase and stuff. And that's something I carry on me, even now as I'm going over the plays, still learning. I just always keep it on me. Anytime I want to write a play down, and especially in the meeting room when I had one with the Bears and stuff, we're going over install, writing a play down to see what I can memorize, the details, the depth. And so it's just, I feel like it's an easier way to always keep that on you. So that's something I've been keeping on me for a while now. And it really helps, when it comes to the learning process.
Wow, that's an amazing answer. Good for you for knowing yourself, knowing what kind of learner you are. That's a huge bit of self-awareness, Velus Jones Jr.
Yes, indeed.
Anyone make fun of you for carrying around a whiteboard, though?
They can't tell. I'll be having it in my spray ground backpack. I only pull it out, Yeah, so it slides right on in. It don't stand out that much.
Well done. All right.
Well done.
That's good.
SCR and HD Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. In Odyssey Station.
The Score! This hour on 670 The Score is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-4-KIDS.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Yeah, Chicago sports for sure.
Afternoons on The Score.
I am, for the most part, going to stay away from any speculation about any specific player. I will say, historically, as long as I've been here and working for Jerry and Kenny, there hasn't been a premium player that has changed teams that we haven't at least had conversation about. We were probably, and this is my fault, we may have been a little too forthright or upfront during recent premium free agent pursuits that led to fans being frustrated when we didn't wind up converting on them. So I think at this point I'm going to err on the side of that White Sox stealth mode that you referred to, and if we make a deal, I'll happily explain it all, how it came together.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
That's White Sox general manager Rick Hahn last week addressing the media, talking about what they may or may not do at the deadline. The White Sox right now 4 games behind the first place Minnesota Twins, with Cleveland in between. And the White Sox 3 games out of the last wild card spot that is inhabited by the Seattle Mariners, who have now lost 3 in a row. After winning 14 straight going into the break, they come out and lose 3 in a row to the Astros, as the Astros are just on a reign of terror right now.
You think they lost because Gabe on Friday said it wasn't that impressive if they won that many games?
I
Remember
literally
that?
was thinking about that. I'm like, damn, I did say that they didn't play anybody that was really good yet.
Yeah. I think a few things happened in baseball this weekend that were direct affronts to things Gabe said on Friday.
Yep.
Remember, he said Lance Lynn would not be in his
Trash.
playoff rotation
Yep.
if the playoffs had begun and the White Sox were in them. It's just getting more adorable to say by the moment. But then Lance Lynn goes out and throws 6 scoreless.
Shoved.
Jam.
My man shoved
87
Jam.
pitches, 3 hits, looked great. I kind of wanted him to come out for the 7th, but that's probably asking a lot at this point. But either way, that was directly, as far as I can tell, about what Gabe Ramirez said on Friday.
He direct messaged me and said that I almost cursed. He said that I wasn't anything, but yeah, it was, I was happy to watch it. I was
Lance
glad.
Lynn DM'd you?
No, Joe was joking.
Drunk
joking.
messaged him.
Christ.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
He pitched a gem. I loved it. 1 walk, 6 Ks. I mean, that's what you want. That's what you want from Lance Lynn. Now do it 2 games. How about that? Do it 2 games in a row.
I agree. There were moments, though, he reared back and just fired fastballs right by people.
I loved it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's what he does when he's rolling. So anyway, the White Sox, 3 games back of the Mariners and Tampa Bay in front of them. You know who's got the first wild card of the American League now? It's the Toronto Blue Jays. You know why? Because their offense is ridiculous. They outscored the Red Sox over the weekend 40-10. They had 40 runs in a 3-game series. 40! So they put up 28 on Friday. They had 51 hits in a 3-game series. They're outrageous. They fired their manager a while back, Gabe, and the new manager has them being super aggressive. And they're hitting and running a lot. They're all playing with this edge. They're like pumped and
What a
excited.
concept.
They're confident. Yeah.
How strange for them to fire their manager, and then how dare they fire their manager and play well after that?
It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. No, affront is not the word of the day, but good guess by the texters. Word of the day coming up later sometime in the show. Time spent listening, or time spent loathing if I screw up the bit again, like I did the first time. All right, so look, the trade deadline approaches, and you heard Rick Hahn talk about stuff right there. Our own Bruce Levine, our baseball insider Bruce Levine, put some names out there for the White Sox as we approach the trade deadline. We know bullpen among the needs. Here's Bruce on the morning show today.
A guy that gets everybody out. David Robertson is getting everybody out. He can give them a blow at the back end as a setup man or as a closer. It's the same theory they used last year, right? It didn't work out, but what was the theory on Kimbrel? That's where the strength of the team is going to be in the bullpen holding up, fortifying that pen. And if you can get yourself one more pitcher, I don't know if you have the farm system guys that you want to move for a rental of Castillo from the Reds. It wouldn't be a bad idea. It would probably scream out again that this team is not just looking to win their division, but they're looking to win a World Series. We'll see. I do expect them to make moves, and I expect them to fortify it. I do like one idea. The Giants are looking rather lame right now, okay? And in 2019 and 2020, what were the rumors we were hearing in the offseason all winter long? The Chicago White Sox were talking to the Los Angeles Dodgers about Jock Peterson. That's the left-handed bat that could really be the key. He was one of the major reasons why the Atlanta Braves won last year. They went out and got those 3 outfielders and helped fortify their offense. A trade like that, I don't know if Benintendi from Kansas City has enough pop. He's a 300 hitter, but certainly a trade like that where the Giants might pivot right now and say, hey, we're a 500 team. We're not really going to beat the Dodgers or the Padres, certainly not the Mets or Atlanta. Let's get some young players for Jock Peterson, who's a free agent. That's the type of trade that I would expect the White Sox to try to make.
That's interesting, Gabe, because Jock Peterson as a lefty corner outfielder would be very helpful for them. And it certainly is a guy that we've talked about, them wanting to acquire, fans have wanted to acquire. And now he's a mercenary, just kind of bouncing around, traded last year at the deadline, as Bruce mentioned. How'd you feel about that if you're the White Sox?
I love it. And the fact that he could play any outfield position. It's not just the corners. He can give you some center field reprieve. With Robert being out, obviously, he can take care of that role. I love the fact that he has 17 homers. I mean, geez, anybody with over 10 at this point in the season is somebody that I would like on the Chicago White Sox. And the fact that he is a lefty. I mean, they talk about it often. You would love Kevin Sheets to be that guy. Unfortunately, he just hasn't been producing at that level. But, he has stats that you want, and he's a guy that can inject some life into your team for sure.
Luis Castillo has one more season other than this one. Castillo is maybe the most valuable thing out there other than Juan Soto on this trade market right now. That is a guy pitching like a frontline starter. Numbers have been outrageous going into the All-Star break, and is making, $7.3 million this year and has another ARB year next year. I can't imagine that the White Sox could swing that.
No way. There's too many people that are interested in his services, right? Too many teams that are vying for that playoff spot that probably have a better farm, or that have a better farm system than the Chicago White Sox, that will be able to give up the assets that the Reds are looking for in return for a guy like Castillo.
There are going to be a lot of bullpen names out there, like Robertson. I mean, hell, Michael Givens is also going to be a guy that probably goes from the Cubs. Maybe Chris Martin as well, if somebody wants him from the Cubs. There'll be a bunch of other relievers that are options, and they'll probably do something. We'll see if a lefty's out there. Andrew Chafin going to move from Detroit. Want Chafe coming back here to Chicago for the second time?
I think about what Hahn says, and he says the bullpen is the biggest need for the Chicago White Sox. Is that what we're blaming all the losses on? On the bullpen? Is that what we're saying? That's the reason?
No. The losses are the fault of something that you can't get.
As we've heard from Steve Stone,
which is a team that plays good, sound, fundamental baseball. That's a lot of the losses. But lefty power would give you something.
Sure.
A lefty to hit some balls out of the ballpark. If Andrew Chafin came back to town, traded here by the Tigers, Shane, wasn't he supposed to come over and help you with a couch?
Yeah, we were going to burn my couch on the front deck.
Oh, wow.
Front porch. The one that Willie got sick over.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to chop it up with a Sawzall and set it on fire in front of the apartment building.
He said he was in for that.
Yeah, he was.
He was. It never happened.
Yeah, because he left.
Well, maybe
he got traded.
Maybe this would be a good reason to bring him back.
Yeah.
He's got a badass mustache.
I love that guy.
Yeah, he's a good dude, and he tends to get people out. This is Steve Stone from earlier today talking about a Cubs piece, and that's Wilson Contreras, and where Wilson might go. And Stoney throwing this out there is awfully interesting.
As far as the Guardians are concerned, supposedly they're in the market for Contreras. Contreras would really help them. They've got some woeful offensive catching production. They both can block it pretty well. But two catchers that can't hit, they could really use one who can. I don't know if they have quite enough, but they got a wonderful system. They've got some guys that would be desirable to the Cubs certainly, and they've also made some deals before. So I don't know if Contreras is necessarily the guy, but Cleveland's got to add somebody who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. Contreras would be that guy. And then it comes down to what Rick Hahn and Kenny Williams are going to do with this team, and I suspect they're going to go after some pitching and probably acquire some.
Yeah, see, I think all three of these teams are going to add. Cleveland, Minnesota, and the White Sox. Cleveland might do that thing that John Paul Morosi was describing with us, where they kind of do a little buy and a little sell at the same time.
Get rid of a pitcher. But after watching them over the weekend, do you feel that was their weakest the weakest part of their team was their catching? I feel like they did good offensively. They put the runs up. I think the pitching is where they probably struggled more so than anything else.
I think they need power. They need power.
A lot of base hits, a lot of making them singles into doubles kind of a thing.
Yeah, they need power from the right side. They're a contact team. You know what they do is they demolish high fastballs that have flummoxed the entire league for like the last decade. They're like, okay, we'll just choke up. Josh Naylor did that. Like all of them will just happily choke up and like bloop a high fastball with some contact over a drawn and infield and drive runs in.
Yeah, and if you have a team like that who can get a lot of bleeders to go through, a little duck snort here or there, and all of a sudden you get a big bopper who can hit a 3-run bomb for you, then all of a sudden that can be devastating if you play them with the way they pitch and play defense.
Yeah, they run the bases and run out of the box like I used to play in television baseball, just like daring you. Go ahead. Throw to the next base. You better, or else I'm just going to take it. And if you don't make that throw, or you're not fundamentally sound with your button pushing on in television, then I'm just going to take base after base after base on you.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the lineup. If you have Contreras protecting Jose Ramirez in the 3 slot, let's stop talking about it so nobody hears about this.
I know.
Stop playing the Stone clip.
That's some powerful stuff. John Heyman was talking about Ian Happ, and this is Heyman on our morning show today talking about Ian Happ and where he may indeed go.
There's clearly interest in both Contreras and Happ. I'm hearing Happ's name a lot out there. I think there is a decent chance now that he will be traded. Contreras obviously needs to be traded. They have not made any effort to sign him. He's a free agent after the year, so he's going to be gone. I do think that teams, they're talking seriously about Happ as well. So I know the Padres, the team that I just saw with the Mets last night, are a team interested in Happ as well. I go to Toronto. There are a lot of teams, I'm sure, who could use Happ and be interested in Happ.
Wow. So Ian Happ, with a year remaining on his deal, in addition to this, has clearly developed as a player, just made the All-Star team for the first time, wants to be on this team, wants to be a face of the franchise moving forward, takes leadership seriously, takes guiding some of these young players very seriously, but wants to get paid for what he perceives as his value, knows the business super well as the Cubs player rep. The problem is, he's a left fielder. I know he can play a little bit of infield and has. I know he can play a little bit of center field and has. Play a little bit of right field and has. But as an outfielder, even a switch hitting outfielder, if you're the Cubs, you're looking at that and you're like, maybe they don't want to pay full freight for a position that they think they can develop, because all of their players in the system that they love are outfielders.
Well, he talks about being the face of the franchise, Speaks. Do you think he can be that? Let's say if he was, outplaying his, his contract and such, do you feel as though he can be that guy, like a recognizable player or a guy that can be the core if Contreras leaves?
I think he could be.
You think he could be?
He clearly wants to be. I don't know. I mean, it's not like he's as marketable as some of the other options have been. He's certainly not as marketable as Javi. He wasn't as marketable as Bryant or even Rizzo, but he's so willing and so engaging in the media and willing to talk, and seems like a genuinely good dude. Did you see that thread last week about the little kid from, I think, Iowa, who has met Ian Happ like 4 or 5 different times now at Iowa games when he was after he had been demoted, and then up in Chicago, and then at another game, I think in St. Louis, they had driven to. It was an incredibly beautiful thread just about some very natural connection he had with this little kid. he's just.
Then it's fitting we break his heart and send him somewhere else.
I think that's going to happen.
And it's like, what are you going to get in return too? You know, you talk about top 100 prospects in the hopes that he turns into Ian Happ again.
Well, no, because they have those outfielders. I bet they'd get pitchers. Or they'd get infielders. Or maybe they'd get a catcher. They get a couple. And again, because there's that extra year, and are you selling high? Is this the highest?
Yes.
I think you are selling at the very highest you could possibly sell on Ian Happ right now because you're offering 2 years. John Palmarosi thought, he said in his answer to us earlier today, is Ian Happ going to get traded? Yes. He said he's flat out yes, and he mentioned the Yankees. Now we've got San Diego and the Yankees as possibilities. So Ian Happ has been terrific in his weekly appearances with Dan Bernstein and then Bernsey and Rahimi and now Bernsey and Holmes today with Dan and Layla. And the trade deadline next week, I was listening to this today and I was thinking, man, is this the last time Ian comes on as a member of the Cubs and does this? And Ian Happ, I think after a long and engaging conversation about the All-Star game and more, you said break his heart. And I felt like that's what I was hearing today in his response about getting dealt.
You never know what's going to happen, and there's plenty of options and plenty of things that the team can do. So we'll see what it's going to look like. But I'm going to really enjoy the next couple of days at Wrigley and take everything in, and we'll see. It's a very interesting time with a lot of emotions and a lot of things happening. Obviously I've said over and over that I would love to be here long term and enjoy this team, this group, the city, the staff, the fans, everything about Chicago. So we'll see what happens, but it is, definitely a balancing act.
Oh man.
That was kind of tough right there.
Isn't it?
That was kind of tough right there.
I mean, maybe I'm projecting all those feelings that I just talked about. I'm projecting onto him. I'm sure.
Speaks. The thing is this, right? When you're a guy like Ian Happ, you know what happens after this season. If you do get traded, you have 1 year left, like you mentioned, and then what does that mean? You're going to another team after that, so you're somewhat of a journeyman at that point, bouncing around from the Cubs to a team to another team. You don't want that.
You're Jock Peterson,
and you don't want that. And if you're Happ, you're saying, I mean, who wouldn't love playing for the Chicago Cubs year in and year out with the fan base they have, with the storied history? I mean, you know that you're probably in the best position you're possibly going to be in throughout your career here in Chicago.
It's a good point, Gabe, because most people don't get to do that in their baseball lives. Most people don't get to come up someplace and then sign and get to stay there and do it. So it's not as if it's an outrageous situation that Ian Happ might find himself traded into.
What does he go to New York? Then they hate him out there. Then he loses confidence a little bit. Then he ends up signing with the Reds or something like that in the offseason after his contract's up.
The Reds is a great call. He demolishes pitching at Great American Small Park. He does. It's just outrageous there. So, it's a crazy thing. You see Megan Montemurro from the Tribune caught up with Kyle Schwarber while the Cubs were in Philly and asked him about life after being traded by the Cubs, which is a good angle for this week for Happ and Contreras. And the Schwarber quotes in there like, you think there's not going to be better organizations out there, but there's some good organizations out there. It's not all bad here on the other side. That was his thought.
Kyle, it took you a while to get to that one. To the Phillies, Atlanta. Okay.
Kyle's bounced around a little bit. To your point, that's a guy who goes to the Nationals for a 1 year deal after he's non-tendered, gets traded to Boston, then signs his deal in Philly, and
those are good franchises.
Yeah, but that's more typical of what a Major League Baseball life is, And
fans love him here.
Tanny, Shane, did you guys hear those emotions on Happ, or was that me projecting? Was that just me?
Yeah.
Because you know what I do. You're familiar with me and my act.
Yeah, you love to project the vibes, whether they be negative or the good vibes. But the thing about Ian Happ's time as a Cub, yes, he's played in front of a lot of big crowds, a lot of emotional moments, but he wasn't part of that World Series team. So it's different because we've been talking about all these guys almost as one guy, whether it's Contreras or Rizzo, Bryant, Baez, but Happ was kind of that next wave that kind of didn't meet those expectations. So maybe it's a little bit different. Maybe he feels the other way, whereas like he wants to stay around here to accomplish something meaningful in the next part of his career. But no one I don't think would ever want to leave Wrigley Field every day, but let's be real. Like I don't think there's a future here for him. Would he want to be here? I think if I was Ian Happ, I'd be looking for the first plane out of here.
You think so?
For a contender? Yeah.
I think he was manifesting a trade. That's how I took him. Him coming across. We talk about manifesting often on the show.
Yeah, you can appreciate the time that was spent here and appreciate the next couple of days here. Yep. But beyond that, they're not winning anything.
He's a realistic dude. He knows what this is. He knows what this is for the next 4 or 5 years. He wants to win right now, and if he wants to come back, he can come back.
Man, this is a pretty special place, and he knows it's a special place.
Winning is fun.
And fun is winning, if memory serves.
Yep.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, I think he's manifesting a deal.
Schwarber could spend the next 10 years as a bat for hire. That's absolutely possible and absolutely true, says the texter. That's interesting. I did not hear it that way or read it that way, but I'm a known projector. I'm a long-time projector, one of the best. You know, I put myself up there as a hell of a projector.
Remember when Kyle Schwarber could have been had for $8 million?
Dude. Shane and I talk about this often.
Would look pretty good in a corner outfield spot.
Yeah, with blue pinstripes or black ones.
Either one could be fine. That's a big old fat misstep. You know, it's so weird, man, because I've been thinking that if the Cubs are going to spend in this offseason, and that they won't have too far to go because of some of the pieces that are there and because of some of the kids that are coming, but really because they're going to spend and they're going to add, and they're going to like give themselves a shot to come into spring training and have things feel different and think about things differently. But if they lose both Happ and Contreras here at this deadline, along with, they'll lose other stuff too, but if they lose both of those guys, and you know, and a lot of those minor leaguers are not that close, it could be another very ugly season.
Well, it's like you're talking about Happ wanting to play for a winner. It's going to be tough to sign guys and convince them to wait 2 years before you're going to win consistently. And that's going to be the issue for the Chicago Cubs in the offseason, is bringing in talent that doesn't mind, you know, like Nick Castellanos, like somebody that's not going to mind taking that ride.
That guy should never have been allowed to leave town, Nick Castellanos.
There's a couple of guys like that for the Cubs.
Loved it here and wanted to be here. Texter says, I'm not projecting. I listen to that interview live. I catch his segment most weeks. He was slow to respond, sounded sad. Thank you for that validation. These producers are heartless bastards, which is why they finished 1 and 2, I think, in the poll. People love the heartless, you know? Just a guy out here.
Both things can be true. Like, you could be sad something's coming to an end. You know, this is the team that drafted him. He's been here, seen some highs, seen some lows, but there's still positives that are going to come for him. He doesn't realize it yet, but go to another team, and literally any other team that would want to trade for him, and he'll have a lot of fun very quickly.
We sound like we're talking about someone who wants to stay in a relationship, like a regular relationship, and you're telling them the grass is green, and you're like, bro, listen, it's cool.
Man. You know what's coming?
This was good.
You know what's coming up? I think it's the 11th of August is the corn game. Corn game's coming up.
Yeah, they can't. He and Happ is on all the signage for the corn game.
They're selling it. That's their guy.
Yeah, it's Happ, and then like there's kind of a guy that looks like Contreras, but they're make sure it's like,
how about
it could be anyone.
How
really.
about for the Reds? Who are they using? Oh, hey, Nick Senzel. Woo! No, it's probably Votto, who's not going anywhere.
I want to address the heartless bastards accusation.
Oh, we're out of time.
Play the sounder.
I'm so sorry.
I don't believe we're heartless bastards.
Tom Thayer coming up next here on 670 The Score. Lots of Bears to discuss on Parkins and Spiegel.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to.
He's super accurate, 25. You know, he's so much more accurate downfield than what Trubisky was. He's got the ability to outrun any defender that's going to chase him, but it's going to take that element of perfection that's going to help him develop his traits because they're doing something at the line of scrimmage so well.
So drill down on, let's say it's 10 plays, but you can dress them up by flipping formations. You can use motion sometimes. You can use that book of that thin book of 10 plays to make your offense good without being like, we have 100,000 plays.
Right.
Like, just do the same stuff, but do it better.
Do it perfect.
And let's beat the defense down with the amount of plays that we're
exactly.
So that they're going to make a mistake.
Defenses are built for 3 and out. Their physical conditioning and the mentality of the way they play the game. If you get an offense on there that can have sustainability and time consumption, you're both going to wear down the offense, and you're going to be able to open up more elements.
You know what else it does? It takes the other team's highly paid pass rushers out of impactful positions. Mm-hmm. They're not going to wreck it on 3rd and 1. They're going to wreck it on 3rd and 8.
Right. Dan, that's exactly the point. The very first game. So we're lined up again, tight end, tackle guard. Here we are. And we have a 245-pound Nick Bosa. Am I going to let him rush the passer repeatedly against Justin? He's going to be able to hear the snap count. It's going to be a home game. The crowd's going to be quiet. Justin's going to be going there and calling out vocally the snap count. And then he becomes familiar with the timing of the count. Now we're going to run right at him. I am going to drive Nick Bosa into the ground repeatedly. I am not going to let him get in 3rd and 8 and get to the outside edge of who's playing tackle and run around and then force Justin out of the pocket or quicken the pace of the read. But on 1st down, 2nd down, I'm going to beat his face into the ground.
I'm so ready to play football right now.
I mean, that's game 1, man. Nick Bosa is walking through that door on September 11th.
Tom Thayer's got us
Field.
all ready for training camp.
Oh, my God.
Analyst for Bears Radio on WBBM.
When he asked me this afternoon, I turned white as a sheet.
Are you saying white as a sheet or a sheep?
White as a sheet. Okay. A sheet.
9-year NFL veteran.
McMahon gets it outside of him.
There was no one there. There was no one within 10 yards of Walter Payton on that one.
Tom Thayer was out in front of Payton with a good block.
Starting right guard for your 1985 Chicago Bears.
Jeff Stover was inside. He was handled excellently by Tom Thayer.
You probably still have the Black and Blues Brothers poster hanging on your wall.
Hilgenberg is the center. Thayer and Bortz at guard, and Van Horn and Covert the tackles.
Tom Thayer.
Do you know why they're called spaghetti westerns?
I do not.
Because they're made in Italy.
Really?
You know, in the John Wayne ones,
Wayne?
they used to have to dig trenches for him because he was so tall that he would be so much taller than the other actors.
Oh, that's a good idea for you and I when we do our TV stand-ups.
Right.
Tom Thayer with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Man, I love talking to Tom Thayer, and we'll do that in a matter of moments. By the way, all of your sports, music, news, and podcasts that you want are all on the free Odyssey app. You can listen to every Cubs and Bulls game along with all the coverage of Chicago sports that you need on the Odyssey app. Download it today. And Tom Thayer joins us right now on the Circle Resort and Casino hotline. Circle Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Tom? It's me and Gabe Ramirez. How are you, sir?
Spags, Gabe, how you guys doing? Good to talk to you. Haven't talked to you in a while. I hear you on the baseball broadcast, but now it's good to talk to you about a little football, hopefully.
How about it, Tommy? This is the week, man, and I was looking forward to talking to you anyway, but then we get this news that we need to start with for anybody who does not know. Roquan Smith not going to be there tomorrow as the veterans report for minicamp, and I think the phrasing from Ian Rappaport is that he has not had an offer from Ryan Poles that was remotely close to something that he wanted. What are we to make of this decision by Roquan at this point?
I'm never in favor of guys holding out. However, the business side of it is something that always enters the frame once you get into a contract scenario where you have confidence in your ability or you're coming down to the wire where you would like to get some upfront money because of football and how often guys can get injured or have some type of a setback. I've always admired Roquan Smith, the way he approaches the game, his willingness to be a leader out there, and the way he's matured along the process. So I just hope that they kind of are able to come to some type of settlement to get him into camp as soon as possible. But Roquan Smith is the type of guy that, he needs 2 weeks of camp. He doesn't need 4 weeks of camp. He's been around for OTAs and the mandatory mini camp. So now let's see if Ryan Poles can get the business side of it taken care of and get Roquan back on the field.
Tom, how do you think the Bears, and more specifically Ryan Poles, is going to handle this situation? Is it something they're going to address immediately, or are they going to be tough negotiators with Roquan?
Well, you'd like to see that keep the conversation open as much as they possibly can. Keep a line of communication going so they can get something figured out, and then maybe try to approach with an offer that Roquan sees a little bit more fair, so they can get some type of negotiating going. Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus, Williams, the whole staff, although they know about the reputation of Roquan Smith, they don't know a lot about him in terms of full pads on the practice field, what he means to the defense, putting his real football talents on display like we've all been able to see in Indianapolis and in Kansas City, where Ryan and Matt Eberflus has come from. They've seen some pretty good linebackers at work, and I think they expect the same Pro Bowl, All-Pro performance from Roquan Smith. And again, I've never been in a panic stage in terms of the financial part of football goes. It's just a matter of timing, and the reason it's going to be talked about so much is because the Bears need him on the field. It's the first day for a new head coach and a general manager, and he's the centerpiece of the defense.
Man, that's the thing. It's like, I understand the reasoning from Roquan's perspective, and when you're talking about it, I guess I understand it from Ryan Poles' perspective, too, in that it's a difficult position to pay a lot for. You don't want to just roll over, I suppose. But left there in the middle is Matt Eberflus trying to install his offense and his hits philosophy and everything. How important is it for a new head coach to have the best player on the defense there to help install the system, call the signals, and show people how to do what they need to do?
You know, it's going to be interesting because Matt has a lot on his plate because he has to have concerns offense, defense, and special teams. Alan Williams, a new defensive coordinator, he's the type of guy that would like to have Roquan in the meeting room, making sure that the information that he's teaching to these guys, they're all getting an understanding of it. And then when it has to be communicated on the field in the huddle through Roquan or whomever else is going to do it, you want to make sure that everybody has the most complete knowledge of this defense that you can possibly put out there. And, you know, let's just think about the San Francisco game because that's the team they're going to be playing against. And they're most likely going to come in here with a rookie quarterback. And so you want to be able to put your best players out there defensively to make the scenario the most difficult for Trey Lance. And so, you know, you would like to get some resolution to this. And I don't know if Roquan, I'm not sure he works with an agent. I think he works by himself here. So it's not, you know, a voice of an agent trying to convince the team and Roquan Smith this is the time to get this deal done. I think it's more Roquan understanding the position he's in, where he's at in his contract, and how much he's meant to this team over the last couple years.
Yeah, we hope that he is here. We know the Bears are active right now. They just signed the new offensive lineman, trying to bring more bodies into camp. Do you think they're going to be active in bringing guys in as cuts are made around the league to improve competition, Tom, or do you think that the Bears are set with the squad they have going into the season?
No, you know, I think this is going to be a revolving door season, and I've been a part of those before where if they look at the cuts throughout the course of training camp and they have a past experience or if they have a position that is lacking of talent and there's guys out there either with the reputation of being quality NFL players, maybe a couple of injury setbacks in their career, but they've been quality players up until that point. I think every guy's going to be investigated in the course of this entire season because, you know, if there's a talented guy out there that can come and push a position, you got to bring him aboard because talent is going to make your football team better the fastest.
You know, Tom Thayer here with us on Parkins and Spiegel. It speaks in Gabe Ramirez. I haven't been able to stop thinking about something Trent Dilfer told me last year. All this offseason, when he was talking about how you teach quarterbacks, right? And he knows Justin Fields, and it was in exact conversation with that. And he said that the way you got to teach a quarterback, it's important that you make sure that the, quote, sequence of exposure, unquote, to what they are taught, what they are shown is done properly. And what he really was trying to say is, protect them on the edges when you're bothering to ask them to learn progressions or timings or specific mechanics of dropbacks or really anything. Like asking them to use all their, instincts to avoid a crazy rush while they're trying to learn everything is folly. And I wonder if, looking back, we can look at the way Matt Nagy taught Justin Fields and the way that all went, and whether we should be thinking of him as a fresh, raw rookie because that was all done so poorly last year. What do you think, Tom?
I don't think he's a fresh, raw rookie because he has some NFL experience behind center in NFL games. So he understands the speed of the game. He understands the difficulty of communicating on the road, and he understands what his vulnerabilities are. So to me, when they put Justin Fields out there last year with that predictable snap count in Cleveland, I thought it was quarterback suicide. It was the most unfair they could possibly do to a first-time starting quarterback in that type of environment, and you saw the punishment he took because of it. So now if you bring it up to this season, Justin Fields as a quarterback, he has to understand where his vulnerabilities are every single time he calls a protection in the huddle. He has to understand and be able to read the line of scrimmage with more efficiency than he did a year ago. But then now you got to get Luke Getzky, the new offensive coordinator, to put him in a position where his athleticism is a threat to the opponent. And if they can come out there and they can run this outside zone that we've heard so much about since he's been brought aboard, it's not something that you can do average. You have to do it perfectly. And if you do it so perfectly, that's the biggest concern your opponent has in stopping your offense. It's going to open up so many more opportunities for Justin. I still have a great deal of faith in him because I think his long ball accuracy is something that we haven't seen used enough here since he's been on board. But that comes with the protection that he's provided by the offensive line. That's the understanding of the down and distance and what your opponent can do to you against certain types of protections. And so it's going to have to be the combination of the offensive coaches putting him in the most confident position, have a really deceptive snap count both at home but more on the road, and then Justin has to have a better understanding of what the line of scrimmage can do to him depending upon the down and distance.
Do you feel better about Luke Getzky and Andrew Janocko as quarterback teachers and installers than you did about the last regime?
Oh, I do. I think these guys have a great deal of experience in the NFL of how to provide an attack that best fits the quarterback you're playing with, because Luke's not going to come in here and try to formulate the same attack you do with Aaron Rodgers. It's a whole different animal. And I don't think that Luke, is been able to coach on an NFL level a quarterback with the athleticism and some of the traits that Justin has, just like rarely are you ever going to coach a quarterback that has the intelligence and the arm talent that a guy like Aaron Rodgers does. So it's going to be first and foremost starting the offensive line and these guys holding up to their responsibility, giving Justin and the quarterback time depending upon, again, the protection called in the huddle, whether it's play action, three-step drop, shotgun, quarterback behind center, all the different elements. It's going to be something that it's going to be team provided. It's not going to be single-handedly done by Justin.
And with that being said, Tom, some are projecting Fields that he's going to throw the least amount of touchdowns in the NFL. Are you in agreement with that, or do you think the Bears are going to be scoring more points than they did last year?
If they don't...
Oh, my God. Did the aliens get him? Did they get him? Did they zap Tom Thayer?
We almost had some positivity on this.
I think he was beamed. He was beamed back to his home planet.
Offensively, they're going to be able to.
Now I'm echoing. Tell Tom thank you so much. It was the last question and answer. I'm sorry, Gabe. You'll
What's
have to.
That?
Oh, we lost you, Tom.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm just saying that, it's not going to be single-handedly done by Justin. It's going to be the responsibility of everybody on the offensive side of the ball. I also think they are going to throw more touchdowns because, Cole Kmet is going to be instrumental in the red zone. If they don't almost triple his targets in the red zone that results in touchdowns, then, yeah, maybe they won't throw a lot, but I don't think that's going to come back to haunt them again this year.
Tommy, you're the best, man. Nice to talk to you. Enjoy your week. Enjoy camp.
Okay, go Bears. Thanks for having me, guys.
You got it.
You need those effects when you're doing, your band stuff.
Oh, yeah, I agree, man. That was reverb. That was good long-term reverb. Something great for your kids to do this summer is ahead, instead of just letting them hang out in the treehouse all summer long. We'll do that next on The Score.
The Bears are unpacking a new coaching staff at training camp, so trust the Score's 30 years of experience to go to work for you. Keep it here as the Score team will be ready to bring you all the hottest stories from training camp on Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's home for Bears fans. An Odyssey station.
So, Wani, were you aware that the McCaskies valued the Packers games more? Did it feel like that? I'm thinking of specific ones. You had the Brian Robinson game, right, where Walter Payton's ghost pushed him up to block the extra point. You had the game where you went for two at the end. I supported you going for two at the end, by the way. You would have loved this, Danny. Like God,
it was a terrible play. Go ahead.
And he got within 1 point, though, on the last play of the game, and he went for two in the win. I had much respect for that.
I would have loved to have a microphone, Dave. I would have been supporting you
all the way.
Danny, your partner, I was
appreciate that.
on the air just after that game happened. I was supporting you.
You would like to have a microphone? I would have liked to get a recording of your guys' show the next day when it was incomplete.
I know, but I had your back. I thought it was a
Okay.
great idea. You were up there. You were up there. You got to get out of there with a win.
You know, my last game that I coached here for the Bears was against the Packers. And the handwriting was pretty much on the wall. And I don't know if I've ever told this story, but we were driving on the last play. I think it ended up, you got to check this, 23-17 or something. We had the ball in the fourth quarter. As crazy as this sounds, now this is a coach that the airplanes are going overhead. I want a new coach. I mean, we're in a mess, and it's probably the end. All right. I mean, let's get real.
Yeah.
Let's get. Jerry Jones says, let's get down to the red meat here. So we have the ball, and we're driving, and I walked in the locker room afterwards, and our team's in there, and Owen can verify this. I mean, he was in there, and Pat Manley and all the guys, and I said, guys, all I can tell you is thank you. Thank you, because you could not have given a better effort. Every man in here. I mean, these guys were fighting their asses off, and we're saying on the sideline, if we can score, and I think they went to the Super Bowl that year, we can beat Green Bay, and this is, it wasn't going to have any bearing on me or my job, but for these guys, and it was a weird feeling because I knew that it was probably over, but at the same time, I'm looking at these guys in the eye, and that's coaching, man.
They didn't quit on you.
Oh God, quit! I mean, they fought, and that's what coaching is. And players win games. You got to have enough talent. We didn't have enough talent in some areas, but
That's real relationships, though, with those guys.
So my point is back to your thing of understanding how important this game was. I mean, and my first couple of years, I had, my first year, I had Richard Dent, and God bless him, Steve McMichael, and Mark Bortz, and Kevin Butler. And I remember Kevin Butler, for sure, I brought some of these guys up in front of the team. And I said, tell a little bit about the history of this game and some of the things that you guys have been through, back in those days, and why it is an important game for our fans and for everybody in this city and the rivalry and so forth. So I tried bridging a little bit with the players that have been there when things were good, and I don't know. I try to, rivalry is only good if the games are close. And obviously, they haven't been for about 20 years.
Right, you had that luxury. There's nobody in the NFL right now
Yeah.
that remembers when the Bears-Packers rivalry was tilted in the Bears' favor.
Shout out to any of the listeners that might have caught the word of the day. It has been caught.
Oh, I didn't even know it.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a winner along the way and somebody who can go. But I'm here to tell you about this camp that the Chicago Fire are putting on July 27th. This is a very cool-looking summer camp that's taking place in Humboldt Park. The mini pitches at Humboldt Park, 1440 North Humboldt Boulevard. I've seen those over there. I used to live right over there. Exclusively, this camp is going to be Chicago Fire players and staff, along with Gabe Ramirez.
Martinez, I believe that's what it was. I have a good memory. Gabe
Martinez.
Shane Reardon steps in, needing some offense to redeem 2 errors out there in the field. A swing and a drive to right field. That's going to be lots and lots of trouble. Reardon will round first, head for extra bases. Martinez hits third. He'll come all the way home.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's why I've been fired as play-by-play man for the Odyssey softball.
That's why Gio gets top billing. That's why Gio's on at 5:30.
Can't wait.
I was going to
listen to radio.
I was going to be the guest at 5:30. It was going to be me, but I got bumped for Gio because I'm not qualified. No, Gabe Ramirez,
Yes.
tell me about this, man. This looks cool.
Just, you know what? I had an opportunity to talk to a coach on the Chicago Fire who's Puerto Rican, just did an interview on IG Live. And then we just started talking. He wanted to be embedded in the community. He wanted to do something. And I was like, yo, let's do something in Humboldt Park. Let's get the kids an opportunity to experience something else. I know I went to day camp here in the city of Chicago, Holstein Park, right on Fullerton and Western.
Sure.
And I remember just being exposed to different sports at a young age. And I think that the young people in the community don't have the opportunity to do that too often. And the fantastic team, Veronica at for the Chicago Fire, literally did everything. I just had to show up. She called Humboldt Park. She, got the coaches from the Chicago Fire to show up. So this is a free camp. And I didn't say that enough when I was putting it out there initially. It's absolutely free. You don't have to pay anything. There's going to be 4 Chicago Fire coaches out there. It's from 2 to 4 p.m. on Wednesday, and there's still an opportunity for you to sign up. There's still spots available. So if you have a young person, it doesn't necessarily have to live in Humboldt Park. Granted, that's, I have an affinity for that area, but, wherever you're from, if you want to just get your kid out of the house and get them to do something, and they don't even have to like soccer per se. They could just expose them to something and get them to do something in the summer here in the city of Chicago. It's an excellent opportunity to do just that. And they said there's going to be some giveaways. I could imagine it's to the game on Saturday. They're playing Atlanta in Soldier Field. It's a doubleheader with the Chicago Red Stars, the women's team.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so I'm sure they're going to be doing something like that. But again, the opportunity is there. I would love if you guys tweeted it out from Parkins and Spiegel so that way people can get the link. Again, it's absolutely free. You can sign up as many kids as you want.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, look, I as a father of a 10-year-old, frantically searching for things for him to do during the summer and signing him up